Anyone who has traveled through the universe knows that the process is filled with wonder and danger. Not only must one endure immense cosmic pressure, but one could also easily become lost in unknown spaces, even facing life-threatening situations. Yet I was transported from Earth to Jotunheim by the power of the cosmic cube, only to be suddenly sent back to Earth. I found that Elizabeth Ross was very curious about the magic that Daniel Drum and I had just performed, although she seemed a bit wary of me. After all, Tony Stark had just declared himself Iron Man, which likely piqued her curiosity. I didn't pay much attention to her attitude. Daniel and I had both noticed her earlier. Daniel left reassured, believing that I could handle the situation. The girl in front of me was almost entirely so tall and beautiful, quite striking. I lifted my wand and then put it down again. If I erased her memory now, it could lead to unexpected complications later. So I said to her in a slightly charming tone, "I just got back from something. Can you tell me where this is and what month it is now? Can you find a place for me to make a phone call?" She looked a bit confused but quickly agreed, "Okay, I have an apartment at school." I thanked her and extended the umbrella a bit to shield her, walking towards the flickering lights. My gesture seemed to warm her heart a little. She looked me over in my leather robe and said, "Actually, you can call me Betty." I was indeed wearing a leather robe. After all, I had just come from Jotunheim, where the temperature is often below -60 degrees and in many places even below -100. The closer you get to the core, the colder it becomes, and I even suspected that the core was at absolute zero. In such an environment, only leather robes made from the pelts of local beasts could effectively keep one warm. I couldn't just run around bare-chested like a frost giant. If this leather robe were studied on Earth, it would likely lead to several discoveries, but it wouldn't be easy to get me to take it off and hand it over. I smiled back at her and said, "All right, Miss Ross, no, I mean Betty." But as the words came to my lips, my smile suddenly froze and I asked with a strained smile, "Betty Ross? Didn't you just say your name was Elizabeth Ross?" She seemed to sense something unusual, stopped in her tracks, raised an eyebrow and explained with a hint of displeasure, "My full name is Elizabeth Talbot Ross. Elizabeth Beth, my parents often call me Betty." "So that's how it is, but how could she be Betty Ross?" "She was the daughter of General Ross and the former girlfriend of Dr. Bruce Banner." The moment I realized her identity, my keen mental energy spread out like mercury, quickly covering the entire campus. Although I encountered some unsavory sights, I did not find the large forces I had anticipated hiding around, nor did I see any military soldiers secretly protecting her. When I was in Jotunheim, even though the life-threatening situation was not severe, the frost giants were not friendly towards me. Although I had the protection of King Laufey, there were still those who would occasionally come looking for trouble. Perhaps because they had lost the ancient winter's coffin, the frost giants, despite having the legacy of ancient frost sorcerers, had no surviving sorcerers among them. With a strong martial spirit within their clan, they looked down on me, a weak earth mage constantly seeking to fight with me. My magical abilities were limited and the outcomes of battles with them were often disastrous. Later, after my magic improved to the level of a legendary mage, I finally gained the ability to protect myself and life became somewhat stable. Now that Odin had suddenly brought me back to Earth, I couldn't believe it was for no reason. Heimdall had sent me to Jotunheim like a punishment, and now he quietly brought me back to Earth. There had to be other plans at play. I practiced Asgardian runic magic. Not killing me back then was a form of punishment, and now sending me back likely meant that Asgard was about to undergo significant changes. Facing Betty Ross, perhaps I had made a mistake and she was just a namesake. But I couldn't help but probe, "Betty, do you know the current situation of Dr. Bruce Banner?" She looked astonished. "You mean Dr. Bruce Banner? That name sounds a bit familiar. I think I read one of his articles in some journal, but it was many years ago and hardly anyone in the scientific community has mentioned him in recent years." She truly seemed to not know Dr. Banner. After all, he was a top scientist who had published many leading papers, so it was normal for her to have heard his name. In recent years, Banner had become the Hulk, and it was understandable that he hadn't published anything after being pursued by the military. Could it be that the Betty Ross in front of me was really not Dr. Banner's girlfriend? This thought arose in my mind. In America, the rate of having the same name is quite high. Some people name their children after their elders. Actually, I wanted to investigate her identity, and I could ask if her father was a military general to confirm. But at that moment I felt a bit scared and didn't dare to ask. If she had no relation to General Ross, then it was just a coincidence of similar names. But if her father was General Ross and she didn't know Dr. Banner, it would be a serious situation. Either I had returned to a time before they knew each other, or this world simply had no Bruce Banner. Just thinking about it was frightening. In a place where the highest temperature only reached -50 or 60 degrees, any water that appeared would freeze into ice. How could one take a bath? Only I as a mage with some abilities could manage, otherwise others would probably be covered in mud. However, in Jotunheim my physical condition was honed and I accumulated a vast amount of icy energy. It was precisely because of this icy energy that I successfully broke through to the legendary mage level. More than half a year ago Tony Stark was kidnapped in Afghanistan and a month or two later he escaped and built the first Iron Man suit. Upon returning to America he dealt with his rival Obadiah Stane and took control of Stark Industries. Recently Stark announced that he would host a Stark Industries Expo which is currently being actively prepared. In Jotunheim I barely broke through to the legendary mage level by leveraging the frost powers of Jotunheim. However, there was a silver lining: the magical elements on Earth were highly inert, which also affected Thor and others. The power of Thor's hammer was indeed formidable, but it needed to harness the power of Earth's magical elements. Because the magical elements on Earth are so inert, the power it unleashed was not ideal, and this also applies to Loki and Thanos. On Earth the most likely solution to my problem was the Cosmic Cube, but getting close to it was not easy. In the original timeline the Cosmic Cube had always been under the control of Asgard. For example, the Mind Stone that Loki brought or the Reality Stone suppressed in the time-space rift. Once I became strong enough I could also seize the Power Stone. As for the Time Stone, it was hard to steal something that had an owner, but I still wanted to try if I had the opportunity. Additionally, I could aim for the hyper-light engines that created Captain Marvel or the arc reactor that Tony Stark built as a mock Cosmic Cube. Especially with the Stark Industries Expo approaching, it was a great opportunity. However, I first needed to deal with the trouble outside. That woman was indeed Betty Ross, the daughter of General Ross and the former girlfriend of Bruce Banner. From the photo of her and General Ross on her desk along with the general's military uniform I could confirm her identity. She had long forgotten about Dr. Banner's existence for complicated reasons. Perhaps General Ross had someone erase that memory. As a mage my mental power was strong, and with just a sweep I could discover the issues deep within her soul. Dr. Bruce Banner had disappeared years ago, at least from the United States. Previously, as Banner's ex-girlfriend Betty Ross would have been monitored by the military, but now that she had forgotten Dr. Banner, her father no longer disturbed her. I didn't know where Banner was now. I only knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. later found him in the India-Nepal region, and whether he was still there was a mystery. For me the most pressing issue was resolving my own identity and retrieving what I had left on Earth all those years ago. I wiped my hair as I walked out of the bathroom, and on the living room table Betty Ross had prepared a men's shirt and shorts for me. "These are my ex-boyfriend's things. You should leave as soon as possible," she said, looking at me with a complicated expression. The harsh winters had forged my physique, and after cleaning up my beard and long hair a fairly handsome and rugged face emerged. Although Betty Ross seemed a bit moved, there was more regret. She couldn't believe she had brought a stranger back to her dorm out of curiosity. "No problem, but I need to make a call first." I made the call, and on the other end there was a mix of suspicion, uncertainty and panic as they asked me the riddle I had set. After I calmly finished, they quickly composed themselves. After all, their family had been preparing for this day in the Netherlands for many years. I didn't have them come directly to America. After inquiring about the situation, I instructed them to continue infiltrating the other two factions as planned. There would be people to assist them within those forces, and this was a crucial matter. At a critical moment I might even need to step in personally. But first and foremost I needed to resolve my identity issue, a status that would allow me to operate freely in America. Although I could manage in America with my abilities, having a proper identity would make integration much easier. It turned out that my contingency plan was indeed useful. The wealth I had left behind allowed that family to develop rapidly in the Netherlands. But due to identity issues they had always kept a low profile, and the outside world knew little about them. Mysterious families like this exist in many European countries. They have been passed down since before World War I. The experiences of the Jewish people offered them profound lessons. Even if the Jews were wealthy, there were no Jews among the US presidents. The top positions were still held by white people, and the Jews were often seen as merely the moneybags. Thus, after World War II, many families hid their wealth and operated behind the scenes, which gave me an opportunity. The next morning I received a special delivery. After sending the person away, I took out the contents. It included personal identification, a bank card, and a key to an apartment in Manhattan. Preparing all this in one night was impressive. Having money made many things easier. Even as a mage it was difficult to get by in modern society without it. Moreover, with thousands of satellites monitoring from outer space, making too much noise could easily lead to being tracked. Modern society was vastly different from the one I had known. During my days at Empire University I had been using the library to understand the historical changes of the past few decades. The trajectory of mundane history hadn't changed much and had little impact on me. I was more concerned with the movements of factions like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. However, relying on the university library to find all this information was unrealistic. S.H.I.E.L.D. often operated behind the scenes while organizations like Hydra and Leviathan were even more secretive. News about Captain America Rogers' Invaders team was absent, replaced instead by reports of the Howling Commandos. Namor and others had vanished while the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man were active in tabloids before Stark announced he was Iron Man. Mutant threats occasionally made headlines, but while they were currently quiet, I knew they wouldn't stay that way for long. As for the Inhumans, Kree and Skrulls, the world probably didn't even know they existed. Currently the most newsworthy topic was Tony Stark's Stark Industries Expo, and I needed to check it out and meet Stark. In the past few days, progress had been significant on the Netherlands side. Although I had obtained identification, I still needed to supplement and complete the relevant information. At that moment, Betty Ross saw the acceptance letter from the Department of Biological Sciences at Empire University in my hand and was astonished, her mouth agape. I told her I was about to become a freshman and even hugged her. She couldn't believe I was only 18 years old, as the record showed I was born in 1990. I gave her a teasing smile, stroking her chin, saying that a man's age is a sensitive topic. She huffed lightly and didn't pursue the matter further. After all, we had only known each other for a few days and our relationship was still somewhat tentative, as was common in America. I pecked her on the lips and said I would be moving to my new apartment today and suggested going out to celebrate. She said she would first visit the academic affairs office, then buy a cake and finally tour my new apartment. I needed to pack my things. The leather armor I brought back from Jotunheim was no longer suitable for showing and I would have to switch to magical robes. For the past few days I had been wearing tailored suits and today I was also going to pick one up. While the fur clothing from Jotunheim was comfortable, tailored suits fit better and looked more stylish. After all, in this world appearance matters. Otherwise Betty Ross wouldn't have accepted me so quickly. Such things were quite common in America. I carried my suitcase dressed in a tailored brown suit and walked toward Betty Ross, who was sitting on a campus bench holding a coffee. Her eyes lit up when she saw me and she stood up to embrace me warmly. She was wearing a light blue plaid long dress, elegant and pretty with a sweet smile. But as soon as I hugged her, my entire body tensed and veins popped out as I sensed that a predator was watching us. Under a distant tree, a tall man wearing a hat was staring at us intently, his eyes flashing with a hint of green light. Soon that fierce gaze faded away. At that moment Betty Ross leaned in and whispered in my ear, "I think I saw someone familiar." I released Betty Ross and turned to look in the direction of her gaze, but all I saw was a leaf floating down from a distant tree with no one in sight. Betty Ross hadn't seen anything either. However, with my powerful mental abilities, I saw a figure hurrying away around the corner of a nearby building. It was Dr. Bruce Banner, the man who had been missing for a long time, someone Betty Ross had completely forgotten about suddenly appearing today, which made me sigh. I remembered that in Bruce Banner's future romantic life only Natasha Romanoff could control the Hulk's transformations, and he and Betty Ross had no future together. "Let's go buy the cake," I said, wrapping my arm around the still gazing Betty Ross and smiling as we walked out of the campus. She didn't notice anything unusual and after a few more glances left with me. On the way, Betty Ross and I mostly talked about the magical world. Although she couldn't practice magic, she was full of curiosity about it. Naturally, I wouldn't reveal the truth. Instead, I made some adjustments and introduced her to the structure of the 9 realms. In my description, the 9 realms revolved around Earth, with the realm of the gods high above and the lowest level being the underworld. There were also several elemental worlds, such as the world of light, the world of darkness, the world of fire, the world of ice, as well as the elven world and the dwarven world. The realm of the gods corresponded to Asgard, the underworld to Hel, the world of light to Vanaheim, the world of darkness to Svartalfheim. The world of fire corresponded to Muspelheim, the world of ice to Jotunheim, the elves living in Alfheim and the dwarves in Nidavellir. I described the giants of the 9 realms as elemental beings, elves, dwarves and gods. After all, giants wouldn't come to Earth casually and earthlings couldn't travel to other worlds, so this was largely unproblematic. Betty Ross listened with great interest, but if she had looked at the online literature from the East in this era, she would have noticed that I was just recounting fantasy world settings. Before long, we arrived at Stanley's Bakery. As Betty Ross pushed the door open, she greeted the busy owner. "Hey Stan, I brought you a long-term customer. How are you going to thank me?" Betty Ross was cheerful and innocent, yet sensitive inside, used to keeping things to herself, preferring to hurt herself rather than hurt others, which was also why everyone liked her, including Stan. Stan was an elderly man with pale hair and a bit of a bald spot resembling an older Einstein. For some reason he seemed to have an issue with me and angrily said to Betty Ross, "Is this your new boyfriend? You didn't even introduce him to me." It turned out that Stan knew about Bruce Banner. He originally didn't run this shop, but after Betty Ross lost her memory, General Ross insisted he move to New York and open a shop across from Empire University. After losing her memory, Betty Ross had a strong impression of Stanley's Bakery, before she often referred to them when talking, which meant her and Bruce Banner. After waking up, she wanted to eat Stanley's cake, and the psychiatrist suggested General Ross ensure she could have it any time to help stabilize her emotions. Betty Ross' recent ex-boyfriend was a top psychiatrist, and whether General Ross had anything to do with this was unclear. Stan's attitude toward me wasn't due to me being Betty Ross' new boyfriend. Over the years without Dr. Banner, she hadn't only had one boyfriend. In fact, Bruce Banner had been hiding in the shop these days, using the opportunity of delivering cakes to check materials at the Empire University Biological Sciences lab and discussing his condition with a Mr. Blue he met online. Because Banner was there, Stan felt uncomfortable when he saw Betty Ross bring her new boyfriend. He was still hoping for a reconciliation between Banner and Betty Ross. However, I didn't mind Stan's attitude. I was still trying to integrate into this world, setting up a new account on Facebook and improving my social circle. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra would undoubtedly investigate me in the future, and having an old man with a grudge against me might even be beneficial. If it were in the past, if someone confronted me for no reason, I wouldn't have let it slide easily. In the environment of Jotunheim, time seemed to stand still, and my psychological age was around 27 or 28. Betty Ross introduced me to Stan, saying, "This is Daniel Joe, my new friend." I smiled and greeted Stan. "Hi Stan, just call me Daniel." Stan sighed helplessly. "We don't have any other cakes right now. You can either wait or take this Italian strawberry cake." Betty Ross nodded in agreement and sweetly said, "Everything you make is delicious." Stan smiled and began to pack the cake. Just then a voice came from the back kitchen. Stan, today." The kitchen door opened and a man who had just taken off his delivery uniform stepped out. When I first returned to Earth, I hadn't noticed any surveillance around Betty Ross, but a few days later someone appeared and the target wasn't me. However, I knew that even though they weren't actively investigating me, they were certainly looking into my identity and background. But I didn't care. With their methods, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. came to investigate, they wouldn't be able to uncover my identity issues. From the moment I received the acceptance letter, I was quite sure of this. This indicated that the people in the Netherlands had arranged everything perfectly within just a few days, even securing a spot at Empire University. It suggested that there were people in high places at the university. Seeing Bruce Banner appear, I understood that General Ross must have known he had returned to America. That was why he sent someone to keep an eye on his daughter, because he figured Banner would definitely seek out Betty Ross. At that moment, even with her father watching, Betty Ross didn't care much. She hurried into the bakery, eagerly asking the owner, Old Stan, for Banner's contact information. Old Stan, who had been wanting to play matchmaker, reluctantly gave it to her under Betty Ross' intense questioning. Once she got the contact, she dashed out. Seeing that I didn't follow, Old Stan looked surprised and asked me why I wasn't going. I shrugged nonchalantly, saying that from that moment on I had nothing to do with her, and pointed to the cake, indicating I wanted it since I had already paid. I took the cake and walked to the door, stopping to tell Old Stan that he should better inform them both that General Ross people were following. Stan's expression instantly darkened. Although he knew Betty Ross might be under surveillance, he still let her go. If General Ross came after them, the consequences would be unimaginable. So he quickly picked up the phone to notify them. I didn't care about the aftermath. Did I really want to witness Betty Ross and Banner getting cozy? After all, Betty Ross and I had shared some intimacy before. But just like I said, our relationship ended at that moment. We didn't have any real feelings. We were like ordinary urban folks, so once she decided to find Banner, her matters were no longer my concern. I could even say I was inadvertently giving Banner a green light. With Banner's current condition, even if he and Betty Ross were close, there wouldn't be any further developments. After all, once the Hulk appeared, things would spiral out of control, and Betty Ross should know that all too well. I didn't dwell on it further, grabbing my suitcase in one hand and holding the cake in the other as I walked toward the East Village. The apartment that had been arranged for me in the Netherlands was located in the East Village, close to Empire University, within a 20-minute walking distance. I had been collecting data at Empire University and hadn't had the chance to check out the apartment. Now that I had dealt with the situation, it was the perfect time to move in. I had expected to buy an apartment in a building, but upon arrival I found it was in a row of townhouses. The entire street was lined with 3-story small villas, and mine was one of them. However, these villas were somewhat dated. The red brick exteriors were weathered and the wiring was a bit tangled. But at least they looked tidy, otherwise it would be no different from an old community back home. I found the corresponding villa with the key, but noticed several obvious bullet holes in the exterior, and a police car was parked in front of the neighbors on the right.
I instantly had a bad feeling.
No wonder I could acquire this villa at such a low price. It truly was Happy America gunfights every day. The house had already been bought and I could slowly repair it later. First I needed to check the interior. As I opened the front door and prepared to step inside, the door of the neighbor's house opened as well. I paused to look, wanting to understand the situation next door. A middle-aged police officer in a white uniform stepped out and a girl's voice came from inside saying, "Dad, you forgot your bag." The middle-aged officer took the bag, nodded to me, and with a kind and friendly smile walked toward the police car without further greeting. I began to piece things together. The neighbor was a police officer, likely dealing with some kind of retaliation. That might be why they were in a hurry to sell the house and we just happened to acquire it. The location was nice, the price was low, and they needed to sell quickly. Everyone got what they wanted. Stepping into the house, I found the walls covered with a dark red patterned wallpaper which looked a bit eerie. It was better once I turned the lights on. The furniture and fixtures were quite old. Although the location was good, it wouldn't fetch a high price, especially since renovations would be needed. But that was fine. A complete renovation would allow me to design it according to my preferences. The previous owner had left in a hurry, leaving behind many belongings. The refrigerator wasn't even emptied. I just needed to throw away some things and replace them with new ones to move in, but I would need to hire people for the renovation. Once I finished tidying up and took a shower, I was about to eat the cake when there was a knock at the door. It was the neighbor's daughter, a charming young girl with blonde hair, not very old, holding a plate of cherries. She smiled and introduced herself as Gwen Stacy, saying she had just been accepted to Empire University this summer and was happy to meet the new neighbor, bringing me a gift. I took the cherries and told her I was also a new student at Empire University this year and would be starting classes in a few days. Empire University had 4 semesters a year, with each quarter being a semester, and in my senior year I could apply for admission and start classes each semester. I chose the June to early July slot. The situation involved Odin, and despite my confidence I couldn't help but feel anxious. If my suspicions were correct, then every move I made might be calculated by Odin. Unless I waited until Ragnarok, when Odin would die, I would never have the chance to break free from his control. But don't think that once Odin is dead everything will be fine. As one of the few father-level powers in the Marvel Universe, even in his old age needing to enter the Odin sleep to recover, he could still suppress beings like Thanos and death. So even if he were to die, the impact on fate would last for a long time. If I wanted to escape his control, I would need to elevate my own strength to a very high level, and the sooner I wanted to break free, the faster my power needed to grow. I sat at the dark red tea table holding a white teacup, and although I wasn't squeezing it hard, fine cracks began to appear, indicating how deeply this matter affected me. I had constantly tried to break free from others' control, but the more I struggled, the tighter the grip became. Resistance was inevitable, but I could never expose my true strength. I had to create a misperception about my capabilities. I always felt that no matter how much I enhanced my power, I would never escape Odin's control. So to completely break free, I would either have to wait for his death or seek external aid like the Infinity Stones. Thinking of the Infinity Stones brought me a slight sense of relief, and after taking a deep breath I continued to ponder. Now that I had encountered Betty Ross and Gwen Stacy, I might even run into Natasha the Black Widow or someone like Captain Marvel tomorrow. These were outside my control, so I needed to be prepared. Odin wanted to use me for 2 main purposes, either to assist Thor in his growth or to serve as a sharpening stone on Thor's path. Although I didn't have the strength for such a significant role, let's not forget that this is Earth, and both Thor and Loki would experience a drop in power upon arriving here. That would narrow the gap between us. If I were to become Thor's assistant, strategizing beside him and helping him deal with enemies, I would be willing. But my identity was a major issue. I had a premonition that even if I grew close to the Avengers, once my identity was exposed, they wouldn't spare me. So I might end up standing against Thor. Whether I wanted to or not, Odin would push me in that direction. Moreover, a sharpening stone is just a sharpening stone. Once Thor no longer needed me, I could easily be discarded, which was a likely reality. So I had to either grow strong enough to stand on equal footing with Thor or find a way to leave Earth. The vast universe was the only place where I could safely roam. The 9 realms of Asgard, while vast, were just a small part of the boundless universe. Especially after Odin's death, even if Thor ultimately dealt with Thanos, his power would never match Odin's. As long as I could get my hands on the Infinity Stones, I would qualify to stand on equal footing with Thor. After all, everything comes back to the Infinity Stones. Thor would arrive on Earth in just a few years, and once he did, Loki would follow, leading to the invasion of the Chitauri and the struggle for the Infinity Stones. Indeed, because of my identity issues, I could easily find myself on the opposite side of the superheroes. But this world isn't solely dominated by superheroes. The true ruling power lies with the governments of various countries, and those in charge are politicians who see no distinction between good and evil. As long as they can use someone, even if Mephisto came, they would consider him a good person. Right now I had a chance to get closer to government-powered General Ross. Faced with the powerful Hulk, there weren't many who could match him on Earth. Even if I intervened, it wouldn't change much. However, my involvement could make General Ross's failure somewhat more dignified, and that little dignity could change a lot. In any case, given my situation, I needed to prepare multiple layers of identities. Even if one of those identities were to be exposed, it shouldn't affect the others. Odin could influence the grand scheme of fate, but the details still had to be managed by me. Details could truly alter the big picture. And if Odin could really control fate, then Ragnarok wouldn't have happened in Asgard. There was still a chance, but I had to be more cautious in my maneuvers. After thinking it over all night, I gained a general understanding of my situation. For now, I needed to start with General Ross and get close to the American military. The military had always wanted to create its own superhuman group, and I would give them that opportunity. Last night Betty Ross and Bruce Banner had been very secretive, but the next day they still revealed their whereabouts. As soon as I entered the Empire University campus, I was intentionally driven away by some people, which alerted me to something unusual. On the surface I left the campus with most people, but in reality I used my invisibility technique to quietly slip back in. Invisibility wasn't exclusive to the Kamar Taj mages, there were many methods to perform it. The simplest was to use optical illusions, while slightly stronger techniques could employ optical methods to cast illusions. The most advanced used spatial folding to hide oneself and spatial rifts, which is what the Kamar Taj practitioners utilized. What I used was a deep optical invisibility method, more profound than the ninjas of Japan, but the principles were similar. I successfully re-entered the campus, where I found several tanks and various specialized weapons aimed at the Hulk already deployed. General Ross. I watched as General Ross sat in the largest command vehicle, his expression stern, constantly using his communicator to mobilize Special Forces soldiers. They were surrounding Bruce Banner from all directions. In the same line of formation, tanks, armored vehicles, and various equipment were rapidly converging on their position. General Ross had dealt with Bruce Banner and the Hulk for a long time and was extremely familiar with them. This time, to deal with the Hulk, he even borrowed 2 special devices from Stark Industries. As a military politician, General Ross had invested too much energy in Bruce Banner. While he could cover up failures in overseas operations and even use them to prove the Hulk's strength, he had to ensure success in a domestic operation. He needed to minimize the damage Banner could cause to ordinary people. After all, if Empire University suffered severe damage, the alumni from Empire University and Congress would make General Ross pay dearly. At this moment, even with numerous U.S. soldiers and tanks rushing onto the campus, no one was firing indiscriminately. The situation was still within control. Suddenly Betty Ross became decisive. She pushed Bruce Banner hard and shouted, "Go, you need to leave now." Then she ran towards the armored command vehicle, even spreading her arms to block its path. Inside the armored command vehicle were military personnel. Even knowing that it was General Ross's daughter blocking the way, no one dared to stop without the general's orders. They would have to follow orders, even if it meant running her over. "General! General!" Betty Ross, arms outstretched, looked at General Ross inside the command vehicle, pleading hoarsely, "Please stop. I beg you, let him go, Dad." In the military, even Betty Ross usually had to refer to General Ross as General, but at this moment she didn't care about that. "Stop." At the last moment, General Ross sighed deeply and issued the stop order. Betty Ross was almost hit at that moment. General Ross kicked open the car door and jumped out, not even glancing at his daughter, his gaze scanning the battlefield layout. Indeed, the Empire University campus had become the battleground between him and the Hulk. "Dad, please don't do this." Betty Ross stepped quickly in front of her father. She knew him too well and could tell his intentions from the direction of his gaze. "You don't see the situation clearly at all, Betty. It's not a matter of just stopping now," General Ross said with a hint of a bitter smile, but mostly coldness and cruelty. Indeed, the current situation wouldn't allow for a simple halt. Mobilizing so many troops in New York required an emergency mobilization order from the mayor or governor, but General Ross was not familiar with them. He was following the White House's directives. The Hulk's appearance in New York posed a severe threat to national security. Washington was just a stone's throw away. If the Hulk broke into Washington, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus he had to eliminate him in New York, which would also provide an explanation to Congress and keep the city and state from having objections. Because of the significant resources involved, General Ross couldn't easily halt operations. If no threat or disaster occurred, he would bear the responsibility for unauthorized military mobilization. That would ruin his military career. That said, if Dr. Bruce Banner were willing to surrender, General Ross might consider it. But how could Banner possibly surrender? He was fully aware of the fate that awaited him if General Ross caught him. He absolutely did not want to see the army of super soldiers created from his own blood emerge. That would be a catastrophic threat to the world. So the conflict between them was irreconcilable. Take her inside. General Ross understood that talking to Betty Ross at this moment was pointless. It would only delay the plan to capture Banner. Perhaps his daughter was here to stop him.
No, Dad. General.
Betty Ross was being pushed toward the armored command vehicle by two soldiers struggling desperately and pleading with General Ross to change his mind, but it was all in vain. Just then the communicator buzzed. "General, he's on the library bridge." At that moment Bruce Banner had run from the library to the bridge and was heading toward another building. Crossing that building led to a large grassy square surrounded by trees. If he ran further west he would exit the Empire University gates. Crossing the road would bring him to the Hudson River where he could escape. In truth, General Ross had not been back in New York for long. He had been chasing Bruce Banner in Brazil but had unexpectedly let him escape. Had it not been for the discovery that he was heading north, General Ross would not have believed Banner had returned to the United States. That was why he had someone monitor Betty Ross. In America, Bruce Banner had many places he could go, such as secret bases in the Nevada desert, research bases at Silver University, or even to his daughter Betty Ross. However, upon discovering Banner's whereabouts, General Ross had quickly devised a tight capture plan with the Defense Department. He borrowed two highly specialized devices from Stark in a short time and secretly mobilizing tanks to this location, demonstrating his strong military capacity. I didn't reveal myself easily. Now was not the time to act. I watched as the furious roaring Hulk thrashed about, glancing over at Betty Ross. Her wide eyes and face of disbelief extinguished the last flicker of hope in my heart. I couldn't help but admire General Ross's tactics, truly impressive. Everything was proceeding according to their original plan, and even with Betty Ross's unexpected intervention it was of little concern to General Ross. He had inadvertently allowed Betty to see the true nature of the Hulk. This tactic was something even an ordinary person could recognize. Betty Ross's intense psychological shift was evident. This situation wasn't entirely bad for me, but knowing Betty Ross as I did, this scene alone was far from enough to make her completely give up on Bruce Banner. Women are often emotional. Just as they believe they can redeem someone like Aquaman as long as the Hulk showed even a hint of humanity, Betty Ross would become even more determined to support him, possibly even more fanatical. I hid in the shadows, carefully observing the impending battle. On one side was the powerful Hulk, whose strength increased with his rage, and on the other was the US military armed with modern weaponry. Their clash would provide valuable insights into my own power level and how to handle similar encirclements. After all, I had been away from this world for decades. While I knew modern weapons had advanced significantly, I had no practical experience. Now, with the Hulk and a well-prepared General Ross as references, I felt more confident about facing the US military in the future. The two sides quickly exchanged fire. The terrifying appearance of the Hulk frightened some US soldiers, causing them to retreat. One particularly timid soldier, having never seen such a scene before, stumbled and accidentally fired his assault rifle in panic. Bang, bang, bang. The frontline soldiers instinctively pulled their triggers, bullets raining down like a storm toward the Hulk. Seeing this, General Ross decisively ordered Alpha Team move out. General Ross didn't initially use tanks and artillery. That was a last resort, and it would only drive the Hulk away without killing him. His aim this time was to capture the Hulk alive. The pre-positioned Alpha Team immediately opened fire, maintaining a distance while concentrating their attack from the south using ammunition that would cause the Hulk more pain. Forced to flee north, the Hulk was heading toward the prepared equipment in the northern jungle. However, the Hulk's escape path veered slightly off course. Although the angle was small, it prevented the prepared equipment from functioning at maximum effectiveness. "Where's the .50 caliber machine gun?" "Get it ready," General Ross commanded. An armored vehicle equipped with a .50 caliber machine gun surged out from behind the command vehicle, quickly pursuing the Hulk and firing while forcing him to shift northeast toward the designated area. The Hulk was in immense pain from the countless bullets hitting him. Though they didn't break his skin, they ignited his rage. Suddenly the Hulk stomped the ground, using the tremendous rebound force to slam into the nearby assault armored vehicle, flipping it over. However, after rolling several times, the armored vehicle remarkably came to a stable stop. At this moment the Hulk seemed to sense something. Instead of continuing north he charged wildly west, attempting to break out of the campus and escape into the Hudson River.
But the entire campus was swarming with military personnel.
Suddenly a squad of soldiers burst out from the jungle, opening fire on the Hulk. The Hulk didn't pay them any mind and charged forward, intent on taking out this group of soldiers before making his way to the Hudson River.
This showed that while the Hulk was fierce and brutal, he wasn't stupid.
Just then he experienced a sharp pain from behind. It was the assault armored vehicle he had knocked over earlier, now charging at him from behind and firing.
This time the Hulk was utterly enraged.
He leaped back over 5 meters, landing next to the armored vehicle, grabbing it as it sped by and swinging it towards the US soldiers. Many soldiers were crushed, turning the scene into a gruesome spectacle that caught Betty Ross off guard, while the military showed no signs of stopping. As more soldiers appeared from the southwest, the Hulk unhesitatingly hurled the armored vehicle at them. The vehicle knocked over several soldiers and collided with a few transport trucks, sending them sliding several meters due to the immense force, creating a horrifying scene. Fear flickered in the eyes of the US soldiers. After all, they were essentially mercenaries, and large casualties could easily lead to panic. General Ross recognized this and shouted, "Blonsky, it's your turn."
"Understood, General."
A not-so-tall US Army major emerged from the southern jungle, throwing down his assault rifle and picking up a small handheld grenade launcher to fire at the Hulk. 2 specially designed grenades exploded against the Hulk, causing him enough pain that he had to use the armored vehicle door for cover.
Blonsky seized his moment to shine. He moved swiftly, continuously tossing grenades.
Although the explosions didn't injure the Hulk, he quickly closed the distance with one grenade soaring over the vehicle door and striking the Hulk in the chest, nearly toppling him. Following that, Blonsky charged in, delivering knee strikes, uppercuts and throat stomps in a flurry of attacks that forced the Hulk back several steps. Blonsky was instantly sent flying, but fortunately his position was slightly off, so the 2 sonic cannons weren't aimed directly at him. As he was knocked sideways, all attention shifted to the Hulk behind him. The powerful sonic waves struck the Hulk head on, forcing the 2 sonic cannons to unleash their maximum power.
Waves of circular shockwaves rippled through the air, visually striking.
Seeing this scene, my heart tightened. The speed of these sonic cannons had to break the sound barrier to achieve such effects. Just thinking about it sent a shiver down my spine. Looking at the Hulk's situation was even more terrifying. The Hulk's might was undeniable. He could even go toe-to-toe with Thanos later on. But at this moment the Hulk, who had been running, was hit by the overwhelming shockwaves. He abruptly stopped in his tracks and was pushed backward. He tried to use the 2 car doors in his hands as shields, but his body was still quaking like water. His muscles and bones seemed to lose cohesion, each muscle straining against the control of his skeleton. The Hulk's muscle strength was well known, yet against the powerful sonic cannons his body was beyond his control. In the blink of an eye the car doors he held were blasted away, and even more terrifying was what came next. The Hulk painfully covered his ears, shaking his head back and forth in agony, trying to emit a cry of pain that was drowned out, his eyes turning bloodshot. Different tissues in the human body have varying degrees of hardness. Muscles, bones, organs, eyes and brain all withstand different levels of stress. The extreme intensity of the sonic waves impacted the Hulk's skin, bones, organs, eyes, eardrums and even his brain and heart, causing different reactions in these areas all at once. From my vantage point I could clearly see the Hulk's eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets, which made me realize the severe impact his heart and brain were enduring. I couldn't help but imagine if I were subjected to such an attack, especially unprepared, my tolerance would certainly be far less than the Hulk's. I wouldn't be able to withstand it like he could, and I would likely be sent flying away from the sonic cannons, trying to distance myself to reduce the damage. But if the opposing party had an array of tactics, I might find it hard to escape capture or death. Thinking of this made me shiver. The technological power of the US military was indeed formidable, and Tony Stark was not to be underestimated. Just because he usually used the arc reactor to power energy particle cannons to destroy enemies didn't mean that was his only method. If the US military turned against me, I would have to destroy all modern equipment within the range of my mental perception the moment we met. My mental power encompassed a range far beyond the effective attack range of US military weapons. As long as I maintained distance, their means would be limited. Unless of course they lured me into a pre-set battlefield like this. In a big city it would be impossible for me to keep my mental power fully active at all times. Nor could I destroy all the modern equipment around me at will. Therefore I had to be careful and not get isolated in an open square. In densely populated areas the US military would be mindful of public opinion and would hesitate to use such lethal weapons. At this moment I gained a profound understanding of the technological might of this world.
With the weapons in front of me, if the enemy struck first, I might find myself with no escape.
Not to mention they still had nuclear missiles at their disposal. Even someone as powerful as Iron Man would be in grave danger if the US military was determined to deal with him by detonating a nuclear bomb while he was in the air.
However, trying to take down Stark wouldn't be easy.
Not to mention his hacking abilities. Just his AIJRVIS could infiltrate missiles in a short time, altering trajectories or triggering early detonations. This was very instructive for me. In the future I would need to establish a high-tech company capable of influencing aerial missiles, or the internal circuitry of all connected devices, causing them to self-destruct and lose their offensive capabilities. My magic could also achieve this, but its effective range was short, yet it was sufficient. I twirled my wand lightly, not emitting any magical fluctuations, because I knew that if I wanted to I could instantly destroy the internal circuitry of those two sonic cannons, rendering them inoperative.
Thinking this, I sighed in relief.
Compared to those who relied solely on physical combat, we mages had an advantage. In modern society, powerful weapons required precise operation. As long as I grasped the crucial components, I could disable them. Regardless, establishing a high-tech company was essential. It would allow me to collect the internal designs of advanced US military weapons, enabling me to destroy them quickly when the time came. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, and after coming to this realization I looked at the Hulk, who was still holding out. I had no intention of intervening because the Hulk didn't need my help. He was the biggest monster in this world. The more he was attacked, the angrier he became, and thus the stronger he got. Sure enough, under the tremendous assault, the pain and fury of the Hulk began to stabilize his footing, but unfortunately no one noticed except for me. Blonsky, who had been knocked down and was lying on the ground covering his ears, looked at the Hulk's plight from a distance, a smug and mocking expression on his face. General Ross, standing in the background, let out a sigh of relief, but when he saw, with a thunderous crash, the massive iron door thrown by the Hulk instantly flattened a transport vehicle along with the sonic cannon on it, leading to an explosion that sent a gigantic fireball into the air, causing onlookers to instinctively shut their eyes. At that moment the power of the sonic cannons was halved, and the remaining one was unable to contain the increasingly powerful Hulk, who proceeded to stomp it into pieces. Seeing this unfold, I couldn't help but nod. The technological prowess of the US military and humanity as a whole was not to be underestimated, but there were inherent weaknesses due to material limitations. Unless they occupied Wakanda and forged weapons from vibranium, it would be difficult to dominate Earth. Moreover, in the universe there were weapons capable of obliterating entire planets with a single blow. However, this presented a potential avenue for my own development, and I made a mental note of it, redirecting my attention back to the battlefield and focusing on General Ross and the others. The Hulk was growing increasingly enraged and powerful. It might soon be my turn to intervene. General Ross, true to his professional military background, quickly assessed the situation and issued the command: attack helicopters, take off immediately, everyone prepare to retreat. He understood that capturing the Hulk today was no longer feasible. All targeted measures had failed. Firing tanks on campus would destroy Empire University, and the blame would fall on him, potentially stripping him of authority over the Hulk. The attack helicopters represented the strongest force he could deploy. Tanks and armored vehicles were more for deterrence. This encirclement was nearly a failure, and capturing the Hulk alive in the future would require stronger weapons, necessitating further communication with Stark. Upon hearing the retreat order, Betty Ross breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment the Hulk stood his ground, roaring with no intention of continuing the assault. However, Blonsky suddenly charged at the Hulk, stopping right before him, taunting, "Is that all you've got?" General Ross commanded him to retreat, but Blonsky, affiliated with NATO, disregarded the command, removing his earpiece while continuing to provoke, "Is this your only ability?" Enraged, the Hulk kicked him 50 or 60 meters away, shattering his bones. Seeing this, General Ross ordered everyone to retreat once more. Yet Betty Ross did not heed the command and walked toward the Hulk. General Ross, distracted, ordered the armed helicopters to open fire, aiming to draw the Hulk toward the Hudson River. As Betty Ross stood in front of the Hulk, the helicopters began shooting. Panic-stricken, she stumbled and fell to the ground. The Hulk instinctively wanted to protect her, but I moved first, appearing amidst the hail of bullets to scoop up Betty Ross and retreat quickly. General Ross was shocked to see the bullets halted by an invisible barrier. At that moment the Hulk threw the large iron door, striking the armed helicopter. The helicopter exploded, transforming into a fireball that came hurtling toward Betty Ross and me. "I am Joe Yang. At that moment I suddenly stopped and stepped back, holding my wand and pointing it at the enormous fireball created by the explosion of the armed helicopter in mid-air. In an instant an invisible blade sliced the fireball in half and the two halves crashed to the ground on either side of my body. Countless pieces of metal such as sheets of iron and steel fragments shot in all directions after hitting the ground. But when they fell onto me they were blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to harm me in the slightest. The wreckage of the armed helicopter landed and exploded again, but the debris, shockwaves and flames were all kept outside by the invisible shield I had created. This shield not only protected me but also shielded Betty Ross, who was in my arms. Betty may have been scared out of her wits. She did not resist being held by me and only curled tightly in my embrace. She smelled the familiar scent on me and felt reassured. She knew I was a powerful wizard and we had discussed many magic-related topics during our time together. She regretted that she could not become a wizard herself. After her memory returned, Betty understood that her desire to learn about magic was for Bruce Banner. Although she had forgotten about Banner for many years, she had always wanted to help him solve his problems deep down. However, after regaining her memory, she realized that being with Banner was difficult. Especially after seeing the Hulk today, she was painfully aware that they could never go back. The Hulk, who was nearby, saw everything unfold. He initially wanted to rush over but was forced to dodge aside by the helicopter's rotor blades. Nevertheless, he kept a close eye on Betty's situation and also witnessed my extraordinary power. The Hulk might not be familiar with me, but Bruce Banner knew me, and since Betty had been secretly watching me for a few days, he probably didn't expect me to have such abilities. General Ross was also very surprised. Just days ago he had noticed that his daughter was not by his side. When he stood opposite the Hulk, the bullets from the armed helicopter were raining down like a storm. He had just shouted Betty when he saw me appear in front of her. The bullets unable to penetrate the invisible barrier surrounding me. General Ross had only learned about me 2 or 3 days ago. The Hulk had been missing for years, and with Betty's mental state stable, he had removed the personnel assigned to protect and monitor her. He didn't want to hurt the father-daughter relationship through surveillance. After all, in a big city like New York, interactions between men and women were quite casual. He would investigate any man around his daughter. Fortunately, there was some buffer time and I had arranged my identity well. Even though he was suspicious of my claim of being a 19-year-old college student, he had not uncovered anything unusual. Seeing the enormous fireball crashing down towards Betty and me, General Ross felt his heart leap to his throat. When I used my wand to slice the fireball in half, his eyes narrowed slightly. As the fireball exploded upon hitting the ground, engulfing us in flames, he became less worried. He began to contemplate how, if I were truly a wizard, there could be many ways to utilize my powers. General Ross was a successful military politician, and he quickly set aside his fatherly feelings to focus on my abilities. He was not unfamiliar with wizards. He knew many related figures, but he also understood that wizards were elusive and not easy to find or create. However, a powerful wizard would be immensely valuable on the battlefield, and he thought about how advantageous it would be to recruit me. General Ross held a high position in the military, but the competition in the extraordinary realm was fierce. Colonel William Stryker, head mutants and S.H.I.E.L.D., was also recruiting individuals with special abilities, along with Stark and countless secret super experiments. Seeing me save Betty, he was instantly flooded with numerous thoughts. The flames quickly dissipated and I appeared before everyone holding Betty unscathed. At that moment my eyes were solely focused on the Hulk, who was within arm's reach. The wreckage of the armed helicopter was scattered all over the ground and the burning flames attracted rain. As the raindrops fell on the debris, the black smoke thickened. The Hulk looked at Betty Ross in my arms and took a step forward. I immediately pointed my wand at him, channeling my magic to form a flowing barrier of water in front of me. The barrier then transformed into a wall of ice, blocking the Hulk's view of Betty Ross. The Hulk roared in frustration, taking up an aggressive stance. Meanwhile, I used my wand to manipulate the raindrops, gathering them into numerous white icicles, each about 30 centimeters long. The icicles spun rapidly above my head, forming a vortex that spread toward the Hulk. As time passed, the number of icicles increased. The icicle cloud rose higher, prompting everyone to sense that a direct confrontation between me and the Hulk was imminent. Filled with rage, the Hulk prepared to act, but suddenly slipped on the ground, which had unknowingly frozen into a smooth layer of ice. A chill radiated from his feet, causing his body to become uncoordinated. Some of the rainwater above condensed into more icicles. Other droplets coldly fell onto him, making him feel as if the very universe was against him. At that moment, Betty Ross asked me to put her down. Her request snapped the Hulk back to his senses.
He glanced at General Ross and the tank's cannon pointing at him, feeling a pang of anguish. Without further hesitation he jumped away and vanished into the distance. The icicles above formed a 5-meter wide frozen river that chased after the Hulk. The frozen river plunged into the Hudson River. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was drawn to the icy river, I slipped away. I left Betty Ross behind. General Ross and his daughter exchanged glances in the rain, and ultimately he sighed in resignation. He felt that his daughter was fortunate. Regarding me, he planned to revisit the research materials to learn more about me from his daughter. Betty Ross had a small villa in the Upper East Side which was filled with U.S. soldiers searching for information related to Bruce Banner's experiments. General Ross knew well that I could only assist, and Banner was the key to assembling a super soldier army. At that moment he carefully read through my information, which was detailed but only scratched the surface. As a military politician, General Ross weighed the pros and cons, thinking that capturing me to cultivate more superpowered individuals would be beneficial. However, he understood that studying wizards was fraught with challenges and didn't know how to compel me to comply or control my powers. Moreover, I was not easy to deal with. Once I took action, the relationship would be hard to mend, and he had little understanding of me. General Ross asked his daughter how much she knew about me, but Betty Ross responded coldly. He then inquired about how they met and my purpose for coming to New York, shocked to realize that his daughter had known I was a wizard all along. She had not been deceived. He felt increasingly frustrated. The number of superpowered individuals was growing. He still had not reported today's events, which posed significant trouble. Betty Ross scoffed dismissively, hinting that there might be others behind me. General Ross realized that cultivating a mature wizard was not easy, and if I had more powerful allies, he would need to consider his actions carefully. Numerous ideas flashed through his mind as he thought about enticing me with money, beauty, fame, and power to gain my assistance. Everything hinged on his daughter. General Ross wanted his daughter to reveal the Hulk's whereabouts, but Betty Ross refused to cooperate. She turned away with a serious expression. General Ross judged that she knew some clues but understood he wouldn't pry anything out of her. He planned to investigate her movements for any leads. He continued to persuade his daughter, stating that the Hulk's wandering was dangerous. Betty Ross blamed him for causing it all. General Ross sighed helplessly, urging his daughter to find a normal person to spend her life with. He asserted that such a person would not be the Hulk. After saying this, he took his raincoat and entered the rainy night with his soldiers. Once in the vehicle, his expression grew serious as he instructed his subordinates to investigate his daughter's contacts and everything behind me. He wanted to find out who was supporting me. While General Ross acknowledged my value, he felt that no one could rival him in the U.S. military. A wizard's body was not as tough as the Hulk's, making it relatively easier to handle, but they were also insidious and cunning. It was best to first try to win me over. If that failed, he would threaten, coerce, or even destroy me. General Ross came knocking at my door, and I wasn't surprised at all. I warmly invited him to sit down and personally poured him a cup of Ching Ming Longjing tea, saying, "It's quite hard to find this tea in New York." Seeing my demeanor, which suggested I had anticipated his visit, General Ross didn't dive straight into the main topic. Instead, he sampled the Longjing tea while surveying the furnishings in the room, remarking, "Your decor is a bit outdated." I was momentarily taken aback. This military politician was indeed straightforward. If it had been someone from the mundane political sphere, they would have likely praised the place as classic and elegant. But then again, it made sense. Those who flatter only do so for those with greater power, and in their eyes I was just a minor figure. I explained, "I moved in less than 3 days ago and haven't had the chance to arrange for renovations. I plan to stay here for 4 years, and if I get into a master's or doctoral program, it might be even longer. I really do need to take care of it." General Ross, hearing this question skeptically, "Are you really here just to study?" I knew what he was thinking, so I picked up the teapot and poured him another cup, saying, "You may know that I can use magic, but you might have some misconceptions about wizards." General Ross's demeanor became serious. He had his eyes on me precisely because of my magical abilities, wanting to use them for his purposes. Provided that this power could be replicated. If it couldn't, my value would decrease significantly. I continued, "Hundreds of years ago, powerful wizards could determine the outcome of wars, but in the past century the power of wizards has diminished and new wizards are rare. The reason is that the magical elements on Earth have become increasingly inert, making it difficult to cast spells. There are many junior wizards like me, but advancing is quite challenging with numerous restrictions on spellcasting. So I've turned my attention to modern science, since everything is composed of magic. Understanding science might open up new pathways for magic.
General Ross keenly picked up on the concept of magical inertia, pondering my words. If the magical inertia on Earth were truly that strong, even if I had value, investing significant resources might not yield returns and he wouldn't need to expend effort on me. But then he considered that the power I wielded should not be underestimated, especially in dealing with the Hulk, and perhaps I could be recruited for the Thunderbolt project. The Thunderbolt project was an initiative the US military had pushed forward in response to Tony Stark publicly revealing his Iron Man identity and the emergence of numerous superheroes. The aim was to create a superhero team of their own. The case of Blonsky injecting himself with the super soldier serum was one example. But unfortunately he lacked the brains and disobeyed orders on the battlefield, which caused General Ross to lose interest in him. Now, since my magic could not be fully promoted, recruiting me into the superhero team might not be out of the question. Though my desire to focus on my studies at university suggested I might not be willing. General Ross faked a smile and nodded, lifting his teacup to remind me, "You should be careful, that monster might not let you off easily today." I chuckled and replied, "He might indeed come looking for me, but finding me won't be easy." With a wave of my hand, blue magical light scattered and my image appeared all around the room, leaving General Ross stunned. Over the years in Jotunheim there were many types of magic I couldn't practice, so I had to rely on the cold aura. After more than 70 years of focused training, I had gained considerable mastery over ice magic and had even broken through to the legendary wizard level. In Jotunheim my ice magic was versatile and ever-changing. Back on Earth, although I was influenced by the inertia of magical elements, casting simple illusions was still within my capabilities, something I learned from Loki. With a hint of pride I said, "This is just a simple illusion. A clever person could discern the real from the fake." "Do you think the Hulk has that level of intelligence?" General Ross was internally conflicted. He couldn't distinguish which version of me was real, and he realized I was far more cunning and deceitful than the Hulk. This made him hesitant to confront me, completely abandoning that thought. I held the teacup and looked toward the next room, saying to General Ross, "By the way, General, you might not know this, but the chief of the 67th precinct of the New York Police Department lives next door. If Dr. Banner comes knocking, I can ask Chief Stacy for help. After all, he's a wanted criminal." When General Ross heard me mention Chief Stacy's name, he realized I was speaking the truth and could easily verify it with a little investigation. He understood the implication of my words. I was referring to Dr. Bruce Banner, clearly indicating that I knew the Hulk's true identity. He didn't ask how I knew, knowing that through my girlfriend Betty Ross I could gather a lot of information. He was probably thinking I was a deep and thoughtful guy. The Hulk wouldn't be able to find my house. His size would certainly draw attention on the streets, and the police and military would quickly deal with him. So if anyone were to come looking for me, it would likely be Dr. Banner. The military's secret experiments must not be exposed, and even a matter involving a precinct chief could lead to significant political trouble. Thus General Ross's earlier hidden threat had not worked. Before coming here, General Ross had conducted an extensive investigation into me. On one hand, he wanted to check if I had any magical backing, and on the other he sought to understand my background in economic and political contexts. Initially he intended to win me over, but after his inquiry he discovered that money and power held little allure for me. My family, though low-key in the Netherlands, had close ties with the Dutch government and extensive connections in the financial sector. After World War II they had become prosperous due to reparations for persecution and had deep connections with the Jewish community. So the allure of money and power wouldn't work. He first tried a subtle threat, and now that it failed he would have to think of other ways to win me over. General Ross shook his head in concern and sighed, "It's best if you can ensure your own safety. As for Betty, even if the Hulk doesn't seek her out, she might still go looking for him." "I hope." I interrupted him directly. "General, Betty and I have already broken up. When she went to find that person in front of me, everything ended." General Ross looked shocked. "Then why did you, yesterday?" I cut him off again. "That was just a coincidence. In truth, we were both putting on a show." General Ross understood that Betty and I had ended things, and with Banner's appearance I would certainly distance myself from Betty. But it wasn't a clean break, otherwise I wouldn't have saved anyone on campus. For me, Betty and General Ross were two separate matters. I wanted to get closer to the US military, but I didn't want to rely on Betty for that. However, General Ross wanting to use that connection with me was his concern. General Ross circled back. "Breaking up is breaking up, it's not important. You at least remain friends, or you might be Betty's student in the future. I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on her for the next few days." After some hesitation I nodded. "School starts in a few days, I can look after her before then." "That's great. I'll leave it to you for the next few days. I won't go see her since she doesn't want to meet me."
After saying this, General Ross stood up to take his leave. "If you need anything, just reach out to me." He left a card with just his phone number on it. I stood at the door watching the military vehicle depart, knowing that things wouldn't end so easily. The Hulk would surely return, and General Ross was aware of this point as well. We had already established a tacit understanding for cooperation, but it would have to wait until the Hulk situation was resolved. As I was about to go back inside, I caught sight of Gwen Stacy peeking from the door next door. I smiled at her before returning to my room. Gwen was curious about me. I was the new neighbor who had suddenly become involved with the military. Inside the vehicle, General Ross reflected on my attitude, feeling that there was still more to discuss, but he hadn't figured out what I wanted and I wasn't revealing anything. He thought I had significant ambition which could also be useful for him. He contemplated that if Blonsky teamed up with me and they could obtain some resources from Stark Industries, they might find a way to deal with the Hulk. The pressure from the White House and the Pentagon was immense for him. The battle at Empire Campus had been dubbed the rivalry battle due to its association with Betty. Just then General Ross's phone rang. He initially intended to hang up but ultimately answered it. On the other end a voice said, "Hello General Ross, this is Nick Fury." I was flipping through a book on quantum physics at the Empire University Library. After confirming it was the book I needed, I placed it on top of a stack of over a dozen other books. The library was bustling with people, each absorbed in their own tasks. Despite the recent major incident, the academic atmosphere at Empire University showed no signs of disruption. Everything returned to normal the very next day. Most people believed that the previous day's events were merely a routine drill. Even those who were sensitive or prone to conspiracy theories weren't inclined to think in a serious direction. After all, Empire University is one of America's key research bases. It's not surprising that military personnel would appear on campus. People merely speculated about which experiment might have gone awry, some even reveling in the chaos. Of course, not everyone was unaware of the details. Some high-ranking officials at the university and a few students who witnessed the entire event knew the truth. Videos had been recorded, but they were confiscated by the military. Even if they had been posted online in advance, military technicians would have quickly deleted them. The military had been prepared for the Hulk for a long time with numerous plans in place, but they hadn't anticipated the Hulk's immense strength. Even sonic cannons were ineffective against him. If I hadn't appeared suddenly, they might have resorted to using tanks and armored vehicles, and that would have been impossible to conceal. Many were curious about my identity. Had it not been for the basic cooperation agreement I reached with General Ross, the New York Police Department, the FBI, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would have come knocking. Once General Ross intervened, everyone else backed off. If I had rejected General Ross, it might have been Phil Coulson at my door today. The books I borrowed from the library today fell into three categories: cutting-edge modern biological experiments, contemporary quantum physics knowledge, and home renovation. I planned to stay in the apartment long-term, so I needed to make some modifications, especially to the basement and top-floor attic. I wanted to set up magical arrays covertly to create an environment conducive to magical training and defense, similar to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. The internal renovations would be handled by a specialized firm while I secretly arranged things, knowing the workers wouldn't dare oppose me and would forget about it afterward. The top-tier biological science materials I collected primarily dealt with human experimentation and modification, but they were more refined and applied in medical science, such as targeted DNA modification, which is essentially part of the super soldier experiments. The modern physics materials were similar, focusing on in-depth studies of energy and particles. Quantum physics and nuclear physics are cutting-edge fields. Quantum physics could even explore time and space, while nuclear physics has the potential to destroy everything. In fact, magic and physics are similar on many levels. Both seek to understand the world, just with different worldviews and terminologies. As I was preparing to check out my stack of books, someone walked by and slipped a letter into one of them. After exiting the library, I read the letter's contents and committed them to memory. I waved my hand to turn it to ashes. I knew that emails on phones were not confidential. The US government has numerous supercomputers and data is piled high on hard drives. As long as information had passed through communication networks, it could be recovered. Later, I drove a rented car to Betty Ross's residence. Although we had broken up, from an outsider's perspective, I was positioned against Bruce Banner, and the name Hulk was likely to stick with me. Betty Ross's independent villa was located in the Upper East Side. It wasn't large or luxurious, but it cost more than 6 times my place, and most people couldn't afford it. She was a top scientist, having accumulated nearly 10 million in assets over the years through her work as a consultant at a biotech company, her published papers, professor's salary, and patent licenses. When I entered carrying a box of food and a stack of books, Betty Ross, who was busy reviewing materials, looked surprised. "What are you doing here? I thought I wouldn't see you for a while." I set the box down and said directly, "Your father asked me to look after you for a few days. Let me emphasize, this is because you will be my student in the future. It has nothing to do with anything else. We will only have a teacher-student relationship from now on." "I understand, men are all like that," Betty Ross replied with some impatience, turning back to her research. Suddenly she spun around and asked me, "From a professional standpoint, can magic be used to control the special substances within cells to make them function?" I scoffed lightly and replied calmly, "I know what you're getting at. It can be done. If you freeze it at temperatures approaching absolute zero, that would solve the problem." Betty Ross was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped what I meant. It was like cryogenics: you freeze it at low temperatures and when future technology advances you can unfreeze and revive it. She understood the feasibility of this method, much like Schr. Dinger's cat: until the person is revived no one knows if they are alive or dead. As for applying this to the Hulk, I received a text message that only said Imperial College and I expressionlessly put my phone away. After delivering the prepared dinner in front of Betty Ross, I turned around to busy myself with my own matters. Betty Ross took off her glasses, glanced at my back, and then lowered her head to quickly type on her laptop. The screen displayed a game interface and she was connecting with people through the game. Since coming here I had been quite disciplined. Besides preparing her 3 meals, I spent most of my time focused on my own work. Sometimes when I got busy we wouldn't even exchange a word throughout the day. However, Betty Ross seemed to quite enjoy this atmosphere as no one disturbed her and her life was being managed in an orderly manner by me. Marriage in America is sacred. Anything goes before marriage, but disorderly conduct afterward can lead to public condemnation and even involve issues of property and morality. That's why many people live together for over a decade and have grown children without getting married. However, this thought flashed through Betty Ross's mind before she quickly refocused on her task. She was contacting Dr. Bruce Banner through a game chat room, doing so to avoid being discovered by her father, General Ross. In fact, the reason I had been communicating less with her these days was that General Ross might have set up surveillance at home. I had reminded Betty Ross about this. Although she was mentally prepared for surveillance, she didn't expect her father to take action at home. It seems General Ross had been talking to her that day, and while she was distracted had his subordinates install the surveillance. Especially since the matter involved Bruce Banner, he would certainly do so. I felt there was no need to actively look for Bruce Banner. In New York he would be discovered if he exhibited any abnormalities. For instance, a large-scale power consumption would trigger an investigation. By screening people with similar research backgrounds, the target could essentially be identified. There were very few who met the criteria in all of New York, so I had already narrowed it down to him being at Imperial College. I assumed General Ross would soon be looking for him too. At that moment at Imperial College, Bruce Banner had just finished communicating with Betty Ross and looked at Dr. Samuel Stewart, also known as Blue Doctor, who was preparing for an experiment. Dr. Stewart was an expert in the relevant field. They had previously communicated in a dark web chat room, as secret experiments required theoretical and financial support. Experts would meet in specific chat rooms, often changing their identities and code names. This was their first face-to-face meeting, and Dr. Stewart proposed a rather radical method to control the Hulk. Injecting a highly toxic special drug when Banner transformed into the Hulk to neutralize or suppress the changes in the nucleic acid chains. However, both the dosage and timing of the injection were difficult to control. Too little would be ineffective, while too much could be fatal. Dr. Stewart had an independent laboratory at Imperial College equipped with cutting-edge technology, including a bed for the Hulk control experiment. Bruce Banner was strapped to the injection table, tightly bound at his request. Once prepared, Dr. Banner nodded and a large amount of blood was drawn to ensure that the Hulk would experience brief weakness after transforming, making it easier to inject the antidote. Next, an electric shock device was applied to Dr. Banner's temple. His eyes turned green as he screamed in pain and began to transform. Perhaps due to blood loss, this transformation was slow and visually striking. Once the Hulk was fully formed, the restraints snapped halfway, causing the entire laboratory to shake as Dr. Stewart hurriedly pressed the injection device. It turned out the antidote he developed was very effective. The Hulk's struggles quickly subsided and the computer recorded all the data. General Ross, who had been monitoring from outside, ordered an operation as soldiers from the U.S. military led by Blonsky stormed into the laboratory.
It must be said that General Ross had a good grasp of timing. At this moment the Hulk was at its weakest. The military's monitoring relied on instruments borrowed from S.H.I.E.L.D. and ultimately the physically weakened Bruce Banner was taken out of the experimental building by the military. General Ross was so focused on Banner that he didn't notice Blonsky hadn't come out and Dr. Stewart was also left behind. Soon a 3-meter-tall yellow-green giant appeared on the streets of New York, even more crazed and uncontrollable than the Hulk. At that moment a group of researchers in white protective suits burst into Dr. Stewart's laboratory. The U.S. soldiers guarding both inside and outside were either killed or swept along with the monster into the streets. This group took away Dr. Bruce Banner's blood from the laboratory and also carried away the unconscious Dr. Stewart. No one noticed the blood oozing from his forehead mixed with a trace of green. My phone's text notification rang. After glancing at it, I deleted the message. After changing my clothes, I walked into the living room to wake the sleeping Betty Ross and calmly said, "Do you want to go out and take a look? There's a problem on Manhattan Street. The internet says there's a monster rampaging in the streets." My words immediately startled Betty Ross awake. She knew Bruce Banner had an operation tonight. Although the dangers of the antidote had been concealed, as an expert she understood the risks involved. She quickly turned on the television where CNN was reporting live. The screen showed a green monster with menacing bone spurs behind it and a triangular head resembling a lizard rampaging wildly. The New York police were shooting at it, but it was ineffective. The monster casually swatted away several people. Cars exploded and flames illuminated the monster in a more terrifying light. After seeing this clearly, Betty Ross confidently said, "That's not." The piercing sirens echoed down Broadway as Director Stacy drove madly forward. Several of his officers were already dead, with more fates unknown. He could only weave through the traffic, serious and steady as he gripped the steering wheel. He was once a legend on the streets of New York. Meanwhile, General Ross's helicopter circled overhead targeting the rampaging Blonsky. The atmosphere inside the helicopter was tense. After picking up Betty Ross and me from the villa, Bruce Banner's expression was unnatural. Betty and I appeared close. General Ross had even specifically mentioned that I had been staying there for the past few days. With her low emotional intelligence, Betty didn't notice the odd tension. She was instead concerned about Banner's condition after the antidote injection. I said to General Ross, "General, I need to switch to a military uniform to avoid trouble." General Ross understood that I didn't want to reveal my identity, which was also beneficial for him, and replied, "This is the only outfit you'll get. Combat requires a uniform. Wanting to be targeted by a sniper is another issue." After that he handed me a set of camouflage clothing. I took it and put it on, continuing, "General, if anyone asks about my identity in the future, I hope you can help me block it. I don't want ongoing trouble during my 4 years at university." General Ross assured me, "Don't worry, only a very few people know your identity. No one but me will contact you." Even Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. had tried to include me in their ranks but was shot down by him. In fact, besides Nick Fury, only the president and top military officials knew my identity, and they had authorized General Ross to handle my affairs. The military had long wanted to form its own superpower team. Although I wasn't clear on the details, I sensed there was a conflict between the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. I recalled that after the Hydra incident it was the military that dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. I said, "I'll take care of what comes next." I nodded to General Ross, glanced at Betty, and then opened the helicopter door, jumping out. Betty screamed. We were at least 300 meters in the air. For an ordinary person, jumping down would mean turning into mush. However, General Ross had great confidence in me. "Don't worry, if he dares to do this, he has the ability." At that moment Bruce Banner said to General Ross, "General, let me down, I can help." General Ross, however, asked, "So you can still transform?" No sooner had he spoken than U.S. soldiers aimed their guns at Dr. Banner. There was already a monster on the ground wreaking havoc in Manhattan. If the Hulk appeared again, it would all be chaos, especially while suspended in midair. If the Hulk transformed, everyone would die. Banner calmly replied, "I have a feeling he won't let me die." We all understood the details of Banner's experiment to transform into the Hulk. General Ross had tried multiple times to kill Banner before the Hulk appeared, but he had never succeeded. The Hulk always seemed to save him in critical moments. General Ross stared at Banner. "Can you control him?" Banner hesitated for a moment before giving an affirmative answer. "I think I should be able to." General Ross turned to Betty and asked, "Betty?" Banner also looked at her expectantly. Betty said he should be able to, but the premise is that no one attacks him. Who can control the situation down there? General Ross nodded and stopped speaking while Banner's smile froze. Betty pressed down on Banner's arm and whispered, "Bruce, it's not a good time for you to take risks.
Betty was very clear that even if the antidote injected Banner could transform his strength would be limited, it was better to see what I could do. At this moment Blonsky was like a green triceratops leaping forward and crushing several cars. The sounds of screeching vehicles, screaming crowds, gunshots and explosions intertwined, creating a chaotic scene. Fortunately, the military quickly arrived, deploying heavy weaponry with dozens of soldiers carrying specialized rocket launchers to shoot at Blonsky. Blonsky, transformed into Abomination, was very agile and dodged most of the rockets, but still two hit him, causing explosive shockwaves that made him stagger. However, after the explosion he had no injuries, leaving everyone dumbfounded. An enraged Blonsky grabbed a car and hurled it at a military vehicle, which exploded. He shouted excitedly, "Bruce, where are you?" In his mind, only defeating the Hulk would satisfy his rage. Unfortunately, he didn't wait for Banner but instead encountered me. For some reason, the fire hoses on both sides of the street burst and two water columns over 20 meters high poured down on him like a torrential rain. Blonsky could only run forward, unable to stop the water columns, as he was doused again before he could escape. Blonsky sensed something was wrong and roared angrily, unable to find the location of his foe. Suddenly a cold wind blew, making him shiver. He stomped and jumped onto a building, but I landed a kick on his chest, sending him crashing down from the height, creating a deep crater upon impact. The scene of me in a U.S. military uniform and helmet standing on Blonsky's chest appeared before the crowd and on television screens, seemingly enhancing the military's image. I also borrowed this layer of protection from them. In this world, the military was incredibly powerful and no one dared easily to oppose them. However, Blonsky was not that easy to deal with. The street was in chaos, with cars blocking the roadway and people fleeing in all directions. Gunfire echoed from afar, creating an apocalyptic scene. This was not surprising. Whenever something happened in America, there were always those who took the opportunity to cause trouble. Looting, vandalizing and burning, while the police often had their hands full. At this moment many people were watching television, focusing on what was happening on Hollywood Boulevard. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The fierce and nearly destructive Blonsky, now transformed into Abomination, was unexpectedly controlled by a massive water sphere floating high above the ground. Blonsky, who stood 3 meters tall and weighed half a ton, was rendered weightless by the water sphere and found himself unable to break free. Water from the sphere continuously seeped into his body. Fortunately, his unique physiology meant that if it were anyone else, their organs would likely have been compromised. Watching Blonsky flail helplessly like a clown, his face a mask of frustration, made the viewers in front of the television unable to contain their laughter. The president and his aides breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. The military had contained the situation, which would not affect his approval ratings. If handled well, it could even have a positive impact. Suddenly the Secretary of State quietly asked a soldier if he was active duty, a question overheard by everyone, causing all eyes to turn to the president. The Secretary of Defense quickly responded, confirming that the soldier was an active duty Army major, knowing my true identity and worried that the revelation would embarrass the military. The Secretary of State's question was insidious. While he and the Secretary of Defense appeared to cooperate, they each had their own ambitions and would fight for their interests at crucial moments. The Secretary of State smiled, suggesting it would be better to meet the soldier given how quickly the crisis had been resolved, indicating a potential reward. The Secretary of the Interior and others quickly echoed his sentiment. The president watched the water sphere and Blonsky on the television, saying nothing. Gradually the people in the emergency defense room fell silent, while members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff wore disdainful smiles. Understanding American politics reveals that while the president is the commander-in-chief, the troops directly under his command are limited. Large-scale warfare cannot bypass the generals of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They are the core figures responsible for military actions. The Secretary of Defense mainly handles personnel recruitment, training, mobilization and military procurement, which is not closely tied to actual combat. If I were indeed an active duty soldier and the Joint Chiefs of Staff were unaware, it would imply I was aligned with the president. Meaning the Secretary of State's interest in me was actually a power struggle with the president. I was unaware of the political intrigue unfolding behind the scenes, my focus solely on Blonsky. Despite being trapped, he was gradually finding ways to resist me. He swung his fists within the water sphere, creating numerous vortices, and the water flow began to slip from my control. It turned out that Blonsky wasn't as mindless as he appeared. Upon encountering difficulties, he calmed down and began systematically destroying the surrounding water droplets. Meanwhile, water from the fire hydrants continued to pour into the enormous water sphere, yet it began to shrink. Blonsky also started to punch and kick rhythmically, causing concern all around.
I could sense his resistance, but I merely smiled coldly, knowing everything was under my control. In reality, everything I was doing was for show. Upon returning to Earth, my power may have dropped below legendary status, but my vision remained intact. As long as I didn't encounter an opponent wielding an Infinity Stone, I was the strongest below legendary status. I might struggle against the Hulk, but Blonsky was completely in my grasp. I put on an increasingly solemn and strained expression as if I were on the verge of losing control. Just then Blonsky punched through the water sphere, sending countless water droplets flying like arrows, piercing through high-rise walls and cars, leaving everyone pale with fear. Blonsky followed up with a punch aimed at me, which I calmly met. As my fist collided with his, a 3-meter-high water giant formed on the ground, enveloping me. While Blonsky's punch struck the giant's fist. Though the water giant appeared massive, it made everyone worry that it would burst under the impact. However, in the next moment Blonsky's punch sank into the water giant, which then materialized behind him, and he found himself completely missing his target. More crucially, after being penetrated by the water giant, Blonsky felt a chill spread through his body, sensing that something inside him was lost. A feeling he had experienced before, leading him to suspect I had set a trap. Furious, Blonsky turned around and began to punch and kick the water giant again, splashing water everywhere. But it was futile. The water giant continued to absorb the water from the fire hydrants, and even if its arms and legs were broken, it could instantly regenerate. The water giant and Blonsky engaged in close combat on the street, a scene witnessed by viewers at home and General Ross and Bruce Banner from the sky. General Ross, having seen the wand I held, might have genuinely thought I was a mutant with water abilities. Generally, mutants have singular powers. When powerful, they can be difficult to deal with, but when weak, they are easily targeted. Which explains the increasing number of missing mutants. Dr. Banner suddenly remarked that Blonsky was in for trouble. Seeing the puzzled expressions of General Ross and Betty Ross, he explained that the water flow was continuously surging into the water giant, yet the giant's size was shrinking. Betty Ross and General Ross, both top scientific talents, naturally understood the force of the water flow. Just then the water giant and Blonsky. With a loud bang, I seized Blonsky's arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming him hard against the ground. The tremendous impact cracked the pavement, creating numerous fissures that even extended to the base of a nearby building several dozen meters away. This scene was perfectly captured by the arriving news helicopters. I merely glanced up before redirecting my attention to Blonsky, who quickly scrambled to his feet. To be honest, Blonsky had decent strength, but he was still far from the Hulk's level. He appeared fierce and aggressive. Although he was more agile than the Hulk, his power had limits, and he was now nearing those limits. I could have easily dealt with him if I wanted to. I even had control over the vital points within his body. One wrong move and he would be dead. However, I didn't want to reveal my true strength at this moment. I needed to establish a strong opponent for the US military. If I solved all their problems, they might target me in the future. The formidable opponent I referred to wasn't Blonsky, he wasn't worthy, but rather the Hulk. Besides, I had just returned from Jotunheim a few days ago, and the differences between Jotunheim and Earth were vast. Jotunheim was filled with frost, and creating water required special conditions while being isolated from the outside, or else it would instantly freeze in the sub-zero temperatures. My breakthrough to the legendary realm was thanks to the rich ice powers of Jotunheim, which allowed me to study ice magic. But now, with Odin's shadow looming behind me, I dared not easily tread into the realm of ice magic again. The water element was the closest to ice magic, making it my best choice aside from ice magic. By demonstrating water magic in public, I could mislead the audience and my enemies. As Blonsky rose from the ground, he charged at me again. I easily dodged his punch, closed in, and struck his chest with a powerful blow. As his body stiffened, I executed another shoulder throw, slamming him back to the ground. I had to admit, both the Hulk and Blonsky, modified by his blood, were incredibly resilient. They had astonishing recovery abilities. Probably even Wolverine Logan would struggle against them. But this was perfect. It allowed me to put on a show in front of the public. Blonsky charged at me time and again, only to be thrown down repeatedly by my quicker and stronger form. As the water continued to flow into the sphere surrounding me, I grew stronger. I envisioned the image of me repeatedly slamming Blonsky down on the street becoming a frequent sight on television. In the original timeline, the Hulk had done something similar to Loki, which was quite thrilling. I glanced at the helicopters overhead. There were already 3 news stations along with local police and FBI helicopters. The helicopter carrying General Ross, Betty Ross and Bruce Banner was flying quite low now. I felt it was time for the Hulk to make his appearance. I grabbed Blonsky once more and threw him forcefully, using a bit of finesse, causing him to roll beside a telephone pole.
Although I was a magician during my years in Jotunheim, even though the Frost Giant King had ordered others not to harm me, I had often been beaten up. This significantly improved my combat skills. By the time I broke through to the legendary magician realm, ordinary Frost Giant warriors were no match for me in close combat. Dealing with Blonsky was naturally a piece of cake. After crashing into the telephone pole, Blonsky didn't get up immediately. Instead, he seized the pole and uprooted it. A burst of electric sparks flew as the high-voltage wires were torn apart, cascading sparks onto the cars below and plunging the street and surrounding buildings into darkness. Fortunately, the helicopters above activated their searchlights, and to see the ground situation they had to lower their altitude. Blonsky swung the telephone pole at me, and the water giant I had created stood there seemingly stunned. Many viewers at home couldn't help but gasp in shock. Some clever ones realized it was intentional. As expected, the telephone pole passed through my body, leaving some people astonished. If it were as they thought, I would have physical immunity, meaning most weapons from the US military would be ineffective against me. Thankfully, they saw me in a military uniform, or else they might have been pondering how to deal with me. At that moment, a water rope appeared in my hand. After the telephone pole passed through me, it immediately got entangled by the water rope. The water rope then spread toward Blonsky's hands. Sensing the danger, Blonsky pulled back on the pole. After a brief struggle for control, he quickly let go. He flung the pole away, which then pierced through one helicopter, with the flying wires striking another. General Ross and the CNN helicopter encountered an unexpected disaster. The helicopter carrying General Ross was only experiencing damage to its rotor circuit control. Although it was descending, it could still manage a rough landing. In contrast, CNN's helicopter plummeted uncontrollably. In that critical moment, Bruce Banner jumped from General Ross's helicopter, causing Betty Ross to scream Bruce. General Ross grabbed his daughter, maintaining a serious expression as he watched him jump. This time, Zhou Yang did not transform into a water giant again. He merely waved his hand gently, and a towering water column surged up in midair, directly sweeping towards Blonsky's legs. At that moment, Blonsky was busy suppressing Hulk and completely unaware of the sudden water column approaching him. Calling it a water column is indeed not quite accurate. If it were described as a water rope, one has truly never seen a rope as thick as a bull. But at this moment, this peculiar sight was undeniably fitting, as the bull-sized water column firmly wrapped around Blonsky's legs, complementing his towering 3-meter frame. The immense force instantly hurled Blonsky into the air, and then slammed him hard back to the ground, leaving him dazed. Just then, the water column took the opportunity to spread across Blonsky's entire body, binding him tightly. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, yet they remained fixated on the screen, unable to shake off the worry that Blonsky might break free from Zhou Yang's control like before. Unexpectedly, another monster charged in at this moment, completely disregarding that Blonsky was already under Zhou Yang's control, and struck fiercely at the flowing water that bound Blonsky. The water flow controlling Blonsky was powered by Zhou Yang's magic, which granted the water flow its extraordinary abilities. However, Hulk's punch was like a thunderbolt, instantly shattering the magic on the water flow. Not only that, in a very short time, while viciously pummeling Blonsky, he also smashed the binding water flow to pieces. Hulk let out an angry roar and jumped up from the ground, crashing his knees hard into his chest, sending him flying. But this time, Blonsky did not continue to target Hulk. Instead, he turned around and charged at Zhou Yang. In Blonsky's mind, surpassing Hulk was his goal, but at this moment, Zhou Yang was his real threat. Meanwhile, the revived Hulk also charged in the same direction, seemingly targeting Zhou Yang as well. Betty Ross felt an indescribable absurdity wash over her as she witnessed this scene. She had never anticipated that her request for Zhou Yang to take action would lead to such a situation. Dealing with Blonsky alone was already challenging for Zhou Yang, and now with Hulk attacking him, could he really withstand facing two monsters alone? Dad, you have to find a way to help him. At this moment, the only person Betty Ross could turn to was her father, General Ross. General Ross scoffed coldly, "Now you know it was a mistake. Don't worry, he will be fine." Ever since witnessing Zhou Yang's extraordinary illusionary abilities at his home, General Ross understood that this guy was not easy to deal with, and in the current melee, his abilities could be better utilized. However, Zhou Yang did not do as General Ross expected and directly cast an illusion. He placed his hands flat, and in an instant, two sharp waterblade curved knives condensed in his hands, which quickly spun and shot towards Blonsky's ankles. For a tall and large giant, the back of their ankles was indeed their weak point. But that wasn't all. A stream of waterblade curved knives quickly appeared in Zhou Yang's hands, shooting towards Blonsky like a volley of arrows.
In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of waterblade curved knives formed, and under the gaze of everyone, they converged into a narrow stream of waterblade curved knives, rushing towards the back of Blonsky's ankles at high speed, resembling a single-sided chainsaw from a distance. Whether it was the Hulk or Blonsky, their bodily strength was top-notch, combined with powerful regenerative abilities, making it difficult for ordinary people to destroy their flesh. However, Zhou Yang's waterblade curved knives quickly cut deep red marks on the back of Blonsky's ankles. After just 3 steps, the back of his ankle was sliced open, and earthy yellow blood erupted instantly. He stumbled and fell hard to the ground. At that moment, Hulk charged up behind him. His target was not Zhou Yang, but Blonsky. The two quickly got entangled in a brutal fight on the ground. Although Blonsky's heel was cut, his upper body was unaffected, and since Hulk's strength had not yet fully recovered, the two fought fiercely without a clear advantage. Everyone watching this scene, including Zhou Yang, was stunned. It turned out that Hulk's target had always been Blonsky, unrelated to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang quickly understood the reason. For Hulk, the most important thing now was to regain his strength. Zhou Yang rarely engaged in direct combat, he only did so when he transformed into a water giant. Now that he appeared in his true form, he could suppress Blonsky, but Hulk didn't like that, so his target was naturally Blonsky. In this situation, did Zhou Yang still need to take action? Daniel. General Ross's voice came from behind, and Zhou Yang turned his head to glance at him, only to see General Ross making a forward attack gesture. Currently, Zhou Yang was dressed in a U.S. Army uniform, and on the surface, he had to obey General Ross's orders. Moreover, General Ross's concerns were not unfounded. As Hulk and Blonsky continued to fight, Hulk's power aura was rapidly increasing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he became even stronger and harder to deal with. Zhou Yang's magic wand had been hidden in his sleeve. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and in the next moment, the spinning waterblade curved knives in midair immediately rushed towards Hulk's neck. The sharp pain in his neck made Hulk quickly alert. He immediately threw a fierce punch at the waterblade curved knives behind him. With just one punch, the chainsaw-like sharp waterblade curved knife was smashed to pieces. If it weren't for Zhou Yang's precise control, it would have likely been broken much earlier, demonstrating Hulk's immense strength. At this moment, facing the powerful and frenzied Hulk, Blonsky was struggling to hold on. On one hand, he had already suffered significant damage from Zhou Yang and could not exert his full power. On the other hand, as Hulk's strength continued to recover, Blonsky was only able to defend himself, with no ability to counterattack. However, compared to Hulk, the bone spurs on Blonsky's body helped him withstand a considerable amount of attacks, preventing him from being killed by Hulk. But now, Zhou Yang began to draw Hulk's attention because Blonsky was no longer of any help to him. Hulk stomped his foot hard on Blonsky's chest, nearly making him unable to breathe. He slowly stood up, turning to look at Zhou Yang, who was standing 30 meters away. At this point, Zhou Yang had already retracted all the waterblade curved knives, forming a water stream ribbon that spanned dozens of meters around him, with the outer layer covered in incredibly sharp waterblade curved knives. As the ripples shimmered, the distant flames were reflected within, and the surroundings fell silent. In the street, Zhou Yang and Hulk locked eyes from a distance, while Blonsky lay on the ground, unsure if he couldn't get up or was too afraid to. Betty Ross, seeing this, was about to stop Hulk when he roared and charged at Zhou Yang, fierce and unstoppable, like an unyielding bulldozer. Faced with Hulk, Zhou Yang no longer appeared as relaxed as he had been with Blonsky. Blonsky had held his powerful strength for a shorter time, whereas Hulk was different. He had been the Hulk for several years and had been continuously hunted by General Ross during these years, honing his strength. Most importantly, his strength had no upper limit. The more pain he felt, the angrier he got, the stronger he became. As Hulk charged towards him, Zhou Yang pointed forward with his right hand, and the water stream ribbons around him immediately rushed towards Hulk, targeting his neck. Hulk did not want to attack Zhou Yang's heels. He simply knew that tactic would no longer work. In previous battles, both Blonsky and Hulk had demonstrated considerable intelligence. Although they sometimes lost control due to anger, it did not mean they were foolish. On the contrary, they were quite cunning in battle. Zhou Yang's encounter with Blonsky allowed Hulk to see through some of his strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, facing the oncoming waterblade curved knives, Hulk did not hesitate to punch them out. However, at that moment, the previously gathered water stream ribbons suddenly scattered, transforming into countless smaller water stream ribbons that swiftly cut through Hulk's chest, back, lower abdomen, and legs, leaving a trail of green blood droplets. Although the distributed force could not cause greater damage to Hulk, it was enough to demonstrate Zhou Yang's prowess. This made Hulk feel pain while also momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Joe Young to have such a trick. But the next moment, Hulk laughed. He no longer cared about the smaller water stream ribbons and stomped towards Joe Young, even revealing a hint of joy in his eyes. Joe Young quickly realized the reason behind it. Although those water blade curved knives had caused some damage to Hulk, they quickly healed back to normal. Joe Yang sighed softly, clenched his fist, and the water blade curved knives that had appeared behind Hulk immediately sped back towards him. This time, they did not converge but transformed into 4 or 5 smaller water stream ribbons, drawing more green blood from Hulk's body as they swiftly flew towards Joe Young, ultimately merging into the water ball that had appeared outside his body without anyone noticing. The water ball was the most common thing, with no mystery. It was just a simple water ball with a radius of 4 to 5 meters, wrapping around Joe Yang, and due to the influx of countless water streams, the water ball's size was continuously expanding. Hulk paid no attention to these. His gaze was fixed on Joe Yang inside the water ball. In just a few seconds, he reached the water ball and punched it hard. Unfortunately, his punch missed. The water ball seemed powerless, creating quite a splash, but it was just ordinary water, nothing special. Hulk effortlessly stepped into the water ball. Hulk focused on Joe Yang's position, steadily moving forward, and after a few steps arrived right in front of Joe Yang, ready to throw a punch. However, the next moment, his fist stopped in midair, because in front of him, Joe Young, who had been firmly locked onto, had vanished, appearing 4 to 5 meters away. He had no idea when Joe Yang had escaped, which stunned him and made him even angrier as he quickly chased after him. Another punch was thrown, and this time he truly hit Joe Yang, but the next moment, he found himself tumbling out of the water ball. Previously, while inside the water ball, Hulk had been holding his breath. Once he came out, the surrounding viscous water flow disappeared, replaced by air filled with the scent of battle and fire rushing into his nostrils. Seeing Hulk's somewhat bewildered expression as he poked his head out of the water ball, many news stations even zoomed in on it. The audience in front of the television couldn't help but burst into laughter, and their laughter grew louder when Hulk dived back into the water ball again. He had never once looked up because Joe Yang was standing right above the water ball. In reality, the people on the ground had no clear understanding of the situation because they didn't know that Joe Yang was hidden inside the water ball. Hulk's gaze was always fixed on Joe Yang, but he was completely unaware that the Joe Yang he was focused on was a fake. In fact, Hulk should never have gone into that water ball in the first place. It was too beneficial for Joe Yang to use the properties of water to cast illusions to lure Hulk. Although Hulk seemed to be fixated on Joe Yang, he had unknowingly deviated from his original direction. To be honest, if the environment were different and no one was watching, Joe Yang wouldn't mind engaging in a real fight with Hulk. Perhaps he couldn't defeat Hulk, and it would be extremely difficult to even reach a stalemate, but he could certainly manage to make Hulk suffer a significant loss. However, in the current environment, he could only evade direct confrontation. Despite the fact that Hulk was currently being toyed with, Joe Yang hadn't harmed him in the slightest. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, Hulk would soon realize what was happening. After all, he wasn't a complete fool. As expected, after diving in and out of the water ball 3 times, Hulk quickly regained his senses. The first thing he saw was Joe Yang standing above the water ball, and with an angry roar, Hulk charged straight at Joe Yang, throwing a fierce punch in midair. However, upon witnessing this, Joe Yang merely glanced at Hulk casually, and the next moment, he quickly merged back into the water ball. Hulk's punch landed on the water's surface as if he had struck a solid object. While it created a large hole, he himself fell back into the water ball again. As the surrounding water continued to flow in, the size of the water ball grew larger and larger. Even though Hulk was punching and kicking with all his might inside the water ball, for the ordinary water within, Joe Yang didn't need to exert any magic at all. Simply maintaining the existence of the water ball was sufficient. The previous illusions had not truly fooled Hulk, and at this moment, Joe Yang was no longer inside the water ball. He had already jumped out, merely using an invisibility spell to hide nearby. Of course, the audience in front of the television couldn't find Joe Yang. They all assumed he was still inside the water ball along with Hulk, and many couldn't help but feel anxious watching Hulk rampaging. However, to be fair, some people had seen through or guessed Joe Yang's position, such as Dr. X, who had already arrived mentally, Mr. Reed, who was observing the scene through the television, Iron Man Stark, and even Nick Fury, the bald one. They were all intelligent individuals and clearly understood the truth of Hulk being played with, yet none of them intended to remind Hulk. With a loud bang, Hulk jumped directly out of the water ball. However, this time there was noticeably less anger on his face. His gaze was calm as he looked toward Betty Ross. This moment caused General Ross to change his expression entirely. His strength has fully recovered. General Ross's voice rang in Betty Ross's ears, and in that instant, she quickly understood Hulk's intentions. Despite Hulk running around like a clown, being toyed with by Zhou Yang, he was actually buying time to restore his strength. Now that time had passed, his power was completely restored. He's leaving. General Ross was the person in the world who understood Hulk the most, even better than her daughter, Betty Ross. Of course, Hulk was Hulk, and Bruce Banner was Bruce Banner. They were entirely different matters. General Ross knew Hulk the best, while her daughter, Betty Ross, understood Bruce Banner the most, and there was a distinction between the two. Betty Ross clearly heard her father's words. Worry filled her eyes as she looked at Hulk, who was gazing back at her with an unusual hint of encouragement. The next moment, Hulk's expression turned serious as he looked at the massive water ball before him. His right hand suddenly raised, as if drawing a bow, and even the high-definition cameras could capture the numerous bulging muscles on his massive green body. Then, Hulk's fist slammed down hard on the giant water ball in front of him. This time was completely different from the previous attempts. As Hulk's punch landed, the entire water ball burst apart. The giant water ball, which had a diameter of over 10 meters, was impacted by Hulk's immense force, and all the magic Zhou Yang had used to maintain the water ball was utterly destroyed. In fact, a stream of water was sent flying dozens of meters away by Hulk's punch, scattering everywhere on the street. Amidst the countless splashes of water, Zhou Yang reappeared, standing only 10 meters away from Hulk. The two could see the profound power in each other's eyes, and the next moment, they both charged towards each other at high speed. The moment Zhou Yang took his first step, countless streams of water rushed to his body, and after his second step, a water giant, as tall as Hulk, reappeared on the street. Countless streams of water continuously surged onto Zhou Yang's body, but from that moment on, his size did not increase at all. Rather, it unexpectedly began to shrink, which meant his power was extremely concentrated. In the next moment, he collided violently with Hulk. Hulk's ferocious punch struck the chest of the water giant, creating a massive hole, while Zhou Yang unleashed a powerful punch to Hulk's chin, sending him flying hard to the ground. If it were anyone else who had taken Hulk's punch and had their chest punctured, they would likely be dead by now. However, Zhou Yang was different. Although Hulk's punch bore a significant amount of force on his own body, much of it was dispersed by the water giant. As for the water giant, its damage, countless streams of water surged into the giant's wound, quickly repairing the massive hole. While Zhou Yang's punch sent Hulk flying, with his regenerative abilities, Hulk quickly stood back up, his mouth wide open in anger as he glared at the distant water giant. In the face of such a Hulk, the water giant in the middle of the street opened its arms wide. The nearby fire hydrants, still spraying countless streams of water, suddenly seemed to be drained, and more water flowed into Zhou Yang's hands at a speed far exceeding before. The color of the water giant's body rapidly shifted towards deep blue, with a hint of black appearing in his eyes. The water giant's power deepened, meaning he would become even harder to deal with. Just then, several hundred US soldiers rushed out from the back of the street, quickly surrounding General Ross to protect him, and all their various weapons were aimed directly at Hulk. This series of movements finally shifted Hulk's attention from Zhou Yang to General Ross. Looking at General Ross, a flicker of disdain crossed Hulk's eyes, and ultimately, he turned back to Zhou Yang, shaking his head regretfully. Following that, Hulk stomped his feet hard and soared into the sky, leaping up to a height of 40 to 50 meters, grabbing onto the wall of a tall building and using it to propel himself even further away. Rat-tat-tat, countless bullets whizzed past in pursuit of Hulk, but ultimately, everyone could only watch as his figure disappeared from sight. Even the helicopters behind him followed closely, but they could only follow him to the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, where Hulk had long since vanished. Zhou Yang also disappeared without a trace. After Hulk vanished, the water giant abruptly collapsed without anyone noticing, and after the collapse, there was no sign of anyone inside. The fire hydrants, which had been spraying water, suddenly seemed to be crushed, completely ceasing the flow of water, and now they awaited the fire department to handle the aftermath. The street battle ended abruptly, and General Ross quietly withdrew with his daughter Betty Ross and a group of US soldiers, leaving the New York government to deal with everything afterward. In the following days, the public strongly demanded that the authorities disclose the true identity of the water giant. They were very interested in this superhero who had rescued Manhattan from chaos and defeated two super monsters, with some even comparing him to Iron Man and Spider-Man. Of course, while the public didn't have much interest in hating Blonsky and Hulk, the authorities were different. They not only demanded the military disclose the true identity of the water giant but also insisted on the military revealing everything about Blonsky and Hulk. Don't treat the American government's white elite as fools. If the military had not been involved, they wouldn't have appeared so quickly while Blonsky and Hulk wreaked havoc on the streets of Manhattan. This merely indicated that the military was indeed there for them. What appeared to be a hotly debated public spectacle was, in fact, a naked political struggle behind the scenes. When Joe Young next saw General Ross, he was alone in Betty Ross's house, drinking alone. When Joe Young saw him, General Ross was dressed in military uniform, but the insignia of an active duty soldier was completely absent. He had been fully discharged and even requested to retire directly. Upon seeing Joe Yang, General Ross took out a green notebook and tossed it to him, then took a puff of his cigar, visibly impatient, and said, "This is your identity, a serving U.S. Army officer, a real officer's identity, but you won't be found in any military roster." As he said this, General Ross glanced at Joe Yang, observing his reaction upon seeing the military officer's document. Joe Yang had indeed anticipated that General Ross would get him an official identity version. After all, in recent days, the media had been speculating about the identity of the water giant seen on the streets, and if it turned out the water giant was neither an active duty officer nor even an American, then some people might truly end up with egg on their faces. Joe Yang opened the green document, which had his own photo, and his name was also Daniel Whitehouse. Whitehouse, the White House. This was quite similar to a name he might use in the future, Daniel Whitehall. After all, Whitehall and the White House have the same meaning. The White House, Whitehall, same meaning. However, to be honest, there were indeed many people in America and England who used Whitehouse and Whitehall as their surnames. Daniel Whitehouse, U.S. Army Major, affiliated with the Department of Defense. Everything was very formal, but there was no specific military unit name. "If there's a need for you to take action, the White House will send someone to contact you directly," General Ross said casually. Joe Yang raised an eyebrow and looked at General Ross, saying, "So that means I'm now under the direct command of the U.S. President?" "Of course, it will always go through me first," General Ross replied, downing a glass of beer, then coldly added, "I'm retired from the military, so I have to gain some benefits. I can't let everything be taken over by those guys." Joe Young understood. General Ross had made a deal with the U.S. President when handing him over. "So you're getting into politics now?" Joe Young seemed to remember something, looking at General Ross uncertainly. Perhaps, General Ross did not give a definitive answer. After finishing one glass of drink, he downed another, and at that moment, the door of the room was pushed open. A middle-aged man, dressed in a neat suit, wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a small mustache under his nose, walked in, humming something. Although New York is often referred to as the city that never sleeps, the truly sleepless areas are quite few. Most residential areas become quiet after 11 p.m. A Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped in front of a single-family apartment building. Although the sound was soft, it still made the neighbors, who had just fallen asleep, peek out to see what was happening. Joe Yang stepped out of the car, nodding apologetically to the gazes around him, and then casually strolled in front of his apartment door. He had not expected to encounter Tony Stark tonight. Years ago, when he participated in Dr. Erskine's super soldier experiment, he had met Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, and now he was reuniting with his son. Tony Stark, the playboy who often graced the front pages of newspapers and magazines, was actually not that young anymore. Even though Howard Stark had married late, Tony Stark was nearly 38 years old this year. It was evident that Joe Yang's identity as the water giant could not be hidden from Tony Stark, otherwise, Stark would not have chosen to confront him while he was at Betty Ross's apartment. Investigating Joe Yang's identity was not a difficult task. By tracing General Ross's recent contacts, one could quickly uncover Hart's identity. However, it was a bit late to act now. Unless one had a superintelligence system like Jarvis, the U.S. military's technical personnel would make it quite challenging. So even though some cabinet members were unaware of Joe Yang's identity, Stark had already come to him. Stark was a successful top scientist and a successful businessman. American businessmen have always had close ties to the political arena, and Stark was no exception. During each U.S. election, they invested heavily, and the same was true now. He had the privilege of moving freely in and out of the White House, and the president could contact him directly, indicating a very close relationship. News of General Ross's impending political career would not escape Stark's notice. While General Ross was not exactly poor, the political sphere had its ways, and he still needed substantial financial support, which was the primary purpose of Stark's visit. Of course, Stark also extended an invitation for Jo Young to join the soon-to-be-established Avengers superhero team within S.H.I.E.L.D. In recent years, especially after Stark openly declared himself Iron Man, many superpowered individuals had emerged across the United States. Some wanted to become superheroes, some became supervillains, and many accidentally broke the law, leaving law enforcement often powerless, hence the frequent need for S.H.I.E.L.D's intervention. However, as the number of superpowered individuals grew, even S.H.I.E.L.D. found it somewhat challenging to keep up, which led to the formation of the Avengers. Yet, before Jo Yang could respond to Stark's invitation, General Ross preemptively declined, stating that the initiative lay with the White House, and he placed Jo Yang's recently obtained active duty officer identification in front of Stark. Although Stark had already thoroughly investigated Jo Yang's identity and knew he was not even American, his active duty officer ID was indeed authentic. And even if he wasn't American, in the context of the US as a world superpower, it mattered little, as long as he could be useful to America, that was enough. Since the president had personally taken control of this piece, he would not allow others to interfere. Whatever Stark wanted to do had to be discussed with the president. Watching Stark leave in frustration, Jo Yang felt a tinge of regret. To be honest, while he was reluctant to engage with the current S.H.I.E.L.D., joining the Avengers and becoming Thor's ally, even if only temporarily, would ensure his safety before Hydra was fully exposed. General Ross might not have grasped Jo Yang's thoughts and bluntly stated, "Don't take this for a good thing. Don't think Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. is easy to deal with, even the World Security Council behind them isn't that simple. This matter is complicated." General Ross's words made Jo Yang realize that there was indeed political struggle involved. Although S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters was in America, even in Washington, it was not a direct subordinate agency of the U.S. government, it belonged to the United Nations World Security Council. While the U.S. government had a significant voice, it was not a dictatorship. If other countries united, even the US government would find it difficult to withstand. Consider carefully the final composition of the Avengers. Besides Captain America Rogers and Iron Man Stark, the Black Widow is a Russian defector, Hawkeye is a member of a wandering circus, Hulk has conflicts with the US government, and Thor is not even from Earth. Thus, the US government's control over the Avengers is quite limited, which ultimately led to their division and civil war. Jo Yang understood the reasons behind the formation of the Avengers. Nick Fury did not create the Avengers solely because of the numerous superheroes that had emerged over the years, it was predetermined since Captain Marvel Carol had her entanglements with the Kree. In fact, the name Avengers was coined by Carol, and their goal was the Kree Empire, light years away. However, in the first battle of the Avengers and for a long time afterward, their opponents were not the Kree Empire but the powerful Thanos. The reasoning was similar, they all sought the Infinity Stones. While General Ross's refusal caused Jo Yang to lose the opportunity to join the Avengers, being by General Ross's side allowed him to better avoid the Hydra crisis, which was actually a good thing for him. But whether the subsequent developments would align with the original timeline depended on Odin's plans. Jo Yang was aware that many events would occur in the original timeline, but those were merely surface phenomena, the profound struggles hidden beneath were what he needed to handle carefully. Despite Jo Yang's considerable strength now, even when facing Hulk, he could only use deceptive tactics. Not to mention other stronger enemies like the alien Chitauri, Ultron, Loki, and even the looming threat of Thanos. If he did not consider his unique identity, as an Earthling, he would definitely resist fiercely and even aim to eliminate them entirely. Furthermore, the twilight of the gods of Asgard would arrive in a few years, and Jo Yang, who had already caught Odin's attention, could not escape that. Thus, for now, his most pressing need was to enhance his own strength and restore his legendary magical abilities on Earth. The simplest and most direct way to achieve this was to harness the Infinity Stones. Only the Infinity Stones could quickly break the inertia of Earth's magical elements affecting him, but he didn't even know where the Tesseract was hidden. However, that was not a problem, Loki would come to Earth before long. Taking this opportunity, even if he could not obtain the Tesseract, he could try to seize Loki's Mind Stone, which was more suitable for a sorcerer to use. As for the invitation in his hand for the Stark Industries Expo, Jo Yang really should attend, he should not miss this lively event and might even pick up some benefits. In truth, Tony Stark had not been having an easy time lately. Just after the preparation meeting for the Stark Industries Expo, he received a subpoena from the US Congress, requiring him to attend a hearing aimed at seizing his Iron Man armor. But that hearing was destined to be a farce. While many people coveted Stark's technology and his business competitors stirred the pot, there were more people standing on Stark's side. If someone invented a particularly useful technology,
the government would seize it under the pretext of national security. Who could accept that?
After all, America is a capitalist country, and capital power permeates all aspects. When the selfishness of certain individuals threatens capital security, the capital retaliates immediately, with the media serving as their first bullet. After the hearing, almost all of America's media sided with Stark, ridiculing the members of Congress and the Senate, to the point where some were afraid to accept media interviews for a while.
But just then, an unexpected event occurred. Stark had an accident during a race in Monaco, and Ivan Vanko appeared. Although he wasn't wearing a fully developed Iron Man suit, the basic concept was the same, meaning that with support, Ivan Vanko could quickly create a mature suit. Regardless, Ivan Vanko's appearance directly changed the situation. By this time, the government no longer needed to forcefully seize Stark's technology. Grabbing Ivan Vanko would allow them to quickly produce a new type of Iron Man suit. This was a significant blow to Stark, especially considering how Ivan Vanko's father, Anton Vanko, had been expelled from America. It was Howard Stark who had forcefully seized his technology, or was it? With the media's shift in narrative, Stark was severely impacted, ultimately being driven away by his friend, Colonel Rhodes, in an Iron Man suit. The US military finally possessed its own Iron Man suit, and with Justin Hammer's Hammer Industries also starting to manufacture new Iron Man suits, not only was Stark affected, but the entire Stark Industries began to face turmoil. However, from Joe Yang's encounter with Tony Stark tonight, it seemed that Stark showed no signs of despair, even appearing calm and composed, indicating he had enough confidence to regain everything. When Joe Yang heard the name superhero team, he was indeed shocked, both because of the impact the Avengers would have on the world and because he knew that Stark could mention a superhero team name, indicating that he was aware of his father Howard Stark's role as a founding member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and that he would soon be able to build a new element arc reactor. Perhaps it was already built. Joe Yang hoped that Stark would not destroy what his father had left behind, or he would have to explore the Stark Industries Expo himself. The new element created by mimicking the Tesseract was Howard Stark's vision, ultimately realized by Tony Stark. The technical barriers involved were not something an ordinary person could overcome. Even Joe Yang might not gain anything from Stark's new element.
If he simply wanted to steal an arc reactor made from a Tesseract imitation, that would be a different story. However, that object held little value for him. At most, it was just an energy supply device. What Joe Yang truly hoped to obtain was something else, something that could help him make greater progress in magic. On the quiet street, there were few figures. In the middle of the day, not many people were willing to roam about. A bicycle came rushing in like lightning and quickly stopped in front of Joe Yang's home. Joe Yang, wearing a blue and white cycling cap, took it off to reveal his golden hair, having just rushed back from Empire University. With a few days left before the semester began, the school had not yet arranged for the new students to move in, so Joe Yang had to commute daily between the school and his apartment. However, with only a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers between the two, it felt wasteful to drive, so Joe Yang simply rode his bike back and forth. Just as he took off his cap, the door next door suddenly opened, and Gwen Stacy, who seemed to have been waiting, poked her head out and said nervously, "Daniel, it seems like you have a visitor."
"They've been waiting there since this morning."
Upon hearing Gwen say this, Joe Yang immediately understood her nervousness. Although the situation had calmed down in recent days and people seemed to have completely forgotten about the events from a few days ago, the appearance of a stranger in their neighborhood, especially one with mysterious movements, would instantly make everyone anxious. The people standing at Joe Yang's door had been waiting there since Reinhard left that morning. They weren't looking for him at Empire University or leaving, just standing there waiting, which was indeed unsettling for Gwen Stacy.
However, since these people had done nothing, Gwen hadn't called the police yet. Joe Yang suddenly felt a rush of alarm and said nervously, "Really? Gwen, why don't you call the police to check their identities?"
Gwen's father was the local police chief, and as long as she made a call, many officers would arrive immediately. Gwen looked at the two men who had just gotten out of the car in the distance and whispered, "My dad said not to cause trouble unless it's necessary."
Joe Yang nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the chief of police had strict discipline at home.
The two men in black suits were gradually approaching, and Joe Yang gave a gesture to Gwen, who carefully shrank back, leaving only a crack in her door to listen to the outside commotion.
"Mr. Daniel Zhou?" The man in black seemed uncertain of Joe Yang's identity. After Joe Yang nodded, he handed over a business card while politely saying, "We are from a renovation company. We heard you're planning to renovate, so we came to discuss it with you." "All right, please come in,"
Joe Yang said, flipping through the card as he welcomed the two men inside, flashing a relaxed smile at Gwen, who was now blushing and retreating into her home. It turned out to be a sales visit for renovation services, and she had mistaken them for bad guys, leaving her feeling embarrassed to face Joe Young. Once inside, the expressions of the two men in black turned serious. One of the younger men said to the other, "You stay at the door and keep watch." The other man followed Joe Yang into the living room and quietly asked, "Mr. Reinhardt?" Joe Young paused momentarily, looking closely at the features of the man in black, and finally replied uncertainly, "You're from the Bakshi family?" Hearing Joe Yang mention the Bakshi name, the man in black let out a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, sir. My name is Sunil Bakshi, and I am the third-generation heir of the Bakshi family." "Ah, the Bakshi family. I guess you would come knocking soon. Let's go upstairs to talk, it's safer there." Joe Young exhaled deeply, his expression quite complicated. Werner Reinhardt was a name Joe Young had used in the past. Specifically, it was the name associated with this body when he crossed into this world. This name had created quite a stir during World War II but had ultimately faded into history with the war's end. In the study on the second floor, the bookshelves were filled with books, but these books could all be found in the library at Empire University. If one were to check Reinhardt's borrowing records at the university library, they would find all the books listed in the records. "How did things go?" Joe Yang asked, sitting behind the desk, while Sunil Bakshi stood somewhat awkwardly opposite him. According to the family records, this person had been a high-ranking officer in Germany during World War II and possessed immense extraordinary powers. After 60 or 70 years, he not only looked completely unaged but seemed even younger than before. Sunil Bakshi's grandfather had been Reinhardt's adjutant at that time, and when World War II ended, Reinhardt used various means to hide him in the Netherlands, allowing him to escape the post-war reckoning against Germany. Thinking back to the difficult days of the German people right after the war, Bakshi couldn't help but shiver. Even today, if their family's German heritage were exposed, it could very likely attract the vengeance of those Avengers. The hatred of those Jews from 50 years ago remained vivid. Sunil Bakshi had known the true identity of his family since childhood, which had cultivated his habit of being cautious and reserved. Reinhardt's sudden appearance had indeed caused a stir within the family, especially since his grandfather, old Bakshi, had long since passed away, and the family was now led by his father. After confirming Reinhardt's secret signal, their family had a thorough internal discussion and ultimately decided to follow Reinhardt's orders, as they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Although the Bakshi family had kept a low profile over the years, based on Reinhardt's orders from the past, they had closely monitored the two forces that Reinhardt had left on Earth and maintained special connections with some individuals within those forces. Thus, while they could not control these two forces, they were quite knowledgeable about their movements. Under normal circumstances, their family was reluctant to provoke these two forces easily. Even if Reinhardt returned, their first thought would be to resolve the issue of Reinhardt directly. However, times had changed, especially after Stark revealed himself as Iron Man, leading to a surge of superpowered individuals worldwide. Coupled with the rumors the Bakshi family had previously heard, the entire extraordinary world had finally unveiled itself. If Reinhardt truly possessed the powerful abilities recorded in the family's documents, then even if they wanted to deal with him, it would have to be with the help of others, otherwise, they would be like eggs striking against a stone. Moreover, the crucial point was that if Reinhardt was indeed the man from back then, he would also know the deepest secrets of their family. Should he become enraged and expose these secrets, the consequences would be unimaginable. What truly compelled Sunil Bakshi to rush to America was Reinhardt's battle against Venom and Hulk in Manhattan. Others might not know the true identity of this suddenly appearing water giant, but the Bakshi family was well aware. Reinhardt had demonstrated superhuman strength capable of contending with Hulk, which forced the Bakshi family to exercise extreme caution. If they failed to deal with the threat, they could very well be injured, or worse, completely destroyed. Thus, Sunil Bakshi had come here today to meet Reinhardt, both to confirm his true identity and to gauge his attitude towards the Bakshi family. If the other party was indeed the person from back then every action he took could potentially lead the entire family to destruction. Now, Bakshi could basically confirm Reinhardt's real identity because, despite significant changes in his appearance and even signs of reverse aging, upon closer inspection, his eyes remained strikingly the same, particularly the look in his eyes. Though appearing calm, it felt as if he had the entire world in his control. Such powerful confidence was not something an ordinary person could possess. A plethora of thoughts flashed through Sunil Bakshi's mind in a brief moment, and he finally said to Joe Yang, "Reinhardt." Joe Yang waved his hand, cutting off Bakshi's words. "Just call me Daniel. The name Reinhardt should disappear from history entirely."
Zhou Yang's expression was somewhat complex. When he first arrived in this world, he had even forgotten his original name and had gone by Reinhardt. Later, after many years in Jotunheim, his original self gradually returned, and he had begun to forget the name Reinhardt. Now that he was back on Earth, if his enemies were to learn about the name Reinhardt, it was possible that those foes from the past would come knocking one after another. Just dealing with Nick Fury was already enough trouble, not to mention Captain America Rogers and Wolverine Logan. Fortunately, Logan should have lost all his memories by now and likely wouldn't remember him. Poor Logan had been repeatedly subjected to memory wipes over the years, treated like a pawn. If it weren't for encountering Professor Charles, he might not have escaped from that person's grasp. Alright, Mr. Zhou. Sunil Bakshi ultimately did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of Zhou Yang. After all, their family had always adhered to a rigorous and strict style of conduct, which had allowed them to survive numerous crises. Getting to the point, Sunil Bakshi said seriously, firstly, about the Novich Energy Group. Since World War II, Novich Energy Group has built hydropower stations across America, relying on its close relationship with the Great Lakes Electric Group. Later, it began to venture into oil, natural gas, nuclear power, and other energy sectors, becoming a large energy group with nearly $100 billion on the surface. But all of this is just a facade. Zhou Yang nodded, his expression calm as he replied, "These were all business plans I set in place before I left. I didn't expect the Novich Energy Group's name to still be around. It seems Aaron hasn't gone too far off course." Yes, Miss Adler has remained unmarried for decades. For nearly 20 years, she has gradually begun to delegate authority, so now almost no one knows her current situation. After a brief pause, Bakshi continued, however, in recent years, Novich Energy Group has started to expand into real estate, energy, automobiles, the internet, and many other areas, getting involved in political and economic affairs, particularly with significant contact with the extraordinary world. This is what we need to overcome. Zhou Yang sighed heavily, for there were very few who knew that Aaron Adler was actually a mutant, and she had once been a comrade of Wolverine Logan, only to be captured by Zhou Yang later. However, it was precisely because of her identity that Zhou Yang felt assured. Perhaps she was deeply entangled with Aaron Adler and the mutants, but she wouldn't be involved with other more complex factions. All of this was within his calculations, so it was merely a matter of financial relations. The issue lies here: we have very few people inside Novich Energy Group. Attempting to seize it through normal means is quite troublesome, and their complex relationships with the political and business sectors make it even harder for us. Bakshi's expression was exceptionally grim. This depends on the secret base at Svalbard and Jan Mayen Island. The first thing we need to seize is that secret base. Once we regain control of the base, we can covertly control the energy group. As for the surface matters, there's no need to rush. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes, the image of Nick Fury flashing through his mind. He could not afford to expose his identity at this time, especially before the Hydra incident, and it might even have to wait until after the superhero civil war. "Betty! Can you hurry up?" Zhou Yang shouted impatiently towards the bedroom, and immediately he heard Betty Ross's casual response, Okay, I'll be ready soon." Zhou Yang could only let out a heavy sigh and plop down onto the sofa. He knew that when it came to women and makeup, it was always a hassle, and saying soon likely meant he would have to wait for over an hour. That said, he should be grateful that a woman was going through the trouble of getting ready just to go out with him. To be honest, if it weren't for the need to interact with some upper-crust figures, Zhou Yang wouldn't have sought out Betty Ross at all. Even if he didn't go alone, he could have taken their neighbor, Gwen Stacy, who was also a young and beautiful girl and the daughter of the local police chief. However, in terms of social connections, Gwen truly couldn't compare to Betty Ross. Gwen mostly knew the second-generation offspring of wealthy businessmen and politicians, while Betty Ross interacted with powerful women like Pepper Potts. Since Betty Ross was taking her time, Zhou Yang could only ponder the plan he had discussed with Sunil Bakshi a few days ago. The overall situation was much better than he had initially anticipated. Although Novich Energy Group was no longer under his control, its development over the years had still followed his original plan without major deviations. The key point was that although Aaron Adler had stepped down as CEO, the major shareholder remained Aaron Adler, which meant Zhou Yang still had a way to regain control of the entire energy company. He was relieved to find that the company had not established many ties with Hydra. While it was false to say there was no contact at all, after all, Hydra wouldn't pass up such a lucrative opportunity. Aaron Adler was unaware of their true identities. Though the company had not become a world-class energy firm, its strength should not be underestimated,
particularly since it was not deeply entangled with the darker sides of the world, which eased Zhou Yang's mind. Whether it was Hydra, the Hand, or AIM, their goals all revolved around changing the world order. Once that happened, Zhou Yang would have a hard time doing anything. Fortunately, since the energy company had no ties to Hydra, he only needed to quietly regain control, which brought him back to the matter of the Arctic secret base. Over the years, the energy company had withdrawn many personnel from the secret base for security responsibilities, resulting in a shortage of staff at the base. If it weren't for the vital secrets housed there, they might have abandoned it long ago. However, this was also beneficial, as it allowed him to regain control of the secret base without the energy company noticing. Now that the Bakshi family had made contact with some personnel at the secret base, they were privately contacting people under Reinhardt's name. As soon as Zhou Yang showed up, they would be able to seize the entire base. This mainly depended on timing. Zhou Yang currently could not leave New York immediately, especially since the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. were secretly monitoring him. He had many matters to attend to in New York, particularly in the financial realm. The Stark Industries Expo was a good opportunity. Zhou Yang had instructed Sunil Bakshi to short-sell Hammer Industries in the market under the name of the Dutch family. To be truthful, many people currently had high hopes for Hammer Industries, especially with Stark being in a slump recently and Colonel James Rhodes managing to obtain an Iron Man armor for the military. Hammer Industries was simultaneously developing a new Iron Man suit, leading many on Wall Street to be optimistic, particularly after tonight, when many anticipated a significant rise in Hammer Industries stock. However, Zhou Yang was well aware that tomorrow would only bring destruction for Hammer Industries. Stark Industries stocks would soar. If the US stock market didn't close until 4 p.m., Zhou Yang would have liked to make a bold move. If Justin Hammer showcased his super armor in real time, Hammer Industries stock might peak, allowing for maximum profit from short selling. Unfortunately, the Stark Industries Expo was in the evening. Zhou Yang also considered another method, fully acquiring Stark Industries stocks now, which would also rise tomorrow, allowing him to reap substantial rewards then. Yet he ultimately chose to short sell. Making money from shorting was typically more lucrative. After the stock settled, he could take the opportunity to buy up Hammer Industries stocks, gaining control over them. Whether through splitting and reorganizing or selling off assets, he could make a significant profit. However, he preferred the former. Hammer Industries had certain value, and splitting and reorganizing it into a new tech group would greatly benefit Reinhardt's plans. As for Stark Industries stocks, while he could play with them for a short time, it was nearly impossible to undertake any significant actions. Pepper Potts being chosen by Tony Stark as CEO of Stark Industries was no small feat. Her capabilities were not to be underestimated. Stark had poured substantial resources into the Iron Man armor over the years, and Pepper Potts' financial support was crucial. Such a large-scale capital mobilization without harming Stark Industries proved her competence. Tonight would be a spectacle. Zhou Yang had prepared everything. Unless Tony Stark found himself in dire straits and met his demise at Ivan Vanko's hands, the situation would not change drastically. However, that was highly unlikely. From the moment he interacted with Tony Stark, it was clear that Stark was ready to bury his rivals. Even if an accident did occur, it wouldn't affect his plans. As long as the robots created by Ivan Vanko were not under Justin Hammer's control, even if Ivan Vanko ran into trouble, Tony Stark wouldn't let Hammer have an easy time either. Thus, it was a sure-win deal, and he would continue to invest through his public family identity. Tomorrow, this public identity would also make him a billionaire, although the public would be largely unaware of it. Even while driving to Flushing, Zhou Yang continued to ponder these matters. If an uncontrollable accident were to occur, it might not be a bad thing. It would indicate a disruption in the original timeline, making it easier for him to escape Odin's control. Tonight, Betty Ross was dressed elegantly in a light gray off-shoulder floral gown. She linked arms with Zhou Yang as they entered the expo venue, attracting a lot of attention and generating discussions about Zhou Yang's identity. The Stark Industries Expo attracted most industrial and tech groups in America, including Hammer Industries, Osborne Technologies, PIM Technologies, and many top industrial and tech groups that Zhou Yang had never heard of, including the well-established energy company Roxxon Oil. Even though Tony Stark was currently in a slump, it did not stop others from participating in the grand event. Zhou Yang met many people through Betty Ross. For some reason, Pepper Potts had not shown up. Perhaps she was behind the scenes discussing plans with Tony Stark, or maybe she was completely unaware of the situation. No, she couldn't possibly be uninformed. She knew Tony Stark better than anyone else, so how could she not know about Stark's current situation and next steps?
Therefore, even if Stark hadn't explicitly instructed her, she would find a way to take down Hammer Industries. Tonight's operation was a comprehensive counterattack against Hammer Industries and a sharp rebuttal to the military and congressional figures eyeing them. Only by defeating Hammer Industries could Stark Industries maintain its leadership in the industry. Perhaps they also wanted to take a share of Hammer Industries' remains, and at that point, everyone could become competitors. As Joe Young contemplated this while entering the Hammer Industries exhibition hall, the exhibition had not yet officially started, but the hall was already packed with people. "Betty!" A female voice called out from behind Joe Young and Betty Ross. Joe Young instinctively turned around, only to see Betty Ross already chatting with a rebellious girl around 5'6", wearing a light green long dress, with gray-green long hair and a nose ring. "It's you, Justina. What brings you here tonight? Does your dad know?" Betty Ross said in surprise as she pulled Justina to her side and looked around. "He's busy with his big things, he doesn't have time to worry about me," Justina replied, pulling out a lollipop from her mouth and curiously looking at Joe Young. "Who is this? Your new boyfriend?" "This is Daniel Zhou, he'll soon be your junior." "Daniel, let me introduce you. This is your senior, Justina Hammer, a second-year student, and the daughter of Justin Hammer, the host here tonight." As she spoke, Betty Ross subtly shot Joe Young a knowing glance. She certainly didn't believe she was unaware of Joe Yang's purpose for being here tonight. Joe Yang received a personal invitation from Stark. Her father, General Ross, hadn't hidden that from her. Plus, she knew Zhou Yang was a sorcerer, so she could guess the situation easily. "Hello, Senior Justina. We're here to check out the latest products developed by Hammer Industries. If they can really replace Iron Man, then Hammer Industries' market value will skyrocket." Zhou Yang smiled, adopting a rather casual demeanor. Justina scrutinized Zhou Yang for a moment before looking back at Betty Ross and bluntly said, "Betty, how could you find someone like him? He looks so old and boring, like an old man." "I already told you, he's my student." Betty Ross quickly waved her hands, trying to distance herself from Zhou Yang. "A student who hasn't even registered at school yet, right, Betty?" Justina teased, a smirk on her face as she looked at Betty Ross, clearly implying that since Zhou Yang hadn't enrolled yet, Betty was already calling him her student. Justina's eyes lit up, and she quickly added, "No worries, Betty. Since he won't be starting school for a few days, you can openly declare him your boyfriend now, and then just break up after he enrolls." In any setting, a romantic relationship between students and teachers was a taboo. While many schools had such relationships, they could never be brought to light. Since Zhou Yang wasn't yet a student at Empire University, his relationship with Betty Ross was unaffected. "Alright, enough of that. Your dad is about to make an appearance." Just as Betty Ross finished speaking, the lights in the entire exhibition hall suddenly dimmed, and everyone knew that the main event of the evening was about to begin. Sometimes, one has to admit that Justin Hammer's abilities are indeed impressive. Although Hammer Industries rose to prominence after Stark stepped away from the arms industry, Hammer managed to seize the opportunity to become a major military contractor for the U.S. military, demonstrating both vision and skill. The most crucial point is his thick skin. He can humbly learn from Tony Stark's strengths and then mimic them to the best of his ability. Under the dazzling lights, Justin Hammer appeared in a well-tailored, high-end suit. Accompanied by stirring music, he strutted in with exaggerated tap dance steps in front of a gathering of company representatives, media, investors, and other elite individuals, beginning tonight's performance. Aside from not having a bunch of bikini-clad beauties on stage, Hammer's presentation bore a striking similarity to the flashy tactics that Tony Stark employed. To be honest, Justin Hammer would love to do something similar, but given that Hammer Industries was a major military contractor, especially with numerous military generals from the Department of Defense in attendance, they still had to maintain some decorum. Soon, Justin Hammer introduced the unique tri-service Iron Soldier Squad developed by Hammer Industries, proudly showcasing their collaboration with the military, especially highlighting the impressive War Machine, Colonel James Rhodes. The powerful presence of War Machine, combined with the synchronized movements of the Iron Soldier Squad behind him, elicited cheers from everyone present, particularly the military officials who nodded in satisfaction after Colonel Rhodes made his appearance. "Your father is quite a clever man," Zhou Yang said softly to Justina Hammer, causing her to momentarily look confused and ask, "What's wrong with that? Your reaction is quite quick. Shouldn't a normal person be thanking him?" Zhou Yang replied, surprised at Justina's retort. Although she looked like a rebellious girl, she was quite perceptive about everything around her. "It's your tone that's off. You're not genuinely praising him.
From what I know about him, he doesn't deserve such compliments, Justina said, her voice lowering as if she understood something. At that moment, Joe Yang realized it was best not to continue this topic, so he quickly changed the subject. Did you notice that the helmets of those iron soldiers are significantly smaller than war machines?
That means normal humans can't fit into them. You're saying they're machines, Justina almost exclaimed.
As a top student from Imperial College, she naturally understood some of the taboo issues between science and ethics, such as cloning technology, robot intelligence, and weaponization. These were all sensitive areas. However, she never expected that her father would dare to use a group of armed robots to fool people. In today's world, where technology has advanced significantly, countries possess powerful hacking capabilities. If one does not have a sufficient firewall system, the armed robots they painstakingly developed could be taken over by others in no time, potentially turning against them. While there had been proposals for armed robots in the past, they were often completely quashed before reaching the final step. Of course, the technical difficulty of armed robots was much lower than that of human-controlled Iron Man armors, especially when the armed robots did not require autonomous intelligence. In terms of cost, manufacturing time, and maintenance, they were considerably cheaper.
Joe Yang understood that, despite Justina Hammer currently being in control, the true puppeteer behind everything was Ivan Vanko, who was truly waiting for Tony Stark to arrive. This was a clash between the two of them.
Joe Yang had little interest in their confrontation. What he was genuinely intrigued by was the true power of the Iron Soldiers developed by Ivan Vanko. Joe Yang might be able to obtain Stark's imitation of the Tesseract particle arc reactor in the future, but he absolutely could not let Stark know about it. Therefore, he needed to don the guise of Hammer Industries to navigate through some unnecessary troubles. Ivan Vanko, nicknamed Whiplash, was one of the few ordinary people in the Marvel Universe capable of facing Tony Stark head-on. Even after Stark developed the imitation of the Tesseract particle arc reactor, he would need to team up with War Machine, Colonel James Rhodes, to deal with Vanko. This demonstrated that the Iron Soldiers created by Ivan Vanko were not as weak as they appeared.
So where did their advantages lie? How could Joe Yang extract their strengths after they became Stark's defeated foes?
The Iron Soldiers on stage appeared imposing, but their operational weaknesses made them extremely vulnerable. However, their numerical and cost advantages certainly made them favored by the military. As for their combined combat capabilities, if they were not facing Tony Stark but some other random foe, they might indeed showcase impressive strength.
However, against Stark, they would reveal deficiencies in many areas and would be crushed in moments.
Especially with Jarvis, if Stark ordered Jarvis to fully invade the control systems of these Iron Soldiers, they would immediately become Stark's pawns. Thus, what these Iron Soldiers lacked most was an intelligent system like Jarvis. If they possessed such a system, they might be able to unleash power akin to Ultron.
Yet, until such an intelligence system was developed, these remote-controlled Iron Soldiers were not ideal.
Instead of pouring so much funding into them, it would be better to invest in drones. Small drones are harder to trace and can be quite lethal. After all, Ivan Vanko was just one person. No matter how clever he was, his computing power was far inferior to that of a superintelligent system. As Joe Yang was deep in thought, a low alarm began to ring. In the distance, a brilliant light flickered, accompanied by a howling sound, rapidly approaching from afar. In the blink of an eye, Iron Man, clad in a gold and red suit, descended directly and landed firmly on the stage. The sudden appearance of Iron Man instantly drew cheers and applause from the audience, especially when Stark stood alongside War Machine, Colonel Rhodes, waving to everyone to showcase their unity. Even those military figures who typically didn't favor Stark couldn't help but clap. With Iron Man and War Machine joining forces, and added support from Hammer Industries, America was not far from global domination. Of course, in the world of ordinary people, America had long been a world leader. However, in the extraordinary realm, they were just getting started. At this moment, Joe Yang's gaze had already settled on the triangular arc reactor embedded in Iron Man's chest, which was the new element created by mimicking the Tesseract. The new material derived from this new element contained immense energy, making the arc reactor the most powerful creation of humanity on Earth. Reinhardt had tried to analyze the elemental composition of this new material through remote mental power, but as soon as his mental touch approached, Stark's chest erupted with brilliant light, causing him to retract his mental presence immediately. The immense energy contained in the new arc reactor was far beyond what Reinhardt could currently access. Just the sheer power was enough to elevate Stark to the ranks of the most powerful beings on the planet. No wonder Stark could stand up against Thanos later. While many other factors influenced that outcome, the new element alone accounted for 70% of it.
If he could utilize this new element in his magic, even without obtaining the Tesseract, Reinhardt's strength could be significantly enhanced.
So how could he acquire this asset? Forcing his way into Stark's residence was clearly unfeasible. The invisibility spell he was currently using merely distorted light and couldn't eliminate all factors concerning his existence on this planet. It would be quite difficult to completely evade Jarvis. Unless he could return to the realm of the legendary sorcerer, but right now, relying on the new element before him to break through to that level would only create a vicious cycle. So far, there was only one such arc reactor in the world. Even Colonel Rhodes, as Stark's closest friend, only used a second-rate arc reactor, which was nowhere near the new one. Ivan Vanko was likely to lose precisely because of this. He was determined to create an even more powerful Iron Man armor than Stark's, yet he failed to anticipate that Stark would upgrade his power source directly, resulting in all his defense and attack systems being enhanced. It would be a miracle for him to win. Tony Stark, or rather Howard Stark, had indeed researched some things over the years since the Tesseract fell into his hands. Wait, Howard Stark, Industrial Model, Industrial Park. Joe Young seemed to have realized something, and his eyes lit up. At that moment, faint arguing sounds reached Joe Yang's ears from the exhibition stage. Justina Hammer, nearby, seemed to grow anxious. Although she was at odds with her father, she didn't want to see him bullied by Tony Stark. As people below the stage began to whisper among themselves, the weapons on War Machine suddenly activated, aiming directly at Tony Stark. Simultaneously, all the weapon systems of the Iron Soldiers on stage also activated, targeting Stark while also aiming at the ordinary civilians below the stage. The military leaders were the first to sense that something was amiss, but before they could speak, the weapons of all the Iron Soldiers on stage suddenly fired. Fortunately, Stark sensed the anomaly first, instantly soaring into the sky and drawing the fire of the Iron Soldiers' weapons upward, directing their attacks toward him. Rat-tat-tat, the deafening gunfire made people feel as if they were in the midst of a battlefield, with bullets smashing into the high-strength glass windows of the exhibition hall, shattering them instantly. Countless shards rained down, and the entire exhibition hall fell into chaos. Don't go. Get away from here first. Joe Yang grabbed Justina, who was about to find her father, and whispered urgently, "Going over now will only create confusion and be counterproductive. Think it through and come with us." Having said that, Joe Yang no longer paid attention to Justina, directly pulling Betty Ross into his arms as they swiftly exited the exhibition hall. Justina bit her lip and hurriedly followed Joe Yang out of the hall. In this chaotic situation, only Joe Yang could smoothly lead people away from the exhibition hall. He also spotted Justina's father, Justin Hammer, rushing toward the backstage, as well as Pepper Potts coming to settle the score with him, not to mention the ever-present Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, who Zhou Yang was meeting for the first time. After all, during World War II, she had still been a young girl, and the Black Widow from that era had collaborated with him to some extent. Zhou Yang quickly burst out of the exhibition hall, ensuring he got Betty Ross and Justina into a car, and then he vanished from sight. This was truly a spectacular arms spectacle. Iron Man soared through the air at high speed, followed closely by dozens of Iron Soldiers. However, the bullets fired by these Iron Soldiers could not penetrate Stark's armored exterior at all. Ivan Vanko was undoubtedly a top-tier scientist. The Iron Soldiers he designed matched Stark's Iron Man armor in many ways, especially in terms of power. The energy emitted from the arc reactors on these Iron Soldiers was not inferior to the palladium arc reactor Stark had developed previously. In fact, it might even be stronger. Stark's palladium arc reactor appeared to be something he developed himself in the deserts of the Middle East, but in reality, it had been invented decades earlier by Anton Vanko. Although Anton Vanko was expelled from America and later exiled to Siberia by Russia, he had long harbored regrets about this technology. Even after he ultimately died from excessive drinking, the creative inspirations he had gathered over decades remained. Ivan Vanko's level of expertise was not inferior to that of his father. Just as Tony Stark turned Howard Stark's ideas into reality, Ivan Vanko had done the same. If Stark had not invented the imitation of the Tesseract particle arc reactor first, the outcome of this battle could have been uncertain. However, now everything was predetermined. The Iron Soldiers soaring through the air fired bullets that whizzed past numerous buildings, striking Stark's gold titanium alloy armor without leaving a mark. This was the gap between the two sides. Hammer Industries had invested heavily in this venture, but their intentions differed from Tony Stark's. Stark created the Iron Man armor primarily for personal use, while Hammer Industries focused more on industrialization, which necessitated scaling and cost reduction.
Justin Hammer could not afford to spend vast sums on gold titanium alloy. With the resources available, he could only create one Iron Man suit, and the military would not foot the bill. Therefore, while these Iron Soldiers had decent offensive capabilities, their defensive abilities were quite concerning. Countless bullets whizzed past Stark's armor, impacting the ordinary cars below, which were immediately engulfed in flames as dozens of Iron Soldiers flew by. The attack capabilities of these Iron Soldiers were futile against Stark's armor, but for the ordinary cars below, they were no better than paper. For Hammer Industries to become a military contractor, their basic capabilities were undoubtedly qualified, and they might even be stronger than many others. After flying around, Stark brought the Iron Soldiers back to the heart of the Stark Industries Expo, setting his sights on the large globe structure at the center of the exhibition. The globe was composed of numerous high-strength steel beams, arranged in intricate circles, with a very complex internal structure. Safely navigating through it would require highly skilled operational techniques, which Ivan Vanko, relying on remote control, simply did not possess. While Vanko was indeed an outstanding mechanical physics expert, his knowledge was lacking in artificial intelligence. As the Iron Soldiers followed Stark's Iron Man at high speed into the large globe structure, they were unable to maneuver around the intricate beams, crashing violently into them and exploding upon impact. Countless fragments scattered, and flames erupted intensely within the globe structure. After flying past, Stark inexplicably sighed with relief, even feeling a hint of sadness. Yet, as the other Iron Soldiers quickly followed and resumed their pursuit, he immediately flew away from the Stark Industries Expo. Even though Stark had previously left the expo, he returned not only to destroy a dozen Iron Soldiers but also to obliterate the large globe structure, as it was a crucial framework for constructing the new element. Standing amidst the flames, Zhou Yang watched the burning structures with a satisfied smile. Although the fire was raging, Zhou Yang had already memorized everything in his mind by arriving early. Moreover, the flames made certain elements more visible. As a sorcerer, mental prowess was his strong suit, and his memory capacity far exceeded that of an ordinary person. While he wouldn't claim to have photographic memory, he could remember details under focused observation, especially key elements. The outer sphere of the globe was actually the largest frame, with numerous steel beams arranged in a specific sequence, forming the detailed structural framework and interconnected nodes inside. These constituted the most important foundation for the new element. Of course, there were other details that needed to be filled and adjusted. After all, over the years, the globe had undergone some changes, both man-made and natural. Zhou Yang had to adjust them to the most perfect state, which would require time for analysis and integration. As he took a step forward, the flames parted automatically, opening a path before Reinhardt. Although Zhou Yang had stepped into the realm of a legendary sorcerer through ice magic, his greatest strengths had always been in wood and fire magic. Despite the current strong inertia of Earth's magical elements preventing him from exhibiting the full power of a legendary sorcerer, his mastery and vision remained intact. Even after not engaging with fire magic for many years, he had not forgotten the basic manipulation of flames. Zhou Yang did not leave immediately upon acquiring the most crucial item. He was quite interested in the entire Stark Industries exhibition base. The small model of the entire base Stark had received was merely a reflection of Howard Stark's vision for the base. While he had developed the new element through that small model, the true essence still lay within this industrial base. After all, over countless years, no one could predict when that small model might be destroyed, while only the entire base held the greatest potential for long-term preservation. He needed to memorize every aspect of the base, the size of buildings, pathways, landscapes, trees, gazebos, streetlights, and everything else. Moreover, he needed to gather all historical design blueprints of the entire exhibition base and photographs of its formations, including any increases or decreases in various buildings over time, especially the year Howard Stark passed away and the changes he made to the entire industrial base. Even if Tony Stark had discovered the new element, its power might not immediately reach its peak. He would need to conduct ongoing research and improvements on the new element, with the ultimate goal of not just imitating the Tesseract particle but directly creating Tesseract particles. Zhou Yang also realized that if he could produce Tesseract particles from a magical perspective, even if he couldn't obtain the Tesseract itself or the Space Stone, discovering particles of spatial energy and absorbing those energy particles would allow him to possess capabilities akin to the Space Stone, even without it. Furthermore, if he could gather the energy particles from all the Infinity Stones, he might not even need to collect all the Infinity Stones to gain unimaginable powers. At the very least, he could survive after Thanos snapped his fingers. Thanos was not only Odin's enemy but also Zhou Yang's enemy.
Joe Yang could not overlook the Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe. Even if he only obtained one, it would make him a thorn in Thanos' side. The best opportunity to kill Thanos would only come after he snapped his fingers, which meant Joe Yang had to survive until that moment. The threat posed by Thanos was genuinely motivating Joe Yang. He had to elevate his power as quickly as possible. This was also one of the reasons he remained largely unresponsive despite being under Heimdall's watch. Joe Yang wandered around the entire exhibition base with enthusiasm. However, the surroundings had not calmed down just because Tony Stark had drawn away most of the Iron Soldiers. After all, there were still some Iron Soldiers that lacked flight capabilities. Yet, no one noticed Joe Yang's presence, as his invisibility spell was not something just anyone could see through. Just as Joe Yang exited the last gazebo, an Iron Soldier charged at him, raising its arms to unleash a barrage of bullets aimed directly at him. With a casual wave, a powerful energy barrier was erected before Joe Yang, and not a single bullet could penetrate such a barrier. In the next instant, Joe Yang appeared in front of the Iron Soldier, a flash of light passing through his hand as he seized the arc reactor from the Iron Soldier's chest, simultaneously cutting off its connection to the time detonation device. The next moment, a massive fireball was birthed in Reinhardt's hands, which he then stuffed into the Iron Soldier's body. With a resounding boom, the Iron Soldier exploded, and Joe Yang had long since vanished from the scene. Soon, the remaining Iron Soldiers left in the exhibition base were also caught off guard and exploded one after another. However, Ivan Vanko was completely oblivious to this, or rather, he had already abandoned this area entirely, focusing his attention entirely on Tony Stark. Especially after the Hammer Industries headquarters was breached, Ivan Vanko knew it was time for him to leave. At this moment, a fierce battle was unfolding by a small creek in Central Park, but the brutality was not directed at Tony Stark or War Machine, Colonel Rhodes, but rather at the unfortunate Iron Soldiers. The poor Iron Soldiers' weapons couldn't penetrate Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes's armors, while the two of them unleashed their weapons at will, brutally tearing the Iron Soldiers apart. Sometimes, one has to say that, even in the name of cost-saving, Justin Hammer had gone a bit too far. Once Stark's Iron Man armor gained an overwhelming advantage over the Iron Soldiers, their performance was worse than that of paper dolls. This was Central Park, where surveillance was minimal and had already been breached by Jarvis. Otherwise, if high-ranking officials from the White House and military saw this scene, they would lose all confidence in Hammer Industries. A powerful cross-spiral laser flashed through, slicing through all the Iron Soldiers at the waist in one swift motion. The remaining dozen Iron Soldiers, along with dozens of trees around them, were instantly cut into several pieces, leaving Colonel Rhodes dumbfounded. Joe Yang, who had just arrived, instinctively halted his steps. If he had been a moment late, he could have easily become a target of attack. While this assault might not harm him, it would inevitably expose his location. However, Stark was already prepared, and the real main course was about to be served. Not only did Joe Yang sense this, but Tony Stark also received a report from Natasha Romanoff at Hammer Industries headquarters, warning him of an Iron Soldier with an extremely high energy index rapidly approaching. What appeared before them was a 3-meter-tall iron giant descending from the sky. Ivan Vanko had arrived. Joe Yang hung up the phone, his gaze shifting to Ivan Vanko, who was fiercely battling Stark and Colonel Rhodes. Although he wanted to see how this spectacle would conclude, a call from the White House summoned him to the Stark Industries Expo to eliminate all Iron Soldiers present. Ivan Vanko had left numerous Iron Soldiers at the Stark Industries Expo site for his own consideration, intending to create chaos and distract the military and other superheroes from interfering in his showdown with Tony Stark. Although Joe Yang had dealt with many Iron Soldiers, there were still quite a few active, and they had already taken the lives of dozens of ordinary citizens, including several journalists and high-ranking government officials, which prompted the urgent call from the White House. Joe Yang wasn't the only one deployed. The White House had mobilized a National Guard regiment to quickly regain control of the situation, and dealing with the Iron Soldiers required Joe Yang's direct intervention. Of course, the White House was entirely unaware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement in this matter and had not mentioned it to Joe Yang. Glancing one last time at Ivan Vanko, Joe Yang acknowledged that Vanko was indeed formidable. The Iron Man suits he had developed were impressive in material quality. It was unclear how much special metal he had managed to gather from the stingy Justin Hammer, but Stark and Colonel Rhodes's super laser cannon, capable of tearing through other armors, could not breach Vanko's Iron Man suit. In contrast to the agile Iron Man, Vanko's Iron Man suits employed close combat electric whips, revealing Stark's shortcomings in that regard. Both Stark and Rhodes were left in a tough spot by Vanko's tactics. Before Joe Yang left,
Vanko had already bound Stark and Colonel Rhodes with electric whips, allowing Joe Young to take the call unnoticed and come and go quietly. Unfortunately, he had wanted to see how Vanko would meet his end at Stark's hands, but the call from the White House made him miss it. He had completely forgotten the scene where Stark had killed Vanko on the original timeline and had hoped to enjoy the show with popcorn, but that opportunity was gone. Joe Young hurried back to the Stark Industries Expo site, now dressed in a U.S. Army Major's uniform, and dashed into the fray. A young boy wearing an Iron Man helmet appeared to be lost, and with his parents nowhere to be found, the helmet caught the attention of an Iron Soldier. The Iron Soldier quickly approached the boy, who, unaware of the danger, lifted a toy laser cannon, activating a bright beam that triggered a defensive response from the Iron Soldier, which lowered its gun barrel and aimed it at the boy. Just as tragedy seemed imminent, a man in a U.S. Army uniform suddenly appeared between the two, and in an instant, an inexplicable frost enveloped the Iron Soldier, freezing it solid. The intense cold rapidly froze all the liquids within the Iron Soldier, including lubricating oil, brake fluid, windshield washer fluid, coolant, and antifreeze, rendering its systems electrically conductive due to the extreme low temperatures. As the Iron Soldier attempted to raise its gun to target Joe Young, a moment later, currents of electricity surged through it, causing black smoke to emerge from every part of its body. "Your parents are over there, hurry and go to them, kid." Joe Young pointed in the direction of the boy's searching parents. The boy looked at Joe Young for a moment before quickly running off. However, a series of beeping sounds began to ring out. This was a sign that a timed explosive device was about to activate, and even at that moment, the entire expo site remained chaotic, with the Iron Soldiers continuing their rampage. Joe Young furrowed his brow, wondering what was going on. Had Pepper Potts and Black Widow managed to take care of the Iron Soldier's control systems in the background? Though Joe Young had not seen Pepper Potts, based on the original timeline, she should have gone to find Justin Hammer, while Black Widow dealt with issues at Hammer Industries headquarters. The two were supposed to work together, using Justin Hammer's authority to possibly override Ivan Vanko's commands and prevent the bombs from detonating, yet nothing of the sort had occurred. Joe Young sensed that something was amiss, but he was certain there was a problem. If these Iron Soldiers exploded, it would inevitably affect a wider range of civilians, making the situation even harder to control. A thought flashed through Joe Young's mind, and the next moment, he shot straight up into the sky. This scene was witnessed by many present and captured by news cameras and military satellites focusing on the area. In an instant, Joe Young ascended to a height of 100 meters, with the expo site laid out beneath him. The moment he reached the apex, he took out his oak wand. The wand, initially a reddish-brown when it first formed, had turned a light brown over the decades he had carried it, especially after his 60 years in Jotunheim. Its appearance now resembled white. Perhaps influenced by Jotunheim, or due to Zhou Yang advancing as a legendary sorcerer through ice magic, this wand had always been his most important asset, intertwined with his life over the years. As soon as the oak wand was drawn, Zhou Yang's expression turned solemn. In the next moment, a gigantic magic circle expanded from him, rapidly growing to several meters in size. A voice seemed to resonate in the air as a massive ice wall shot out from the magic circle, quickly descending to the ground. One ice wall after another emerged from the magic circle, landing on the ground and effectively isolating the Iron Soldiers from the ordinary civilians around them. Just as Zhou Yang completed this act, the others had yet to register what had happened when, amid a series of booming sounds, several massive fireballs shot skyward, engulfing a significant portion of the expo site in flames. Seeing this scene, those observing from a distance finally understood the purpose behind Zhou Yang's previous actions. The massive ice walls had suddenly appeared, firmly isolating the Iron Soldiers from the ordinary civilians, blocking the self-destructing Iron Soldiers from causing immediate harm to them. However, Zhou Yang's ice walls could only provide isolation from the sides, they could not shield the Iron Soldiers from above. Most of the explosive force surged upward, affecting the civilians around only minimally, but Stark Industries buildings would likely suffer considerable damage. After the explosions, smoke filled the air, and as Zhou Yang watched the ice walls that had shielded them from the brunt of the explosion begin to crack and collapse, panic set in among the civilians. Although most of the explosive force had directed upward, some began to fall as well, leading to screens throughout the expo site. At that moment, a convoy of National Guard military vehicles burst into the expo, quickly taking control of the scene and guiding the civilians to evacuate. Finally, the situation was starting to come under control. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already vanished from the sky, reappearing on the rooftop of a building at the edge of the expo. Watching half of the expo site engulfed in flames, Zhou Yang couldn't help but smirk in disdain. Now Stark wouldn't have to lift a finger. All potential clues linking the new element to the imitation of the Tesseract had been thoroughly erased.
After hanging up the call to the White House, Joe Young quickly left the Stark Industries Expo, but before heading back, he wanted to check the battlefield near Central Park to understand the situation there. He guessed that there wouldn't be much left, all the Iron Soldiers there would have self-destructed, and Ivan Vanko's Iron Man suit would likely share the same fate. He was probably turned to mush. As Joe Young stealthily moved, another question crossed his mind. Despite the multiple communications from the White House, they had never mentioned wanting to meet him face to face. Not even the president himself, nor any related agencies or Secret Service agents had contacted him for a meeting. Even if someone were to communicate from within, it would only be General Ross. It seemed that General Ross, despite having stepped down from the military, still wielded considerable influence. However, General Ross had already left New York. Given the current trajectory, it was likely that similar disastrous events would occur not only across America but specifically in New York as well. This was also why Joe Young had chosen to make a high-profile move to deal with the Iron Soldiers earlier. This would increase the White House's interest in him, especially after the formation of the Avengers. His value as a superpowered individual under their control was self-evident.
The acrid smoke snapped Joe Young back to reality.
As he had suspected, the scene had turned into a wasteland.
The explosions had not only destroyed Ivan Vanko's Iron Man suit but also the Iron Soldiers that Stark had obliterated.
As long as the arc reactors remained intact, everything would self-destruct, leaving nothing but chaos behind. Scattered iron fragments and charred trees still burning, the acrid smoke lingered, and amidst the chaotic scene, a few charred fragments of flesh could be spotted, remnants of Ivan Vanko, mostly vaporized.
Joe Young pondered for a moment before starting to gather the remnants.
He aimed to find all the fragments that made up Ivan Vanko's Iron Man suit, as he had a strong interest in those materials. If he could collect these fragments, he would be able to forge a new Iron Man suit. While it might not be as intelligent as Stark's, it would certainly be far superior to Ivan Vanko's.
For Joe Young, what he lacked most were raw materials.
Whether it was gold titanium alloy or other high-strength steel alloys, they were hard to come by. Not only did it require substantial funds, but various connections and relationships were also needed. Purchase records would be hard to hide, making it easy for others to trace him, something he wanted to avoid.
Joe Young's intention to create a new Iron Man suit was not for himself.
As a sorcerer, he couldn't always be on the front lines of battle. It was best to have powerful warriors around him to give him enough space to cast spells. That was the correct combat posture for a sorcerer, and he currently lacked such an ally, a trustworthy one. Although cleaning up the site was unpleasant, Joe Young still had some additional gains. Despite the chaos from the explosions, there were still other remnants left behind, including 2 electric whips used by Ivan Vanko. Those 2 whips could bind even Stark and Colonel Rhodes. Whiplash, whiplash. The door clicked open, and Joe Young quickly got up from the sofa, rubbing his eyes. As he caught sight of the person in the hallway illuminated by the light, he exclaimed in surprise, "Turn on the lights, Betty.
It's getting late, it'll be dawn soon. I can't help it."
Betty Ross replied, turning on the lights and adjusting them to a soft glow, looking fatigued. "You have no idea, Justina is currently under federal investigation both at her company and at home. She has to deal with all those lawyers handling the ensuing legal issues. If I weren't here watching over her, that clueless girl would have been eaten alive."
"Won't this cause trouble for you and your father?" Joe Young asked, concern etched on his face. "It's fine, I'm just keeping an eye on her and helping to contact some lawyers."
"I let the lawyers handle everything else," Betty said, setting down her bag and walking to the kitchen to get a glass of water. After a moment, she continued, "If I weren't here, Justina would be a mess right now." Joe Young had already spoken to Betty on the phone earlier, and when he returned to the villa to find her absent, he felt a surge of panic. If anything had happened to Betty, he would have no way to explain it to General Ross. Fortunately, after their call, he learned that Betty had been left at Hammer Industries headquarters, which was similar to Stark's apartment being at the top of Stark Industries. Of course, wealthy individuals like them had many properties in places like Long Island. While Betty Ross spoke lightly about the situation, her presence there was not so easy. Although many matters were handled by lawyers, deciding which lawyers to trust and which ones might be problematic was the real challenge. While attorney ethics required every lawyer to adhere to certain professional standards, there were enough gray areas left in the rules, allowing lawyers to benefit from them. Currently, Hammer Industries was in dire straits. Almost all assets were being seized by the FBI, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had also intervened.
This was only the immediate issue. When the stock market opened tomorrow morning, Hammer Industries stock was likely to plummet. Moreover, there were future concerns. Hammer Industries had taken out substantial loans for industry chain and production line upgrades after securing military contracts, but those contracts would surely be cancelled now, and the banks might come demanding repayment as soon as tomorrow. Additionally, there were numerous suppliers owed money. With Hammer Industries funds frozen, those payments would likely never be recovered. It was clear to everyone that Hammer Industries was about to face large-scale legal action. Shutting down and declaring bankruptcy was their only way out. In this context, smart lawyers could see that helping Hammer Industries would not yield adequate compensation, so the cautious ones would advise Justina to cooperate with the official investigations, while the reckless ones aimed to take advantage of Hammer Industries. Although Hammer Industries was only facing the risk of shutdown, even being broke, those lawyers could still wring a significant profit from them. Thus, selecting the right lawyer in such a situation was exceedingly difficult, which was why Betty Ross had come home so late. Justin Hammer is likely facing a prison sentence of 20 to 30 years, that's probably unavoidable. Hammer Industries is finished. You should advise Justina to let go early and stop holding on so stubbornly, Zhou Yang said, shaking his head. The current situation was extremely challenging. By morning, Hammer Industries stocks would plummet, and Zhou Yang had already begun to act the previous day. Once the stocks hit rock bottom, Zhou Yang would buy the bonds at bargain prices, becoming one of Hammer Industries' largest bondholders. At that point, they would be among the first to be compensated in the event of bankruptcy, allowing him to strip away valuable assets. This involved very complex business maneuvers. Zhou Yang was only responsible for the surface-level strategic planning. Sunil Bakshi was the one truly executing everything, supported by a highly professional team. Let's see how it goes. Poor Justina, going from a billionaire's daughter to being broke overnight. The psychological shift and the gap must be enough to crush someone. Betty Ross sighed deeply. This was the real reason she wanted to help Justina. You're worrying too much. Justin Hammer must have prepared trust funds for Justina long ago. She's not going to starve, as long as she doesn't lose her mind and take on her father's debts, Zhou Yang said, not overly concerned. Without Betty Ross by her side, Justina might have been tricked into signing various agreements by those lawyers last night, making it impossible for her to escape. Zhou Yang believed that while Hammer Industries had suffered a devastating blow last night, Justin Hammer wouldn't be so easily defeated. Even if he lost Hammer Industries and was headed for prison, he certainly had substantial hidden assets overseas that could sustain Justina comfortably. As Betty Ross began to remove her earrings, Zhou Yang stood up from the sofa, stretched, and said, "Since you're back, you should get some rest. I'll come see you again when you wake up tomorrow." "Wait, aren't you staying?" Betty instinctively asked as Zhou Yang made his way to the door. Zhou Yang turned around, giving her a half-smile, and replied playfully, "I'd love to stay, but you look so tired tonight. If I stay any longer, you won't be getting up tomorrow. Get lost." Betty Ross, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, threw the cup of water in her hand at Zhou Yang, but it only hit the door. By the time Zhou Yang returned to his own home, the sky was already dimly lit. As he parked his car, he noticed a small figure standing at his doorstep. "What are you doing here? Where's your bodyguard?" Zhou Yang frowned as he looked at Justina Hammer, who had suddenly appeared at his door. Many of them submitted their resignation reports. "I let some stay behind to watch over the company, so I came to find you myself," Justina said, her eyes looking very tired, almost unable to stay open. "When did you come over?" Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment but still walked forward to open the door, letting Justina into the living room. After Betty went home, Justina said, deliberately referring to Betty Ross as teacher and fixing her gaze on Zhou Yang with an odd expression. Zhou Yang pretended not to notice and walked to the kitchen to grab a pot of water, placing it on the gas stove to heat up. He then took out some ground coffee and poured it into a cup, quickly brewing a cup of hot coffee and placing it in front of Justina. Sitting across from her, Zhou Yang said directly, "You shouldn't be here right now, you should go see your father through a lawyer as soon as possible. He's the one who knows best how to deal with the current situation. The lawyer has already gone, but the police aren't allowing anyone to see him right now, and the lawyer has no way to do anything," Justina said, already realizing the seriousness of the situation. Under normal circumstances, when a lawyer arrived at the police station, they wouldn't deny access to the client. The fact that the police were refusing access indicated that they had already gathered sufficient evidence or, even worse, were framing it under the guise of terrorism, which would make things even more complicated. Zhou Yang's gaze fixed on Justina,
observing the petite yet determined girl, and he asked, "I've heard about your situation, but you should understand that you shouldn't be coming to me for help.
I can't do anything about your family's matters."
Justina's sudden appearance at Zhou Yang's door was quite obvious. She wanted his help, but it wasn't that simple.
Not to mention whether Zhou Yang had the capability, why should he help her?
Even if she was willing to sacrifice herself, it wouldn't be worth a company like Hammer Industries.
I know. I've consulted a lawyer, and the best course of action right now is to file for bankruptcy immediately. That way, I can avoid being implicated.
But that's just on a legal level. Outside of that, some people won't let it go easily. Justina mentioned some individuals without specifying who they were, but Zhou Yang understood that those were troublesome figures who couldn't appear in public.
But what did that have to do with Zhou Yang?
Although Justina sounded pitiful, Zhou Yang remained unmoved.
Seeing Zhou Yang's demeanor, Justina felt a deep sense of disappointment.
She had initially thought Zhou Yang would be like those superheroes, sympathetic to her plight, but now it seemed Zhou Yang was quite cold-blooded. Upon reflection, the military personnel were all emotionless killing machines. It would be surprising if they acted with compassion. Suddenly, Justina slammed her hand on the coffee table, angrily exclaiming, "I just can't accept it. How can they just seal us off? Hammer Industries pays hundreds of millions in taxes to the IRS every year, and there are still 70 to 80,000 employees in the company, plus countless small and medium enterprises downstream.
If Hammer Industries goes under, who knows how many families will be ruined, how many people will commit suicide?
This can't continue, someone has to take charge."
Watching Justina's emotional outburst, Zhou Yang's expression remained unchanged.
This rebellious girl didn't seem so simple after all. It made sense. Justin Hammer might not have time to be with his daughter, but he had never neglected her education. Justina standing up to take action now proved that Justin Hammer had educated her well. At that moment, Justina fixed her gaze on Zhou Yang and pulled out a phone, handing it over. "Mr. Zhou, take a look at this."
Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, took the phone, and opened it.
On the screen was a video. The footage captured was of Zhou Yang himself. It showed a scene from the Stark Industries base, where Zhou Yang reached out and plunged his hand into an Iron Soldier's chest, then violently threw the Iron Soldier away, causing it to explode in midair. However, due to the low resolution of the phone and the nervousness of the cameraman, everything appeared quite blurry.
While it confirmed Zhou Yang's identity, it didn't provide any substantial evidence.
However, it was not that simple. If this footage fell into the hands of a technical expert, especially an intelligent being like Jarvis, Zhou Yang's secretive actions would soon be revealed, particularly his endeavor to collect arc reactors. As for Justina, Zhou Yang returned the phone to her and said with a hint of amusement, "I know you're a clever girl. I'm not sure where you got this, but even if you made it public, I believe it would be quickly erased.
Do you want me to call the White House and the Department of Defense right now and have them handle this? You might even get to see your father in prison." What a meaningless and worthless threat.
Justina Hammer held the items in her hand, which could at most prove Zhou Yang's true identity. Even if these items circulated online, there would be no need for Zhou Yang to act. Other official agencies would swiftly erase them.
Moreover, even if they couldn't clean it up in time, or if Justina had other means, what did it matter? Zhou Yang's identity being exposed was not a big deal.
At this moment, things were markedly different from a few years ago. Especially after Stark publicly announced he was Iron Man, the situation for superpowered individuals had improved significantly.
Moreover, Zhou Yang was a superpowered individual affiliated with the US military, who could truly threaten him.
"I'm not trying to threaten you, this is just my sincerity. The video was recorded by a friend of mine, and I promise there are no other backups," Justina said, pushing the phone back toward Zhou Yang. "As long as you can help me get through this tough time, Hammer Industries will do everything it can to provide you with whatever you need in the future."
"Help you out, ha, ha." Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle, then looked at Justina with keen interest. "You've certainly piqued my curiosity."
"You're right, people like us really care only about our own strength. And to enhance that strength, besides personal effort, we also need substantial resources from the outside."
"But how can you guarantee that you can provide adequate support? And don't forget, your father isn't getting out of this."
Zhou Yang pointedly addressed the crux of the deal. The situation was far from being resolved just by Justina saving Hammer Industries. He needed her to effectively manage Hammer Industries afterward to generate significant profits, and that all depended on her.
Zhou Yang made it clear that Justin Hammer would not be getting out of prison under any circumstances. With so many lives lost at the Stark Industries Expo, someone had to take responsibility.
Since Ivan Vanko was already dead, it would have to be Justin Hammer.
That was the harsh truth.
Justina had initially hoped to use Joe Young to secure her father's safety, but his resolute stance made her realize there was no way to turn back. The only option left was Hammer Industries.
Justina finally made her decision.
Although it was hard for her to accept, Joe Yang's attitude made her understand that her father was beyond saving, but Hammer Industries still had a chance. Before I came here, I did some research. Although the government has frozen all our bank accounts, Hammer Industries had previously purchased a large quantity of raw materials for the large-scale production of Iron Soldiers and upgraded its production lines.
All the workers have been recruited and trained. As long as there's enough funding injected, a significant number of Iron Soldiers could be manufactured immediately.
And once we sell these Iron Soldiers, the funds will come back, and everything will resume operation. The government won't allow you to continue producing Iron Soldiers, believe me, not even one. Moreover, all technical documentation regarding the arc reactors and Iron Soldiers will be confiscated and sealed, possibly even destroyed.
You won't be able to produce these things at all.
Joe Yang interrupted Justina ruthlessly. She clearly hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation. After a moment's hesitation, Justina finally decided to tell Joe Yang, as long as I can see my father, I can get everything. Justin Hammer had kept a contingency plan, and Joe Yang understood immediately. Whether it was the Iron Soldiers or the blueprints and technology of the arc reactors, Justin Hammer likely had backups, and he might even have hidden funds overseas.
That's still not enough, Joe Yang shook his head and said. It's not that simple.
Once you produce Iron Soldiers, the government will intervene immediately. Plus, your sales channels are problematic.
Who will you sell those unstable products to?
The Iron Soldiers from Hammer Industries posed significant risks, which Ivan Vanko had already showcased at the Stark Industries Expo.
Few would be willing to purchase something that could potentially be controlled by someone else.
Perhaps Hammer Industries had a way to resolve this issue, but their credibility was already lost, and no one would easily take the plunge.
Hearing Joe Yang's words, Justina suddenly felt uneasy. Her hesitation made Joe Yang realize she clearly had a backup plan.
As long as the Iron Soldiers could be produced without alerting the authorities and sold smoothly, it seemed it wouldn't be an issue.
As for other superficial financial movements, those could be easily managed. The question then arose, this mysterious buyer was likely someone who had already been lined up, just unable to show their face. Seeing Justina reluctant to speak, Joe Yang casually remarked, perhaps you really can bring in profits, and you could run Hammer Industries well in the future, but we still lack some key factors. For example, why should I help you?
With the same funds and connections, I could achieve similar goals elsewhere, or even do better.
So why should I pick you, a troublesome liability, at this time?
Justina had initially thought she had swayed Joe Yang effectively, but with just a slight hesitation, his attitude took a 180-degree turn. Just as she was about to say something, Joe Yang raised his hand to stop her.
You might not yet realize how serious your father's troubles are.
The ones wanting to see him completely ruined aren't just Stark Industries and the injured public, there's also the furious military and the secretly intervening SHIELD.
At this point, Joe Yang paused for a moment. By the way, you probably don't know what SHIELD is.
It originated from the Strategic Scientific Reserve during World War II, and you can think of it as a combination of the FBI and CIA under the United Nations. Right now, the FBI, CIA, and counter-terrorism units are all looking into your troubles, not to mention the White House and Congress. So, while what you mentioned sounds promising, I still won't get involved. The benefits this situation could bring me are not worth the costs I'd have to incur.
With every name Joe Yang mentioned, Justina's complexion paled further.
She had wanted to refute something, but after Joe Yang briefly introduced her to SHIELD, she felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had left her.
So now you have two options.
Either announce bankruptcy as soon as you get back, or find someone who is genuinely interested in Hammer Industries. After saying this, Joe Yang turned to head upstairs, but he paused slightly, coldly adding, you can rest here, but I hope I don't see you when I wake up.
With that, Joe Yang entered the bedroom on the second floor.
No matter what, his energy had indeed been significantly depleted the previous night, especially after casting that large-scale magic. Casting such a large spell on Earth was akin to performing a legendary spell elsewhere, consuming an enormous amount of energy. Even he had expended 30% of his magic power in that moment. If he attempted to cast the same spell again under those circumstances, he would find himself in a dire situation,
possibly even endangering his own safety. Therefore, recovering his magical power was now his top priority. Given the strong inertia of magical elements on Earth, it would likely take him some time to fully restore his magic. However, there was nothing more effective for restoring his magical power and mental acuity than a good night's sleep. When he woke up, the sky had already started to dim. He had slept for at least over 12 hours. As he descended the stairs, Justina had already vanished. Zhou Yang couldn't help but smirk. This woman seemed to have been driven to the edge, but she only wanted to use him, and once things calmed down, she would likely discard him like a used tissue. Even though Zhou Yang possessed extraordinary abilities, who would care in the face of capital? After casually dining at a fast food restaurant on the corner, Zhou Yang began checking his messages on his phone. Sunil Bakshi had fully executed the plan they had discussed earlier. Especially after the market opened today, Hammer Industries stock had taken a nosedive, hitting the limit down in no time. He was confident that within 2 days, the company's stocks would be worthless. Following the previous plan, Zhou Yang had already made a killing in the stock market. Once this company's stock truly dropped to the point of being worthless and was on the verge of delisting, he would swoop in to acquire large quantities. Even without Justina, he could fully control the company and then announce its bankruptcy. Bankruptcy liquidation was a very profitable business. If he could buy low and then split and reorganize the assets, discarding the worthless ones while consolidating the valuable ones under a new company, he could emerge reborn. As for what to do afterward, whether to continue delving into the arms industry or transition into the high-tech internet sector, those were matters Zhou Yang would need to consider further. Ultimately, everything would still be decided by the market. Holding a brown paper bag filled with milk, fruits, and bread, Zhou Yang walked home while casually greeting his neighbors. After all, it was peak commuting time. However, as he reached his doorstep, he spotted 2 figures standing there. One was Justina, and the other was a man in a sharp suit, in his 40s, with graying hair and a grave expression, holding a briefcase. Anyone who had lived in New York long enough would recognize him as a lawyer. Justina's appearance now was quite different from when Zhou Yang had seen her in the morning. Earlier, she had looked like a rebellious girl, with gray-blue hair and a silver ring on her nose, but now her hair had turned golden. Whether it was her natural color or dyed, he couldn't tell, and it was tied back, dressed in a women's suit, giving her the appearance of a career-focused elite. "Are you going to court today?" Zhou Yang guessed the situation immediately upon seeing Justina. "The government is moving quickly, they're starting jury selection next Monday." Justina, despite still looking worried, seemed to have gained a bit of newfound confidence. She stated directly, "Mr. Zhou, we should go inside to talk." "All right." Zhou Yang shrugged nonchalantly and opened the door to let Justina in. Justina instinctively glanced at the lawyer beside her, who shook his head slightly, indicating he couldn't see any way out either. Justina had no choice but to follow Zhou Yang into the living room. As Zhou Yang walked toward the open kitchen, he asked, "So, what conditions did your father propose?" Hearing this, Justina's expression flickered. She knew Zhou Yang had guessed correctly. The reason she had come to see him again tonight was indeed because of her father's situation. Regardless of the circumstances, Justin Hammer had been in the arms business for many years and had a substantial network. Especially after Stark Industries withdrew, he had successfully become the military's largest contractor, which not only relied on connections but involved many underground dealings. It was unclear just how many secrets he possessed, which meant he could leverage a significant amount of leverage over many individuals. Of course, failing to convert these secrets into tangible benefits could make them the fuse that led to his downfall. Allowing Justina to roam freely was the last thing Justin Hammer wanted. At this moment, he didn't even trust his lawyers. His only reliable ally was his daughter. And someone like Zhou Yang, a sudden appearance connected to the White House, was the best help they could hope for. "This is a document showing my father's 20% stake in Hammer Industries, which I can transfer to you immediately." Justina's face twitched slightly as she said this. After all, her father held a total of 53% of Hammer Industries shares, and now giving away 20% meant relinquishing a significant portion of control. Looking at the documents the lawyer had placed on the table, Zhou Yang smiled slightly. Just as Justina felt a glimmer of hope, Zhou Yang pushed the documents back, saying, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in this stack of paper." What a meaningless and worthless threat. Waste paper. How dare he call Hammer Industries shares waste paper? Justina's chest heaved with anger, as if she might explode. After all, she held 53% of Hammer Industries shares, which gave her substantial authority within the company. Now, giving away 20% of those shares would mean losing direct control. If Joe Young teamed up with others, Justin Hammer would be at risk of being ousted from Hammer Industries, and they had invested so much, it was infuriating to be treated with such contempt. Here's today's stock price fluctuation for Hammer Industries, take a look for yourself. Joe Young opened his phone and displayed the stock price chart, highlighting a glaring downward trend. Justina felt a surge of anger, but she didn't know where to direct it. Mr. Zhou, please tell me what you need. The lawyer, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, introducing himself. I'm Ryan Hall, the chief attorney for Mr. Hammer's defense team. I'm handling all related legal matters. An attorney. Joe Yang accepted the business card Ryan Hall offered, examining it with a smirk. Mr. Hall must be quite trusted by Mr. Hammer, otherwise, you wouldn't be here today. Joe Young then turned to Justina, sitting up straight with a serious expression. I won't beat around the bush, my request is simple. Sign a bond equivalent to that 20% stake, and I will help you. Bond? Justina and Ryan Hall's expressions changed instantly upon hearing that term. Throughout the day, many discussions they had involved bonds, which were closely tied to bankruptcy. This related to many priority compensation issues during bankruptcy liquidation. Bondholders would have a high priority in such cases. In other words, if Hammer Industries went bankrupt, Joe Yang would undoubtedly be among the first to claim valuable assets. If Hammer Industries didn't go bankrupt, Joe Yang would still benefit from the bond worth at least several billion. If they did go bankrupt, he could still restructure valuable assets into a company worth billions. Regardless, this arrangement would allow Joe Yang to extract a significant profit from Hammer Industries without shouldering too much responsibility, which was quite clever. Mr. Zhou, Ryan Hall began to advocate for Justina, but Joe Yang interrupted him. I'm sticking to this one condition, and the bond won't be executed unless the company goes bankrupt. Just make sure it's noted that it can be converted into equivalent shares at any time. I don't have time to interfere with your company operations, Joe Yang stated bluntly, leaving no room for negotiation. Justina's eyes lit up with Joe Yang's words, but Ryan Hall understood the traps embedded within them. He was about to reach for Justina when Joe Yang continued, you can discuss this among yourselves and get back to me. But let me remind you, the longer you take to respond, the greater the likelihood of Hammer Industries going bankrupt. Now, you can go, I won't keep you for dinner. You have a lot to do. In just a few minutes, Joe Yang had concluded the negotiation. His terms were non-negotiable, and whoever bore the costs would always be them. This attitude made Justina and Ryan Hall's expressions turn pale, as they were in desperate need of time. Countless individuals would be applying pressure and influencing the court and potential jurors through various means, even delaying for a minute increased the chances of failing in the upcoming trial. No need to go back, I'll agree to your terms right now, Justina declared with surprising decisiveness, readily accepting Joe Yang's demands without a hint of negotiation. Joe Yang had anticipated this outcome. He then looked at Ryan Hall. Although Justina was making the decision, it was Hall who had the final say. If he didn't agree, Justina could only fire him, but she might not have that authority. Such matters would likely need Justin Hammer's input. Ryan Hall's expression was conflicted. He wanted to say something but ultimately resigned himself to the situation. Fine, let's do it this way. Good. Joe Yang sighed with relief, crossing his arms and saying, your choice is the right one. If there had been even a hint of hesitation or disagreement, we wouldn't have needed to continue this conversation. I don't have time to watch you plot against each other, that was your last chance. Hearing Joe Yang's words, Justina shivered slightly. She had initially thought that Joe Yang's suggestion to go back and discuss was an opportunity, but now she realized it was a test. Once they left, there would be no more chances. Ryan Hall's expression also changed. He was experienced but had rarely encountered someone like Joe Yang. Those high-ranking figures in business and politics were all difficult to deal with. Deep down, he also felt relieved. Joe Yang's overwhelming confidence and power might bring a turning point for Justin Hammer's situation. Regarding the contract, someone will contact Attorney Hall tomorrow, Joe Yang said before turning to Justina with a furrowed brow. Now let's discuss other matters. For instance, who is this other option you mentioned? I need to know who my competitors are. Justina hadn't expected Joe Yang to first inquire about this. She had thought he would ask how to help her father in Hammer Industries, but now this line of questioning was fine too, considering. Justina instinctively glanced at Ryan Hall before deciding to drag him into the conversation as well. Wilson Fisk. Just as Justina uttered that name, both Joe Yang and Ryan Hall's expressions changed dramatically. Zhou Yang was somewhat less shocked, but Ryan Hall was stunned into silence. When he regained his composure, he slapped himself hard, leaving a clear red mark. My cursed curiosity, I should have left earlier. Ryan Hall felt uneasy, that slap didn't provide him any relief, and regret gnawed at his heart. Wilson Fisk? How could Justin Hammer dare to do business with him? Was he crazy? Hearing that name, Zhou Yang was also taken aback. His impression of Fisk came from memory, and after returning to the civilized world, he hadn't heard that name mentioned, not even street gang members dared to bring it up. Wilson Fisk, known as the Kingpin, was the most powerful crime lord in New York and all of North America, an enemy of Spider-Man, Daredevil, the Punisher, and even the Fantastic Four and X-Men. He had deep ties with villainous organizations like the Hand, Hydra, and AIM, and he himself was a formidable superhuman. While Wilson Fisk was not a superpowered individual, he possessed extraordinary strength and could survive against the Hulk. In comparison, Venom seemed like a child. His greatest strength was not his power or his organization but his cunning. Over the years, he had fought against heroes like Spider-Man without ever being taken down, ultimately being sent to prison by Daredevil primarily because he fell out with the Hand and got caught up with the IRS over financial issues. For reasons unknown, he later managed to escape from prison and could control everything from behind bars. Even now, Zhou Yang understood that facing Fisk would be a considerable challenge. While he might be able to kill him, the backlash from Fisk's retaliation would not be something to take lightly. He would have to take Fisk seriously, ensuring that when he made his move, he struck with precision to make Fisk pay dearly. Now I understand why you ultimately chose me, Zhou Yang said, looking at Justina with a cold snort. If you dare to approach Fisk, I guarantee that not only you, but the entire Hammer Industries will be devoured down to the bone. Justina's face turned extremely pale upon hearing this. She had initially planned to turn to Fisk for help, but after hearing the prosecutor's preemptive indictment, she had given up on that idea. It was precisely because of this that she had the opportunity to meet her father. Upon hearing about Fisk, Justin Hammer nearly jumped out of his skin, grateful that she hadn't followed through. Justin Hammer had sternly warned her never to approach Fisk, explaining that he was far too dangerous. If she ignored that warning and sought him out, everything connected to Hammer Industries would sever ties with her, including their father-daughter relationship. All this was because Fisk was too terrifying. Justin Hammer would rather go to prison than be involved with him, especially now. Your father is quite bold to dare to do business with Wilson Fisk. You must be quite brave to even consider seeking his help, Zhou Yang remarked incredulously, shaking his head as if looking at a fool. Justina was about to say something when Zhou Yang raised his hand to stop her. There can be no involvement from Fisk in our matters. If I find out you've collaborated with him, I will take decisive action to crush you, destroying Hammer Industries and everything connected to you and your father. Zhou Yang's words were chilling, causing Justina to shudder involuntarily and nod instinctively. At that moment, Zhou Yang continued, "All right, you two can go back. I'll take care of matters regarding your father and Hammer Industries. You just need to focus on your own tasks. Additionally, prepare a bankruptcy plan and find an opportunity to publish it." After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he ignored Justina and headed upstairs. However, he paused slightly at the top of the stairs and said coldly, "You can rest here, but I hope I don't see you when I wake up." With that, Zhou Yang walked into the bedroom on the second floor. Regardless, he had indeed exhausted a considerable amount of energy the previous night, especially with the casting of that large-scale magic. Casting such a spell on Earth was akin to performing a legendary spell elsewhere, consuming an enormous amount of energy. Even he had depleted 30% of his magical power in that moment. If he attempted to cast the same spell again under those circumstances, he would find himself in a dire situation, possibly endangering his own safety. Thus, recovering his magical power was now his top priority. Given the strong inertia of magical elements on Earth, it would likely take him some time to fully restore his magic. However, there was nothing more effective for restoring his magical power and mental acuity than a good night's sleep. When Zhou Yang woke up, the sky had already begun to dim. He had slept for at least over 12 hours. As he descended the stairs, he noticed Justina was already gone. Zhou Yang couldn't help but smirk. This woman seemed to have been driven to the edge, but she only wanted to use him, and once things calmed down, she would likely discard him like a used tissue. After casually dining at a fast food restaurant on the corner, Zhou Yang began checking his messages on his phone. Sunil Bakshi had fully executed the plan they had discussed earlier. Especially after the market opened today, Hammer Industries stock had taken a nosedive, hitting the limit down in no time. He was confident that within 2 days, the company's stocks would be worthless. Following the previous plan, Joe Young had already made a killing in the stock market. Once this company's stock truly dropped to the point of being worthless and was on the verge of delisting, he would swoop in to acquire large quantities. Even without Justina, he could fully control the company and then announce its bankruptcy. Bankruptcy liquidation was a very profitable business. If he could buy low and then split and reorganize the assets, discarding the worthless ones while consolidating the valuable ones under a new company, he could emerge reborn. As for what to do afterward, whether to continue delving into the arms industry or transition into the high-tech internet sector, those were matters Joe Yang would need to consider further. Ultimately, everything would still be decided by the market. Holding a brown paper bag filled with milk, fruits, and bread, Joe Yang walked home while casually greeting his neighbors. After all, it was peak commuting time. However, as he reached his doorstep, he spotted 2 figures standing there. One was Justina, and the other was a man in a sharp suit, in his 40s, with graying hair and a grave expression, holding a briefcase. Anyone who had lived in New York long enough would recognize him as a lawyer. Justina's appearance now was quite different from when Joe Yang had seen her in the morning. Earlier, she had looked like a rebellious girl, with gray-blue hair and a silver ring on her nose, but now her hair had turned golden. Whether it was her natural color or dyed, he couldn't tell, and it was tied back, dressed in a women's suit, giving her the appearance of a career-focused elite. "Are you going to court today?" Joe Yang guessed the situation immediately upon seeing Justina. "The government is moving quickly, they're starting jury selection next Monday." Justina, despite still looking worried, seemed to have gained a bit of newfound confidence. She stated directly, "Mr. Joe, we should go inside to talk." "All right." Joe Yang shrugged nonchalantly and opened the door to let Justina in. Justina instinctively glanced at the lawyer beside her, who shook his head slightly, indicating he couldn't see any way out either. Justina had no choice but to follow Joe Yang into the living room. As Joe Yang walked toward the open kitchen, he asked, "So, what conditions did your father propose?" Hearing this, Justina's expression flickered. She knew Joe Yang had guessed correctly. The reason she had come to see him again tonight was indeed because of her father's situation. Regardless of the circumstances, Justin Hammer had been in the arms business for many years and had a substantial network. Especially after Stark Industries withdrew, he had successfully become the military's largest contractor, which not only relied on connections but involved many underground dealings. It was unclear just how many secrets he possessed, which meant he could leverage a significant amount of leverage over many individuals. Of course, failing to convert these secrets into tangible benefits could make them the fuse that led to his downfall. Allowing Justina to roam freely was the last thing Justin Hammer wanted. At this moment, he didn't even trust his lawyers. His only reliable ally was his daughter. And someone like Joe Yang, a sudden appearance connected to the White House, was the best help they could hope for. "This is a document showing my father's 20% stake in Hammer Industries, which I can transfer to you immediately." Justina's face twitched slightly as she said this. After all, her father held a total of 53% of Hammer Industries shares, and now giving away 20% meant relinquishing a significant portion of control. Looking at the documents the lawyer had placed on the table, Joe Yang smiled slightly. Just as Justina felt a glimmer of hope, Joe Yang pushed the documents back, saying, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in this stack of paper." What a meaningless and worthless threat. The Imperial University has welcomed the new school season, and Joe Yang has been busy all morning, finally managing to handle most of the matters. Among them, 2 things are crucial. One is the personal identification procedures. Since he bought a house here in advance, he smoothly obtained a green card. If it were someone else, this alone would take several days of hassle. The other is the well-known insurance. Study abroad visas come with many restrictions, and insurance comprises a significant portion of the study abroad expenses. Of course, if you have money, that situation would be different. The Imperial University is a top-notch institution not only in America but also in the world, attracting countless students every year. Joe Yang managed to resolve his identity issues and receive an acceptance letter from Imperial University in such a short time, and the role of money cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, even if they had their connections within the university, accomplishing these tasks would not be easy. Sunil Bakshi, or the Bakshi family, indeed has considerable capabilities in this regard. In fact, it is true, only a few days have passed since Joe Yang and Justina last met, yet many developments have occurred. The biggest of which is the sudden news circulating in the media that Ivan Vanko is not dead,
prompting officials to quickly shift their focus to him and deploy a large number of personnel to pursue him. The news of Ivan Vanko being alive directly makes Justin Hammer the biggest beneficiary. Originally, due to Ivan Vanko's death, Justin Hammer would have to bear the greatest responsibility for the disaster that occurred at the Stark Industries Expo, which is why the prosecution intended to deal with him swiftly and severely. But now that Ivan Vanko has suddenly reappeared, the urgency of his case has diminished before his capture. To be honest, Stark was the first to doubt Ivan Vanko's death. Although he and Colonel Rhodes witnessed Ivan Vanko trigger the timed detonation device, they did not see him die with their own eyes. However, prior to that, Ivan Vanko was heavily injured by Stark, and even if he had other means to survive the explosion, he could not escape the subsequent joint manhunt by the police and military. It should be noted that after the explosion that night, there was no news about Ivan Vanko, and numerous body fragments were found at the scene. Although they were reduced to small pieces due to the explosion, DNA testing confirmed they belonged to Ivan Vanko. But now he has suddenly appeared again. What exactly is going on? However, after investigation, it was found that the source spreading the news of Ivan Vanko's survival through the media was none other than the underground king of New York, Wilson Fisk. The reason Fisk did this was simple: a batch of new goods that had just landed in New Jersey was stolen by someone wearing an iron suit, and that person without a helmet was Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko stole millions of dollars worth of drugs from Fisk, which is the truth they uncovered through various channels. They could not go to Fisk to verify this matter because he would never admit to drug trafficking or to being robbed by Vanko. After all, he still needed to save face. However, to capture Ivan Vanko, he secretly utilized the media's power, aiming to prompt official action. Clearly, Fisk also sensed something was off because the information coming from various sources during the investigation indicated that Ivan Vanko was already dead. If it weren't for his most trusted subordinate witnessing Ivan Vanko in action, he probably wouldn't believe that Vanko was still alive. Indeed, there were many irregularities. The key point is that after investigation, the police found footage of Ivan Vanko appearing on an ATM camera near the New Jersey port. After analyzing the blurry footage, it could indeed be confirmed that it was him. Stark later also obtained that footage, but when Jarvis attempted to clarify it, the image quality could not be improved enough for facial recognition, which is somewhat abnormal. Nevertheless, Ivan Vanko's appearance has indeed diverted some media attention, significantly easing the pressure on Justin Hammer. If before meeting Joe Young, Justin Ina might genuinely have thought Ivan Vanko was dead, after their meeting that day and the subsequent reduction of pressure from both the military and the White House, even the prosecutors and media began to relax their supervision over her father. And all of this was just the beginning. Although what Joe Yang did alleviated much of Justinina's stress, it did not interfere with the execution of his actual plans. Sunil Bakshi is waiting for the stock of Hammer Industries to drop to worthless levels before making large-scale acquisitions. Although the stock hasn't plummeted as rapidly lately due to Ivan Vanko's sudden appearance, this is merely waiting for more chives to be harvested. Regarding Hammer Industries' plans, Joe Yang did not stop Sunil Bakshi and did not interfere at all. As for Justinina, what Joe Yang is doing now is only this: if she can get through this hurdle, perhaps she can stand on her own in the future. If she cannot endure it, then she will have to give up. Joe Yang has a residence not far from Imperial University, but as a Dutch international student, he must live on campus during his freshman year according to school regulations. Whether he comes back at night is one thing, he must at least stay in the dormitory arranged by the school. The dormitory environment at Imperial University is relatively good, mostly double rooms. When Joe Yang arrived, the room was already cleaned up nicely. The room on the left side clearly had someone living in it, but that person was not present at the moment. Joe Yang's belongings are few. He can only fit some textbooks in the dormitory, which will be convenient for resting during lunch or going to the library. If he is busy late into the night, he can simply stay in the dorm instead of going back to the house. However, living in the dorm also requires a lot of preparations. Americans are not fond of drinking hot water, so there are no designated places for hot water. If you want hot water, you have to use a kettle to boil it yourself, and then it's up to personal preference whether to make coffee or tea. Just as Joe Yang opened the door to go buy some things, the door opposite also opened, and a boy and a girl walked out. Seeing Joe Yang, they both paused slightly. This was a pair of somewhat similar-looking siblings, exhibiting some South American mixed-race traits, and both were quite outstanding in appearance. The boy inside said in surprise, "You must be the new roommate, right? Hi, I'm Van Gonzalez, a sophomore, and your roommate. This is my sister, Michelle Gonzalez. This room is hers." At Imperial University, dorms are not solely designated for boys or girls but are mixed. Currently, it's fine, a dorm room will either have all boys or all girls. In a few years, there might even be mixed-gender living situations. Zhou Yang was only slightly taken aback before quickly introducing himself. Hello, I'm Daniel Zhou, from the Netherlands, just started school. I'm a freshman too, I study computer science, Michelle Gonzalez said as she extended her hand. Zhou Yang shook hands with the siblings in turn and then said, I study biological science engineering. I study economics. Van Gonzalez couldn't help but laugh as he said, looks like we all have different majors. From now on, when you get up in the morning for class, you'll have to rely on yourself. By the way, we're going to have lunch, you should join us and get to know the cafeteria. Alright, Zhou Yang hesitated slightly but eventually nodded, then I'll bother you. If it were a different time, Zhou Yang would be too lazy to interact with strangers, but since Van Gonzalez is his roommate, and his sister is quite attractive, with a stunning South American mixed-race appearance, he felt it was worth making an effort. The key is that Zhou Yang needs to appear more sociable on the outside. After all, his age on the records is only 18, and there are definitely people who know his identity and are monitoring him secretly. Not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D., even the folks from the White House wouldn't let their guard down. Van Gonzalez is very friendly, chatting nonstop along the way, explaining many things about the campus, and Michelle Gonzalez listens attentively. However, to Zhou Yang, Van Gonzalez seemed to lack depth and could not keep secrets, which made him completely dismiss the idea of becoming friends with him, even if only on the surface. But this guy is not without ability. The fact that he can have his sister Michelle Gonzalez live in the opposite room is enough to show he has decent social skills. Just as Zhou Yang and the others sat down in the cafeteria, another somewhat shy pair of boys and girls sat down nearby, and the boy, who seemed a bit shy, started speaking excitedly. Mary Jane, this is where I'll be spending the next few years. What do you think? Not bad, right? Hearing the name Mary Jane, Zhou Yang couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. His gaze fell more on the boy across from him. The boy spoke passionately, appearing gentle and refined, while Zhou Yang sensed a powerful strength beneath his clothing. Could this person be Peter Parker? Spider-Man, is he about to come into contact with Spider-Man so soon? Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a bit restless inside. Hulk, Iron Man, if he had just avoided them, he might have already met Black Widow. Now there's an additional Spider-Man. Odin, what exactly do you want? At this moment, a red-haired girl with a clear face, Mary Jane, looked at Peter Parker as if he were a fool and said, Parker, I've been to Imperial University more than once, I'm more familiar with the situation here than you are. Are you sure this place is better than our school? Mary Jane is not a student at Imperial University, she is a student at a nearby art school, majoring in acting, and is currently a relatively well-known comedic actress. However, in the entire entertainment industry, she is still just a small player. Alright, let's eat. Harry will be here soon. Just as Peter Parker was about to argue with Mary Jane, he ultimately found an excuse to discreetly close his mouth, while Mary Jane wore a smug expression. Zhou Yang merely glanced over and withdrew his gaze. He didn't look too long, otherwise, with his abilities, it would be easy to trigger Parker's spider sense, and he is indeed quite strong in that respect. However, since he mentioned Harry Osborn, Zhou Yang recalled the relevant information he had collected. At this time, Dr. Connors had already been imprisoned, but Harry Osborn's father, Norman Osborn, had not yet revealed his identity as the Green Goblin. However, the image of the Green Goblin had already appeared in some related newspapers. It seems that it won't be long before the Green Goblin clashes with Spider-Man, perhaps they have already crossed paths. If you add in the underground King Fisk and other villains that will appear in Spider-Man's career, New York will soon become very lively. Zhou Yang sat cross-legged in his attic, the bright moonlight spilling through the large glass windows like a sheer veil, casting a serene atmosphere throughout the room. With his eyes tightly closed, he immersed himself in the world of meditation, feeling the surging magic within him, flowing like great rivers, operating according to a very specific rhythm. Deep within the depths of his consciousness, he was fully focused on pondering the construction methods of new runic elements. Zhou Yang was studying the runic magic system inherited from the Norse tradition. However, by the time the Norse runes reached him, only 24 remained, missing countless others compared to ancient times. In the vast magical worldview, these 24 runes formed the foundation of all things, encompassing everything within their scope. Therefore, the true number of runes far exceeded the 24 that Zhou Yang possessed. He speculated that there should be at least 36, possibly even more. In the current universe, the only person who truly mastered all rune magic was Odin, the All-Father.
It was Odin who exchanged one of his own eyes to obtain the runes, which contained boundless knowledge from the World Tree. During his decades in Jotunheim, Zhou Yang had thoroughly mastered all 24 runes. Yet, the only path that could lead him to break through to the legendary realm was through ice magic. The environment of Jotunheim left him no choice but to follow this unique path of cultivation. However, upon returning to Earth, he sensed that his fate was being subtly manipulated by others. Even though he had successfully broken through to the legendary realm through ice magic, he resolutely decided to forge a new path. He understood that the 24 runes represented 24 different magical paths, and one of them must be the most suitable for him. Yet, as he began his cultivation journey on Earth, he deeply realized the difficulty of the path. The magical elemental inertia of Earth was at least 10 times stronger than that of Jotunheim. He estimated that to retrain himself to the legendary realm through other magical paths would take at least a decade. A decade! By then, Thanos would likely have already invaded Earth, and a legendary mage would struggle to make a significant impact in such a scenario. For this reason, Zhou Yang focused all his thoughts on the Cosmic Cube. Although he might not yet know where the Cosmic Cube was hidden, he believed that through the new elements derived from the pseudo-cosmic cube particles developed by Stark, he could create a completely new magical system. Though referred to as the new element derived from pseudo-cosmic cube particles, in Zhou Yang's magical worldview, this so-called new element had always been hidden in this world, only recently discovered by humanity. Besides, this was merely the new element created from pseudo-cosmic cube particles, while the cosmic cube itself had always existed in this universe, containing energy particles. Therefore, theoretically, reconstructing the magical elements of pseudo-cosmic cube particles in Zhou Yang's magical realm was feasible. However, theory was ultimately just theory. To completely construct such magical elements would take a long time and involve significant risks. It should be noted that Tony Stark's success in creating the arc reactor from pseudocosmic cube particles was the result of the combined wisdom and relentless effort of 2 generations of top geniuses. Otherwise, any other individual might end up facing a disastrous fate due to a minute error during the construction process. Zhou Yang found himself in a similar situation. Even though he had made the most thorough preparations, carefully traversing every corner of the Stark Industries Expo and collecting detailed blueprints of every transformation over the years, constructing a new magical element remained an extremely difficult endeavor. This required repeated attempts and corrections, as he was merely contemplating and deducing in his mental world, rather than directly manipulating magical elements for practical application. Otherwise, repeated magical element upheavals could obliterate all his mental energy. Moreover, Tony Stark didn't just gain inspiration and information directly from the display at the Stark Industries Expo. Nick Fury had also provided Stark with all the relevant data stored by S.H.I.E.L.D. over the years, which might contain many key details that Zhou Yang was unaware of. At that moment, Zhou Yang's mouth slightly opened, releasing a wisp of faint blue smoke. This smoke was the waste produced after he absorbed the Earth's magical elements. As his magical cultivation deepened, he increasingly felt the strong inertia of the Earth's magical elements. The stronger his power, the greater the influence of Earth's magical elemental inertia on the mage. At that time, he was filled with a strong desire for the Infinity Stones. If only he could possess one, the inertia of Earth's magical elements would no longer interfere with his cultivation path. This way, he could rapidly break through to the legendary realm, and through the unique path of spatial power. However, where exactly had Nick Fury hidden the Cosmic Cube? This question was like a giant enigma, troubling Zhou Yang. As far as he knew, even Alexander Pierce didn't know the exact location, let alone anyone else. Therefore, all he could do now was wait for Loki to bring out the Cosmic Cube and also wait for the Mind Scepter to arrive from the depths of space. Such matters were filled with uncertainty. The more people involved and the greater the powers at play, the more difficult it became to make accurate calculations and predictions. Zhou Yang sighed softly, the surging magic within him gradually calming down, and his mood slowly settled. However, at that tranquil moment, a strange sound suddenly came from a distant place, causing Zhou Yang to furrow his brows slightly. As a powerful mage, even without actively probing the surroundings, he could hear many subtle sounds that ordinary people could not detect. He had lived on this street for quite some time. In the dead of night, the sounds created by the surrounding environment had formed a fixed rhythm, rendering everything familiar to him. Even the occasional gunfire would still blend into that rhythm and not raise his alertness. But now, this sudden strange sound shattered the tranquil rhythm, instantly putting Zhou Yang's alert senses on high alert. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yang's figure vanished like a ghost from the attic. Meanwhile, on the still bustling streets of Manhattan, a shadow zipped through the air like lightning. Behind him, 3 flat, oval-shaped flying vehicles were closely trailing his figure. In an instant, they all flew into a side alley filled with intricate paths. One of the vehicles, unable to dodge in time, crashed directly into the opposite wall, resulting in a loud explosion. The debris from the explosion pierced deeply into the reinforced concrete wall like sharp projectiles, causing Peter Parker, who was swinging between the skyscrapers, to feel an overwhelming shock. He had initially thought these flying vehicles were just some gadget created by bored college students for aerial flight, but he never expected that their target was to take his life. Before this, he had managed to destroy 4 or 5 more flying vehicles, yet 3 still pursued him relentlessly. Fortunately, he had just successfully destroyed one, otherwise, the situation could have turned extremely troublesome. As he sped forward, Parker occasionally shot webs at the walls on either side, trying to intercept the pursuing vehicles. However, these vehicles were astonishingly agile, maneuvering expertly to evade the webs. Suddenly, Parker's ears perked up, and the next moment, another flying vehicle appeared right in front of him. He didn't even know where it had come from or how many more such vehicles were lurking in the shadows. But without hesitation, it charged towards him, making it exceptionally difficult to lock in on his position. Spider-Man's extraordinary agility exceeded the imagination of the mastermind behind the scenes. The flying vehicles could only sway and adjust their direction in response to Parker's movements. However, just as they were caught in this tense chase, Parker suddenly spotted an opportunity. These flying vehicles were incredibly fast, but in that moment, Parker intentionally revealed a flaw. Immediately, 3 vehicles shot out blinding beams, seemingly trying to eliminate him in one go. In that instant, Parker released the web he was holding, plummeting like a meteor from the air. Following this, 2 of the 3 flying vehicles erupted in violent explosions, as they had struck each other. In that fleeting moment, Parker displayed astonishing ability, accurately calculating the flight trajectories and attack paths of the 2 vehicles. He swiftly ghosted between them, leaving no time for them to react. Just as they fired, he had already dropped quickly. With only 1 drone remaining, Parker landed heavily on the ground, momentarily struggling to get back up. At that moment, the last flying vehicle hovered above him, but for some reason, it hesitated and did not open fire immediately. It was this moment of hesitation that allowed Parker to regain his composure. Just then, a bright light suddenly flashed from the underside of the flying vehicle, and a bright beam of energy came crashing down. In this critical moment, Parker relied on his quick reflexes, rapidly turning his head to dodge while shooting a web like lightning, which stuck firmly to the vehicle's underside. With a strong pull, the vehicle crashed down like an out-of-control missile, exploding upon impact. Parker harnessed this force, leaping onto the wall like an agile monkey. Watching the flames of the explosion below, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, as his racing heart gradually calmed down. Tonight, he had no idea who was secretly trying to take his life. To be honest, the strength displayed by his attackers was indeed powerful and thrilling. But to truly kill him, they still seemed to lack a bit of finesse. As for who was behind the attack, Parker couldn't figure it out at the moment. Since Spider-Man had appeared on the streets of New York 3 years ago, he had no idea how many enemies he had made, both openly and covertly. Fortunately, the NYPD had been relatively friendly towards him, otherwise, if the underworld and the law enforcement joined forces, he would truly be in for a rough time. Despite just experiencing an extremely dangerous situation, Parker quickly cast aside all worries and fears, as usual, darting through the city streets. After Parker left, Joe Young reappeared on the rooftop of a nearby tall building. In fact, he had been closely monitoring Parker's every move in the shadows, ready to step in and assist at any moment. The current Spider-Man could not die. He had a more significant mission ahead, standing in the spotlight to attract the attention of villains and S.H.I.E.L.D. He did not follow Spider-Man away. Even though the other was wearing a Spider-Man costume, he had already used his magical perception to clearly know the other's true identity. Following him no longer held any meaning. As for those flying vehicles on the ground attempting to take down Spider-Man, since they dared to attack him, all traceable leads had long been completely erased. Not to mention that these flying vehicles had already crashed, finding useful clues from the wreckage would be nearly impossible. Moreover, since they had decided to target Peter Parker, it was only a matter of time before they would strike again. Just as Joe Yang was about to disappear from the rooftop and return to his attic, in a mysterious base, most of the surveillance footage had already gone dark, as if engulfed in darkness. Yet, 2 screens still clearly displayed scenes of Spider-Man swinging through the streets of Manhattan.
Without a doubt, even if Parker had successfully destroyed all the flying vehicles within his line of sight, those unseen were still monitoring his every move through various means, ready to pinpoint his location and launch a fatal attack. It was precisely because Parker exercised extreme caution every time he returned home, employing exceptionally clever tactics, that these monitoring devices had not locked onto his true identity. At that moment, within the secret base, the sounds of arguing erupted. "Why did you hesitate just now, Spencer? He could have been dead by now." The person being questioned did not immediately respond. Instead, a young man sitting in a wheelchair vehemently defended him. "My father is the world's leading expert in robotics, Norman Osborn. You must understand, he is not a killer." Indeed, the mastermind behind tonight's assassination attempt was none other than the increasingly deranged Norman Osborn, who was determined to eliminate Spider-Man. "Don't panic, Alistair, you don't need to explain yourself to me." Spencer approached, pushing his son's wheelchair away from the monitoring screen, his voice continuing to reach Norman Osborn's ears. "There's no need to worry, Mr. Osborn. This is just a drill." "A drill?" Norman Osborn's eyes widened. Those flying devices were quite valuable, yet Spencer was using them for a drill, and almost all of them were destroyed. "These spider probes are sufficient to prove that my target locating system can find Spider-Man," Spencer said, glancing back at Norman Osborn, speaking bluntly. "And I believe that the weapons equipped on those drones are unlikely to kill Spider-Man." Hearing Spencer say this, a glint suddenly flashed in Norman Osborn's eyes, and he quickly calmed down. Spencer was correct. Based on his years of experience dealing with Spider-Man, while the weapons on those flying devices had power, even if they did hit Spider-Man, it would be difficult to inflict significant damage. If it were that easy to kill Spider-Man, he would have been dead years ago. "So how exactly do you plan to kill Spider-Man?" Norman Osborn pressed, not bothering to hide his impatience. "All the machines here were paid for by me. I can't keep investing endlessly, Dr. Spencer." "Don't worry, the person truly responsible for this task is already in place," Spencer replied as he approached a steel wall and pressed a hidden mechanism. The steel wall slowly slid open, revealing a massive space beyond. The most striking feature of this space was a giant steel spider, colored black and red. This mechanical spider resembled a real spider, with steel limbs, sharp mandibles, and a sturdy exoskeleton, looking exceptionally menacing. "Let me introduce you, Mr. Osborn, to my spider slayer, the Black Widow." Dr. Spencer turned to face Norman Osborn, who was now completely stunned. One couldn't deny that such a mechanical spider was incredibly impressive. Although he had yet to witness its actions, Osborn believed that this spider robot, this beautiful Black Widow, could undoubtedly kill Spider-Man. However, to allow the Black Widow to fully utilize its capabilities and successfully intercept Spider-Man, a detailed plan was necessary. The specifics of this plan were to be handled by Osborn, while Dr. Spencer would merely provide the killing weapon and the Spider-Man locating system. As Alistair had mentioned before, they were scientists, not murderers. The actual killing plan could not be decided solely by Norman Osborn. After leaving the secret base, he stealthily made his way to another building in Manhattan, where countless FBI and NYPD officers and agents were closely monitoring the premises. This building belonged to the notorious underground king of New York, Wilson Fisk. "The Black Widow is ready, Mr. Fisk," Norman Osborn said, appearing quite relaxed, indicating his familiarity with Fisk. At that moment, Wilson Fisk, sitting in the shadows, spoke in a low voice. "Has anyone discovered that this is related to me?" "No, absolutely not." Norman Osborn quickly stepped forward, finally emerging from the blinding sunlight and clearly seeing Fisk sitting in the shadows, dressed in a white suit and leaning on a cane. His tall, muscular frame exuded a strong sense of pressure and intimidation. Fisk nodded in satisfaction. "Good, that's how it should be. Crime is my business and my life, all messed up by the sudden appearance of Spider-Man. If I can't even control my headquarters in New York, how can I establish a criminal empire worldwide?" Looking at Fisk's face, which was gradually twisting with anger, Norman Osborn felt a sense of empathy. Over the years, due to Spider-Man, several of his investment plans for Oscorp had been thwarted. While some were due to their dealings on the edge of legality, more were caused by Spider-Man's interference. If it weren't for Spider-Man, everything would have gone smoothly, and he wouldn't have been forced to collaborate with Fisk. In comparison, Fisk had suffered even more severe losses. Spider-Man had disrupted countless of his criminal operations, costing him billions of dollars every year. As Fisk had said, most of these losses occurred in New York. Outside of New York, everything ran smoothly across the east and west coasts, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, and Cuba. Otherwise, Fisk's criminal organization would have collapsed long ago. Yet, because of Spider-Man, Fisk had become a laughingstock within international criminal organizations. At every international crime conference held every few years, heads of other organizations would mock him, significantly hindering his efforts to absorb other crime groups.
Rest assured, Mr. Fisk, the Black Widow will definitely bring Spider-Man to his knees, Norman Osborn promised, patting his chest.
Fisk nodded, his gaze falling on the large television screens hanging in the center of the office, all showing scenes of Spider-Man's activities in New York. He gritted his teeth and spoke each word with conviction. We must eliminate this annoying guy. Norman Osborn clearly had confidence in the Black Widow, smiling as he said, this time, you won't have any worries.
But you do, Osborn.
Fisk's expression in the shadows grew more terrifying and greedy. If you fail this time, your company and everything you own will be mine.
Remember, debts must be repaid, it's only right.
By tomorrow, I will repay all debts in full. Osborn glared fiercely at Fisk, turning to leave. Suddenly, he stopped, turning back to Fisk, narrowing his eyes as he said, I just realized that whether it's eliminating Spider-Man or acquiring my company, you're the real winner. At this moment, Fisk leaned forward slowly from the shadows, his face revealing unmasked delight.
That's the brilliance of Wilson Fisk, ha ha ha.
Perhaps I should have listened to Justin Hammer's advice and not partnered with you. Osborn's face flashed with regret and anger.
If you had listened to Hammer, you might be in the same situation as him by now.
Fisk snorted coldly, feeling regretful for not having reached a deal with Justin Hammer, otherwise, he would have already absorbed Hammer Industries. Fisk had considered making a move on Hammer Industries, but whether it was Justin Hammer back then or the current situation under the scrutiny of the government and military, it was challenging to find an opportunity to intervene. Otherwise, whether angering the military or the White House, he wouldn't come out unscathed.
Damn Hammer, Fisk cursed vigorously.
If it weren't for Justin Hammer's unfavorable terms and the fact that he had just received military orders and was not in urgent need of funds, he would have forced Hammer to agree to the harsh conditions. However, there were still opportunities. Fisk had previously proposed purchasing an iron armor from Hammer Industries. Although Justin Hammer had pushed that order to the back of the line, the order still existed.
If he could manipulate that order.
No, everything depended on whether Hammer Industries could survive this disaster. If they could pull through, he would approach them, if not, he wouldn't hesitate to target their families. After all, he was a gangster, not a legitimate businessman. A rare sunny and warm day had graced New York, and compared to the harshness of winter and spring and the heat of summer, the autumn, though brief, was particularly pleasant and cool, prompting many people to head outdoors.
In one of the teaching buildings at Imperial University, a group of people chatted as they gradually exited.
Daniel, I can't believe you, a biology major, actually joined a physics club like ours. Peter Parker said as he walked alongside Joe Yang.
Come on, let's go grab lunch.
Sure, Joe Yang replied without hesitation, walking towards the cafeteria with Peter as he explained, actually, there's nothing surprising about it.
Biophysics is an important discipline that encompasses a range of fields from the molecular scale to entire organisms and ecosystems.
The research scope often overlaps significantly with physiology, biochemistry, nanotechnology, bioengineering, agricultural physics, cell biology, and systems biology. Carefully avoiding a speeding bicycle, Joe Yang continued, biophysics primarily elucidates the laws governing the movement of matter, energy, particles, and information in biological systems within specific spaces and times. Quantum physics is at the forefront of this scientific field and requires a lot of specialized knowledge.
To be honest, Joe Yang's original intention was simply to use the physics club at Imperial University as a bridge to communicate with top physicists at the school and gain insights into cutting-edge quantum science.
However, he hadn't anticipated encountering Peter Parker in this physics club, which was no mere coincidence, it was clearly a manipulation of their fates by someone. Joe Yang didn't want to reach out to Professor Betty Ross at Imperial University for discussions, as he was now a student there, and Betty, being a PhD in biological sciences who even taught him a course, made it difficult for them to revert to their previous relationship. They could only consider each other friends for now. This was why he sought this roundabout way to communicate with the university's top physicists, but encountering Peter Parker complicated matters, especially with Parker being Spider-Man. As Joe Yang and Peter Parker discussed quantum physics while eating in the cafeteria, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. In fact, both Joe Yang and Peter Parker had sensed the newcomer's presence long before, but to avoid revealing any unusual behavior in front of the other, they intentionally continued their meal and discussion.
However, now that the person was standing right in front of them, they couldn't ignore it any longer.
Zhou Yang looked up to see a striking blonde woman, adorned in designer labels, holding a Chanel handbag, and sporting an intentionally friendly smile.
"Parker, don't forget about the charity gala tomorrow night, you need to arrive early," she said.
"Don't worry, Felicia, I'll definitely be there on time." Parker quickly set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and stood up to introduce, "By the way, Felicia, this is Daniel Zhou, a star student in the biology department. Daniel, this is Felicia Hardy, my classmate. Her mother is a top philanthropist in New York."
"Hello, Miss Hardy." Zhou Yang, although unsure of who Felicia Hardy was, politely put down his utensils, stood up, and greeted her. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Felicia Hardy's sharp gaze swept across Zhou Yang.
Though the brand of his clothes wasn't visible, the quality was evident, possibly from a specialized handcrafted workshop. The key was the watch he wore. While not a universally recognized brand like Patek Philippe, Breguet was also a luxury Swiss watch brand, quite valuable.
"I also welcome you to our charity gala tomorrow night."
"I won't keep you any longer," Felicia Hardy said politely, nodding, and decisively left without a hint of reluctance.
Who exactly is Felicia Hardy?
She seems quite familiar with Parker, but I've never heard of her before. However, that's understandable. In the Marvel universe, there are 7 billion people on Earth, and countless appear around Peter Parker. Only a few names stick, and the only women Zhou Yang could recall were Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy. Through his conversation with Parker, Zhou Yang learned that Felicia Hardy's mother, Lydia Hardy, was a well-known philanthropist in New York, owning many properties, most of which were rented out. In Manhattan, every inch of land is precious, with annual income from these properties reaching tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of dollars, much of which Lydia Hardy used for charity. Of course, this also offset a significant amount of taxes, and she collaborated with many others in managing this enterprise. Regardless, with such a large sum flowing into the charity market annually, both media and special agencies keep a close eye on the fund's direction, looking to profit from it. This charity gala was no exception, organized by J. Jonah Jameson, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. Although a dedicated company was responsible for the event, the stingy Jameson left much of the work to his employees, with Peter Parker tasked with photography. Zhou Yang initially wasn't too interested in such a gala, but after receiving a personal invitation from Felicia Hardy and learning that his neighbor Gwen Stacy also received one, he decided to accompany the Stacy family. Gwen's father, George Stacy, was the captain of the Manhattan 67th Precinct. Holding this position indicated his capabilities since the 67th Precinct is one of the most important in New York, and George Stacy also held a corresponding position in the NYPD, having risen to higher ranks. For this gala to raise funds for the precinct, he had to attend. Even the NYPD faced significant underfunding each year, requiring precinct heads to seek sponsorships and donations.
Can you imagine how stingy Jameson is?
Instead of hosting the charity gala at a large hotel, he chose his private residence. This saved a substantial amount in sponsorship fees, showing how dedicated Jameson was to the Daily Bugle.
However, stepping into Jameson's home, one would find it quite spacious, located on the top floor of a high-rise in Manhattan, with a view of half of Manhattan.
The large living room could comfortably accommodate dozens of people, making it perfect for hosting a dinner.
Jameson had hosted such fundraising dinners more than once or twice.
Although his home wasn't a large suburban villa, just a few hundred square meters of high-rise apartment, after each event, sponsors left praising his efforts, which encouraged him to continue.
As Parker approached with a slightly Asian boy, Jameson raised an eyebrow and asked, "Parker, is this your friend?"
"Yes, Mr. Jameson, this is Daniel Zhou.
He's a freshman at Imperial University, just like me."
After saying this, Parker looked at Zhou Yang.
"Daniel, this is my boss, Mr. Jameson.
He's the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle."
"Hello, Mr. Jameson, it's a pleasure to meet you," Zhou Yang said while looking at the silver-haired man in his 50s, sincerely complimenting him.
"I believe under your leadership, the Daily Bugle will achieve even greater success." Jameson, being a seasoned character, appreciated Zhou Yang's serious tone and compliments.
"If you're ever looking for a job, feel free to come to the Daily Bugle," Jameson said, shaking Zhou Yang's hand while handing him a business card.
"Absolutely, I will," Zhou Yang replied, and after exchanging pleasantries, he stepped away, leaving Parker and Jameson to continue their conversation.
To be honest, Zhou Yang really admired Jameson.
He had managed to focus on the Black Spider-Man for decades without suffering any consequences. J. Jonah Jameson was indeed remarkable and even later ran for mayor of New York. Their first impression of each other was quite positive. Joe Young soon reunited with Gwen Stacy and started mingling in the crowd, taking the opportunity to meet several prominent figures in New York. Of course, among them were a few he had met during the Stark Expo. Seeing Joe Yang with a new beauty, the daughter of the 67th Precinct captain no less, surprised many, and they would undoubtedly call Betty Ross afterward to inquire. However, Joe Yang also recognized several well-known individuals, such as Harry Osborn, who was there in place of his father, Norman Osborn, as it seemed Norman had other matters to attend to that night. There was also Flash Thompson and May Parker. Indeed, accompanying Parker tonight was his aunt, May Parker, while Flash Thompson was Felicia Hardy's dance partner. Of course, he was merely a dance partner, as after dancing with Felicia, she went off to dance with Parker. One had to admit that Peter Parker had some charm. Despite having a girlfriend, many girls still gravitated towards him. If it weren't for Gwen Stacy being next to Joe Yang, it's likely she would have also gravitated towards Parker after meeting him. In the original timeline, after Parker broke up with Mary Jane, Gwen Stacy became his girlfriend. This was not difficult to understand. Both men and women tend to pursue more powerful partners. Here, strong referred partly to physicality and partly to beauty, as people psychologically associate these traits with significant benefits, and often, they do. Gwen Stacy didn't gravitate towards Parker now because the Joe Young dancing with her seemed more powerful. Even without considering the magical factors, his physical prowess exceeded that of an average human. The focus of tonight's gala wasn't Peter Parker, nor Jonah Jameson, nor Felicia Hardy, but rather Felicia Hardy's mother, Lydia Hardy, a poised middle-aged woman in a yellow gown. Throughout the evening, Lydia Hardy circulated among the guests, engaging warmly in conversation with everyone, including Joe Young and Gwen Stacy. Just as the charity gala was about to officially commence and Lydia Hardy was preparing to give a speech, a figure suddenly entered through the entrance, none other than Spider-Man himself, clad in his iconic suit. Joe Young instinctively glanced at Peter Parker beside him, his eyes filled with uncontainable surprise. What was going on? How could there be two Spider-Men? Or was it possible that Peter Parker wasn't Spider-Man? In fact, if Joe Young hadn't witnessed Peter Parker fiercely battling those unmanned flying drones that night, and if he weren't a powerful magician capable of keenly sensing the strengths and weaknesses of his enemies, he would have been fooled by this fake Spider-Man. Indeed, the Spider-Man before them was a fraud. Despite wearing a convincingly realistic Spider-Man suit and putting on an intimidating show, a fake was still a fake. His strength couldn't even match a single finger of Parker's, let alone surpass Joe Yang. However, just because Joe Yang could discern that this Spider-Man was fake didn't mean everyone else could. Aside from Joe Young and Peter Parker, everyone else present was convinced that the Spider-Man before them was real and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Jameson, in particular, dedicated his life to taking down Spider-Man, yet when the wallcrawler appeared in his home, despite his fury, he dared not recklessly confront him and expose his true identity. What surprised everyone was that the suddenly appearing Spider-Man walked straight up to Peter Parker, seized his collar, and bluntly said, "Hey, Parker, we need to talk. I'm not happy with the last photos you took of me." Although Peter Parker had managed to get into Imperial University with his intelligence and had secured several scholarships, he still couldn't completely eliminate his tuition fees. After all, the total tuition for 4 years at Imperial University amounted to $100,000, a sum his family couldn't afford. Moreover, once in college, whether it was meeting up with Mary Jane, social interactions, or investing in various experiments, a significant amount of money was required, and that money could only come from Spider-Man. By taking photos of Spider-Man in exchange for payments from the Daily Bugle, he had found his means of livelihood, yet hardly anyone knew he was Spider-Man. Thus, to outsiders, Peter Parker was merely the official photographer for Spider-Man. Now, Spider-Man had come to him unexpectedly, expressing his dissatisfaction without holding back, and it seemed a conflict might arise. The crowd buzzed with excitement at the unfolding drama. However, Peter Parker appeared relaxed, as this fake Spider-Man had no idea that the more discordant their relationship, the more money Parker would receive when he handed over the photos to Jameson. "Alright, I apologize," Peter Parker played along with the fake Spider-Man's act, but the imposter wasn't satisfied with just that, an apology? "I'll accept it, but that's far from enough. Suddenly, Spider-Man seemed to see something horrifying, retreating in fright, causing the crowd to gasp in surprise and instinctively look out the window behind Parker, only to see nothing. Just as confusion filled the air, a loud explosion echoed from above. The ceiling suddenly collapsed, and in an instant, countless fragments rained down from above. Amid the chaos, a black and red shadow appeared in everyone's line of sight and swiftly charged through the newly created hole. It was a ferocious mechanical spider, its black and red stripes, sharp mandibles, and long limbs making it clear that it was not to be trifled with and likely equipped with other offensive weapons. Joe Young quickly grabbed Gwen Stacy and swiftly led her away from the danger zone. He also noticed George Stacy protecting his wife while searching for their daughter. Spotting Joe Young leading Gwen away, he nodded at Joe Yang and pointed toward the entrance, signaling for them to meet there. Joe Young didn't pay attention to the battle in the living room because one was a fake Spider-Man, and the other was an unknown mechanical spider. As long as ordinary people weren't harmed, he didn't need to intervene. Plus, it wasn't necessary for him to step in. Let's not forget that the real Spider-Man was still in the room, and he wouldn't need to reveal his true identity, especially not in front of the NYPD captain. But when Joe Young turned around, he found that Parker had already vanished from the living room, startling him. However, he quickly spotted Parker again. After ensuring his aunt was safely placed in a guest room, Parker had swiftly escaped and climbed to the rooftop, changing into his familiar suit in an instant. By the time Joe Young reunited with the Stacy family, 2 Spider-Men had appeared in the living room, and some keen observers had already sensed that something was amiss. Due to the obstruction of the massive spider machine, many people only saw one Spider-Man and assumed they were witnessing the real deal. Even those controlling the mechanical spider only perceived a single Spider-Man in their line of sight. Take care of them. George Stacy handed his wife to their daughter, then looked at Joe Young, quickly untying his necktie. Even as a police chief, George Stacy couldn't watch innocent civilians in the living room fall into danger without acting. He had to. First, evacuate. We need to get people out of here. We don't know what will happen next. Joe Young urgently grabbed George Stacy, his face pleading, and the panicked cries around them reinforced his judgment. As the police chief, George Stacy quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, in such circumstances, the priority was to evacuate the crowd. Otherwise, even if he had the chance to save 1 or 2 innocent people, the chaos of the fight would endanger many more. Dad. Gwen Stacy also looked at her father, pleading. Okay, let's start evacuating. George Stacy decisively announced, raising his voice to direct the crowd, use the stairs, do not take the elevator. Although most of the women present were in high heels, taking the elevator in such a situation was the most dangerous choice. No one knew when the elevator might malfunction or even be destroyed in the chaos. In 2 minutes, Joe Yang led Mrs. Stacy, who had removed her high heels, and Gwen Stacy down to the ground floor, quickly stuffing them into a taxi and sending them home without hesitation. Just then, as Joe Yang looked up, he caught sight of the mechanical spider grabbing one Spider-Man and soaring away at an incredible speed, quickly disappearing from view. Joe Young narrowed his eyes. He didn't know whether the Spider-Man who had been taken was real or fake, but the chances were higher that it was the latter. The police quickly took over the scene. When Joe Young returned to the rooftop, the area had quieted down, nearly empty of people except for Jameson, who was shouting angrily in the living room, $1 million. I lost $1 million. Damn it. Joe Young saw Felicia Hardy and her mother speaking with George Stacy, and he quickly walked over, standing beside Felicia and quietly asking, are you both okay? We're fine. What about you? And where's Parker? Where did that coward go? Felicia Hardy was fuming over Peter Parker's disappearance. She had nearly been injured by the mechanical spider, yet Spider-Man had appeared just in time to save her, while the Peter Parker she had been interested in had vanished, erasing any lingering fondness she had for him. Parker should be taking care of his aunt. Joe Young hadn't finished speaking when a noise came from a television in one of the rooms. It seems Spider-Man has passed out. He has lost consciousness. I think this is our best opportunity. Before Joe Young could react, Jameson dashed into the guest room. On the television, they were broadcasting Spider-Man, who had fainted. For some reason, the captured Spider-Man appeared on the screen, and it was on a station affiliated with the Daily Bugle. The Daily Bugle wasn't just a newspaper, it encompassed television, publishing, and many other sectors, or else Jameson wouldn't have the means to buy this multi-million-dollar penthouse in Manhattan. Yet, he was completely unaware of the scene playing out on the television. He couldn't say he was entirely ignorant, as just the day before, one of his reporters, Eddie Brock, had mentioned using the station's news broadcast for an exclusive story. However, although the Daily Bugle had an affiliate television station, its ratings were not high, far below major networks like CNN or Fox, and it could only be considered a small local station in New York. Still, it managed to maintain operations. It was precisely because the Daily Bugle's television ratings were low that they could spare a few minutes during unimportant broadcasts to allow Eddie Brock to present an exclusive story. Of course, to avoid uncontrollable situations, there was a delay between news reports and what people saw on television, so what they were currently seeing was actually from half a minute ago.
Eddie Brock, Venom?
Joe Young recognized the name and hadn't expected this person to have joined the Daily Bugle and become a reporter capable of accessing the station's news. Watching Eddie Brock on the screen, looking at the fainted Spider-Man, Jameson seemed to have an epiphany, saying, "So this is his exclusive story.
It looks like losing that million was worth it."
Jameson hadn't considered Eddie Brock's role in tonight's events. In his eyes, exposing Spider-Man's true identity was far more important than any monetary loss. This moment has finally come, the moment we've all been waiting for in America, the reveal of Spider-Man without his mask. Eddie Brock gleefully introduced himself as he reached down to remove the unconscious Spider-Man's mask.
"This is Eddie Brock bringing you live coverage. Now, let's see Spider-Man."
Just as he finished speaking, Eddie Brock yanked off Spider-Man's mask, revealing the face beneath. Not only did Jameson recognize it, but Joe Young also recognized him. It was none other than Flash Thompson, Felicia Hardy's dance partner from earlier.
"Spider-Man is this little punk? This is unbelievable,"
Jameson exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. He had never expected that the Spider-Man he had been chasing for so long was just a young college kid under 20 years old. Even though there were fewer people left in the apartment at this point, many who heard the news began to chatter among themselves. Meanwhile, Joe Young had already silently slipped away, as he had seen the real Spider-Man just leave. Flash Thompson could certainly not be the real Spider-Man. Joe Young had already confirmed this. He even knew that the fake Spider-Man was Flash Thompson, and while he wasn't sure of Thompson's motives tonight, impersonating Spider-Man had indeed allowed Peter Parker to escape a dire situation. Joe Young didn't know where the mechanical spider had taken the fake Spider-Man.
It moved quickly and flew high, disappearing around corners, making it difficult for Joe Young to track.
However, Peter Parker seemed to have a plan. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Joe Young quietly followed behind Peter Parker.
Following Peter Parker was much easier, and not having hidden cameras tracking him allowed Joe Young to feel more secure.
With Parker leading the way, Joe Young could also safely observe who was behind the targeting of Peter Parker this time. In a suburban laboratory of Oscorp Industries, Joe Young quietly stood on a steel beam high above the massive lab, his gaze fixed on the fierce battle scene below. To be honest, when two Spider-Men appeared simultaneously before them, Norman Osborn, Dr. Spencer, Alistair Spencer, Eddie Brock, and several henchmen of Kingpin in the lab were taken aback to the point of being somewhat at a loss. Eddie Brock had never anticipated that Kingpin's men would storm the lab to kill Spider-Man. According to their original plan, they were supposed to hand Spider-Man over to the New York police. After all, despite the relatively good relationship between the New York police and Spider-Man, he still had several warrants out for his arrest. But now, with Kingpin's men entering and going on a killing spree, if this scene were broadcast live and the people of New York saw Spider-Man being killed, it would be a disaster. Not only would the New Yorkers want to tear Eddie Brock apart, but even James wouldn't let him off the hook. Even if he only indirectly caused Spider-Man's death, it would equate to linking the Daily Bugle with crime. However, at this moment, Dr. Spencer had already figured out the reason behind it. He shot a sidelong glance at Osborn and said, "I really didn't expect you to be in cahoots with Kingpin."
"Don't say nonsense, Dr. Spencer, I have no idea what you're talking about." Of course, Norman Osborn wouldn't admit to colluding with Kingpin.
This scene tonight was actually carefully orchestrated by him. After all, Spider-Man was a living person. Even if he had criminal suspicions, if he died in the Oscorp laboratory, the police would certainly launch an investigation.
To avoid subsequent trouble, letting Kingpin take the blame was naturally the best choice.
Soon, both sides started to engage in combat. Although Kingpin's henchmen were armed with submachine guns, they were no match for Spider-Man, who quickly dispatched them. Just then, someone suddenly activated the Spider Slayer, Black Widow. Parker was indeed very strong, but the Spider Slayer Black Widow was not an easy opponent, especially with its exceptionally hard shell. Even if Parker swung a steel beam at it, he couldn't leave a single mark. At that moment, Norman Osborn walked over to a nearby control panel and directly activated the remaining two drones, then charged toward Parker. However, this move not only failed to achieve any good effect but instead caused the entire laboratory to catch fire due to the attacks from the drones and the explosions on the ground after they were hit by Parker. Hidden in the shadows, Joe Young was shocked by the rapid spread of the flames. He took a deep breath and suddenly noticed some gas with a distinct smell in the air.
It was these gases that made the flames burn so fiercely. Spider-Man also sensed the situation. His keen sense of smell was even sharper than Zhou Yang's, and he quickly found the source of the gas, a stone barrel filled with green liquid, which only stone could withstand against the corrosive nature of that liquid. As a top student from Empire University, he quickly understood the purpose of that green liquid. The exceptionally hard shell of the mechanical spider Black Widow was likely to be modified only by this green liquid. Seizing the opportunity, Parker flipped onto the back of the mechanical spider, and while it blindly searched for its position, he took his chance to shoot his web into the spider's jet nozzle. With a loud boom, the sudden backfire ignited a small explosion inside the mechanical spider, causing it to lose its ability to fly and crash straight down into the stone barrel on the ground. The violent dissolution reaction increased the concentration of the special gas in the air, and then with a loud bang, the entire laboratory exploded violently, instantly engulfed in flames. At this moment, Alistair, who had moved a distance away, happened to witness the scene and anxiously grabbed Norman Osborn, asking, "Mr. Osborn, where is my father?" It turned out that Dr. Spencer had left a way out to ensure Spider-Man's death when the flames rapidly flared up. However, this left. "I'm sorry, Alistair." Norman Osborn's face turned pale, and after saying this to Alistair, he prepared to have him pushed into a car. But Alistair directly pressed down on his wheelchair, activating a mechanism that prevented Osborn's men from moving him. Alistair gritted his teeth, slowly turned around, fixed his gaze on the distant flames of the explosion, and said firmly, "No, I won't just give up." Seeing Alistair like this, Norman Osborn frowned and finally waved his hand in annoyance, saying, "Fine, do as you wish." At this moment, Norman Osborn was not in the mood to care about Alistair. The operation against Spider-Man was undoubtedly a failure tonight, which might lead him to lose control over Oscorp Industries. The thought of Kingpin possibly taking over his business pained him deeply, and the root cause of all this was undoubtedly the incompetence of the Spencers. Norman Osborn left in a vehicle, followed closely by Eddie Brock, who would surely have a hard time when he returned. Having caught Spider-Man and even unmasking him during the live broadcast, only to find out that it was just a fake Spider-Man, made him and the entire Daily Bugle a laughingstock. He could imagine the furious roar of J. Jonah Jameson upon returning, and even more terrifying things could happen. Thinking of this, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Reflecting on the entire situation, Kingpin's involvement was also a factor. If people suspected him of colluding with Kingpin and the police focused on him, his career would be over. Kingpin, the one that both Norman Osborn and Eddie Brock were unable to forget at this moment, appeared outside the recently exploded Oscorp lab. As the distant sound of police sirens blared, Kingpin appeared behind Alistair. "Hello, Alistair." Kingpin's tall and robust figure emerged from the darkness, his trademark cane in hand. "Who are you?" Alistair, still immersed in the pain of losing his father, remained on guard. "I was a partner of your father's. I deeply regret what happened tonight." Kingpin had actually been closely monitoring the events of the night. In other words, if Spider-Man showed any weakness, giving him a chance to strike, he would not hesitate to act. Spider-Man's escape was indeed just luck. At the same time, this also indicated that if Joe Young intervened to help Spider-Man tonight, he might also fall into Kingpin's sight. Being targeted by Kingpin without knowing it, regardless of what Kingpin would do afterward, Joe Yang would find himself in danger. My father, he." The distant flames reflected on Alistair's face, one side red and the other in darkness. "I can help you, Alistair, I can help you take revenge." Kingpin's words struck directly at Alistair's deepest desires. Like a devil, he penetrated into Alistair's heart with a single sentence, "You will definitely be satisfied with the terms I offer you. I can even fund you to build an exact replica of the Spider Slayer, so you can eliminate the one who killed your father, Spider-Man." With just one sentence, Alistair was completely disarmed. Seeing the expression on his face, Kingpin revealed a devilish smile. With Kingpin's assurance, Alistair no longer insisted on staying put. After all, the distant police sirens were growing louder. If he were caught by the police, he wouldn't know how to explain his involvement in the plot against Spider-Man tonight. Watching Kingpin take Alistair away, Joe Young, hidden in the darkness, finally deactivated his invisibility. At that moment, lying at his feet was the unconscious Dr. Spencer. Just before the explosion occurred, Joe Young had knocked out and taken Dr. Spencer away. Both the Spider Slayer Black Widow and the super acid capable of dissolving Black Widow were incredibly valuable. As long as he obtained Dr. Spencer, Joe Yang could acquire these two items. Moreover, it now seemed that his gains didn't stop there. Kingpin had taken Alistair, and from the current situation, Alistair would likely receive significant favor from Kingpin. As long as Joe Yang made Dr. Spencer appear in the future, he would be able to grasp Alistair immediately.
This meant that he had hidden a valuable pawn within Kingpin's inner circle. As long as he was willing, he could throw Kingpin under the bus at a critical moment, using him as a shield.
As for Spider-Man's safety, Joe Yang was not worried at all.
Little Spider might have already fallen into Stark's sights, perhaps in S.H.I.E.L.'s plans. Little Spider was already one of the reserve members of the Avengers. Even if Kingpin gained Alistair, it might not necessarily pose a threat to Spider-Man. Under normal developments, regardless of whether Joe Yang intervened or not, Kingpin could acquire Alistair, and perhaps it would be better for Spider-Man to stay busy. Kingpin was unaware that Joe Yang had already started plotting against him. After settling Alistair, Kingpin returned to his office. Turning around, beside him was a large oil painting depicting Spider-Man. Kingpin slowly walked up to it, sneering at Spider-Man's image, then his gaze shifted to the 3 photos hanging above the painting. You would never guess that 2 of these photos were of 2 people Joe Yang had just met, Felicia Hardy and Lydia Hardy, mother and daughter. In between them was a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, dressed in prison garb. This time, while Kingpin was certainly targeting Spider-Man, he was also going after Lydia Hardy and Felicia Hardy. In his heart, the importance of this mother-daughter pair was no less than that of Spider-Man, perhaps even greater, as ultimately, he wanted to target the man in the middle. Super Soldier serum formula, how can I get my hands on you? Kingpin stood there, muttering to himself. Under the cover of night, the darkness of Newark deepened. A taxi sped towards Newark Port like an arrow, and the person inside wearing a hat was Joe Yang. Newark is an important part of the New York metropolitan area, home to one of New York's 3 major airports, Newark Liberty International Airport. However, it does not belong to New York City or even New York State. It is governed by New Jersey, with only the vast Hudson River separating it from New York City. While Newark may not be as bustling and noisy as New York, it is one of the most prosperous cities in New Jersey. In particular, Newark Port handles up to 30% of the maritime cargo volume for the New York area, and the surrounding Newark Bay is one of the largest container handling areas in the world. The factories and businesses here vary in size, most are small but diverse, producing a wide range of goods including leather, jewelry, beer, plastics, electrical equipment, automotive parts, and chemical products. It is also the center of finance and insurance in New Jersey. Many companies that cannot bear the high housing prices of New York have moved here, allowing them to continue supplying products to the New York market while establishing a foothold in Newark. It's worth noting that the distance from downtown Newark to downtown Manhattan is only 16 kilometers. Because of Newark's unique geographical location and economic conditions, it has become a melting pot of various people, predominantly Irish from Northern Ireland. Although Kingpin is recognized as the underground king of New York, and everyone acknowledges him as the largest gang force in the underground, it does not mean that everyone will follow his commands. Whether they are Italians, Irish, Russians, Japanese, Koreans, or American-born mobsters, as well as various gangs, these rebellious individuals would not easily submit to one person, even if he is the underground king of New York. In their eyes, no matter how rich or powerful you are, what they always think about is how to take your wealth and power for themselves. It is precisely due to Newark's complex situation, combined with its proximity to the port, that Joe Yang has set his secret base here. Compared to the precious land in New York, the surveillance here is relatively lenient, making it feel like a paradise of freedom for Joe Yang. Despite the various advantages here, to most people, Newark is merely a transit point for goods and people, with everything ultimately flowing to New York, the most prosperous and commercially valuable market. Thus, although various forces have deployed significant manpower in Newark to tightly control this critical juncture, the presence of personnel here is still relatively sparse compared to New York, especially outside some key areas, where many places have become power vacuums. The taxi stopped in front of a hospital, which was on the verge of bankruptcy. From the outside, the hospital appeared to be quite large and the environment decent, but the various facilities inside were extremely rundown, clearly indicating that it had not received funding for a long time. However, this hospital should not be underestimated. For a long time, many homeless individuals and financially strapped veterans have received treatment here. Now, this rescue hospital has quietly fallen into the hands of Sunil Bakshi. Joe Yang did not directly enter the hospital above but cautiously accessed the underground through a special passage outside. Originally intended for storing goods, this place has now been transformed into a unique laboratory, supervised by Dr. Stewart, who had previously assisted Bruce Banner. If you were to meet Dr. Stewart now,
you would absolutely not be able to connect him to his former appearance. He now has a head that is swollen up like a soccer ball, his skull expanded upward, even larger than much of his body. This was due to an accidental exposure to Hulk's blood from a wound on his forehead and extensive exposure to gamma radiation, ultimately leading to a significant deformation of his head. Under these circumstances, he could only hide underground, afraid to show himself. More importantly, he remains under the control of Sunil Bakshi, or more precisely, under Zhou Yang's control. Although Dr. Stewart has become exceptionally unattractive due to his mutation, his abilities have developed rapidly. Unlike Hulk and Abomination, who only know how to fight, Dr. Stewart's mental power has suddenly grown explosively. Although it still pales in comparison to Zhou Yang, he has already acquired abilities such as photographic memory, telepathy, and mental attack. To be honest, if it weren't for his advanced age and physical deterioration, he might really become a genius in learning magic. Dr. Stewart is very intelligent, especially after his intelligence has significantly increased. He has made groundbreaking progress in various scientific fields. However, this guy, despite his many ambitions in science, is not enthusiastic about other aspects. He is not interested in money, lust, or power. He only hopes to leave a greater reputation in the scientific community. However, his current appearance makes it impossible for him to go out and meet people. Once he displays his abilities in front of others, he risks being captured by the military or SHIELD. Zhou Yang did not intimidate him but rather genuinely showed him some secret experiments conducted by the military and SHIELD, leaving the rest to him to imagine. Perhaps if Dr. Stewart were to join SHIELD or the military, it could greatly enhance their secret experiments, but at the same time, he would also likely become a test subject himself. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would never cooperate with them. Moreover, Zhou Yang might not let him leave anyway. Although Dr. Stewart possesses formidable mental power, it is insignificant compared to Zhou Yang, who has practiced for over 60 years. As a magician, in ancient times and many other places, they were referred to as sorcerers. To put it bluntly, the curse techniques that Zhou Yang currently masters are extraordinarily powerful. Even from 100 miles away, he can easily cast spells on Dr. Stewart and completely destroy him. It's hard to imagine that this seemingly fierce and extremely crazy experimenter, after enduring torment and threats, reveals an inner weakness. His essence is weak, which is why he is controlled by Zhou Yang here. In fact, in this area, including the hospital above, Dr. Stewart enjoys considerable freedom, occasionally able to go out for a stroll and relax. But ultimately, he always returns because he cannot bear the pain that comes with being discovered by Zhou Yang. During this time, Sunil Bakshi has been staying at this hospital, responsible for handling matters related to hammer industries while also monitoring Dr. Stewart. Despite Dr. Stewart's strong mental power, he dares not resist in front of Sunil Bakshi. Sunil Bakshi understands better than Zhou Yang how to control people like Dr. Stewart. As long as he grasps his weaknesses, Dr. Stewart can only be at his mercy. That is why Zhou Yang is at ease letting Sunil Bakshi monitor Dr. Stewart. This time, he also brought in a top mechanical physics expert, Dr. Spencer, who specializes in drone technology. Unfortunately, if they could also bring Ivan Vanko over, they might really achieve some remarkable results. Zhou Yang never minds meddling with others, especially with people like Dr. Stewart and Dr. Spencer. Dr. Stewart is manageable, but Dr. Spencer is no good, having teamed up with Norman Osborn against Spider-Man. Dr. Spencer, forcibly brought here by Zhou Yang, said little, only darkly examining the equipment and instruments in the laboratory before bluntly stating, "I need an independent laboratory." Clearly, despite the large underground space, Dr. Spencer is unwilling to work in the same area as Dr. Stewart. First, Dr. Stewart's appearance is simply too ugly, and second, the biological experiments here make him uncomfortable. Although Dr. Spencer had previously cooperated with Norman Osborn to deal with Spider-Man, he has rarely done anything wrong in his life and still holds some ethical standards as a scientist. While he has developed drones and the Spider Slayer Black Widow, he only tested the attack system's capabilities and did not intend to kill Spider-Man directly. After that, whether it was activating the drones or the Spider Slayer Black Widow, it was all under Norman Osborn's command. He has always been a scientist, not a killer. This is something he taught his son Alistair. But unfortunately, Alistair is now seeking revenge and has turned to Spider-Man, which may lead him into endless danger, especially since he is now with Kingpin. Dr. Spencer had considered evading Zhou Yang's surveillance to secretly contact his son Alistair and manipulate Kingpin and Zhou Yang into fighting each other, but in the end, he dismissed his own idea. He knows he lacks the planning ability for such schemes, and his son Alistair is too naive. Such a thing couldn't be implemented. Even revealing a slight flaw would easily attract the attention of Kingpin and Zhou Yang. Moreover, even he himself is unable to escape Zhou Yang's capabilities. That person's methods are truly ruthless. Therefore, now Dr. Spencer can only hope that with his full support, Zhou Yang can quickly deal with Kingpin, allowing both him and his son to escape their predicament. He has no objections to serving Zhou Yang, but he will not give up any of his conditions. At that moment, Sunil Bakshi stepped forward and quietly said, "There's another vacant basement next door. No need, the top floor of the hospital is still empty. Just let Dr. Spencer use the top floor, there is enough space there." The speaker was Dr. Stewart, who did not want to work in the same place as Dr. Spencer, and Dr. Spencer also disliked working with others. There are no heroic camaraderies, instead, there is more mutual hostility and opposition. One underground, one on the top of the building, it is normal for them to live and die without seeing each other. Alright, let's do it this way. Sunil, you take Dr. Spencer to settle in, I have matters to discuss with Dr. Stewart. Zhou Yang watched as Sunil Bakshi led Dr. Spencer away, then turned to Dr. Stewart and asked, "Doctor, how is our situation now?" Initially, they had brought a large amount of Hulk blood from Dr. Stewart's laboratory, and now that blood has been successfully modified. We have roughly developed 3 types of serum. As soon as the serious matter was mentioned, Dr. Stewart became serious, walking over to the lab table and pointing to 3 vials of serum. He said to Zhou Yang, "The 3 vials of serum here, one is the most stable super soldier serum, capable of cultivating super soldiers with a certain level of strength, but not very strong. The second vial is relatively more stable, but after the power is unleashed, the body becomes very weak. As for the third vial, once consumed, the user's lifespan will drastically decrease in the shortest time, but the power gained is extremely strong. Don't rush, what we seek is not mere power but stability, the ability to survive as super soldiers in extremely harsh environments, like outer space," Zhou Yang said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at Dr. Stewart, his gaze filled with profound meaning. "Now you should understand why I brought Dr. Spencer here." "You mean outer space?" Dr. Stewart instantly grasped Zhou Yang's intention, which had become quite clear. "Precisely. Don't limit your vision to just Earth, the vastness of outer space is the real frontier worth exploring," Zhou Yang said calmly. "Only there can we escape the oppression and surveillance of various governments. On Earth, no matter how powerful you are or how advanced your technology, the specter of nuclear weapons is inescapable. Once a battlefield is set, if a nuclear bomb drops, everything will turn to ashes. Don't think that only the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II were the only nuclear explosions in human history." Dr. Stewart understood this sentiment well. Despite his top-tier intellect, he still had to be cautious in the face of the government. Unless he was willing to work for the government, serving political families and major conglomerates, he would never reach the pinnacle. Moreover, it was precisely because of his abilities that those political families and conglomerates would want to control him entirely. If they could relocate their research base to outer space, even just to the moon, they could break free from all limitations. In the past, Dr. Stewart would never have entertained such thoughts, but now, with his own intelligence, he believed it could be done in the future. Moreover, Zhou Yang was continually gathering top scientists, and more importantly, Zhou Yang's own depth in the field of science was unfathomable. "I understand, I will adjust the research direction." Dr. Stewart hadn't finished his sentence when a tremendous thunderclap suddenly echoed from far in the sky. To Dr. Stewart, it was just ordinary thunder, but it made Zhou Yang's expression change instantly. Zhou Yang quickly composed himself and said to Dr. Stewart, "Doctor, everything here is in your hands. Sunil will leave soon, and I hope you won't disappoint my expectations." With that, Zhou Yang hurriedly left the underground base. As soon as he came out, he ran into Sunil Bakshi coming down from the top floor. "Boss, Dr. Spencer has proposed many things that need to be purchased, and they're not cheap," Sunil Bakshi said, looking somewhat hesitant. "Research by top scientists, especially physicists, requires a terrifying investment. Even Norman Osborn had to borrow money from Kingpin. And now, such financial pressure had fallen onto Zhou Yang's shoulders." Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow and said, "By them, try to meet Dr. Spencer's demands as much as possible. But if we do that, it will affect our acquisition of Hammer Industries." This was the real concern for Sunil Bakshi. "We can pause things with Hammer Industries for now. The current plan needs to be adjusted. Perhaps we won't need to spend so much money to take control of Hammer Industries." Zhou Yang understood that the reason for their current lack of funds was his own interference,
which made Hammer Industries' situation less dire than before. However, on the surface, it appeared unfavorable for him. But once he fully controlled Justin Hammer, the situation would change completely. Currently, although Hammer Industries' stock price was still low, it had stabilized relatively. The problem was that Justin Hammer was still embroiled in litigation, and related accounts and some assets were still under seizure, so they couldn't take too many actions. Don't be in a rush, Sunil. This situation may not be entirely bad. Joe Yang glanced at Sunil Bakshi and said softly. We have already gained a lot from Hammer Industries stocks. If we were to absorb Hammer Industries now, it might attract some unwanted attention, which is precisely what we don't need at this moment. I understand. Sunil Bakshi gradually gained Zhou Yang's trust and began to access deeper secrets, which made him even more cautious in his actions. Zhou Yang gave Bakshi a few urgent instructions before hurriedly leaving. This time, he didn't return to Manhattan but headed directly to the nearest Newark airport and then took a flight straight to New Mexico. Before the plane had even started, Zhou Yang checked some news about New Mexico on his phone. After scrolling through various articles, he finally found a lead. Someone had witnessed a colorful fireball plummeting from the sky, crashing into the desert of New Mexico. If it weren't for the night already falling, some people might have rushed to check it out. This news made Zhou Yang more certain of his judgment. Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, had officially descended to Earth. And that so-called colorful fireball was likely Thor's hammer, though it could also be Thor himself. How Zhou Yang wished his speculation was wrong, but the enormous magical fluctuations he sensed were enough to explain everything. New York is on the east coast of America, while New Mexico is in the southwestern desert, even bordering Mexico. The fact that he could feel such an immense magical fluctuation from thousands of kilometers away, aside from Asgard's Bifrost, nothing else could achieve that. Of course, such a massive magical fluctuation is not something just anyone can sense. You would need the power of a top-tier magician to detect such a vast and subtle magical wave. To get there immediately, it would probably only be the battle mages from Kamartaj. However, Zhou Yang was indeed mistaken. When Master Gui tore open a dimensional door and appeared above New Mexico, right above the hammer of the god of thunder that had sunk into the ground, he sensed a massive mental force rapidly distancing itself. That mental force was familiar to him. It belonged to the legendary magician Merlin. Just as Master Gui could appear anywhere on Earth through the dimensional door, the legendary magician Merlin also had the ability to instantaneously appear anywhere on Earth. At their level, mastering such magic was not surprising. These individuals have achieved legendary statuses in a country where magical elements are highly inert, and there's no doubt about each of their talents, especially given their hundreds of years of magical experience. Their power is extraordinarily terrifying. Zhou Yang's entry into the legendary realm was actually thanks to the inheritance he received from the Frost Giants' Frost Wizards, combined with the unique environment of Jotunheim. That planet was for him no less than a powerful gem. Perhaps it didn't compare to the Infinity Stones, but its effects were still formidable. However, this does not mean that Zhou Yang's entry into the legendary realm was particularly magical or powerful. On the contrary, in environments like Jotunheim and Asgard, reaching the legendary realm is merely a basic requirement for the strong. Compared to the centuries-old Master Gui and the wizard Merlin, as well as the three warriors of the Asgardian palace, he still had a long way to go. Just as Master Gui arrived above Thor's hammer, frowning and pondering something, another dimensional gate swiftly opened, and out stepped Daniel Drum, the mage from New York Sanctum. When it comes to swift action, no one can compare to the mages of Kamartaj. Seeing Thor's hammer embedded in the ground, Daniel Drum couldn't help but frown and, after a moment of contemplation, asked Master Gui, "Master, did I misjudge? Is that thing really Thor's hammer?" "Indeed, it is Thor's hammer." Master Gui took a deep breath, looking up toward a certain direction in the endless void of space, and said gravely, "Recently, Asgard has been quite active. It seems that both Earth and Asgard are about to face a storm." As soon as he finished speaking, the dimensional door flickered, and in the blink of an eye, Master Gui took Daniel Drum away. Since they already knew that it was Thor's hammer that had fallen to Earth, that was enough for them. They had no intention of dealing with such a troublesome artifact. If they were not careful and ended up with it, they would be waiting for Thor to come knocking. Just as the night was drawing to a close, a figure appeared above the massive circular crater, cloaked in a deep green cape, wearing a black metallic mask, with deep and cold eyes. Looking at the hammer of the god of thunder in the center of the circular pit, he finally stepped forward, walking slowly toward Thor's hammer. "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." The figure softly recited the inscription carved on the hammer. Although it was inscribed in runes, he pronounced it effortlessly, then chuckled softly, saying, "So this is Thor's hammer.
What is Odin doing? Has he abandoned his own son?"
Anyone with a slight understanding of the 9 realms of Asgard knows that Thor's hammer is the weapon of Thor, the god of thunder. The sudden appearance of such a weapon on Earth can only mean that Odin did it on purpose.
Why did Odin make Thor lose his hammer? Has he fallen out with his son? Or was it some war in the cosmos that caused Thor to fall?
Or even Odin himself? Shaking his head lightly, the man dispelled all those wild thoughts from his mind and slowly reached out to grasp Thor's hammer. At the same time, colorful magical lights shimmered around him, enveloping him in a protective barrier. No one knew what would happen next. If Thor's hammer resisted his touch, the powerful force of thunder could utterly destroy him in an instant. At this moment, time seemed to slow down.
The man couldn't help but hold his breath, fully prepared for any possible reaction.
The next moment, he gripped the hammer's handle. To his surprise, as he held the handle, there was no reaction at all. Thor's hammer did not resist his touch, and there was not even a hint of energy reaction.
Could it be?
No, this man tightened his grip on the handle and pulled upward with all his might.
In the next moment, he nearly fell to the ground.
Thor's hammer on the ground seemed as if it were welded to the earth, completely unmoving. Even if it were truly welded to the ground, he had the strength to lift it, but now it was no longer about being welded, it was about the weight of Thor's hammer. It had fully released its weight. If it were an ordinary mortal, they might think about loosening the earth beneath Thor's hammer or using chains to pull it out, but this man knew very well that according to myth, Thor's hammer was forged from the core of a dying star, and moving it was no easy feat. However, no one would easily give up in the face of Thor's hammer. Yet even after 1 or 2 hours of exhausting all his efforts, he could not budge Thor's hammer in the slightest. Just then, in the far distance, the sound of a heavy pickup truck approached.
Soon, this area was surrounded by countless locals.
By noon, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit and black sunglasses appeared on a distant hillside. This man was none other than Phil Coulson. As Joe Young stepped off the plane and into the airport, the cold morning breeze hit him, instantly waking him up. He couldn't help but ask himself why he had come here, knowing that Thor had likely descended to Earth.
What was his purpose in rushing to New Mexico?
The events that were about to unfold involved Thor, exiled to Earth, encountering his true love, Jane Foster, and subsequently defeating the villainous god Loki with the assistance of the Warriors 3 and the goddess Sif. On the surface, this battle appeared to be intensely fierce, with Loki even controlling the powerful Asgardian weapon, the Destroyer, but few knew that all of this was actually orchestrated by Odin. The Destroyer was not something easily taken control of. After all, it was Odin's own armor from back in the day.
So, what was Zhou Yang really doing here?
Given his identity, even if he deliberately approached Thor, his exposure in the future would put him at odds with the Avengers, making any contact between them unnecessary. As for the Warriors 3 and Sif, their focus was solely on Thor. Perhaps he could try to woo Jane Foster, considering she would eventually become the future Lady Thor.
Moreover, with the emergence of the ether, Jane Foster played a crucial role.
Joe Young spent a long time pondering in the taxi before finally solidifying his goal and plan for this visit. However, even after arriving in New Mexico, he still needed some effort to reach the town where the incident had occurred. He was in Albuquerque, the largest city in New Mexico, while the actual site was deep in the northern desert. In fact, finding the small town where the incident occurred wasn't difficult if one knew the right tricks. The people who understood these matters best were not the locals at the bars or any information brokers but rather the journalists from the local newspaper, who always got the freshest news first. The town closest to where Thor's hammer fell was called Kassam. It took Joe Young half a day to reach Kassam, and then he hurriedly inquired with the locals about the location of Thor's hammer before rushing over. He had to move quickly. If he was any slower, S.H.I.E.L.D. might arrive. Joe Yang had no desire for Thor's hammer. He understood that it always belonged to Thor. Even without considering the self-aware Mjolnir within the hammer, Odin's fate had tightly bound it to Thor. Moreover, for years, only Thor could truly wield the hammer's power. Even Odin and Hela were inferior in that regard. Thus, even if Mjolnir were destroyed, it would not be taken away by Hela. However, later on, while Hela did destroy Mjolnir, it merely changed into another form. Therefore, for Joe Yang, all he could do was observe whether there were any special magical runes on the surface of Thor's hammer that he could learn from, such as the words Odin personally inscribed. If he found even 1 or 2 runes he had never seen before, it would be a tremendous gain. However, before Joe Yang could approach Thor's hammer, he spotted Phil Coulson standing on a distant hillside, along with several other SHIELD agents. There was no doubt that they would soon secure the area, and anyone currently surrounding Thor's hammer would be driven away, making it even more challenging for Joe Young to get close afterward. A rented large pickup truck roared up to the edge of the massive crater. Initially, the locals hesitated at the sight of this unfamiliar face, but when they saw Joe Young pull out 2 cases of beer from the truck, they forgot he was a stranger. Holding a beer in his hand, Joe Young exchanged vague pleasantries with the others while quietly making his way to Thor's hammer, unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, a rocky pillar jutted out of the ground, supporting a silver hammer that had fallen from the sky. There were those who had thought about destroying this rock pillar to take the silver hammer, but strangely, this rock pillar, which should have been similar to the depressed ground around it, had become incredibly hard, seemingly unbreakable, as if it were directly connected to the depths of the earth. Some had tried to dig down, but in a short time, they could barely make any progress into the rocky ground. This area was originally a desert, but the arrival of Thor's hammer had pressed the ground down by more than 10 meters. It was uncertain whether this was the bedrock beneath the desert or if the sand and gravel had been compressed into rock, but either way, they were difficult to move. Compared to ordinary people, Joe Young only needed a glance to understand what had happened here. Indeed, the powerful force of Thor's hammer had directly compressed the land, but it was the tremendous power of thunder, especially the rock pillar beneath the hammer, that had crystallized long ago. This was Joe Yang's first time observing Thor's hammer up close, and he did not dare to touch it carelessly. At this moment, although Coulson and others were quietly discussing in the distance, any person who dared to try and grasp the handle of Thor's hammer would immediately attract their attention. For Joe Yang, if he were just an ordinary person, touching Thor's hammer would naturally pose no danger. However, he was a magician with the Asgardian runic magic inheritance, and who could say what might happen if he came into contact with Thor's hammer? According to legend, the handle of Thor's hammer was forged from the branches of the World Tree, but whether it was mixed with Uru metal and enchanted silver, Joe Young saw no trace of any wooden structure. Instead, he only saw the silver handle wrapped in layers of deep brown fabric. But none of that mattered. What truly mattered was the hammer's body. The hammer, forged from the core of a dying star and merged with Uru and other precious metals, seemed ordinary standing there, yet Joe Yang could feel the immense power contained within. What truly drew his attention were the series of runes circling Thor's hammer: Pheo, Urus, Thurisaz, Ansuz, Raidho, Kenas, Gibo, Wonjo, Hagilaz, and so on to 24 runes in total, intricately intertwined to form a highly complex rune pattern, with Thor's hammer as the vessel, creating a powerful runic magic array. However, the key component was not these 24 runes but rather another rune engraved on one side of the hammer that Joe Yang had never seen before. This was an unfamiliar rune, without a doubt the element that provided Thor's hammer with its critical control. The core of Thor's hammer was the dying star, and the god king Odin undoubtedly possessed the ability to wield it. But this did not mean that Thor could wield it with the same proficiency as Odin. Frankly speaking, the current Thor was far inferior to his father Odin, and without Odin's permission, Thor would not be able to lift the hammer, just as Odin could easily strip him of his divine powers, the hammer, and exile him to earth. Thor, the god of thunder, still had a long way to go if he wished to inherit the position of the king of gods. The symbols appeared to be 3 uniquely shaped, flat, oval patterns interwoven together. They did not represent the power of lightning, rather, they resembled a peculiar controlling force and ability to manipulate Thor's hammer through this rune. Joe Yang stared at it for a long time and ultimately concluded that this was not the lightning rune he had originally hoped to see but merely a control rune. Of course, this was no ordinary control rune. It was the rune Odin had inscribed on Thor's hammer to control it. While this rune might not significantly aid Joe Yang's magical training, it could be utilized in other ways, such as controlling other weapons, much like Thor wielded his hammer to command other tools. There was even a strong possibility that after Joe Yang mastered this rune, he might have the chance to control Thor's hammer itself. Joe Yang shook his head lightly. Best to leave the hammer alone. It belonged to Thor, and if he were to take it, he would not only face Thor but also attract the attention of Odin and the villain Loki. It was known that Loki had once coveted the hammer, only for it to end up in Thor's hands. Joe Yang extended his hand, attempting to grasp the handle of the hammer. However, at that moment, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed from a distance. Startled, he instinctively withdrew his hand and looked toward the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Coulson, who had noticed Joe Yang nearly grasping the hammer's handle, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Joe Young had been under Coulson's discreet observation for some time. This faceless figure had been lingering around Thor's hammer, yet unlike others, he hadn't attempted to lift it, which naturally drew Coulson's attention. However, Coulson's suspicions quickly dissipated when he finally saw that after staring at the hammer, the mysterious figure extended his hand to grasp it. Before he could determine if that figure would successfully lift the hammer, the sound of vehicles was heard in the distance, and dozens of black cars appeared behind him. Shield support had arrived. It was undeniable that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power was tremendous. In less than a day since the incident, they had obtained a restraining order from the governor of New Mexico, prohibiting anyone but S.H.I.E.L.D. from approaching Thor's hammer. Everyone had to leave the area. Soon, under the forceful expulsion of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in black, the local residents were left cursing as they departed, and Zhou Yang mixed in with the crowd, leaving the scene of chaos. Now that he was away from Thor's hammer, Zhou Yang's most urgent task was to find out where Thor was currently located. If all went well, Thor was likely gathered with Jane Foster and others. As long as he could find Jane Foster's group, he would be able to locate Thor. As for whether to meet Thor and leave a good impression, that was still up in the air. After all, before Hydra revealed itself, everyone could still enjoy themselves. Or if Zhou Yang's plans could be executed smoothly, he might be able to maintain his identity for a long time. However, since he intended to contact Thor using this identity, he had to consider the military aspect, as that was his protective umbrella. With this in mind, Zhou Yang took out his phone and dialed General Ross's number. This time, he might need to team up with Thor against the destroyer of Asgard. If he wanted to secure some priority in the handling of war spoils afterward, military support was essential. Both Thor's hammer and the destroyer armor were the top battle weapons of Asgard. Even as a magician, Zhou Yang could draw enough resources from these items to forge his own set of war equipment. Though Zhou Yang currently had his own magic staff and protective leather armor crafted from Jotunheim's frost beasts, these were merely child's play compared to Asgard's artifacts, akin to comparing wooden swords to the most advanced submachine guns. Zhou Yang drove the old pickup truck back to the town, leaving Thor's hammer to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, they wouldn't get much from it. In reality, it wasn't difficult to find Jane Foster and her group. A few inquiries would lead him to the 3 scientists visiting from out of town. Moreover, Jane Foster had been rooted in the area for quite some time. She was an expert in astrophysics, and the high altitude and clear night sky of New Mexico provided detailed and accurate data. Jane had been studying the aurora storms, arriving in New Mexico because of a recent aurora event. After making some discoveries, she called in Dr. Eric Selvig as well. The house they rented was on the outskirts, a deliberate choice since they often returned late at night. If they stayed in the town center, they would easily disturb the neighbors, which could interfere with their research. This was a brand new small town. New Mexico was known as a charming wonderland, offering views even in the desert. Consequently, towns catering to various people sprang up. The town saw a steady stream of visitors, but few were willing to settle down, leading to lenient policies. Each building was spacious, with the 2-story house rented by Jane Foster and her companions measuring around 400 to 500 square meters. Of course, most of that space was used for storing materials and equipment. As Zhou Yang arrived, he overheard them talking loudly. "Look at the edge of this light ring. This is a typical characteristic of the Einstein-Rosen bridge." "What?" Daisy Louise, who was obliviously munching on snacks nearby, had no idea what they were discussing. At this point, Dr. Selvig had become immune to Daisy's ignorance, but he still took the time to explain. The Einstein-Rosen bridge is a theoretical passage connecting 2 spacetime points, essentially a wormhole. "Oh. If you had said wormhole earlier, I would have understood," Daisy Louise exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, but then followed up with, "I'm not interested." Jane Foster was not surprised to hear Daisy say something irrelevant, picking up a photo from the table and asking Dr. Selvig, "Eric, tell me what you see?" "Stars." Dr. Selvig momentarily didn't grasp Jane's intent. They had taken numerous photos during the sky's anomalies the previous night, and this was just one of them. "Stars, yes, but they aren't the stars from around here." Jane Foster picked up more photos and placed them in front of Dr. Selvig, unable to contain her excitement. "Look at the stellar distribution map for this area at this moment. Unless Ursa Minor has gone on vacation, this is definitely another constellation's distribution." "Wait." Dr. Selvig seemed to realize something and swiftly walked over to the large display board next to the living room, which was covered with dozens of large photos depicting the sky filled with light patterns. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No, this is impossible." Jane Foster recognized what it was with just a glance and immediately turned to walk outside, saying, "Eric, we need to hurry over there.
We have to see what that is before those people completely seal it off. Earlier, while they were dining, they had heard chatter about a satellite that had apparently fallen in the desert the night before. The group had been playing around, competing in strength while barbecuing and drinking beer until a group of federal agents arrived. It was these agents who informed them that the object was debris from a satellite that had fallen from the sky and was highly radioactive, promptly driving away the locals gathered around it. The agents had mentioned repeatedly that the object was extremely heavy, so heavy that none of them could lift it. Now, Jane Foster understood that whatever that object was, it had fallen to Earth from the sky, or more precisely, from another spacetime. They had to find that item, ideally getting it from the federal agents since it held immense scientific value, and they could even communicate with the US government about it. Jane Foster was British, having completed her undergraduate studies at the Royal Institute of Technology in the UK before pursuing her graduate studies at Empire University in America, ultimately earning her doctorate and remaining to teach. Dr. Selvig was her undergraduate advisor. Both of them had extensive networks in the academic circles of the UK and the US, making it feasible to secure such an extraterrestrial artifact, provided they could do so before the federal agents figured out what it was. As Zhou Yang arrived, he happened to catch this scene. He listened to their conversation while quickly searching the entire two-story building. However, oddly enough, he found no trace of Thor here, not even a hint of his presence. What was going on? Where was Thor? Wait, Zhou Yang recalled that there had been some conflict when Jane Foster first met Thor, and Thor ultimately ended up in the hospital. If Thor was now in the hospital, were they three heading there? Watching Jane Foster and her companions already climbing into their RV, Zhou Yang quickly hid in the shadows and followed closely behind. He had originally planned to join their discussion under the pretense of passing by, but it seemed he needed to ascertain Thor's location first. However, what surprised Zhou Yang was that Jane Foster did not head towards the town's hospital but instead drove directly out into the desert beyond the town. If Thor had not been placed in the town hospital but in the nearest city's hospital, that would make sense. However, Jane Foster's group was heading west, deep into the desert, a direction Zhou Yang had just come from. What was in the desert to the west? Actually, not much, except for a spot about 50 miles west of the town where Thor's hammer lay. Jane Foster and her group were heading straight for Thor's hammer, and Zhou Yang, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Shouldn't they be looking for Thor instead? Zhou Yang paused in his hiding place. What could they possibly gain by searching for Thor's hammer? It had long been surrounded by SHIELD agents. If they were facing ordinary federal agents, perhaps they could engage in some negotiation, but encountering SHIELD personnel would likely lead to them being kicked out immediately. It was possible they would soon find out about the place and take away all of Jane Foster's research materials. At that point, it would truly be too late for regrets. Zhou Yang decided to return to the town. Following them to find Thor's hammer was pointless. Instead, he might as well search for Thor's whereabouts in the town. His first stop was the town's hospital. However, Zhou Yang was taken aback to find that not only was there no sign of Thor in the town's hospital, but there was also no trace of him within a 10-kilometer radius of the town. Where could that guy have gone? Indeed, within a 10-kilometer radius, there was no sign of Thor. Zhou Yang meticulously searched every building and structure in the area, conducting a thorough examination, but he could not find even a trace of Thor. Something must have gone wrong. Thor had certainly arrived on Earth, and his location could not be too far away. The hammer was in the desert not far off. Where else could he possibly go? Thor and Jane Foster were destined to meet because in any dimension of the universe, Jane Foster would ultimately become the Lady Thor. So, as long as he patiently waited for Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig to return from the depths of the desert, Zhou Yang would be able to pinpoint Thor's whereabouts. Zhou Yang gradually clarified his thoughts. Yes, according to his original expectations, Thor should have already encountered Jane Foster by now. However, he had overlooked the fact that the Marvel Universe consists of countless dimensions. He was not even sure which dimension he was in, so how could he accurately predict the course of events? Moreover, having been in this world for many years, he had undoubtedly influenced it to some extent. Furthermore, Odin was already aware of his existence and had even sent him back to Earth from Jotunheim before Thor arrived. There had to be a reason for this. It was very likely that Odin had made some alterations in the details. Or perhaps Zhou Yang was overthinking it. Thor might simply be in a nearby city hospital, and it wouldn't be long before he appeared, with everything unfolding as Zhou Yang was familiar with. In any case, keeping a close watch on Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig was definitely the right move. However, Joe Yang was taken aback when he waited until nightfall and still did not see Jane Foster and her group return. His judgment was once again proven to be flawed. According to his earlier assumptions, Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig should have returned from the desert by now, yet they were nowhere to be found. This could only mean that something he was unaware of had occurred. He could not wait any longer. Joe Young quickly drove his pickup truck toward the location of Thor's hammer, feeling somewhat anxious that Thor might be there as well. However, before he could arrive, he saw a brilliant fire streaking across the sky above, heading straight for the area where Thor's hammer was located. What was Tony Stark doing here? Joe Young slammed on the brakes. How had Stark managed to show up? Everything that had happened here was supposed to have nothing to do with him. After a moment's hesitation, Joe Young decided to jump out of the vehicle. He needed to sneak in and see what unexpected events were unfolding. Everything had already deviated from his expectations, and he needed to be more cautious. In fact, Joe Yang was not far from the shield base at this moment, and his own speed was not much slower than that of a car traveling at full speed. If he exerted himself, he could even move faster. However, he preferred not to expend his energy unnecessarily, relying more on tools. Under the night sky, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already established a small base of several hundred meters around Thor's hammer. A series of barbed wire fences encircled the base, with dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents constantly patrolling. There were even guards with binoculars and sniper rifles stationed at higher points, monitoring the area beyond. In such conditions, it was not easy for an ordinary person to enter. Moreover, beyond the outer barbed wire and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the entire base was designed with formidable defenses. Many bases were constructed around Thor's hammer, featuring 3-story temporary buildings, with their exits forming a series of white spiral arms protecting the central building. If you had seen a schematic of the entire galaxy, you would find the layout here remarkably similar to the spiral arms of the Milky Way. In this case, these passages became another line of defense. Anyone wanting to enter the central building had to go through these corridors, where S.H.I.E.L.D. had placed countless capable operatives silently guarding them. Joe Young crouched on a distant hillside, observing everything within. If he remembered correctly, Hawkeye Barton should be here right now. With Hawkeye, along with Iron Man Stark, and a likely return of Thor, not to mention Phil Coulson overseeing everything, a significant portion of the Avengers team was gathered here. Joe Yang did not linger around the perimeter, he quickly slipped inside. With his abilities, it was easy for him to remain undetected. Moreover, he did not want to stay outside too long, as he was unsure if Loki had arrived there yet. Thor's exile to Earth was orchestrated by Loki. Initially, he covertly allowed the frost giants from Jotunheim to infiltrate Asgard to steal Odin's secret treasure, the ancient winter casket, then provoked Thor into confronting the frost giants. After Thor was soundly beaten by the king of the frost giants, Laufey, Odin rescued him back to Asgard, leading to Odin's complete disappointment in Thor and the temporary stripping of his inheritance. However, even Loki had not anticipated Odin's severity. Thor had merely challenged him a few times, and Odin had exiled him to Midgard. At this time, Loki had decisively provoked Odin again, causing him to relapse into the Odin sleep. Loki was naturally the most wary of Thor. He least wanted Thor to return to Asgard. If he could seize Thor's hammer, even if Thor returned, he would no longer be a match for him. Joe Yang was extremely cautious. After infiltrating the central temporary building, he did not rush in to touch Thor's hammer but carefully made his way to the rooftop, quietly taking cover. The guard stationed on the roof did not notice Joe Yang's presence at all. At this point, Joe Yang finally saw everything inside. Jane Foster, Dr. Selvig, and Daisy Louise were all there, as well as Iron Man Stark and Phil Coulson. They were all conducting various tests around Thor's hammer. Dr. Selvig was an expert in the relevant field, and even Stark was no match for him in that regard. After much research, Dr. Selvig confidently stated, "Yes, this is indeed the legendary hammer of Thor. But how did it suddenly appear on Earth?" Phil Coulson, who had been standing nearby, nodded and then turned to Stark, his expression showing a hint of inquiry. Jarvis compared all the information collected about this type of hammer weapon. The one that matches the description most closely is indeed Thor's hammer from Norse mythology. Moreover, from the images passed down through the ages, about 80% resemble this hammer. Some even have descriptions that are an exact match. Although I don't want to believe it, this is very likely Thor's hammer. Stark sighed heavily. To be honest, since he announced he was Iron Man, many strange occurrences had transpired on Earth, but now another hammer had appeared, and it was very likely real. Tony Stark was not like Dr. Selvig, who had become giddy with excitement. he was perfectly aware that there were no free lunches in this world. The sudden fall of such a hammer to earth would undoubtedly bring about a violent and bloody storm. So, we must take it away as soon as possible. We can't just leave it here. Stark raised his head and looked at Coulson, asking, "Coulson, does S.H.I.E.L.D. have a plan?" "No." Coulson's face showed a hint of worry as he replied, "We've tried many methods but couldn't lift it from the ground." "You also tried, Tony, and it just won't budge." Naturally, Stark had tried to lift Thor's hammer. Yet even in his armored suit, with the arc reactor fueled to maximum, he still couldn't move it, which further confirmed the hammer's authenticity. "We don't have enough personnel right now," Stark shook his head and said, "I suspect it won't be long before more people come to seize Thor's hammer." "Isn't that why you're here?" Coulson appeared unusually relaxed. Although Stark was called in by Dr. Selvig, now that he was here, there was hardly anyone on this earth who could snatch the hammer from him. However, Coulson quickly added, "We've already deleted all relevant information about this location and Thor's hammer from the internet, doing everything we can to suppress the news." "Can't keep it suppressed," Stark said, his expression grave. "Those who need to know probably already do. They might have already gathered people to come here, and whether they come or not, their strength will not be weak. Not to mention those security personnel and thugs from large companies, but even among the mercenaries in this world, the top 3 mercenary groups each had thousands of elite veterans. They could even clash head-on with the US military in places like Afghanistan, with their weapons and firepower not only matching but often exceeding that of the US military. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had many top agents, their strength was too dispersed. If someone really came to attack, Tony Stark might be fine, but S.H.I.E.L.D.'s team could very well face total annihilation. Never underestimate those mercenaries. As long as someone pays, they can do anything. Don't forget that Nick Fury later hired a group of mercenaries to directly seize a special cruiser belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. While Stark was confident he could take down everyone who came, he didn't have absolute assurance he could protect S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents. Then, we've already implemented air control. Any aircraft passing through here, or anything else, must modify its flight path, Coulson pondered and said. Additionally, we can start traffic control tomorrow, mobilizing all the police in New Mexico to tightly seal off the roads, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving here for a short period. "You can't seal it for long," Dr. Selvig interjected, unable to hold back. He disapproved of some of S.H.I.E.L.D's actions. "If we can seal it for a day, that's a day gained. So we must find a way to get Thor's hammer away quickly." Coulson looked at Dr. Selvig and said, "Doctor, we'll need your help." Zhou Yang had heard everything they said. It was clear that Stark had sensed something was amiss. Although his earlier comments had been directed toward mercenaries, he recognized that no one could take Thor's hammer away from them. What he truly worried about were individuals capable of taking the hammer, like Magneto, who had just escaped from prison. At some point, cold raindrops fell like disconnected pearls from the high sky, pattering down on Zhou Yang, who was hidden on the rooftop of the small building. This rare occurrence in the desert made Zhou Yang feel a surge of doubt upon seeing the raindrops fall, wondering if there was some magical influence at play. However, he ultimately dismissed this thought. Based on his perception and experience, it was unlikely that an ordinary person could cast such a large-scale spell, covering dozens of kilometers without attracting attention, especially not on Earth. Anyone capable of such a feat would not waste their energy on something so trivial. Zhou Yang was not alone on the rooftop. There were 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. snipers on the other side. Their surveillance covered the entire area, yet they did not detect Zhou Yang's presence. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable certainty that Loki had already arrived, hiding in some corner, perhaps even having quietly infiltrated the small building. It was possible that Loki's hand was already on the handle of Thor's hammer. Loki's invisibility was indeed powerful. To be precise, it was not true invisibility, but an illusion. With his illusionary powers, he could remain undetected even if he stood right in front of you. In the pantheon of Asgard, Odin was the highest deity, possessing father-like power, while there was no sub-deity level in Asgard. Next were the gods of Asgard, with Heimdall being the strongest among them after Odin. Thor, Loki, and even Frigga were somewhat weaker, and the differences could be significant. Among the new generation of young deities, apart from Thor and Loki, the strongest were Sif and the Warriors 3. However, even Sif had just barely crossed into the divine threshold. This was due to her being designated as Thor's future wife and the future queen of Asgard, which granted her divine powers and made her one of the gods of Asgard. The Warriors 3 could perhaps match Sif in a combined effort, but each of them was merely at the level of legendary warriors, comparable to Zhou Yang, who had just started his journey as a legendary magician. Zhou Yang had spent over half a century in Jotunheim, absorbing nearly all the legacy of the Frost Giants' wizards. Of course, the most crucial part still lay in the hands of Laofei, the king of the Frost Giants. While Laofei appeared to be a formidable warrior, Zhou Yang firmly believed that he was the strongest wizard of the Frost Giant clan. Just like Odin, although Odin was the strongest warrior, the runic magic Zhou Yang learned fully originated from him. In this regard, Odin was far superior to Laofei. Although there were barriers between Asgardian runic magic and the Frost Giants' wizardry, Zhou Yang discovered that Asgard's runic magic could, to some extent, encompass the Frost Giants' sorcery. To be precise, Asgard's runic magic contained elements from all 9 realms. Asgard's runic magic originated from Odin's exchange of one of his eyes with the World Tree, and the 9 realms were essentially the fruits grown from the World Tree. Saying they share the same roots and origins is not an exaggeration. Thus, it was not surprising that Zhou Yang could break through to the legendary magician realm in Jotunheim by absorbing the Frost Giants' wizardry, especially coupled with his outstanding talent and the unique environment of Jotunheim, which enhanced his ice magic. Even though Zhou Yang's power had diminished after returning to Earth, dropping below the legendary magician level, his essence remained that of a legendary magician. Amidst the intertwining winds and rain, Zhou Yang's figure was almost entirely obscured, as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. The relentless wind and rain became his mental extensions, reaching every corner of the base. However, Zhou Yang did not sense Loki's presence. Within his perceptible range, there was no trace of Loki. Yet he was certain that Loki was indeed on Earth, constantly observing this place. He just couldn't pinpoint his exact location. In fact, Zhou Yang's guess was correct. At that moment, Loki was inside the base, within the temporary building. Had Zhou Yang not suddenly initiated a mental search, Loki might not have even noticed Zhou Yang's unique presence. Loki's power far surpassed Zhou Yang's. In reality, when he first entered the base, he had already gained control over nearly all its conditions. As the god of lies and mischief of Asgard, despite his name having a negative connotation, he was indeed one of the Asgardians, possessing formidable divine power and being a powerful god-level magician. Although he could not fully unleash his power due to Earth's peculiar environment, his strength remained firmly above the divine level, much like Thor's. Thus, Zhou Yang's existence caught his attention immediately. However, at that moment, Loki viewed Zhou Yang as part of the secret base, a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., and paid him no particular mind. But that was no longer the case. What an interesting little toy! Loki ultimately chuckled disdainfully, turning his gaze toward the most important object in the base, Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer, Thor's hammer. Loki had been the first to discover it in Asgard, but it ultimately fell into Thor's hands. For the past 1,000 years, Loki had never understood where he had gone wrong, but now he finally knew. He grasped the handle of Thor's hammer and pulled upward with all his might, and indeed, the hammer remained firmly planted in the ground, utterly immovable. This was entirely within Loki's expectations. He had accompanied Thor for over 1,000 years and knew its power all too well. However, even if Thor could not lift the hammer without Odin's permission, Loki's strength was far inferior to Thor's. But at this moment, Loki felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness swell inside him. He could not accept why he was not Odin's son, why the hammer belonged to Thor and not to him. In that instant, Loki instinctively summoned all his divine power and forcefully gripped Thor's hammer, pulling upward. In an instant, countless flashes of lightning crashed down from the endless void, striking directly at Loki, who was holding the hammer's handle. Loki was stunned, for just moments ago, he had indeed lifted Thor's hammer. Though he had only raised it a mere half an inch, this still changed the fact that he had lifted it. Even though the immense weight caused Thor's hammer to crash back to the ground instantly, in that brief moment, Loki had truly lifted the hammer. The god of lies and mischief of Asgard, Loki, had lifted Thor's hammer. The god of lies and mischief of Asgard, Loki, had acquired the right to wield Thor's hammer. The god of lies and mischief of Asgard, Loki, could become the new master of Thor's hammer. Endless thunder and lightning crashed violently across the sky, a series of electric bolts descending like swords from above. The deafening thunder seemed to possess limitless power, instantly shattering the rooftop of the temporary building, and then, like a lethal beam of light, it surged toward Loki, who had just grasped the handle of Thor's hammer. Not only that, but an ear-piercing alarm blared throughout the entire base, howling like a mad beast, warning all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that they were experiencing the most severe invasion. A charred, acrid smell spread through the small building, emanating from Loki himself. To be honest, under normal circumstances, even the mightiest lightning would find it difficult to strike Loki easily. However, at that moment, having just grasped Thor's hammer, Loki seemed frozen in place, standing dazed as he had indeed lifted the hammer. This situation was extremely serious. Odin had stated that only those truly worthy could become the new master of Thor's hammer, and now Loki had not only grasped it but was close to gaining its recognition. Even though he hadn't fully earned the hammer's approval, with enough time, he could completely control it, which meant he could properly become the new heir of Asgard. Despite being a frost giant, as Odin's adopted son for over 1,000 years, gaining the recognition of Thor's hammer would render his status as a legitimate heir unquestionable. To become the new king of Asgard without resorting to any schemes was an overwhelming prospect for Loki, leaving him momentarily dazed and in disbelief. In that moment, the thunder crashing toward Thor's hammer fell upon Loki like a heavy mountain. The charred smell instantly filled the air. However, Loki was Loki. This strike jolted him awake, and he vanished in a flash, regaining his composure. At the same time, Stark and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also reacted. They had been discussing how to remove Thor's hammer from the area, but suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of the hammer and effortlessly lifted it. Forget the relentless rain of lightning above, the blaring alarms around them had already shocked them to their core. The first to react was Tony Stark. Without hesitation, he raised his left arm, and a powerful laser cannon fired toward Loki. Since arriving here, Stark had been in discussions with Jane Foster, Dr. Selvig, and Coulson about Thor's hammer, so he hadn't completely removed his armor, he had only taken off his helmet. Because of this, he could react quickly. The new generation of enhanced laser cannons shot toward Loki. However, to Stark's astonishment, the laser passed right through Loki without causing any harm. At the same time, Loki was equally surprised. Just moments ago, he had tried to lift Thor's hammer to block Stark's laser attack, only to discover that he could only raise it half an inch with all his might. After that, it felt as if an immense force was holding the hammer down, rendering it immovable. Loki knew that if he released the hammer, it would inevitably fall back to the ground, and whether he could lift it again was uncertain. It was as if a door of hope had opened before him, but it was only a narrow crack, and it was about to close. If he did not continue to support it with all his strength, he might very well lose the opportunity to claim Thor's hammer. Dodging Stark's attack was not difficult for Loki. Although Stark was powerful and his laser cannon fired quickly, the mere act of raising his arm provided Loki with ample time to evade the attack. In fact, to Loki, Stark's power was just so. The Iron Man armor looked formidable, but frankly, Stark's attacks were mostly straightforward. Against ordinary opponents, such attacks might be effective, but for top-tier beings like them, such moves were too easy to predict, and Stark's arm raising had given them enough time to avoid the attack. As Stark's laser passed through Loki, a sharp arrow suddenly shot in from outside, aimed directly at Loki's eye. However, just as the arrow was in mid-air, it exploded. Caught off guard, Loki let out a grunt as he was blasted into visibility. At that moment, countless bullets rained down on Loki like a storm, as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had immediately locked onto Loki's position and did not hesitate to pull the trigger. After all, they were the professionals in dealing with superheroes in this world, especially Phil Coulson, who had his own specialized task force responsible for these matters and had been in this line of work for over 20 years. The gun in his hand appeared ordinary, but a shot from it might not be immediately fatal, however, it would completely incapacitate you. Yet, despite their determined attacks, all the bullets aimed at Loki passed right through him, as they were merely illusions. Loki, the god of lies and mischief, was not so easily dealt with. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. could launch another wave of attacks, Loki, who reappeared beside Thor's hammer, let out a cold snort. Immediately, an invisible and powerful mental storm began to swirl rapidly inside and outside the entire base. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell one after another, losing consciousness without even seeing the enemy. This included Jane Foster, Dr. Selvig, and Daisy Louise, all of whom collapsed to the ground. Coulson, perhaps due to his experience, managed to keep one hand on the table, swaying as he attempted to lift his gun to aim at Loki. But for some reason, several images of Loki appeared before his eyes, making it impossible for him to lock onto the real Loki. Standing next to him, Stark also heard the blaring alarms echoing within his suit. At the same time, he was hit by a strong mental attack. However, unlike everyone else, his armor had a mental protection program that he had recently developed. This was something he had created after Magneto escaped from the prison that had held him for years. Given the involvement of mutants and Magneto, Professor Charles was surely part of the equation. Although Stark was a major benefactor of the Mutant Academy, he preferred not to have too much interaction with Professor Charles. Now that he had to deal with Magneto, he naturally needed to develop countermeasures against Professor Charles,
at the very least to prevent him from invading his mind. You had to admit that Stark was a genius in many respects. He delved deep into electromagnetics and ultimately constructed a defense layer composed of electromagnetic particles within his Iron Man suit, successfully resisting Loki's attack. This realization echoed in the minds of both Loki and Joe Young. In the past, Joe Yang had wondered what it would be like if Stark stood against him. You had to acknowledge that Stark's armor was incredibly powerful, but as Iron Man, Stark had a significant weakness. At least at this moment, he was simply too weak. Thus, whether it was an assassination attempt while he was out of the armor or using a mental invasion technique to control or defeat him while he was in the armor, both options were viable. However, it was evident that Stark had prepared himself. And in the future, once he developed his nanotech armor and combined it with the Extremis virus, Stark would finally have his last shortcoming addressed. Oh right, the Extremis virus, was there a chance to manipulate it when Stark got his hands on it? Even though Stark initially developed the virus, the version injected into him didn't necessarily have to be his original creation. Considering that Stark might very well stand against him in the future, Joe Young had to take precautions and set up defenses in advance. But now, the one facing Stark's extraordinary talent was Loki. Indeed, Loki's earlier mental attack had failed to concentrate its power due to the numerous targets, but Stark's ability to block even part of his mental attack was enough to make Loki take notice. Loki raised his head, his gaze fixed on Stark. His left hand shot up abruptly, and magical energy began to flicker in his palm. But just then, a sharp arrow suddenly shot in from a distance, aimed directly at Loki's eye. However, before the arrow could reach him, it exploded mid-air. Having learned from his previous mistake, Loki was quick to react. He raised his left hand toward the direction of the incoming arrow. No one saw what happened next, but they heard a loud thud as something heavy hit the ground. Taking advantage of that brief moment, Stark rolled up and fired several laser blasts at Loki. Yet, as before, although Loki appeared to be gripping Thor's hammer firmly, Stark's attacks seemed to strike only illusions, passing right through without effect. Loki's smirking eyes made Stark feel extremely uncomfortable. The most troublesome part was that neither he nor Jarvis could come up with a way to counter Loki's presence within a short time. So at that moment, Stark, feeling cornered, shouted toward a point high above, "What are you waiting for? Get in there and do something." Both Loki and Joe Young looked in the direction Stark pointed. However, they saw nothing, just an empty space. Joe Yang felt a sudden chill. Was there a third party stealthily lurking here besides Loki and him? Who could it be? Master Gui or Professor Charles, or perhaps another top-tier powerhouse on this planet? However, before Joe Yang could ponder further, he suddenly sensed a strong malice emanating from Loki, who was now gripping Thor's hammer in the center of the base. At that moment, Loki turned to gaze directly at Joe Yang's position. In the next instant, Joe Young quickly rolled to the side. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as his hiding spot, the temporary building, suddenly exploded as if struck by an invisible force. The person Stark had called out to was Joe Yang, who quickly realized that Stark had inadvertently revealed his hiding place, drawing Loki's attention. However, Stark had no idea that the position he remembered Joe Yang being in was merely where Joe Yang had inadvertently exposed himself during Loki's attack. By the time Loki attacked, Joe Yang had long since moved from that spot, leading to a misjudgment. As Loki launched his attack against Joe Yang, Stark was not idle either. He swiftly stood up and aimed at Loki, unleashing a crossfire of high-energy laser beams toward him. Stark was acutely aware that his previous attacks on Loki had struck only the illusions, completely missing their target due to his flawed approach. Now, he had decided to use a horizontal cross-cutting technique, determined to hit Loki this time. While Loki's power was formidable, he had an unavoidable weakness at that moment. He was firmly gripping Thor's hammer and dared not let go. This provided Stark with an opportunity. Two beams of cross-cutting high-energy lasers shot toward Loki, who was tightly holding Thor's hammer. The beams were only half an inch above the hammer. Unless Loki released the hammer and either jumped or crouched quickly, he wouldn't be able to evade the high-energy attack. In fact, Loki did not need to resort to such an awkward maneuver to avoid the high-energy lasers. He would never choose to do so. However, he had to release Thor's hammer to deal with the impending attack. Stark's status as one of Earth's top superheroes, standing alongside Thor and Captain Marvel, was not only due to his intelligence but also thanks to his father, Howard Stark, and the nanotech Iron Man suit they had developed together, which included an arc reactor mimicking the properties of the Tesseract. It was this special armor and arc reactor that allowed Stark to face off against Thanos. Though his nanotech armor was still in the conceptual stage, the arc reactor was already embedded in his chest.
Hence, even Loki could not dismiss Stark's fierce attack. At that moment, Loki finally let go of Thor's hammer. In truth, with Loki's magical prowess, he did not necessarily need to release the hammer to resolve the situation. However, there were certain tactics and spells he would rather die than use, especially at the moment he had just gained the right to wield Thor's hammer. As Thor's hammer crashed to the ground, the relentless rain of lightning also abruptly dispersed. Stark's high-energy laser beams sliced through the air, but aside from forcing Loki to release his grip on the hammer, they had no other effect. However, Stark couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, for at that moment, a large torrent of rain poured down from the open rooftop of the small building. When Loki had lifted Thor's hammer, the endless thunder had already struck, shattering the rooftop and creating a skylight, allowing the rain to cascade in. Compared to the powerful thunder, the ordinary rain posed no threat. While Loki had to endure the thunder's onslaught while battling Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D., he had not gotten a single drop of rain on him, proving his strength. Yet, now a large volume of rain was directly pouring down from the shattered rooftop, covering an area that included the 3-meter diameter of Thor's hammer. This meant that if Loki remained in that vicinity, he would inevitably get drenched. Loki would not want to be soaked by rain. As one of the gods of Asgard, the god of lies and mischief, being drenched in Earth's rain would be a humiliation for him. So, at a height of 4 meters above Thor's hammer, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, attempting to block all the falling rain. If it were just a mass of ordinary rain, Loki's response would have been correct. However, Zhou Yang was also present in the mix. Suddenly, a semi-transparent water jet appeared in mid-air and struck the invisible barrier. Under the incredible force, the barrier shattered. A massive torrent of water poured down around Thor's hammer, and at the same time, a figure appeared before Stark and Zhou Yang in an instant. Stark raised his palm, and a laser cannon fired, the energy concentrated enough to warp space for a brief moment. Loki had already recognized the strength of this attack, and with Zhou Yang hidden in the shadows, he had no choice but to reveal his true abilities. Two 20-centimeter-long daggers materialized in Loki's hands, and he crossed them, slashing down towards Stark's laser cannon. With a zzz sound, Loki was pushed back several meters. This moment pushed Loki out of the reach of the rain. When Stark launched his next wave of attacks, his powerful laser cannon merely pierced through an illusion, while the real Loki had already vanished. This situation made Zhou Yang, hidden in the rain, feel a tightening in his chest. Others might not know, but Zhou Yang was acutely aware of Loki's true identity as a frost giant. The reason his earlier ploy had forced Loki to reveal himself was primarily due to the significant environmental difference between the rain and the air Loki had been in before. This environmental shift created a slight discomfort that had compelled Loki to show his true form. But their opportunity was limited to a fleeting moment. Once that moment passed, even if Loki were completely surrounded by Zhou Yang's controlled water, it would be difficult for Zhou Yang to force him to reveal himself again. Although frost giants excelled at manipulating ice, they were also familiar with water. So long as Loki reacted quickly, even if he were submerged miles beneath the sea, he could choose not to reveal himself. Zhou Yang felt a surge of urgency. He knew that Loki had now set his sights on him. Zhou Yang's earlier actions had given Stark the only opportunity to act. To prevent similar situations from arising, Loki would undoubtedly attempt to eliminate Zhou Yang swiftly. At this moment, Zhou Yang was compelled to display more of his strength. A nearly white wand appeared in his hand, and a golden magic circle rapidly formed. Then, the surrounding water began to swirl around Thor's hammer, spinning rapidly. Simultaneously, the raindrops falling from above seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, rushing into the temporary building through the shattered rooftop and into the swirling vortex centered around Thor's hammer. If you observed closely, you would notice that in the midst of the vortex, the hidden currents had formed numerous nearly transparent water blades, rotating rapidly around Thor's hammer. At that moment, Iron Man Stark understood Zhou Yang's plan. The center of the vortex was the closest point to Thor's hammer, but it had only one pathway. If Loki attempted to grasp Thor's hammer now, Stark would seize the opportunity to attack him, providing them with a rare second chance. However, the disparity between them and Loki was immense. Although both Zhou Yang and Stark possessed considerable strength, their experience and awareness were lacking. They could create some trouble for Loki in a short time but could not truly harm him. "I've got you," a voice suddenly rang out amid the water currents, and in the next instant, Zhou Yang was slammed away by an overwhelming force, crashing against the stone pillar beneath Thor's hammer. The tremendous impact caused Zhou Yang to spit out blood, which splattered onto the stone pillar and the hammer above. "What is this nonsense about blood recognizing its master?" Don't be silly, that's just a plot device from novels and is impossible in reality. Therefore, Jo Young didn't take the act of dripping his blood on Thor's hammer seriously. If such a method truly worked, Loki would have used it long ago, there would be no way it would fall to him. Moreover, Thor had killed so many people wielding the hammer over the years, if blood really had any efficacy, the hammer would have already fallen into someone else's hands, and it wouldn't be in front of him today. However, when Jo Yang's blood dripped onto Thor's hammer, it enraged the hidden Loki. To Loki, Jo Yang's blood tainted the hammer, and he had to make Jo Yang pay with his life. You will die. With a furious shout amidst the flickering lights, a figure suddenly appeared before Jo Yang, a sharp dagger aimed directly at his heart. Everything happened too quickly, Loki's speed was faster than Jo Yang's reaction time. If that dagger struck home, not even a god could save him, he would undoubtedly die. At that moment, Stark was desperately trying to lock onto Loki's position. This guy was always elusive, almost as if he were in another dimension. Stark and Jo Yang had tried everything to force Loki to reveal himself once, but the gap in their power was simply too large. Many people had unintentionally overlooked Loki's immense strength. As one of the gods of Asgard and a powerful god-level magician, Loki wielded countless unexpected and peculiar magics, possessing boundless magical power. His thousands of years of combat experience had granted him a terrifying understanding of the universe. Otherwise, how could he dare to compete with Thor, who wielded the hammer, for the throne of Asgard? To become the king of Asgard, one needed to possess the strength to dominate all 9 realms. Especially when compared to Jo Yang, Loki's magical abilities were enhanced by the legacies of both the Azure and the Vanir, while Jo Yang only learned a portion of the Asure's runic magic. Therefore, whatever means Jo Yang employed were ultimately within Loki's control. Loki could easily detect him, shatter his magic, and take his life. As Loki's blade pierced Jo Yang's skin, mere moments away from penetrating his heart, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, striking the ground before Loki and then directly hitting Jo Yang. The energy surged through the dagger embedded in Jo Yang's flesh and shot up into Loki's body. This force was immense. If Loki had fully resisted, he could have easily blocked the lightning attack. But the vast disparity in power between him and Jo Yang meant that he had not exerted more than half of his strength in attempting to kill Jo Yang. Therefore, when the lightning struck, he had to evade, avoiding both the thunder and Stark. Stark had been trying to lock onto Loki, and if Loki had fully endured the lightning attack at this moment, he would find it hard to escape Stark's targeting. After all, in terms of combat, Stark was not nearly as powerful as Loki, but his attack capability should not be underestimated. Loki hesitated just enough to retreat, and at that moment, more lightning bolts seemed to rain down from the sky, striking Jo Yang and then bursting forth in all directions. In this chaos, Loki finally revealed himself, not due to the attack of the lightning, but rather out of astonishment. This scene was not unfamiliar to Loki. Over countless years of fighting alongside Thor, he had witnessed similar moments. Thor stood there, wielding the hammer, with endless thunder crashing down from above, directed at enemies. Now, it felt as if he stood in front of Thor's hammer. The thought that someone had grasped Thor's hammer flashed through Loki's mind, and that person was undoubtedly Jo Yang. Loki's form was instantly shattered by the barrage of lightning and Stark's repulsor blasts. The lightning ravaged every corner of the small building, but it deftly avoided every person lying on the ground, including Stark, while Loki's figure vanished without a trace. Loki was far too familiar with Thor's hammer. The moment its power was unleashed, he quickly evaded its range. No matter how powerful Stark's repulsor or the lightning was, they ultimately could not harm Loki. The endless lightning quickly retreated, finally converging back into a hammer inscribed with countless runes, the very hammer of Thor, now gripped in Jo Yang's hands. However, there was no joy on Jo Yang's face. His expression was heavy and complex, showing no relief after resolving the immediate threat. To Stark, Jo Yang wielding Thor's hammer was the greatest miracle. It was precisely because Jo Yang grasped the hammer that they had survived Loki's onslaught, a matter that concerned not just the two of them but also the countless shield agents surrounding them. Yet to Jo Yang, all of this was meaningless. He had re-entered the legendary realm, having regained his status as a legendary magician upon obtaining Thor's hammer. Here on Earth, with Thor's hammer, he could even unleash god-level power. However, this was not what Jo Yang desired. Indeed, he wanted to restore his legendary magician's power on Earth, but not through this means. This approach carried too many risks. Thor's hammer belonged to Thor. By acquiring it, Jo Yang was effectively opposing Thor. Moreover, with Loki wanting to seize the hammer, he might barely manage to keep his life on Earth, but thereafter, everything he did would be under the watchful eyes of countless others. The most crucial point was that this path was not the one Zhou Yang wished to take. When he broke through to legendary magician status in Jotunheim, it was through his mastery of ice magic. Upon returning to Earth, he did not want to follow this path because he knew everything was orchestrated by Odin. To escape Odin's plans, he needed to take a path that Odin could not foresee. He had chosen to harness the power of the Tesseract, which was why he sought to acquire Stark's elements that mimicked the Tesseract's properties. But just moments ago, facing Loki's overwhelming threat, he felt an inexplicable connection forming between himself and Thor's hammer. Somehow, the hammer had fallen into his hands, and the powerful lightning surged through him, pushing him back toward the legendary magician's realm while simultaneously destroying the foundation of his ice-based legendary power. Zhou Yang had a nagging feeling that this was yet another of Odin's schemes. But why? This test was clearly aimed at Thor. Why not let Thor lift the hammer and defeat his brother Loki directly, instead of involving Zhou Yang and allowing him to take the hammer? What was really going on? Zhou Yang was deeply puzzled about why he was able to grasp Thor's hammer, and Loki shared that confusion. Above the deserts of New Mexico, the biting cold wind mixed with pouring rain relentlessly battered the earth, and the rain was only getting heavier. Loki, concealed on a hillside outside the base, wore a grim expression, his normally iron-like face now pale. Today's events had greatly exceeded his expectations. Not only had he lifted Thor's hammer, but another had also managed to fully control it. What was happening? Did Odin completely lose control over the hammer? Otherwise, how could there be so many individuals qualified to wield it? There was Loki himself, Zhou Yang, and a certainly determined Thor, not to mention possibly others. What on earth was going on? It was all so chaotic. And where was Thor right now? Where had he gone? And how did this person in front of him gain the right to wield Thor's hammer? A troubling thought surged in Loki's mind, but he dared not fully commit to it. In the dark, rainy night, Loki's expression was inscrutable. Even after living for 1,500 years, he had never encountered such a situation. Nevertheless, he had to try again, as tonight was his best opportunity to claim Thor's hammer. In the next instant, his figure flickered and Loki vanished from the hillside. Meanwhile, within the base, the only two individuals still conscious were on high alert. After a long period of Loki's absence, Stark finally couldn't contain himself and said, "Hello, Mr. Daniel Zhou." Hearing Stark call his name, Zhou Yang wasn't surprised. After all, they had interacted prior to the Stark Expo. Stark had undoubtedly acquired information about Zhou Yang from Nick Fury, but that wasn't particularly important. Stark then asked, "Did you come here for this hammer?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing deeper meaning in Stark's words. However, at this moment, he had no reason to lie. Part of the reason is indeed this hammer. As rune magicians, our heritage comes from Norse mythology, and Thor's hammer is a weapon of one of the Norse gods. So, naturally, when I heard about it, I had to come and take a look. Seeing Stark's unflinching demeanor, Zhou Yang quickly realized that the reasons he had superficially offered had likely already been thoroughly investigated by Nick Fury. If it weren't for the special items Zhou Yang had secretly released to help conceal his identity, his deeper secrets would probably be uncovered. Zhou Yang had encountered Nick Fury during World War II, although it was only once. If Nick Fury connected him to his past identity, it would create quite the stir. However, things weren't that dire. After all, his appearance had changed drastically since then. Although there were still traces of his former self, the majority reflected his current visage, and his name was distinctly Chinese. Unless those who had deep interactions with him from back then reappeared, even if someone informed them of his identity, it would be hard to believe. Thus, facing Stark, who already had substantial knowledge about him, Zhou Yang continued, "I never thought I would be able to lift this hammer. After all, it belongs to Thor. I only intended to gather some information about the runes from it. But for some reason, I was able to lift it, and..." Before Zhou Yang could finish his sentence, he swung Thor's hammer forcefully toward a spot diagonally in front of him. The hammer flew from his grasp, crashing down into a seemingly empty space in the small building. However, two short swords suddenly appeared in that empty space, crossing each other and colliding with Thor's hammer. Loki was instantly revealed, propelled back by the immense force as he crashed into the wall, creating a large hole before tumbling to the ground outside, disappearing from sight. Stark immediately became alert, and in a place where Zhou Yang couldn't hear, he quickly shouted to Jarvis, "Quick, Jarvis, activate the holographic search mode and gather all available information on that person." While Stark might not be able to decipher Loki's magic, he could find a way to capture the patterns of Loki's invisibility and appearances,
identifying these external patterns to accurately determine Loki's location. Most of the credit for this would go to Jarvis, but no one could deny Stark's genius. If he hadn't seen through this clearly, they might have remained perpetually passive in the face of Loki. However, Loki was not so easily dealt with. Once Thor's hammer returned to Zhou Yang's hand, Loki appeared behind him in an instant. Zhou Yang quickly spun around and swung the hammer in a flash, the speed astonishing as it struck Loki directly. However, in the next moment, Zhou Yang's swing hit nothing but an illusion of Loki. Zhou Yang was also adept at illusions. Without a second thought, he released Thor's hammer, and it began to spin rapidly around him. A loud bang echoed as Loki, who had been preparing to strike from behind Zhou Yang, was pushed back. At the same time, the clouds above unleashed countless lightning bolts, spreading rapidly around Zhou Yang's body, creating a web of thunder. In the ensuing chaos, Loki's form was forced to materialize. But just then, within the web of lightning, multiple images of Loki appeared, nearly overlapping, each one wielding a short sword, all aimed at Zhou Yang at the center. The spinning hammer expanded its range, toppling the multiple images of Loki, but they all dissolved into bubbles, revealing them to be illusions. Watch out! Stark's urgent warning came, and at the same time, he fired his repulsor beam. Yet in that moment, Loki had already appeared above Zhou Yang, holding a long sword and thrusting it down toward Zhou Yang's head. Because Zhou Yang was unable to fully unleash the power of Thor's hammer at that moment, and due to Loki's familiarity with the hammer, he could easily assault Zhou Yang under the relentless barrage of thunder. However, Zhou Yang was no easy target. As Loki's sword descended, it pierced through his head and deep into his arm. Wait! In that first instant, Loki sensed something was off. He suddenly dropped to the ground, evading Stark's attack. But at that moment, Zhou Yang, who had been standing there, had already vanished. The figure that had appeared was merely an illusion conjured by Zhou Yang. Even someone as powerful as Loki could be caught off guard in the chaos. In reality, if the environment were normal, Zhou Yang's illusion skills would hardly deceive Loki. But in the overwhelming thunderstorm, Loki's mental perception was severely disrupted, giving Zhou Yang an opportunity. However, Zhou Yang would not easily let this chance slip away. In that instant, all the unleashed lightning surged back inward, converging toward the most crucial Loki. Meanwhile, the spinning Thor's hammer shot upward, attracting more lightning bolts from the sky, which then crashed down on Loki in an instant. Then, there was silence. Loki vanished into thin air at the last moment, turning into bubbles and disappearing from sight. Zhou Yang felt a chill run through him. A sharp dagger had slipped into his grasp, and at the same time, Thor's hammer began to spin rapidly around him. Up and down, in circles, the hammer spun furiously as he braced himself against any potential ambush from Loki. Stark was similarly prepared, with both of his repulsor beams aimed and ready to fire. Meanwhile, Jarvis was conducting a rapid search in the surrounding area, attempting to locate Loki's whereabouts as quickly as possible. However, their defenses remained in place until someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. began to awaken, and Loki had yet to reappear, marking a temporary respite. The first person to awaken in S.H.I.E.L.D. was none other than Hawkeye Barton. Unbeknownst to them, a considerable amount of time had passed. At this moment, Stark and Zhou Yang exchanged glances, confirming that Loki had completely left, and both let out a long sigh of relief. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents began to awaken one after another, though a few would never awaken again. They quickly cleared out a clean conference room, and Coulson, sitting across from Zhou Yang at the table, watched him manipulate Thor's hammer in the air, filled with complex emotions. Why was it that the military ended up with Thor's hammer? Initially, the S.H.I.E.L.D. team didn't recognize Zhou Yang. Hawkeye had even shot an arrow at him, but that arrow had been completely blocked by Thor's hammer. Stark began to introduce Zhou Yang's identity to Coulson. Although Coulson held a relatively high position in S.H.I.E.L.D., only about 5 people truly knew Zhou Yang's identity, and Coulson was not among them. Now, in the conference room, aside from Coulson and Stark, there was no one else present. The information concerning Zhou Yang was highly classified. Even Hawkeye did not have the right to know more. Coulson cleared his throat slightly before speaking. "Mr. Zhou, I'd like to know how you plan to deal with Thor's hammer moving forward." Hearing Coulson's question, Zhou Yang extended his hand, grasping Thor's hammer once again, then placing it gently on the conference table. He sat down opposite Coulson and said calmly, "No, you're mistaken. This is not Thor's hammer. At most, it's just a replica that closely resembles it. The real hammer is still in Thor's hands." Zhou Yang's words left both Coulson and Stark momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, they had been fighting desperately over the hammer, and now he was telling them it wasn't the real deal. Who would believe such a claim?
Seeing the expressions on their faces, Joe Young couldn't help but chuckle. Thor's hammer is only truly the hammer of Thor when it is in his hands. No matter who else holds it, it is merely a very well-made imitation. Stark blinked, his eyes widening suddenly as he grasped the implication of Joe Yang's words. As for Coulson, while he was skilled in operations, his political awareness seemed slightly lacking. Could it be that this is not the real Thor's hammer? Professor Eric Selvig stared incredulously at the powerful artifact Joe Young had placed on the table. He slowly set down the book he had found from who knows where and fixed his gaze on Joe Young and Stark. In fact, apart from Joe Young and Stark, everyone else also held doubts about Joe Yang's assertion. If that wasn't Thor's hammer, then why did it possess such immense power? Furthermore, if it were not Thor's hammer, why would so many of them be fighting over it? In response to their questions, Joe Yang simply smiled lightly and said, "If it truly were Thor's hammer, then why can I wield it? Besides, I am not the only one capable of lifting it." Despite the fact that during Loki's earlier attack, everyone except Joe Young and Stark had fallen unconscious, the internal and external surveillance systems were still operational. Most of the scenes from their battle with Loki had been recorded. Joe Yang's words plunged everyone into silence as they involuntarily glanced at Thor's hammer. Since both Joe Young and Loki could lift it, it seemed others might not lack that ability either. So, who was the one trying to seize Thor's hammer? Coulson finally asked the question that had been on his mind. This whole incident had turned into a complete mess. Loki, the most powerful among them, had silently infiltrated the secret base without being detected. But why hadn't they even noticed Joe Young lurking in the shadows? Moreover, with several agents already having sacrificed their lives, they had plenty of reports to write upon returning. Whoever it is, they're not from Earth. The most powerful magicians on Earth can't compare to him, Joe Young replied. His statement was accurate. Even if Ancient One and Merlin were present, they would not stand a chance against Loki, who was one of the gods of Asgard and a powerful god-level magician. Joe Young gently touched the handle of Thor's hammer, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he said, "Perhaps he and this hammer come from the same place." It was already established that Thor's hammer was not a creation of Earth, a consensus reached by Selvig and Stark before Loki's arrival. For these matters, Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. team remained silent, listening quietly without interjecting. This was still the case, such highly specialized questions had to be judged by the experts. Moreover, Coulson was no stranger to the situation involving extraterrestrials. He had personally participated in the events related to Captain Marvel. If this hammer truly is Thor's hammer, then that person could very well be his brother Loki, and if this hammer isn't Thor's hammer, then it becomes difficult to determine that person's identity. Professor Selvig said, his gaze fixed intently on Joe Yang. Joe Young remained composed. While he claimed the hammer might not be the real Thor's hammer, he couldn't say for certain. He could say this to others, but he needed to be honest with himself. According to the normal timeline, this hammer should indeed be Thor's hammer, and that person was undoubtedly Loki, which meant Thor must be nearby, as he was the true god of thunder. However, the issue was that Thor was missing, or rather, had never appeared from the start. And as for this hammer, not only had Loki lifted it, but Joe Young had also further claimed it as his own. Could a hammer that allowed Joe Young to grasp it truly be the real Thor's hammer? And where had Thor gone? Did he also have a Thor's hammer in his possession? If Thor had his own hammer, then the one in Joe Yang's hands must surely be a fake. But if this hammer was fake, why would Loki, who had been with Thor for over 1,000 years, make such a mistake? At this moment, Stark casually remarked, "Regardless of whether this hammer is Thor's or not, you can treat it as such. As for that person, it doesn't matter whether he is Loki or not, he's going to be difficult to deal with either way." Upon hearing Stark's comment, both Joe Young and Professor Selvig were taken aback, then fell into silence. Indeed, as Stark said, Loki was so powerful that no matter how they speculated about his identity, his strength was an insurmountable chasm for them. Had Joe Young not suddenly taken control of Thor's hammer, they could have very well been wiped out. After a moment of silence, Coulson suddenly turned to Joe Yang and asked, "Mr. Zhou, what are your plans moving forward?" "Moving forward?" Joe Yang raised an eyebrow at Coulson's question and replied, "What, does S.H.I.E.L.D. have other ideas?" Coulson nodded and then stated directly, "Let's refer to this hammer as Thor's hammer for now. Its power is immense, and we hope to place it in a more secure location to prevent it from falling into the hands of the god of mischief, Loki." Loki had been categorized as an evil god in both myth and for causing the deaths of several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Joe Young couldn't help but smile slightly.
loosening his grip on Thor's hammer and stepping back 2 paces. Go ahead, as long as you can lift it, feel free to take it wherever you like. Shield merely wanted to monopolize Thor's hammer. Fine, let them have it, as long as they could get it away. Coulson felt a surge of anger. If they had truly had a way to seize Thor's hammer, they would have done so long ago, and it would not have fallen into Zhou Yang's hands. However, Zhou Yang's stance was crystal clear, he would not assist them. So, Coulson couldn't help but look at Tony Stark, pleading, "Mr. Stark." Stark turned to Zhou Yang, who wore a relaxed expression, gesturing for him to proceed. To be honest, Zhou Yang wanted to see who else besides himself could lift Thor's hammer. The current predicament required a strong figure to break the deadlock, and Tony Stark was undoubtedly a suitable candidate. Seeing Zhou Yang's nonchalant demeanor, Stark took no further thought, stepping forward and gripping the handle of Thor's hammer. However, in the next moment, even with the arc reactor pushing at full power, Stark exerted all his strength to lift Thor's hammer, but it was as if he were trying to kick a mountain. There was no movement at all. The hammer remained firmly fixed to the table, unmoving. In fact, with Stark's strength, that attempt should have overturned the table, but that was not the case. Coulson glanced awkwardly at Zhou Yang, who appeared deep in thought. I can give it a try. Maybe I have a chance. Daisy Louise suddenly piped up, raising her hand. Zhou Yang snapped back to reality, looking at Daisy's innocent expression, and couldn't help but laugh. Sure, go ahead. He then turned to Coulson, adding, Agent Coulson, there are still plenty of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around the base. You can have them come and try, as long as they can lift it, I will have no objections. Zhou Yang's serious demeanor made Coulson nod in agreement. He then said, but I must remind you, time is of the essence. In about half an hour, military personnel should arrive. The military? Coulson exclaimed, suddenly recalling the military ID Zhou Yang had shown him. Although they all knew it was fake, Daniel Whitehouse was indeed a serving major registered with the Pentagon and the White House. You contacted the military? Stark looked at Zhou Yang in surprise, not particularly opposed to the military's arrival. Although some had attempted to seize his Iron Man armor, those were merely individuals from Congress, the military had not intervened. However, Colonel Rhodes had always been helping him. Moreover, Stark Industries had historically been the largest weapons contractor for the military, and he had good relationships with high-ranking officials there. Yep. Zhou Yang nodded and said in front of Coulson, I don't particularly like S.H.I.E.L.D.'s style of doing things. They always want to monopolize everything without the means to protect it, whereas the military, at least, has sufficient deterrent firepower. Indeed, even with Loki's strength, detonating a nuclear bomb in front of him might not kill him, but it would be enough to severely injure him. Additionally, even the strongest beings would need to escape the core area of a nuclear explosion before its full force detonated to survive on the fringes. Not many could withstand the full force of a nuclear explosion, but they had enough capability to escape before it detonated. Moreover, the military's weaponry was far superior to that of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even a false sense of security was enough to reassure Zhou Yang. The most critical point was that the military personnel were obedient. After all, Zhou Yang had directly contacted General Ross, who in turn connected with the White House. Watching Coulson already on the phone contacting Nick Fury, Stark couldn't help but ask Zhou Yang, where do you plan to take this hammer? To some secret military base? No, I'm not planning to go anywhere. I intend to stay right here, Zhou Yang replied, looking at Stark with a hint of concern. You don't think that guy will just give up easily, do you? Would Loki give up on Thor's hammer? Zhou Yang absolutely did not believe that. If there was even a shred of opportunity, Loki would do everything in his power to reclaim the hammer. However, at this moment, just as before, Loki's sudden disappearance was partly due to Zhou Yang being difficult to deal with, but also because Loki was questioning whether this hammer that Zhou Yang held was truly authentic. Thor had been exiled to Earth by Odin, which was essentially a trap aimed not only at Loki but also at the frost giants of Jotunheim. Zhou Yang knew that after this incident, the frost giant clan would be nearly wiped out, and Loki would be cast out from Asgard. It seemed like a happy ending for all, but in reality, all hidden dangers related to Loki had been eliminated. Odin's plan was indeed brilliant. However, the situation had diverged significantly from what Zhou Yang originally understood. Thor was missing, and this made him uneasy. What was Odin scheming now? Even before Odin's death, despite his weakened state, he still maintained control over the 9 realms. Even afterward, the Dark Elves revived by the Ether were ultimately destroyed. You could say he had eliminated all internal threats to Thor across the 9 realms, let alone a mere Earth.
Zhou Yang did not possess enough information to make many judgments, but he firmly believed that as long as he held this hammer, whether it was real or not, Thor would eventually appear. In New York, Dr. Donald Blake, just returning from his trip to Norway, arrived back at his clinic. Zhou Yang was deeply puzzled about how he had come to possess Thor's hammer, and Loki was equally confused. Above the deserts of New Mexico, a biting cold wind mixed with heavy rain pounded the ground, and the downpour showed no signs of letting up. Loki, hidden on a hillside outside the base, wore an iron-like expression, his face now pale with shock. Today's events had greatly exceeded his expectations. Not only had he lifted Thor's hammer, but someone else had also managed to fully control it. What was going on? Had Odin completely lost control over the hammer? Otherwise, how could there be so many individuals qualified to wield it? There was Loki himself, Zhou Yang, and a very determined Thor, not to mention possibly others. What was happening in this world? It was all so chaotic. And where was Thor right now? Where had he gone? What made this person in front of him worthy of wielding Thor's hammer? A troubling thought surged in Loki's mind, but he dared not fully commit to it. On this dark, rainy night, Loki's expression shifted unpredictably. Despite his 15 centuries of experience, he had never faced a situation like this. Regardless, he had to try again, as tonight was his best chance to claim Thor's hammer. In the next instant, he vanished from the hillside. Meanwhile, within the base, the only two individuals still conscious, after Loki's extended absence, were on high alert. Stark finally couldn't hold back and said, "Hello, Mr. Daniel Zhou." Hearing Stark call his name, Zhou Yang was not surprised. They had interacted before the Stark Expo. Stark had undoubtedly acquired information about Zhou Yang from Nick Fury, but that wasn't particularly important. Stark then asked, "Did you come here for this hammer?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing deeper meaning in Stark's words. However, at this moment, he had no reason to lie. Part of the reason is indeed this hammer. As rune magicians, our heritage comes from Norse mythology, and Thor's hammer is a weapon of one of the Norse gods. So, naturally, when I heard about it, I had to come and take a look. Seeing Stark's unflinching demeanor, Zhou Yang quickly realized that the reasons he had superficially offered had likely already been thoroughly investigated by Nick Fury. If it weren't for the special items Zhou Yang had secretly released to help conceal his identity, his deeper secrets would probably be uncovered. Zhou Yang had encountered Nick Fury during World War II, although it was only once. If Nick Fury connected him to his past identity, it would create quite the stir. However, things weren't that dire. After all, his appearance had changed drastically since then. Although there were still traces of his former self, the majority reflected his current visage, and his name was distinctly Chinese. Unless those who had deep interactions with him from back then reappeared, even if someone informed them of his identity, it would be hard to believe. Thus, facing Stark, who already had substantial knowledge about him, Zhou Yang continued, "I never thought I would be able to lift this hammer. After all, it belongs to Thor. I only intended to gather some information about the runes from it. But for some reason, I was able to lift it, and..." Before Zhou Yang could finish his sentence, he swung Thor's hammer forcefully toward a spot diagonally in front of him. The hammer flew from his grasp, crashing down into a seemingly empty space in the small building. However, two short swords suddenly appeared in that empty space, crossing each other and colliding with Thor's hammer. Loki was instantly revealed, propelled back by the immense force as he crashed into the wall, creating a large hole before tumbling to the ground outside, disappearing from sight. Stark immediately became alert, and in a place where Zhou Yang couldn't hear, he quickly shouted to Jarvis, "Quick, Jarvis, activate the holographic search mode and gather all available information on that person." While Stark might not be able to decipher Loki's magic, he could find a way to capture the patterns of Loki's invisibility and appearances, identifying these external patterns to accurately determine Loki's location. Most of the credit for this would go to Jarvis, but no one could deny Stark's genius. If he hadn't seen through this clearly, they might have remained perpetually passive in the face of Loki. However, Loki was not so easily dealt with. Once Thor's hammer returned to Zhou Yang's hand, Loki appeared behind him in an instant. Zhou Yang quickly spun around and swung the hammer in a flash, the speed astonishing as it struck Loki directly. However, in the next moment, Zhou Yang's swing hit nothing but an illusion of Loki. Zhou Yang was also adept at illusions. Without a second thought, he released Thor's hammer, and it began to spin rapidly around him. A loud bang echoed as Loki, who had been preparing to strike from behind Zhou Yang, was pushed back. At the same time, the clouds above unleashed countless lightning bolts, spreading rapidly around Zhou Yang's body, creating a web of thunder.
In the ensuing chaos, Loki's form was forced to materialize. But just then, within the web of lightning, multiple images of Loki appeared, nearly overlapping, each one wielding a short sword, all aimed at Zhou Yang at the center. The spinning hammer expanded its range, toppling the multiple images of Loki, but they all dissolved into bubbles, revealing them to be illusions. "Watch out!" Stark's urgent warning came, and at the same time, he fired his repulsor beam. Yet in that moment, Loki had already appeared above Zhou Yang, holding a long sword and thrusting it down toward Zhou Yang's head. Because Zhou Yang was unable to fully unleash the power of Thor's hammer at that moment, and due to Loki's familiarity with the hammer, he could easily assault Zhou Yang under the relentless barrage of thunder. However, Zhou Yang was no easy target. As Loki's sword descended, it pierced through his head and deep into his arm. Wait! In that first instant, Loki sensed something was off. He suddenly dropped to the ground, evading Stark's attack. But at that moment, Zhou Yang, who had been standing there, had already vanished. The figure that had appeared was merely an illusion conjured by Zhou Yang. Even someone as powerful as Loki could be caught off guard in the chaos. In reality, if the environment were normal, Zhou Yang's illusion skills would hardly deceive Loki. But in the overwhelming thunderstorm, Loki's mental perception was severely disrupted, giving Zhou Yang an opportunity. However, Zhou Yang would not easily let this chance slip away. In that instant, all the unleashed lightning surged back inward, converging toward the most crucial Loki. Meanwhile, the spinning Thor's hammer shot upward, attracting more lightning bolts from the sky, which then crashed down on Loki in an instant. Then, there was silence. Loki vanished into thin air at the last moment, turning into bubbles and disappearing from sight. Zhou Yang felt a chill run through him. A sharp dagger had slipped into his grasp, and at the same time, Thor's hammer began to spin rapidly around him. Up and down, in circles, the hammer spun furiously as he braced himself against any potential ambush from Loki. Stark was similarly prepared, with both of his repulsor beams aimed and ready to fire. Meanwhile, Jarvis was conducting a rapid search in the surrounding area, attempting to locate Loki's whereabouts as quickly as possible. However, their defenses remained in place until someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. began to awaken, and Loki had yet to reappear, marking a temporary respite. The first person to awaken in S.H.I.E.L.D. was none other than Hawkeye Barton. Unbeknownst to them, a considerable amount of time had passed. At this moment, Stark and Zhou Yang exchanged glances, confirming that Loki had completely left, and both let out a long sigh of relief. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents began to awaken one after another, though a few would never awaken again. They quickly cleared out a clean conference room, and Coulson, sitting across from Zhou Yang at the table, watched him manipulate Thor's hammer in the air, filled with complex emotions. Why was it that the military ended up with Thor's hammer? Initially, the S.H.I.E.L.D. team didn't recognize Zhou Yang. Hawkeye had even shot an arrow at him, but that arrow had been completely blocked by Thor's hammer. Stark began to introduce Zhou Yang's identity to Coulson. Although Coulson held a relatively high position in S.H.I.E.L.D., only about 5 people truly knew Zhou Yang's identity, and Coulson was not among them. Now, in the conference room, aside from Coulson and Stark, there was no one else present. The information concerning Zhou Yang was highly classified. Even Hawkeye did not have the right to know more. Coulson cleared his throat slightly before speaking. "Mr. Zhou, I'd like to know how you plan to deal with Thor's hammer moving forward." Hearing Coulson's question, Zhou Yang extended his hand, grasping Thor's hammer once again, then placing it gently on the conference table. He sat down opposite Coulson and said calmly, "No, you're mistaken. This is not Thor's hammer. At most, it's just a replica that closely resembles it. The real hammer is still in Thor's hands." Zhou Yang's words left both Coulson and Stark momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, they had been fighting desperately over the hammer, and now he was telling them it wasn't the real deal. Who would believe such a claim? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Thor's hammer is only truly the hammer of Thor when it is in his hands. No matter who else holds it, it is merely a very well-made imitation. Stark blinked, his eyes widening suddenly as he grasped the implication of Zhou Yang's words. As for Coulson, while he was skilled in operations, his political awareness seemed slightly lacking. Zhou Yang did not actually go elsewhere, he was simply taken by Mjolnir into the clouds overhead. He used the control of the thunder to sense the electric power in the atmosphere. Odin's sudden action disrupted Zhou Yang's plans for his own strength growth. Originally, he hoped to enter the legendary realm through other means to avoid Odin's control over him. However, now the transformation brought by Mjolnir made Odin's control over him even deeper. In this situation, he had to seriously consider how to move forward on his future path.
All of this depended on the final outcome of the current event. There were essentially two possible outcomes: either after the event, Thor takes back Mjolnir, and the power of the thunder within Zhou Yang is stripped away, causing his strength to fall back below the legendary realm, making the situation not much different from before, only that breaking through will be more difficult, or, after the event, if the hammer remains under his control, it would only mean that this hammer is not the real Mjolnir but merely a replica. Even so, Zhou Yang would still be controlled by Odin, but obtaining a replica of Mjolnir would at least indicate Odin's importance placed on him. At least in the short term, the thunderous power within Zhou Yang would not be stripped away, and Mjolnir would not be taken from him, which meant he could not escape this power in the short term. If he wished to move forward, he had to find a way along this path. Using thunder as a foundation was absolutely unfeasible. He could only use external means, but he could explore other magical powers through thunder. Thunder can ignite fire, create wind, bring rain, scorch the earth, and connect with gold. Zhou Yang could use the power of thunder to delve deeper into the essence of wind, rain, earth, fire, and metal, thus mastering their powers more skillfully. As for which element could become the cornerstone of his future magical path, replacing ice and thunder magic, that would require a long period of exploration. However, when he saw Stark, he completely changed his mind. In the entire Marvel universe, the most powerful elemental forces are not metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, nor are they earth, water, fire, and wind, but rather time, space, power, reality, mind, and soul. These are the fundamental laws of the universe. Whether it's metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, their powers cannot surpass the power of thunder. In other words, if Odin truly targeted Zhou Yang with the power of thunder, he might resist with a few of the previous methods, but the probability of ultimately winning would not be high. So at this moment, part of the Cosmic Cube's power that Stark possessed was his only reliance. Whether it was Stark and his father's replica Cosmic Cube particle arc reactor or the light energy engine developed by my way through research on the Cosmic Cube, they were all different interpretations of the power of the Cosmic Cube. Zhou Yang had already obtained a considerable amount of information about the replica Cosmic Cube particle arc reactor. Although he had not been able to make breakthroughs in this area due to Stark possibly holding more core information, after obtaining Mjolnir, he could solve these problems in a more microscopic way. The key point was that the critical energy source he had always lacked was resolved after acquiring Mjolnir. Countless thunders swirled around Zhou Yang, yet they did not approach him in the slightest. The power of Mjolnir completely controlled these thunders. Below the clouds, Stark could only observe from a distance. He was always wary of entering the clouds, not only because the powerful thunder might pierce his iron armor, but also because the signal interference caused by these thunders was unacceptable to him. At this moment, Stark was puzzled as to why Zhou Yang's attitude had changed so drastically. Was it merely because of the name Donald Blake? Then who exactly is this Donald Blake? Once Stark became interested in someone, all the information about that person would be presented to him in the shortest time possible. The intelligence system JARVIS was particularly skilled in this area, being both fast and detailed. Donald Blake seemed to have no special traits. Although he was a high-achieving student from Harvard Medical School, due to his disability, he likely would never be able to perform the highest-level surgeries, which was why he left the hospital. Otherwise, with his medical skills and background, even if he couldn't reach the top level, becoming an outstanding surgical expert wouldn't be a problem. In fact, in the field of medicine, the higher the level of surgery, the more demanding the requirements for the doctor's physical condition. Each surgery might require the doctor to stand for several hours or even a day, and a slightly poor physical condition would make it difficult to endure, let alone being disabled. Moreover, those surgeries that required precision down to the nanometer level demanded even higher standards. Moving even a tiny bit could endanger lives, and a doctor with a disability, even if able to stand for long periods, would have issues with their standing posture, leading to surgical failure. However, based on the information in the data, Dr. Donald Blake's skills and background meant that if he had stayed in the hospital, he could have become an excellent general surgeon but would absolutely not be able to engage in top-level surgeries, which might have been psychologically hard for him to bear, hence his decision to leave. His only uniqueness was that he was the ex-boyfriend of Dr. Jane Foster and crossed paths with them. Stark felt puzzled because the data showed that Zhou Yang had no intersection with this Dr. Donald Blake. In fact, when Zhou Yang arrived in New York, Dr. Jane Foster and Dr. Donald Blake had already broken up, and the latter had gone to Scandinavia to relax. So unless they encountered each other in Europe, Zhou Yang had never met Donald Blake. Stark keenly sensed the problem here, so he quickly retrieved related information about Donald Blake's travels in Europe, in which he found no traces of Zhou Yang's contact with him. However, Stark made other discoveries. Donald Blake had a police report while traveling in Norway, and the recording of that report still existed. "There are aliens are abducting people, you must come quickly, hurry," the voice abruptly stopped midway. Although this police report absurdly involved aliens, due to Donald Blake's panic tone, the Norwegian police sent people to search deep in the forest. However, the Norwegian forest is vast, making it very difficult to pinpoint a person's exact location, especially since Donald Blake did not mention the specific location of the incident, making it even more challenging. Nevertheless, they eventually found Donald Blake, or more accurately, he found them, and he was in a disheveled state, as if he had fallen from a cliff. When mentioning alien abduction, Donald Blake simply said he had seen it wrong and then no longer referred to the matter. There was a very interesting piece of information in the police report. They did not find his mobile phone on Donald Blake after the incident, and the police believed he had dropped it and lost it during his unfortunate fall. But if he really encountered aliens, could they be those from Norse mythology? On the last page of the police report, Stark saw the exact time when Donald Blake made the report, which was the same day that Mjolnir descended in New Mexico. To be precise, the time in New Mexico was early morning, while Donald Blake made the report during the day. No, considering the time difference between Norway and New Mexico, to put it bluntly, they were at the same time. At this moment, Stark looked up at Zhou Yang in the clouds, surrounded by endless thunderclaps. Perhaps he was truly engaging in some sort of power connection, but Stark believed he was more so avoiding himself, not wanting to know more about Donald Blake. At this time, Stark had already begun to have JRVAS retrieve satellite information from when Donald Blake made the report. He could accurately locate the exact position of Donald Blake when he called for help through related information. The information came out. The next moment, Stark flew northeast without hesitation. He wanted to see what had happened at that place, whether it was really aliens descending or if there was another situation occurring. At this moment, Zhou Yang, although most of his attention was on the surrounding power of thunder, still noticed the energy disturbance caused when Stark left. It seemed that his earlier unusual reaction upon hearing the name Donald Blake had indeed attracted Stark's attention. However, if they noticed, then so be it. Donald Blake couldn't hide in New York forever. He would ultimately have to face his destiny. Of course, perhaps Zhou Yang's speculation was wrong. Perhaps Donald Blake was not the person he thought, but that was all he could do. Although Dr. Jane Foster devoted herself diligently to her research, after a long time without results, she couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. After seeing the last message on her phone, she hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to return to New York first. After all, it had been 4 years of feelings. Stark left without a sound because Zhou Yang had not come down from high altitudes for 3 consecutive days, and he had deliberately blocked his radar signal. Even the shield monitoring personnel were unaware of his departure. Indeed, Stark had now begun to install an invisibility system on his iron armor, signifying that the capabilities of his iron armor had made a significant leap forward. However, given Stark's flamboyant personality, the difference between having and not having invisibility was actually minimal. As time gradually passed, Zhou Yang remained aloft. If it weren't for the dark clouds still lingering and the thunder within still flashing continuously, they would truly suspect that Zhou Yang had already left. However, even so, they couldn't help but marvel because, from the current situation, it seemed that Zhou Yang had already reached the legendary fasting realm. Although Westerners cannot accurately describe this state, after such a long period without food, Zhou Yang had gradually shed his identity as a mortal. The greatest benefit of Thor's Mjolnir to Zhou Yang was that this power transformed his body. In the past, although Zhou Yang was a powerful magician, close combat was not his strong suit. Although he could engage in close combat with Hulk was mindless and lacked much combat skill. However, at this moment, Zhou Yang completely compensated for this shortcoming. Even if Odin were to draw the thunderous power from within him in the future, he could still unleash legendary-level combat capabilities through his physical fitness. Just like Thor now, even if he lost Mjolnir, he would still be one of the most powerful superhumans on this planet. But had Thor really lost Mjolnir? Many people familiar with Dr. Donald Blake knew him to be a man of noble character, but due to his disability, he was unable to participate in the most advanced surgical procedures, leading to his reluctant departure from the hospital. However, few knew that the true reason for Blake's departure was not just that. In reality, despite his disability, the resilience he had developed through years of hard training had allowed him to overcome this challenge. He could stand for extended periods, and as long as it wasn't a prolonged surgery exceeding 12 hours, he could complete his duties successfully. Because of this, he was accepted by a top hospital,
gradually advancing from intern to resident and ultimately becoming a chief surgeon, continually rising through the ranks. The reason he was forced to leave the hospital was due to a surgery, specifically, an unauthorized one. He performed a procedure on a patient in dire circumstances without the approval of the hospital's medical board, simply because the patient could not afford the medical fees. $90,000 in medical fees was beyond the means of most people, but for the sake of a 9-year-old child, Donald Blake decided to go through with the surgery, even without authorization. Fortunately, the surgery was successful, and the child was saved, but Dr. Blake faced dismissal. It wasn't because of the $90,000, but rather because of the lack of authorization. While one unauthorized surgery might be overlooked, a pattern of such behavior would be unacceptable for any hospital. This incident led to Dr. Blake's dismissal, and it was during his time of reflection in Central Park, after leaving the hospital, that he fortuitously encountered Jane Foster, leading to their acquaintance, friendship, and eventually romance. Honestly, Donald Blake possessed a certain degree of wealth. As a top neurosurgeon, his income was quite substantial. Interestingly, both he and Dr. Strange were among the best neurosurgeons in New York and should have been familiar with each other. After all, the circle of top neurosurgeons was relatively small, especially in New York. In the medical field, the more advanced the surgery, the higher the physical standards required of the surgeon. Each operation could demand hours of standing, and anyone with less than optimal physical stamina would struggle to endure, especially someone with a disability. While Donald Blake could have become an outstanding general surgeon if he had remained at the hospital, he ultimately chose to leave. He was only special in the sense that he was Jane Foster's ex-boyfriend, which connected him to them. Stark was puzzled. According to the records, Joe Yang had no interaction with Donald Blake. In fact, when Joe Yang arrived in New York, Jane Foster and Donald Blake had already broken up, and he had gone to Norway for some downtime, meaning unless they encountered each other in Europe, Joe Yang had never met Donald Blake. Stark keenly perceived this inconsistency and quickly retrieved the relevant data regarding Donald Blake's travels in Europe, finding no evidence of Joe Yang's interaction with him. However, Stark made another intriguing discovery. During Donald Blake's trip to Norway, there was a police report filed, and even the recording of the call was still available. "There are aliens. There are aliens kidnapping people. You must come quickly, hurry," the voice cut off abruptly. Despite the absurdity of the report involving aliens, due to Donald Blake's frantic tone, the Norwegian police dispatched personnel to search the deep forest. However, the vastness of the Norwegian woods made it extremely difficult to accurately locate an individual, especially since Donald Blake hadn't specified the exact location of the incident. Ultimately, they found Donald Blake, or rather, he found them, appearing disheveled as if he had fallen from a cliff. When mentioning the alien abduction, Donald Blake merely claimed he had made a mistake and did not press the matter further. An interesting detail in the report noted that they found no sign of his phone on Donald Blake after the incident, leading the police to believe he lost it during his unfortunate fall. But if he really encountered aliens, could they be those from Norse mythology? On the last page of the police report, Stark saw the exact time when Donald Blake made the call, which coincided with the day Thor's hammer descended in New Mexico. To be precise, it was early morning in New Mexico when Donald Blake called during the day. Considering the time difference between Norway and New Mexico, they were essentially at the same moment. At that moment, Stark looked up at Joe Yang amidst the clouds, encircled by endless thunder, pondering whether he was truly establishing some connection with this power. He suspected Joe Yang was trying to avoid revealing more information about Donald Blake. Stark began pulling up satellite information from the time of Donald Blake's call to pinpoint his exact location. The data came through. Without hesitation, Stark flew northeast, determined to discover what had happened at that location, whether it was indeed an alien encounter or something else entirely. At this moment, Joe Yang, while focused on the surrounding power of thunder, noticed the energy disturbance caused by Stark's departure. It seemed his earlier reaction to Donald Blake's name had caught Stark's attention. But let Stark take notice, Donald Blake could not remain hidden in New York forever. He would eventually have to confront his fate. Of course, Joe Yang's conjecture could be wrong, perhaps Donald Blake was not the person he thought he was, but that was all he could do for now. Dr. Jane Foster, despite her dedication to research, was also becoming somewhat restless after not seeing results for an extended period. After seeing the last message on her phone, she hesitated but ultimately decided to return to New York. After all, it had been a 4-year relationship. Stark had left quietly. Joe Yang had not descended from the clouds for 3 consecutive days, and he had deliberately masked his radar signals, which even the SHIELD surveillance personnel had failed to detect. Indeed, Stark had now begun to install an invisibility system into his Iron Man suit, indicating a significant advance in its capabilities. However, given Stark's flamboyant personality, the invisibility capability was not drastically different for him. As time gradually passed, Zhou Yang remained above, and if it weren't for the thunderclouds still swirling overhead, constantly crackling with lightning, they might have doubted he had left at all. Even so, they couldn't help but be amazed because, based on the current situation, it seemed Zhou Yang had reached the legendary state of breaking the valley. Although Westerners could not accurately describe this state, Zhou Yang had not eaten for such an extended period. He was gradually shedding his identity as a mortal. The greatest benefit of Thor's hammer for Zhou Yang was that its power had transformed his body. Previously, while he was a powerful magician, close combat was not his strong suit. Although he could engage in melee with the Hulk lacked intelligence and combat skills. However, at this moment, Zhou Yang had completely compensated for this shortcoming. Even if Odin were to strip him of his thunder power in the future, he could still rely on his physical prowess to exhibit legendary-level combat capabilities. Just like Thor, even without the hammer, he remained one of the most powerful superhumans on this planet. But had Thor truly lost his hammer? At that time, my perception abilities were beyond imagination. I could distinguish colors I had never seen before, I could hear the sound of every raindrop falling, and I could feel every muscle working in perfect harmony. I was the lightning, I was the roar of thunder. At that moment, I was a god, possessing the vision of a god. Jane Foster gazed at the endlessly talking Donald Blake in front of her, feeling utterly absurd. Their group was clearly still in New Mexico studying the mysterious Mjolnir, yet now her ex-boyfriend claimed he had the persona of a god, Thor. The impact of this was simply too great for her. However, Donald Blake's next words snapped Jane Foster out of her fantasy. This is a classic case of split personality, Jane. When you believe you're a god, you'll firmly believe you are one. Donald Blake laughed innocently like a child. This is just too crazy. Jane Foster began to laugh as well. At that moment, reason finally regained the upper hand. The two slowly walked back to the clinic's entrance. Jane Foster analyzed seriously, but that's not the real you. The Norse god you keep talking about seems to be far from who you really are. Vikings, maybe. Donald Blake relaxed, pushing open the clinic door as he spoke. I can't really remember how it was when I was a kid, perhaps I was too obsessed with them back then, which is why I have little impression of those times now. Have you ever dreamed of flying but didn't understand why you forgot? That's how I feel right now, suddenly remembering that I am Thor, while Donald Blake is just a role I play. Following Donald Blake into the clinic, Jane Foster felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her. She froze in place, her mouth slightly open, wanting to say something but ultimately unable to make a sound. At that moment, Donald Blake did not notice Jane Foster's reaction. Instead, he lifted his staff and continued, "And now the question is, what should I do with this staff? I know nothing about it, and I really want to study it." "Don't, Don." Jane Foster suddenly jolted awake, grabbing her ex-boyfriend's arm with utter determination. "Please, Don, don't touch it. You either throw it away or give it to professionals to study. For heaven's sake, you have no idea what you're messing with." On the night Loki attacked the Mjolnir base, Jane Foster immediately fell into a coma and had no memory of what happened afterward. However, most of SHIELD's monitoring equipment was still functioning normally that night, faithfully recording everything it saw. After waking up, Jane Foster carefully reviewed the surveillance footage. The strength exhibited by Tony Stark and Zhou Yang was already formidable, yet Loki, who constantly ambushed them, seemed even more relaxed. In the end, they didn't even know how Loki disappeared. Zhou Yang had barely managed to inflict significant damage on Loki, but after that power was retracted, there was nothing near Mjolnir. Even if that person truly was the Norse god of mischief, Loki, his strength was already so great, how terrifying would Thor's full explosion of power be? At that time, would her Donald Blake still exist? Even if he did, who would be present, Donald Blake or Thor? I really think you should get rid of it. I have a few friends researching related fields. How about? Jane Foster continued trying to persuade Donald Blake to give up his staff, but Donald Blake remained as stubborn as ever. "I won't be foolish, Jane, I promise." Donald Blake held the staff, comforting yet pleading, "Please don't tell anyone about this. What if some crazy person snatches it and turns into a god like Zeus?" "I'm not joking." Jane Foster said anxiously, "Can we stop getting tangled up in this and just focus on running the clinic?" "We?"
Donald Blake looked at Jane Foster with a smirk, his meaning unmistakable. Jane Foster felt a rush of anger. You know the point, Don? It's the clinic, remember? That's your dream, not that broken stick. Do you really think it's more important than the clinic? Nothing is more important to me than the clinic, Jane. Donald Blake suddenly reached out and held Jane Foster's hand, his expression somewhat emotional as he said, honestly, you're very important to me too. Humph. Jane Foster huffed, trying to pull her hand back, but Donald Blake held on tightly. She couldn't pull it back, and to be honest, she didn't put in much effort to do so. Donald Blake took the opportunity to pull Jane Foster back into his embrace, and they moved closer together. More than half an hour later, Jane Foster and Donald Blake finally walked out of the clinic office. Earlier, because the two had gone for a walk in Central Park, most patients had already left. Donald Blake held Jane Foster's hand and cheerfully told everyone, sorry, we can't pop the champagne to celebrate just yet, but I've decided to open tomorrow morning instead. We're taking the afternoon off. Congratulations, you two are back together, but I have to remind you, you're responsible for cleaning up the office. No one is helping you. Nurse Lena's words made Jane Foster's face flush again. Just as the atmosphere in the clinic became lighter, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. A tall, robust man with a long black beard wearing a black coat rushed into the clinic, holding a gun in his right hand and supporting a blond young man with his left, who was bleeding profusely from the chest. There was no doubt that these two had just gone through a fierce gunfight. The blond young man was barely alive, his breathing weak, dragging on the floor, with blood dripping from the clinic entrance, instantly making the entire clinic tense. A gunshot made everyone involuntarily shudder. The tall bearded man gripped his gun tightly, frowning, and said coldly and urgently, I need a doctor right now, miss, hurry up. Quick, think of a way to call the police. Donald Blake pressed down on Jane Foster, stood up from his chair, one hand on his staff, the other raised to signal he meant no harm, then said to the bearded man, I'm the doctor here. Lena, hurry, and get this kid to the bed and check his blood pressure. After all, this was Manhattan, where light and darkness intertwined. On one side was the glamorous Hollywood Boulevard, while behind the tall buildings, countless criminal activities unfolded every day. Not only was Donald Blake well aware of this, but Jane Foster was also no stranger to it. Empire University was one of the top institutions in New York, yet now, on the other side of the street from Empire University Park, was the most famous slum in New York. During the day, it was fine, but at night, students at the university dared not linger on the streets outside, for they could be snatched away at any moment or even hit by stray bullets. Such incidents had been reported on television far too many times. As Donald Blake cut open the blond young man's shirt to prepare for treatment, the bearded man behind him suddenly couldn't help but speak. My son and I just pulled off a job, but a bank security guard got brave and shot my son. My child, so I killed him. Doctor, you must save him. His gunshot wound is severe, he's internally bleeding. I don't know what I can do, the medical equipment here is too lacking. He needs to be taken to the emergency room. Donald Blake wiped his forehead with the only unbloodied hand, then turned to look at the bearded man. It's not that complicated, doctor. The bearded man suddenly raised his gun, aiming it directly at Donald Blake, his gaze pained, grim, and cold. You save him, and you'll keep your life. If he dies, I'll kill you. He's my only son, if he dies, everything else doesn't matter. Donald Blake frowned tightly, glaring angrily at the bearded man before turning back to continue with all his might to save the young man. There was no choice, the young man's wound was bleeding too quickly. If they couldn't quickly find the source of the bleeding and stitch it up, he would die soon. Moreover, in this clinic, no one but Donald Blake had performed surgery before, and no one could help him. This was easy to understand. Doctors like them usually operated in small groups with familiar colleagues, and some nurses were even borrowed from hospitals. In other words, once they operated, it was all done underground. Clinics like theirs were not qualified to perform surgeries. As Donald Blake dedicated himself to the operation, the shrill sound of police sirens suddenly rang out. The police had arrived. You are surrounded, come out and surrender now. We know you're in there. The police outside shouted through a loudspeaker, but the bearded man inside merely frowned and cursed impatiently. What a bunch of relentless ghosts. Jane Foster glanced at Donald Blake and shook her head slightly. The police now were not the ones she called, she hadn't even had time to press the alarm. The police must have followed the blood trail to find their way here. Meanwhile, Donald was still completely focused on the operation, seemingly unaffected by what was happening outside. At that moment, Jane Foster suddenly felt the bearded man's gaze land on her. Before she could react, the bearded man strode over and grabbed her. Feeling the cold barrel pressed against her forehead, Jane Foster immediately stopped struggling. She knew she could not provoke him at this moment, or else if he lost his rationality, anything could happen. Such incidents had been reported on television far too many times.
Listen to me. I have 4 hostages here, and I'm going to shoot one of them right now. Don't joke around. If you dare to act rashly, I'll kill the others. The ruthless bearded man made a cruel decision. He was going to kill Jane Foster. Not good. At that moment, Jane Foster did not worry about her own safety because she knew that the bearded man's actions had already angered someone he shouldn't have. The thunder roared, and Jane Foster realized it was already too late. Let that woman go, coward. I won't say it a second time. Thor's voice was very different from Donald Blake's. At that moment, Jane Foster, being held by the bearded man, turned around and saw Thor, wearing a silver helmet, silver armor, and a red cape. In Jane Foster's eyes, there was only Thor. She didn't pay attention to anything else happening. Almost in the blink of an eye, the bearded man holding her was struck by the whirling Mjolnir, crashing him against the wall and leaving cracks on the surface. At that moment, Jane Foster had been saved by Thor, who placed her on a chair, nodded silently, then turned to walk out. As he exited the clinic, he faced a dozen armed police officers outside. Above the thunder in New Mexico, Mjolnir was tightly held in Zhou Yang's hands, cradled against his chest. Countless bolts of lightning swirled around him like frenzied spirits, yet he remained seemingly unaffected, his eyes closed, sitting quietly without a hint of movement. Suddenly, the hammer he held began to tremble violently. Zhou Yang's eyes snapped open, his hands gripping Mjolnir like a vice, and his gaze turned toward New York in the northeast direction. At that very moment when Thor appeared in New York, Zhou Yang, using his Mjolnir, clearly sensed Thor's presence, even visualizing the image of Thor holding Mjolnir as if it were a complete painting in his mind. Indeed, Thor was still on this earth, and that person could undoubtedly be Donald Blake. He went nowhere else but to New York, this city of sin. In New York, no matter how powerful one might be, it was as if a giant stone mill would always draw evil closer to you. The powerful Thor, like a needle in a haystack, would eventually stand out. Therefore, as long as Thor was in New York, he would inevitably reveal himself, and in this situation, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Loki would have their sights drawn to New York. That meant from the moment this news spread, Zhou Yang's safety was ensured. Even though this replica of Mjolnir held some allure for Loki, it paled in comparison to the love-hate relationship he had with Thor. Such matters could be set aside for the moment. The key now lay in the hammer he held. Even thousands of kilometers away, from the moment Thor appeared in this world, this replica of Mjolnir was influenced by his immense power. In other words, as long as Thor wished, he could reclaim this replica of Mjolnir at any time. This was indeed just a replica of Mjolnir, and it was destined to be lost. Although Zhou Yang had anticipated this, the reality of it brought an indescribable discomfort to his heart. He possessed several things in his hands, but for him, just returning to the legendary realm, these were barely enough. To cast more powerful magic, compared to others with top-tier magical artifacts, he would need to invest more magical energy and take more time. Originally, after returning to Earth, his power had been suppressed to below the legendary realm. He had thought that during the process of returning to the legendary realm, he would have enough time to seek out powerful magical artifacts that would allow him to fully unleash his strength. However, now Mjolnir had forcibly pushed him into the legendary realm. Although the magic he cast was more powerful than before, fully unleashing his strength had become increasingly difficult. But it was alright, he had just returned to Earth not long ago and still had plenty of time to seek out things that would allow him to exert greater power. This replica of Mjolnir was indeed regrettable, and the last shred of hope deep within Zhou Yang was shattered in that moment. However, in these few short days, Zhou Yang had not returned empty-handed. At the very least, through the immense energy of Mjolnir and the constantly gathering lightning around him, he had made significant breakthroughs in researching new elements. Once he clarified a few key points, he could extract new magical elements from nature and subsequently create entirely new magic. Zhou Yang tried to close his eyes again, intending to continue immersing himself in contemplation and understanding. However, the hammer, which had been shaking, despite eventually stopping, still left his heart unable to fully calm down. It seemed he needed to take a break. In the high sky, a bolt of lightning flashed, and in the next moment, Zhou Yang's figure vanished without a trace. A spark of electricity flickered, and without anyone noticing, Zhou Yang reappeared in the newly rebuilt small building.
This time, they had used composite simple steel plates to construct a building that was twice the size of the previous one, with many more internal rooms, and it looked very transparent, yet it was secretly equipped with even more traps. However, whether these traps would be effective against Loki was still uncertain, and in the future, it might never be confirmed. Once Loki learned of Thor's presence in New York, he would undoubtedly rush there, and there would be no further issues here. Of course, such news had not yet reached this side, but it wouldn't be long. One only needed to see when Coulson would leave to know. Now that Stark and Jane Foster had both departed, only Professor Shaggy was still busy, and Joe Yang did not disturb him. This Professor Shaggy was quite an oddity. In his quest to explore the mysteries of the 9 realms of the World Tree System, he had appeared naked in the Stonehenge on the outskirts of London. Wait, Stonehenge? That was also an extremely important event location in the Marvel Universe, potentially hiding many unknown secrets. It seemed that if he had the chance, he would have to visit there. Joe Young picked up a paper cup and walked over to the water cooler to fill it with water. Unintentionally, he noticed Daisy Louise, who was sitting in a chair, nodding off and almost asleep. Although she wasn't in a related field, she had been doing her best to learn relevant knowledge these past few days. One had to admit, after long periods of cultivation, it was indeed refreshing to see such an outstanding-looking young woman with an incredibly alluring figure. It could really lift one's spirits and relieve some pressure. Moreover, the key point was that she was sitting there, slightly leaning forward, and a hint of drool was even trickling from the corner of her mouth. Joe Yang reached out, gently reaching toward Daisy Louise. "Hey, wake up, wake up!" Joe Yang called several times before finally rousing Daisy Louise. She groggily opened her eyes, instinctively touched the corner of her mouth, and then rubbed it vigorously. Her adorably dazed demeanor made Joe Yang unable to help but laugh. "All right, go on, you should go rest now." Ha! With laughter, Joe Young swung Mjolnir and soared back into the sky. A flurry of enraged screams erupted from below the small building, and Joe Young, holding Mjolnir and flying into the sky, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had figured it out. For him at this moment, it wasn't about getting involved in the chaos of New York but rather to utilize the power of this replica of Mjolnir as much as possible to break through some critical bottlenecks in his cultivation. That way, even if this replica of Mjolnir was reclaimed in the future and the thunderous divine power it brought was stripped away, Joe Yang would still gain something. At the very least, the insights he obtained would be forever etched deep within his consciousness. This was the power of thunder. Even if he did not master the runes of thunder, he could still utilize the understanding he gained during this period. This had already involved another power system beyond the rune magic system. Joe Yang's speculation was confirmed when Coulson quickly received a situation report from New York. Thor had appeared in the city. The intelligence was very detailed, stating that Thor had shown up in the clinic of Jane Foster's ex-boyfriend, Donald Blake. An attempted robbery had resulted in the robber being injured, which ultimately affected their clinic, and Jane Foster had unfortunately been taken hostage by the robber. At this critical moment, Thor made his entrance. Thor descended wielding Mjolnir, effortlessly dispatching the sudden intruder before flying away. There were several key details. First, Thor was indeed holding Mjolnir, which proved that the hammer they had here was fake, something Joe Yang had mentioned earlier. Secondly, Thor seemed to have a short temper. When confronted by the NYPD, instead of surrendering, he smashed a police car and then flew into the sky, disappearing from sight. Lastly, Thor was incredibly fast, vanishing in the blink of an eye, and despite investigations by both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police, they could find no trace of him, meaning he was currently untraceable. At that moment in New York, Natasha Romanoff was already assigned to investigate. Meanwhile, Nick Fury instructed Coulson to head to New York immediately, because if all went as suspected, the individual they had previously identified as Loki would soon appear there as well. Based on Loki's prior attacks on S.H.I.E.L.D. and his attempts to steal the fake Mjolnir, it was clear that he harbored strong malice toward Thor. This meant that once Loki found Thor, there was a high likelihood of a divine conflict erupting in New York. Logically, they should be gathering all available forces at this time, but Nick Fury's orders to Coulson were to leave quietly and not alert Joe Young, who was still in New Mexico. No one knew what kind of situation would arise if Joe Young, wielding the fake Mjolnir, appeared in New York. The last thing they needed was a third party complicating matters. As for the potential appearance of Thor and Loki in New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. had their own plans. Let's not forget that Tony Stark had already returned to New York, along with the Fantastic Four and Professor Charles from the Mutant Academy, plus S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own strongest trump card. They were still confident in handling the situation. Coulson had initially wanted to have a few words with Joe Young but found that he had not come down from the clouds yet,
so he had to leave alone. Zhou Yang, for his part, cared little for Coulson's departure. For him, the most important thing at present was to utilize the fake Mjolnir in his hands to comprehend the surrounding thunder and the powers of other types of magic. Though the Mjolnir was a fake, its accompanying power was very real. No weapon Zhou Yang had seen could compare with this fake Mjolnir. It was undoubtedly a divine artifact. However, the true Mjolnir was even more powerful, far surpassing the fake one in his hands. As long as Thor still wielded Mjolnir, Loki would never be his opponent. If Loki were to be defeated and Thor returned to Asgard, then this fake Mjolnir would be taken away. That was the outcome Zhou Yang anticipated for the battle in New York, so he needed to make the most of the time he had with the fake Mjolnir. His time was running short. Meanwhile, few knew where Thor was now, except for Jane Foster. In reality, Thor hadn't gone anywhere. He had simply returned to the apartment rented by Jane Foster and Donald Blake. It was ironic that Jane Foster had originally come back to completely break up with Donald Blake and remove all her belongings from the apartment. But with everything that had happened, the breakup had been pushed to the back of her mind. Now there were more pressing matters to face. Jane had a clear view of what transpired outside the clinic today. Thor's attack on the police was primarily because they had acted first. A rookie cop, in a moment of panic, shot at Thor, prompting Thor to retaliate by destroying their police car. It was evident that Thor's temper was much more volatile compared to Donald Blake's. In contrast to the patient and kind-hearted Donald Blake, Thor was more flamboyant, direct, and impulsive, as if all of Donald Blake's suppressed negative factors had been unleashed. So was what Donald Blake said about having a second godly persona within him true? No, it wasn't that simple. Had everything that happened in New Mexico not occurred, Jane Foster might have believed it was as he described. But after experiencing all this, she understood that it was far more complex. Especially after today's events made the news, Loki might already know about it and could very well be on his way to New York. It seemed these matters needed to be clarified with Donald Blake, otherwise, a sudden attack from Loki could spell disaster. Jane Foster, I need to talk to you, Thor's voice came from outside the open window. Jane jumped, turning her head to see Thor hovering outside, gripping the edge of the window with one hand. How did you? Oh, you are Thor. Jane Foster slapped her forehead and waved, come in. I value you, so I came to seek your help. It was indeed a challenge for Thor to squeeze his large frame through such a narrow window. Thor set down Mjolnir and looked at Jane Foster seriously, saying, my memory has returned. It was my brother Loki who betrayed me, and Father has exiled me. Though Thor was somewhat reckless and impulsive, he was not foolish, otherwise, his strength would not have far surpassed Loki's. In a place like Asgard, personal power was the fundamental factor determining everything, and Thor was nearly the king of Asgard. Thus, reflecting on everything that had transpired, it was impossible not to acknowledge Loki's role in pushing him toward exile. Yes, he had been too impulsive that day, believing he was already the king of Asgard and recklessly provoking Odin, which led to his direct banishment. Before that, Loki had been hinting to him that he was the one who needed to make decisions. He had been flattered to the point of being killed. Whenever he recalled that time, the now calm Thor couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Father, right, Father. I must return to warn him. Thor suddenly turned, staring intently at Jane Foster, asking, do you know any reliable sorcerers? I can't summon the Bifrost right now, and Heimdall, with his eagle-like vision, won't listen to me. There must be some sage or priest of Odin who possesses something that can help me. If Zhou Yang were here, he would immediately think of the cosmic cube hidden in the Norwegian temple. And it seemed Thor was not entirely ignorant of such matters, having nearly succeeded Odin in the past. Regarding everything Thor said, Jane Foster shook her head in a manner that suggested she half understood. I don't know any sorcerers, I can't help you. But I need you to use your hammer to turn back into Donald, just like you did in Norway. Why should I do that? I just cleared my mind, Thor said, having previously refused to comply. Now he needed to return to Asgard as quickly as possible. Why? Because this is my home, and I'm not used to having gods wandering around in my space. It's terrifying, you scared me. Jane Foster's face was tense, as she increasingly realized that the person in front of her was not her ex-boyfriend but Thor. Upon hearing Jane Foster say this, Thor was momentarily taken aback. It was impossible for him not to know the relationship between Donald Blake and Jane Foster. However, her current defensive posture toward him was not a good sign. After a brief pause, Thor finally spoke, if doing so will earn your trust, then I shall comply. But know that it won't be easy. With that, Thor gave Jane Foster a deep look, and the next moment, he brought Mjolnir down hard onto the floor. However, the powerful Mjolnir left no damage on the floor, only a faint black scorch mark. At the same time, a blinding flash of lightning erupted, forcing Jane Foster to shut her eyes. In that instant, Thor had completely vanished, and standing in his place was Donald Blake, dressed in surgical scrubs and holding a wooden staff.
Dawn, get up.
We need to leave here immediately. We need to find my friends for help. Jane Foster anxiously grabbed Donald Blake, who was still in a semi-kneeling position. She had to take advantage of the fact that he was still in Donald Blake's state to get him to New Mexico to find Tony Stark, Zhou Yang, and Professor Eric Shaggy to resolve this matter quickly. At this moment, Loki could very likely be on his way. They needed to seize this window of time to avoid Loki's pursuit.
Otherwise, if Loki caught up with them, the consequences would be dire. No, Jane, it's not like that.
Donald Blake grabbed Jane Foster's hand sincerely, saying, "He means me no harm."
What?
Jane Foster's eyes widened as she looked at Donald Blake, suddenly taking several steps back, disappointment evident in her expression.
Do you know?
Just 10 seconds ago, he was here asking me where to find a sorcerer to help him return to Asgard.
I don't care how powerful he is, he's much stronger than you, and I don't want to see you taken by him.
This can't be a cosmic ray, it's something from another world.
I know, that's what I've been trying to tell you.
Donald Blake stepped forward, holding Jane Foster's shoulders with a serious expression. I understand this sounds crazy, but I feel that Thor is real.
Honestly, I really feel like we are the same person. What are you talking about?
Jane Foster shook off Donald Blake's hand, angrily hissing, "You are Donald Blake, a kind-hearted, excellent surgeon, you are not a Norse god."
I like you, I really like you, Dawn. Please, stop going crazy and don't touch that damn stick anymore.
It's not that simple, Jane, Donald Blake said bitterly. I tell you, I don't remember my parents, I don't remember my childhood, I don't know what elementary school I attended, or who my friends were.
I have none of the memories a human should have.
All I have in my mind are those things from Asgard, as if my life should have been that way, and my own existence doesn't even feel real.
This was Donald Blake's biggest problem.
After Thor's appearance, he gradually overshadowed Donald Blake's original memories. After all, compared to Thor's over 1,000 years of life, Donald Blake's less than 30 years of experience was just a drop in the ocean. Precisely because of this, we should leave here immediately and seek help from my friends.
Only then can you return to how you were.
Jane Foster never wanted to see Thor, and she had never liked Thor, all she wanted was Donald Blake.
However, things were never that simple.
By the next day, newspapers were filled with news about Thor, especially the Bugle's editor-in-chief J. Jonah Jameson, who incessantly praised, "I saw a real man." The same newspaper also fell into Loki's hands, having just bought it from a street newsstand. Beep beep beep, Jane Foster pressed the horn frantically, but the vehicles in front were as if frozen, unmoving. In fact, not just the car ahead, all vehicles on the Manhattan Bridge were stuck, and no one knew what kind of traffic accident had occurred up ahead. The entire bridge was completely jammed, and it seemed this situation would last a long time. Beep beep beep, the sound was irritating, and she couldn't help but press it again.
Jane, stop honking, it's not going to help.
If it gets too bad, we can just turn back, said Donald Blake, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looking helpless. To be honest, he didn't want to make this trip, but Jane Foster insisted on taking him to New Mexico to meet her friends, claiming they could help him.
After a night of discussion, Donald Blake had finally been persuaded.
In reality, regardless of what Jane Foster and Donald Blake thought, Thor truly existed within Donald Blake. This wasn't something that could simply be ignored, it had to be addressed.
After a night of deliberation, they reached a consensus. As long as they could rid themselves of Thor, they could live happily afterward and even get married once they set up the clinic.
But they both understood that the ultimate outcome depended on the situation of Thor within Donald Blake.
Was Thor merely a malevolent spirit attached to Donald Blake, or was he essentially Donald Blake himself?
If it were the former, they could find a way to expel Thor from Donald Blake. The worst-case scenario would be akin to the relationship between Bruce Banner and the Hulk. However, Thor's situation was much better in comparison, as they could still communicate. But if it turned out to be the latter, that Donald Blake was indeed Thor, it would mean that Thor would gradually replace Donald Blake, and ultimately, Donald Blake would completely vanish, leaving only Thor, who would want to return to Asgard. This was entirely different from the situation with Bruce Banner and the Hulk. The Hulk was merely a powerful beast without an independent will. Banner could suppress it for long periods. But Thor was a powerful deity of the Norse pantheon, strong in both might and spirit, making Donald Blake feel like an ant in comparison. Last night, when Donald Blake said he had lost his previous memories, it underscored this point. It wasn't that Donald Blake could simply refrain from touching Mjolnir, and everything would be fine. That was impossible. It was no exaggeration to say that with each passing day, Thor would become more mature and powerful, while Donald Blake would become increasingly dangerous. This was a matter Jane Foster could not resolve alone. She needed to seek help. She didn't call her mentor, Professor Eric Shaggy, nor the mysterious Joe Young. Instead, she called Tony Stark, whom she believed could solve the problem. Despite having encountered various mysterious myths, as a modern person, when faced with real difficulties, she still preferred to solve them using modern scientific methods. However, after communicating with Stark on the phone, he instructed her to go to the base in New Mexico, where there would be a solution, and he could arrange for a SHIELD plane to take them there quickly. This matter quickly reached SHIELD, but unexpectedly, they rejected Stark's request. To be precise, it wasn't a rejection, they simply placed a condition: if Donald Blake wanted to board a SHIELD plane, he had to be in a completely controlled state. This meant that he would have to be restrained during the flight, similar to how Bruce Banner was when flying. No one knew when Donald Blake might transform into Thor. If something went wrong during the flight, it could potentially lead to the demise of everyone on board. SHIELD's explanation sounded reasonable, but Tony Stark felt that something was off. Logically, SHIELD shouldn't be this cautious. Stark ultimately planned to use a private Stark Industries jet, but at that moment, Jane Foster declined his assistance, deciding to drive to New Mexico herself. Just as SHIELD worried about Donald Blake transforming during the flight, Jane Foster was also concerned that SHIELD personnel might take action against them mid-flight. It wasn't that Jane Foster was aware of Hydra members within SHIELD, but she feared that they might resort to extreme measures against them, similar to how they handled other difficult adversaries, destroying a plane mid-air, which would be the simplest solution. No one knew why Jane Foster thought this way, but early the next morning, she packed her things, pulled Donald Blake into the car, and prepared to drive across America to the deserts of New Mexico. However, the journey was not smooth sailing. As soon as they got onto the Manhattan Bridge, traffic suddenly came to a standstill. Vehicles were completely immobilized, filled with angry shouts, blaring horns, and the acrid smell of exhaust fumes. As time passed, Jane Foster began to grow impatient. She really regretted not accepting Stark's help in forcing this trip, otherwise, they would likely have already reached New Mexico by now. "Shut up!" Jane Foster glared at Donald Blake and smacked him a couple of times, angrily saying, "This is all your fault." Okay, it's my fault, all my fault," Donald Blake replied. Though with such a girlfriend, he was no different from those clueless men who didn't understand women's thoughts. However, he cautiously said, "How about I drive, and you take a break in the back?" "No, I'm afraid you'll suddenly make the car fly." Jane Foster shot him a glare before turning her attention back to the endless line of cars. Frustrated, she slammed the steering wheel a few times, exclaiming, "When will this end?" "This is the woman you chose," a voice suddenly entered Donald Blake's ears. Just hearing that voice sent chills down Donald Blake's spine. He looked warily toward the direction it came from, and there stood Loki in front of the car, dressed in expensive British attire, slick back hair, holding a cane, and grinning at him. Indeed, Loki had unexpectedly appeared before Donald Blake. In that instant, Donald Blake felt as if the entire world consisted only of him and Loki. All other vehicles, the Manhattan Bridge, Jane Foster in the driver's seat, even the Hudson River below and the distant city of New York vanished without a trace, leaving only him and Loki in this gray world. Loki was indeed a powerful magician and a formidable sorcerer, a fact Thor was well aware of. "You finally found me, Loki. Tell me, how is father doing now?" In the blink of an eye, the figure before Loki had transformed into Thor, or perhaps, Thor had been the one appearing in front of Jane Foster all along. The two brothers meeting in such a unique environment was remarkable enough. The fact that they hadn't immediately fought was already a positive outcome. Though Thor had come to terms with everything that had happened, what he needed most was a way back to Asgard. No matter how he wanted to return, once Loki discovered him, he could very well use the Bifrost to destroy everything. The root of the problem was that Thor could not kill Loki, who had control over the Bifrost. Loki could leave at any time. For Loki, it was also challenging to take direct action. Yes, he did have control over the Bifrost. Although Heimdall was somewhat disobedient, possessing the Eternal Spear allowed him to open the Bifrost at will. Yet, he had never been a match for Thor, even now. Thor nearly becoming the king of Asgard was not by chance. Over the years, countless enemies had perished beneath his Mjolnir, and most of the time, Loki had stood beside him, so he understood the power of Mjolnir all too well. Thor had originally thought the Mjolnir in New Mexico was genuine, but it now appeared to be a replica.
No wonder during the fight, he always felt that the Mjolnir was missing something, perhaps it lacked that divine essence. If he hadn't sensed something was amiss, he might have actually taken that fake Mjolnir back to Asgard, making it unlikely for him to find the real Thor again. Once Thor returned to Asgard, Loki's already fragile rule there would collapse like a sandcastle. Odin was indeed cunning. To protect Thor, he had created a fake Mjolnir as a decoy, which nearly deceived Loki. But when facing Thor, Loki had long since suppressed the anger within him. Without the power to kill Thor, he would never act recklessly, and he used his most skilled method instead. "Father is dead," Loki said, a pained expression showing on his face as he spoke to the incredulous Thor. "He exiled you, and the threat of war was too much for him to bear. You know he has been like this for a long time." In recent decades, due to the loss of the cosmic seed, King Odin had rapidly entered a state of decline, often needing to enter the Odin sleep to recover, which was why he was eager to have Thor succeed him. Only a few in all of Asgard knew the true condition of Odin's health: Loki, Thor, Queen Frigga, and perhaps Heimdall. Thus, Loki's words had the potential to crush a frail old man. "What?" Thor was completely stunned, tears streaming down his face without him realizing it, filled with pain and guilt. "It's not your fault, I know you love him. I wanted to tell him, but he wouldn't listen." And now, Loki sighed deeply, looking at the droplets of tears falling from Thor's face that reflected his own figure, then continued, "The burden of the throne now falls on my shoulders." As Loki had anticipated, hearing those words caused Thor's sadness to immediately dissipate. He raised his head, looking at Loki with a pleading gaze, asking, "Can I go home? Can I return to Asgard?" Loki gently shook his head, speaking softly with a hint of guilt. "I don't want it this way either, but the terms of the ceasefire are that you can never return to Asgard." Asgard was still facing the threat of war with the frost giants. Without King Odin, Asgard's chances of victory were not what they used to be. Once war broke out, the losses would be devastating. The best course of action now was to sign a ceasefire agreement. Thor's words had not finished before Loki directly interrupted him, painfully saying, "Also, Mother doesn't want you to return. This is the last farewell, my brother, I'm sorry. So, farewell. Farewell. Thank you for coming to see me." "This is all my fault," Thor said, bowing his head in immense pain. The car sped along the vast, desolate highway of the desert, the sun hanging high in the sky, making the outside temperature unbearably hot. However, the air conditioning inside the car did little to provide comfort. Donald Blake, half asleep in the back seat, lay there like a thoughtless corpse, completely still. Driving the car, Jane Foster stole a glance at Donald Blake through the rearview mirror. Since leaving New York, he had remained in this state, and despite her concerned inquiries about his well-being, he had said nothing. In fact, during the entire journey, he had spoken fewer than 5 sentences. But was Donald Blake, more accurately, Thor, really just feeling down because of Odin's death? In truth, while he was somewhat affected, he wasn't entirely convinced by Loki's claims. At the very least, he was filled with doubt. Loki was known in Asgard as the god of lies and mischief. How could Thor be so foolish as to let his guard down? Moreover, Odin's death was a monumental event. Until he saw Odin's body, how could Thor easily accept this fact? But at that moment, he couldn't show any overt signs of positivity, as he was uncertain whether Loki was sitting in the passenger seat ahead, watching him. Additionally, even if Odin might not have actually died, the blow he had suffered was undoubtedly enormous, especially since many of the circumstances were orchestrated by Loki, making Odin's position even more precarious. However, Thor felt a sense of relief. Despite the dangers posed by Loki, a key piece of information from their earlier conversation made it clear to him that, although they faced the threat of war, Asgard had not descended into chaos, as his mother Frigga was still there. Do not underestimate Frigga. She was not just the nominal queen of Asgard, overseeing all the goddesses and women of Asgard, but she also commanded a magical army. Although that army had long been scattered, it did still exist. Once it could be reassembled, even Loki would find it difficult to contend with them. Moreover, the Asgardians were not just the current subjects and deities of Asgard. Many were living elsewhere, some willingly residing in the realms of the elves, while others, like Thor, had been exiled to other worlds, including his other brothers. While it was likely that Loki had become the new god-king of Asgard, his position was far from secure, and he was not well liked by the people of Asgard. Perhaps he could use deceitful means to steal the throne, but to earn the recognition of the Asgardians and the gods, he would need the support of Queen Frigga. With Frigga present, while Asgard might face some challenges, it would never fall into chaos. This gave Thor the time he needed to regroup and even return to Asgard. The key issue now rested with Heimdall. Without his cooperation, Thor could not return to Asgard via the Bifrost, and he needed to think of alternative methods. Perhaps Jane Foster's friends could assist him in this. Jane Foster had no memory of what had happened on the Manhattan Bridge. She didn't even know about the conversation between Thor and Loki, which had nearly triggered a century's worth of conflict. Besides Thor, Loki, and the countless people on the Manhattan Bridge, Iron Man, Stark and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were also monitoring the situation. Although they didn't know the specifics of Thor and Loki's dialogue, they sensed an unusual power appearing on the Manhattan Bridge, which could potentially lead to a catastrophic collapse if a battle broke out. Thus, they refrained from taking any rash actions. Even though Donald Blake had appeared somewhat down afterward, he was still overall okay. As for other matters, perhaps they could discuss them after successfully reaching the desert in New Mexico. If Thor indeed made it to the desert, it might mean Loki had already left. In fact, despite the dullness of the journey, and even though they had completely stopped talking during the latter part of the trip, they ultimately arrived smoothly at the small town of Chasm. No, Jane Foster didn't take Thor directly to the desert base. Instead, she first drove into the town to their residence. Regardless, after a day and night of driving, both of them were quite exhausted and needed to rest and recover before heading to the desert base. Dawn, before we meet my friends at the base, there are some things I need to tell you in advance. Jane Foster placed breakfast in front of Donald Blake, her expression serious. The desert base exists because 2 weeks ago, an object fell from the sky into the desert, about 60 miles away, and that object was ultimately identified as a hammer that no one can move. A hammer? Upon hearing this, Donald Blake furrowed his brow and asked, 2 weeks ago? Yes, indeed, 2 weeks ago, which should be the same day you had that incident in Norway, Jane Foster replied, taking a sip of her hot coffee before starting her breakfast. Later, Eric compared it with the literature and concluded that it should be Thor's hammer. No, you mean Thor's hammer? Donald Blake was now visibly surprised, his spoon halting mid-air. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. After all, he was currently holding a hammer that belonged to Thor. How could there be another one? Jane Foster didn't notice Donald Blake's odd behavior and continued, at first, we weren't sure that the hammer was indeed Thor's, but later Loki came to steal it and almost succeeded. He managed to lift it at one point, but then one of our colleagues forced him to put it down, and afterward, he successfully lifted Thor's hammer and even mastered it more easily than Loki. Mastered it? Donald Blake could hardly believe his ears. Not only had Loki successfully lifted Thor's hammer, but now there was a third person who had become its wielder? What was going on? I need to think this through, Donald Blake said, putting down his spoon and looking seriously at Jane Foster. First of all, if I remember correctly, Thor should have a hammer, and that is the real Mjolnir. Therefore, this one here cannot be the real Mjolnir, it's definitely not. Oh, I see, I understand what's going on now. That one is also a Thor's hammer. It seemed Donald Blake suddenly figured something out, and he couldn't help but laugh, muttering to himself, I didn't expect Midgard to have such characters. Jane Foster, listening from the side, was left baffled. What exactly is going on? It's not that complicated. Once you get there, I'll explain it clearly. Only then will you understand it more intuitively, Donald Blake smiled, pointing to his head. You know, I have nearly all of Thor's memories now, it's just that some things aren't easy to explain. Is that so? Jane Foster suddenly felt something was off about Donald Blake, but she couldn't pinpoint a specific reason. In fact, if a slightly more astute agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. had been present, they would have noticed the gaps in Donald Blake's words. However, Jane Foster was wrapped up in her deep feelings for him, leading her to be oblivious to the signs. Helpless, the two quickly gathered their things and drove straight to the desert base. When they arrived at the desert base, Phil Coulson and Tony Stark were already waiting for them at the entrance. This time, Stark was not wearing his Iron Man suit. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and introductions, Donald Blake followed Coulson and Stark into the base. They took a pre-planned route, and once inside, Donald Blake immediately felt something was off. At the same time, he noticed that Coulson and Stark seemed to be paying attention to their surroundings rather than focusing entirely on him. He realized they were also concerned that Loki might have sneaked in as well. However, he was certain that while Loki operated discreetly, his patience was not particularly great. It could even be said, as Odin's adopted son, Loki inherited some of that volatile temper, he was just better at suppressing his emotions. But in the current state of affairs on Earth, Loki didn't need to do that, and he was almost certain he had already returned to Asgard. Without Thor to use the Bifrost, it was nearly impossible for him to return to Asgard quickly, posing no threat to them.
No matter whether the figure before him was Donald Blake or Thor, Coulson regarded him very seriously. For he was not only a powerful deity but, more importantly, behind him was a formidable divine kingdom. Assessing the strength of this divine kingdom and determining their attitude toward Earth was Coulson's mission. As for their internal conflicts, while S.H.I.E.L.D. had no authority to intervene, Loki's attacks had forced them to take a stand. As they neared the only small building in the base, Coulson finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to Donald Blake, saying, "Mr. Blake, we are here." Before Coulson could finish his sentence, a howling wind rushed past him from behind. In the blink of an eye, Donald Blake's hand reached back to his neck, and the wind fell silent. Coulson turned to see Donald Blake holding Mjolnir, the fake one that had been here the whole time. "This thing truly belongs to you," a voice came from inside the small building, and everyone turned to see Zhou Yang walking out, dressed in army fatigues. With a swift motion, Zhou Yang reached out, and the fake Mjolnir flew back into his hand. However, after a fierce tremor, it flew back to Donald Blake's hand. Zhou Yang's face darkened as he said, "Can you explain to me what exactly is going on?" "Ha!" Donald Blake suddenly laughed, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into Thor, his silver armor gleaming, a bright red cape billowing, wielding Mjolnir, unmistakably revealing himself as Thor, the god of thunder of Asgard. As soon as Thor spoke, he shocked everyone. "This hammer cannot simply be called a fake Mjolnir, it can only be described as an unfinished version of Mjolnir." Thor extended his left hand, and in the blink of an eye, another Mjolnir appeared in his grasp, placing both hammers side by side. "Take a close look. There are some differences in the details between these two hammers. Only Mjolnir is the true hammer of the god, this unfinished version lacks a soul." With a wave of his hand, the unfinished Mjolnir flew back into Zhou Yang's hand. "Take it. From today onward, this hammer belongs to you." In the realm of myth and legend, the hammer of the thunder god is forged primarily from uru metal. It is infused with the dying core of a dead star, shaped through immense hardship into its final form. The grip, meanwhile, is made from the precious wood of the world tree. Additionally, the hammer of the thunder god possesses Odin's mysterious spell enhancement, which prevents those who are not acknowledged by the hammer from lifting it at all. However, all of this remains at the level of myth and legend. Throughout the long river of ancient history, the true facts behind the forging of the hammer of the thunder god have long been submerged by the currents of time, disappearing without a trace. Now, it seems Thor has unveiled a corner of that mysterious veil. Before the hammer of the thunder god was created, several prototypes had already been successfully forged using uru metal as the main material. It was only during the process of infusing the dead star core that some prototypes of the hammer of the thunder god could not withstand the immense power and ultimately exploded. As a result, when the successful Mjolnir was finally born, 3 hammer prototypes remained. Since this hammer of the thunder god has already acknowledged you, it will forever belong to you from now on. Thor acted generously, a gesture that genuinely surprised everyone, especially Zhou Yang, who had never expected such an outcome. Earlier, when Thor entered the base, the unfinished hammer of the thunder god in his hand had already begun to stir restlessly, shaking as if trying to break free from Zhou Yang's control. Ultimately, Zhou Yang had no choice but to let go, and in an instant, the hammer fell directly into Thor's hands. Yet now, Thor stated that he wanted to give this unfinished hammer of the thunder god to Zhou Yang, a sudden change that left Zhou Yang momentarily at a loss. He had already prepared himself to lose it. No, to be precise, he had never thought he could possess it. Although this was merely an unfinished hammer of the thunder god, the immense power it contained was undeniable. Uru metal is in no way inferior to vibranium within the entire Marvel universe, and its unique enchantment properties make it even more powerful. Perhaps this unfinished hammer of the thunder god is not as strong as Mjolnir, but it is undoubtedly a top-tier divine artifact. Because in Asgard, few can possess a weapon entirely made of uru metal, at least not without reaching the level of the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace and the goddess Sif. Belongs to me? Zhou Yang could hardly believe it, such a powerful divine artifact actually belonged to him now, and would forever be his. But this? In fact, it wasn't entirely a good thing. If this hammer of the thunder god became the trump card in Zhou Yang's hands, it would mean that he would be entirely subject to Asgard in the future. Not to mention the powerful King Odin, even Thor could easily take away the hammer from him at any time. And this meant that if one day he stood opposed to Thor, he would have no power to resist. "Alright, thank you." Zhou Yang ultimately accepted the hammer of the thunder god with difficulty, bowing slightly to Thor to express his gratitude. Perhaps to others, Zhou Yang still seemed shocked and excited about receiving such a great boon, but only he knew that the reality was quite different.
Though this matter would bring him many inconveniences, it also contained considerable benefits. At the very least, once he possessed this hammer of the thunder god, he would firmly establish his footing in this world. One could even say that at the highest levels, he had secured a place of his own, where no one could easily deal with him. Moreover, even if his true identity was revealed in the future, as long as he firmly claimed that he had nothing to do with it, no one could do anything to him. Because he, who possessed the mighty hammer of the thunder god, was not to be underestimated, unless Thor was willing to intervene and take back the hammer. However, would Thor take action against Zhou Yang? The answer was no. Zhou Yang himself had no weaknesses that others could exploit, and even if he was said to be Werner Reinhardt, there were significant differences in appearance and ability. In the end, those were merely internal conflicts on Earth, unrelated to Asgard. As long as Zhou Yang stood in Asgard's position, Thor would never easily take action against him. Furthermore, importantly, the twilight of the gods in Asgard was about to arrive. Even if Thor wanted to deal with Zhou Yang, he likely wouldn't have much time. Thus, his outward identity could be said to be thoroughly solidified, ensuring that there were no issues with it from every angle. To prevent the exposure of his true identity, Zhou Yang had long been preparing to create another identity. That identity would appear as Daniel Whitehall, and once the surface of Daniel Whitehall was peeled away, what would appear before everyone would be Werner Reinhardt. And perhaps in the future, Werner Reinhardt would directly die at Zhou Yang's hands. Everything depended on how he cleverly arranged it. Once Werner Reinhardt was dead, everything from the past would have nothing to do with Zhou Yang. So, to put it directly, possessing this hammer of the thunder god effectively cleared Zhou Yang's identity. As long as he didn't foolishly admit that he was Werner Reinhardt in the future, absolutely no one could do anything to him. Even if someone connected him to Werner Reinhardt, a simple "this is a frame-up" would be enough to make those willing to believe him completely ignore the accusations. Of course, all of this was premised on him not being caught doing anything wrong, otherwise, even a 1,000-mile dam could collapse in an instant. In reality, Zhou Yang had been quietly executing this plan all along. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an active major in the American military now. And now, possessing the hammer of the thunder god made his identity even more important in official circles. This means that as long as he held on to this hammer of the thunder god, everything from the past would pose no threat to him. This was the greatest function of the hammer of the thunder god for him, which is why Zhou Yang was willing to risk the possibility of being easily dealt with by Thor in the future to obtain this hammer. As for the future, Zhou Yang had now returned to the realm of legends, and the next step he aimed for was the realm of divinity. He had taken a solid first step on the path to becoming a god. Turning around, Zhou Yang put away the unfinished hammer of the thunder god and followed everyone into the small building. Sitting at the two sides of the conference table, Zhou Yang looked at Thor across from him, his expression serious as he asked, "Can you tell us in detail about the current situation?" The current situation. Thor sighed helplessly, looking at Coulson, Tony Stark, Eric Selvig, Daisy Louise, and especially Jane Foster, whose expression was complex, before he finally turned to Zhou Yang and said slowly, "My brother Loki has schemed to have me exiled from the realm of gods by our father. I recently just awakened, and Loki soon found me. He told me that our father has passed away, and he is now the king of Asgard." Although everyone had already accepted that the person before them was Thor, the god of thunder, and that the one who had just killed was the wicked god Loki, hearing these words from Thor's mouth still left them in shock, especially with the bloodshed implied in his few words, which each person present could clearly feel. Zhou Yang had actually already had an inkling of what Thor was saying, because in any dimension, Loki would eventually contest the position of king of Asgard with Thor, and Loki was destined to fail. The root of all this stemmed from a scheme set by Odin, for he knew full well that the twilight of the gods was not far off. However, Zhou Yang was more concerned about the two words Thor had mentioned, awaken. What does awakening mean? Could it be that Thor's consciousness had long been dormant within Donald Blake's body? Had Odin begun to plot all of this decades ago? Jane Foster also noticed these two words. She had already guessed much from Thor's actions, but now with more confirmation, her heart ached immensely. So, what do we need to do? Coulson quickly followed up with a question, as Thor's brief statement had already clarified most of the situation. Basically, Thor was exiled to Earth, Loki, uneasy, killed him and wanted to seize the hammer of the thunder god. However, before Thor awakened, Loki might have been able to take the hammer, but unfortunately, he fell for Thor's trick, focusing his attention on the unfinished hammer of the thunder god, which allowed Thor to fully awaken during this time. "I need to return to Asgard, but Heimdall is not responding to my calls." Thor turned to Zhou Yang and said, I need you to help me find a wizard who can send me back to Asgard. A wizard? Coulson raised an eyebrow, instinctively saying, are there still wizards on Earth? Cough. Stark, beside them, couldn't help but draw everyone's attention, then forcibly suppressing his amusement, said, wizard is an ancient term, we now mostly call them magicians. Magician? Upon hearing these 3 words, Coulson immediately couldn't help but look at Zhou Yang. And Stark added, exactly, a magician, we have a magician right here. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Yang with a half-smile. Seeing Stark and Coulson's expressions, if everyone present still didn't understand what was going on, they would truly be foolish. The person Thor was looking for was Zhou Yang. In fact, Zhou Yang had indeed displayed his extraordinary abilities in front of everyone before, but no one had thought of him in the context of a magician. This was not surprising. In today's world, mutants, altered humans, and bioengineered humans, various superpowers emerged endlessly. Thus, as long as Zhou Yang didn't directly claim to be a magician, very few people would think along those lines. The reason Stark and Coulson knew about Zhou Yang's details was that General Ross had previously reported to the White House in detail. Although they didn't have the authority to command Zhou Yang, understanding his detailed situation was not a problem. You are a magician? Thor looked at Zhou Yang with disbelief, for since their interaction began, he had not seen any signs that Zhou Yang was a magician. This was not surprising. Zhou Yang's entire power was now overshadowed by the power of the hammer of the Thunder God, so it would be strange for Thor to see through his details. However, under the hopeful gazes of everyone, Zhou Yang shook his head and said, no, I am not a magician, I am a wizard who specializes in studying rune magic. You are a rune wizard? Thor stood up in shock, for at this moment, what he needed most was a rune wizard from the Nordic magical system. Although there were magicians on Earth with inheritances from various backgrounds, rune wizards were the ones who could truly help him. Yes, I started learning runes a long time ago, and so far, I have mastered 24 runes. As for more, there are no longer any inheritances on Earth. Zhou Yang shook his head with a wry smile at Thor and said, I'm sorry, but I don't think I have anything that can help. It's okay, there are things you don't know that I have, Thor said, unable to suppress his excitement. I can finally return to Asgard. Is that so? Then what should I do here? Zhou Yang still frowned, as he didn't believe he could help Thor return to Asgard in such a short time. You must understand that learning runes is an extremely lengthy process. From mastering to fully utilizing them, the time, materials, and steps required are all very lengthy and complex. And it was almost impossible for Thor to return to Asgard with his help. The Rainbow Bridge is the passage that connects Asgard to the 9 realms, referred to in Asgardian as the swaying road to heaven. At this moment, Thor was standing in front of a massive electronic screen, quickly pulling up all relevant information about the Rainbow Bridge on Earth. His intense gaze was fixed on Zhou Yang, inadvertently seeming to overlook the other people present. However, the others remained silent, immersed in the vast knowledge Thor was conveying. This was especially true for Professor Eric Selvig and Jane Foster, as the 9 realms of the World Tree System completely overturned their previous understanding and validated some of their earlier speculations and explorations. Coulson and Stark were listening very attentively, as this had significant reference value for their exploration of the extraterrestrial world. And to summon the Rainbow Bridge, typically, Heimdall's consent is required. Without Heimdall's permission, generally, no one can successfully summon the Rainbow Bridge, Thor explained, reflecting his current situation where Heimdall, as the guardian god of Asgard, held absolute power over the Rainbow Bridge. Thus, as long as Heimdall did not respond to his summons, Thor could not use the Rainbow Bridge to return to Asgard. What are the special circumstances? Coulson couldn't help but be the first to pose a question. It is the eternal spear, Gungnir. It is the weapon of our father and a symbol of the king of Asgard. Father granted it magic, giving it the power to summon the Rainbow Bridge, and that power surpasses Heimdall's. With this explanation, everyone suddenly understood. In any kingdom, royal power is the supreme existence, above all else. Although Heimdall is the guardian god of Asgard, responsible for guarding the Rainbow Bridge, King Odin's power directly transcends him, and the Eternal Spear is the embodiment of that. However, it is quite unfortunate that the Eternal Spear has now fallen into Loki's hands, otherwise, I would have acted against him the last time we met. Thor shook his head helplessly. Stark and Coulson, who were aware of the internal situation, exchanged a glance and couldn't help but gasp, feeling fortunate.
If a battle had truly erupted on the Manhattan Bridge back then, hundreds of people on and under the bridge would have likely perished, and if the bridge had been destroyed, the losses would have exceeded several $billion. Such consequences were truly unimaginable. My plan is to construct a rune magic circle on Earth, then forcibly summon the Rainbow Bridge using that rune magic circle, and subsequently ride the Rainbow Bridge back to Asgard, Thor said, looking intently at Joe Yang, his eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation. Is that really feasible? Stark glanced at Joe Yang, who was lost in thought. Could a passage to Asgard truly be opened on Earth? Theoretically, it is feasible, Joe Yang replied, glancing at Thor before looking at Stark and the others, slowly explaining, in the worldview of rune magic, everything in the world is composed of rune symbols, and the Rainbow Bridge is no exception. If we can successfully construct the correct rune magic circle on Earth and remotely activate the Rainbow Bridge, then, theoretically, it is possible. However, opening the Rainbow Bridge is merely the first step. The real challenge lies in the subsequent transportation. Isn't opening the Rainbow Bridge sufficient? What other issues could there be? Coulson furrowed his brow in confusion. It was Stark who seemed to sense something. Opening the Rainbow Bridge merely establishes some connection between 2 points in spacetime, but to directly open the spacetime between those 2 points and achieve personnel transportation requires an incredibly terrifying amount of energy, so much so that it is beyond normal calculations, Zhou Yang said. Just thinking about it made him feel that the energy required to connect Asgard from countless light-years away to Earth, and then send someone back to Asgard, was unimaginable. The reason Asgard had been able to perform spacetime transfers time and again over the years was mainly because Odin possessed a secret treasure vault of the king, which housed various powerful treasures he had collected from across the universe over countless years. This vault not only contained ancient frost coffins but also the eternal flame, and even the cosmic cube had once been in this vault, along with many powerful treasures like the Eye of Agamotto, the Sorcerer's Eye, and the Life Gem. Every time the Rainbow Bridge was activated, it would draw energy from these powerful treasures in the vault. Even so, the Rainbow Bridge could not be activated at will. Each activation consumed vast amounts of energy. To prevent unforeseen events that might lead to an inability to activate the Rainbow Bridge in a very short time, Heimdall was stationed at the control center of the Rainbow Bridge. What Thor was betting on now was that although Heimdall was unwilling to open the Rainbow Bridge to bring him back, if he were to open the Rainbow Bridge himself, Heimdall would not stop him. Of course, the energy consumption required would need to be resolved by Thor himself. Although Stark was not an expert in the field of spacetime, he had some knowledge about these matters. While he didn't know how far Earth was from Asgard, he understood that initiating a transmission of this nature would require several nuclear power plants to run at full capacity to provide enough energy. It was even possible that the entire Earth's energy supply would need to be provided at once to successfully send Thor back to Asgard. This was a question that was difficult to calculate accurately, as even Thor himself could not specify exactly how far Asgard was from Earth. This matter isn't that complicated, Thor waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Yang and Stark's exchange, and then said very straightforwardly, combining the powers of 2 hammers of the Thunder God is enough to activate the Rainbow Bridge and send me back to Asgard. Extracting the free electricity from the atmosphere? Zhou Yang seemed to understand, as the hammer of the Thunder God was never just a weapon for shooting lightning. It was called the hammer of the Thunder God because it could absorb the free electron energy between heaven and earth, gathering this energy to attack enemies in the form of lightning. Thus, during thunderstorms, the hammer of the Thunder God could exert even more powerful force. Most importantly, the free electron energy that exists between the entire Earth could amount to twice the total electrical output of all power plants worldwide, including all nuclear power plants. With such a huge amount of electricity, opening a Rainbow Bridge for transportation would naturally be an easy task. What was required was merely the combined effort of Zhou Yang and Thor's hammers of the Thunder God, which also showcased the strength of Zhou Yang's hammer of the Thunder God. We can discuss this point later. What we need to do first is draw the rune magic circle to open the Rainbow Bridge. Zhou Yang looked at Thor with a serious expression and said, even if I pride myself on being a genius, I don't believe I can draw such a rune magic circle in a short amount of time. This is not a difficult task. Thor appeared remarkably relaxed, pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to Zhou Yang while saying, over countless years, I have traveled the Rainbow Bridge thousands of times, traversing every corner of the 9 realms, so I unconsciously have the rune magic circle memorized. All you need to do is draw it with complete accuracy. It was clear that Thor had been prepared for this, or to be more blunt, Donald Blake had been prepared. These things had likely been drawn while he was still in New York, but Jane Foster, who had been with him all along, was completely unaware of it.
Thor was also not concerned about Jane Foster's feelings at the moment. He turned to Coulson and said, "Moreover, our primary goal is not merely to draw such a rune magic circle, our most important task is to find a suitable location to draw the rune magic circle. Not every place is suitable for laying out a magic circle, it requires a very precise location to successfully establish a connection with the Rainbow Bridge. Opening the passage to Asgard via the Rainbow Bridge is far more complex than imagined." Although Thor appeared at ease, seeming as if everything had been arranged, in reality, he himself had no certainty about what the final outcome would be. The reason the hammer of the thunder god fell in New Mexico has its origins. While New Mexico is not the state with the highest average elevation each year, the highest city in the United States is located here. Colorado has the highest average elevation, with Denver being the highest city in the country at 1,609 meters, while Santa Fe in New Mexico stands at an elevation of 2,135 meters. Coincidentally, their base is located closest to Santa Fe. If one were to say all of this is mere coincidence, not even a ghost would believe it. Although Thor is a deity from Asgard in mythology, he spent over 1,500 years acquiring various knowledge, making his understanding in certain areas richer than that of the most knowledgeable scientists on Earth. Of course, in many highly specialized fields, Thor might only know the what without fully understanding the why, but this advantage alone is enough to provide sufficient guidance to those he interacts with, particularly benefiting Stark and Joe Young. Stark is an expert in mechanical intelligence, and Joe Young has deep research in human bioengineering. Not to mention, just his own powerful abilities give him a clearer understanding of the human body. As for Stark, Joe Young didn't know exactly what they discussed, but considering that later Stark was able to stand against Thanos, it was clear he had absorbed enough knowledge from the Asgardian civilization's technology. For Joe Young, the so-called biotechnology ultimately aims to make the human body stronger. This is merely an embellishment for him, while Thor's greatest assistance is guiding him on the path to godhood. Reaching the legendary realm, the most important next step for every legendary magician is to become a deity. Currently, on Earth, only 2 individuals have reached the demigod level, the Ancient One from Camartage and the legendary magician Merlin from the British Isles. The Ancient One broke through to the demigod realm with the power of the dark god Dormammu, and with the Eye of Agamotto, even Thor and Loki might not be her match. Merlin's state is even more peculiar, he can wield divine powers in the other realm, and when outside that realm, he can still exert demigod powers within the British Isles, but once he leaves, his power sharply declines, at most maintaining the legendary magician level, or even lower. This is mainly because Merlin has completely merged himself with the other realm, allowing his powers to maximize there, while leaving results in a steep decline in strength. Within the other realm, Merlin is equivalent to a powerful deity, but outside, his abilities are difficult to manifest. So, although many years ago Merlin's power surpassed that of a legendary magician, he can at most be considered a demigod. Many, including the Ancient One, reached the pinnacle of legendary magician status a long time ago, but the vast majority could not surpass this step until death. Only Merlin and the Ancient One, one relying on the other realm and the other on Dormammu's power in the Eye of Agamotto, barely transcended this realm, but they cannot be said to have achieved true godhood, only being classified as demigods. Demigod is not a specific realm, it originally referred to the offspring of deities, those with divine bloodlines, later termed demigods. However, now the demigod realm appears in the steps of a magician's ascension, indicating that the path to godhood for magicians is stuck halfway. This is a very unique realm, their powers are not necessarily weaker than deities, but they fall short in other areas, such as lifespan. The lifespan of the Merlin remains unknown, while the Ancient One's lifespan is probably exhausted. Moreover, once in the demigod realm, it becomes very difficult to take a step further. Even the Ancient One, who possesses the Infinity Stones, is in the same predicament. Not long after, for the sake of the Sorcerer Supreme Doctor Strange, the Ancient One chose to enter life, knowing that without the Eye of Agamotto, she could not suppress the power of Dormammu within her. The paths to godhood for these 2 magicians are of great reference to Joe Yang. For over 1,000 years, no one on Earth has attained godhood. At most, only Merlin and the Ancient One reached the demigod realm, while most other powerful figures from the same era died when their lifespans ran out. Some may still be hanging on, but they pose little threat. In the magician industry, Joe Yang is the second person in many years to step into the legendary magician realm and have the chance to challenge godhood again, the other being Dr. Doom. So even now, Joe Yang relies on the power of thunder to return to the legendary realm. He must also prepare to push for the realm of deities. In a certain area deep in the desert, a huge circle with a radius of 50 meters is gradually being outlined. Only 3 people are truly responsible for this matter: Thor, who is essential, along with Stark and Jo-young. Thor mainly serves a guiding role. Stark is only drawing the general shape on the surface, while Jo-young is responsible for every detail. Thor stands beside him, explaining the key points to achieving godhood. The first thing you must do is leave Earth. If you stay on Earth, you will never truly become a deity. You must understand, this barrier cannot be broken by anyone, Thor advised Jo-young earnestly. I understand, Jo-young is well aware of the difficulties on the path to godhood, otherwise, so many outstanding individuals on Earth have not ascended over the years. Even Kamartaj, with its infinity stones, has not been able to produce a true god. This alone speaks volumes. Why can't one become a god on Earth? Stark asked, confused, looking at Thor and Jo-young. Isn't it because the magical elements on Earth are too inert? Jo-young replied, extending his hand forward, and in the next moment, a small wind tornado appeared in his palm. If I were to use the same magic on another planet, this wind tornado would be at least dozens of meters high, rather than the power it has now. This is why Earth is called the Age of Magic Decline, and it is not just a name. Indeed, if you cannot leave Earth, you will never experience a stronger realm. The magical elements of Earth will suppress you, preventing any breakthrough, Thor said. Though he is not a professional magician, as a genuine deity, his perspective far exceeds Jo-young's. Next, you need to comprehend the laws of a specific field. I believe you have already begun to do this. Thor extended his hand, and suddenly a massive thunderclap echoed in the clear sky, striking across several kilometers. It is clear that Thor cast this thunder not relying on the power of the hammer of the thunder god but rather using the power of thunder laws. To say he is merely the god of the hammer and not the god of thunder would be a joke. The last and most crucial thing is that you must obtain divine authority. Without divine authority, you are at most a false god, Thor stated firmly. Just like some individuals attempt to gather the power of faith to become gods, but frankly, those deities achieved in that manner are only false gods. The power of faith is not even a power used by true deities, and if one cannot find the correct way to use it, it could lead to a direct fall. Even demons like Mephisto cannot directly absorb the power of faith, they must use various means to circumvent it. If others cannot find the correct way to utilize it, it is akin to seeking death. So how does one obtain divine authority? Stark couldn't help but ask first again, appearing quite curious in Jo-young's eyes. Divine authority must be granted by a deity. Thor's expression instantly became extremely serious. Divine authority can be bestowed or taken away by a deity. This not only applies to Thor but also to the witch Amora and the goddess of death, Hela. Why did Hela never appear before Odin's death? One must understand that Odin was already in a terrible state of age. The real reason is likely that her death authority had been stripped from her by Odin, and she could only reclaim it once Odin passed away. Thor may be acting unconsciously now, but it is evident he has begun to cultivate his future assistant, one he can fully control. Is this a good thing? Of course, it is a good thing. However, even if Jo-young were to become a god, he will not do so through Thor's hands but will wait until Odin dies and Asgard has not yet fallen. Perhaps someday, when I reach that step, I will go to Asgard to meet Father Odin. Jo-young smiled sincerely. Even after Odin's death and Thor taking power, it is unlikely that Jo-young will be granted the divine authority of Asgard. The 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace and numerous old warriors of Asgard will be ahead of him, leaving him little chance. There will definitely be a day, Thor said firmly, perhaps unaware that in just a few years, King Odin's life would reach its end, ushering in the twilight of the gods and the complete destruction of Asgard. Jo-young merely smiled gently, no longer speaking, and lowered his head to focus on drawing the rune magic circle before him. Constructing a rune magic circle capable of summoning the Rainbow Bridge is not simple. He must carve every inch of the 50-meter radius with flawless rune symbols. Do not think that a 50-meter radius is small. Each rune Jo-young needs to carve within this area is only a millimeter in size. Imagine needing to accurately engrave each rune within such a large space without any mistakes, with the stroke weight, magical energy infusion, and interconnections of each rune needing to be flawless. If given enough time to take it slowly, Jo-young might be able to complete the task, but with Thor's urgency, he must return to Asgard in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once Loki secures his position as the king of Asgard, what use would it be for him to go back? This is also why Tony Stark is here. He needs to let Jarvis use the virtual imaging system to accurately depict the rune magic circle on the ground. Jo-young only needs to quickly connect each line and infuse it with magic so that he can succeed in the shortest time possible. It is also fortunate that he now possesses an unfinished hammer of the Thunder God, as the power of thunder provides him with enough magical energy. Otherwise, even if he worked himself to death, he would not be able to complete this magic circle. To successfully draw the rune magic circle capable of summoning the Rainbow Bridge, the most critical point is that Zhou Yang must complete the most important spatial rune within it. This shouldn't come as a surprise, as the true core of the Rainbow Bridge lies in spatial power. In a very short time, crossing countless light years from Asgard to reach the 9 realms, spatial power is undoubtedly the key factor. Only by penetrating space and breaking through the barriers of time and space can one ignore the long distances in between. For Zhou Yang, this spatial rune represents his greatest gain in drawing this rune magic circle. In fact, for some time now, Zhou Yang has been diligently trying to create a brand new magical element through the special structure of the new element obtained from the Stark Expo. More specifically, he aimed to find the spatial magical elements hidden within the magical world. However, even if he could find such magical elements and successfully master them, the next step would be to accurately utilize these magical elements by creating new rune symbols to open the door to space. Now, Thor has directly given him this magical rune that contains spatial power. To be honest, using the magical rune Thor provided to accurately draw the magic circle is not particularly difficult. However, mastering the power of this core magical element through this magical rune is not something that can be accomplished overnight. While Thor is aware of this magical rune, explaining how to cultivate it and the power of the magical elements it contains is something he cannot clarify, he simply does not understand it. If it were a lightning magical rune, Thor has been practicing it for over 1,000 years and knows every key point thoroughly. But when it comes to the spatial magical rune, it is already quite impressive that he can accurately depict it. Drawing does not equate to creating, the actual drawing still relies on Zhou Yang. This is not because Zhou Yang has a talent in this area, but because he has previously studied part of the possible magical structures of the spatial magical elements he obtained. He originally intended to use this part of the magical structure to deduce new magical elements and then depict the rune symbols. But now that he has mastered the rune symbols, it is as if he already knows the starting and ending points of a line. The process of inferring from these two endpoints significantly saves him time in deduction. Crucially, some previously uncertain choices and directions can now be eliminated based on the final results, allowing Zhou Yang to construct new magical elements in a short time. More precisely, he can master this power through the magical elements. Moreover, unlike Stark's imitation of cosmic cube particles, Asgard's spatial runes are an embodiment of cosmic spatial power. They point directly to the spatial power deep within the universe, while not on par with the Space Stone, they are at least close to the power of the cosmic cube. The rune magic circle for summoning the Rainbow Bridge primarily consists of the other 24 basic rune symbols, along with 2 additional symbols, one for charging with lightning and the other being the core spatial rune. Time is still needed. Although Thor does not realize how much help he has provided Zhou Yang, the time required to complete this rune magic circle in a very short time is quite long, and many materials are needed. It's not enough to simply draw a magic circle in the desert out of thin air, some special magical materials are required to stabilize the magic circle. Otherwise, even if the magic circle is barely formed, it cannot withstand the massive energy impact. Of course, Zhou Yang doesn't need to mention these magical materials. Thor communicates directly with S.H.I.E.L.D., and they quickly gather all the necessary materials. Even if Stark were to collect them, it would take a long time. But for S.H.I.E.L.D., a massive organization spread across the globe, it would only take a week or less. Nightfall enveloped the entire desert, and at this moment, Zhou Yang was not below in the desert drawing the rune magic circle. Everyone needs rest. No one's energy is limitless, especially when prolonged mental and magical output is required. It is essential to ensure one's mind is in peak condition while drawing the rune magic circle. At this moment, Zhou Yang had actually appeared within the dark clouds above the desert. Although rain is not frequent in the New Mexico desert, it is not like the Sahara Desert where rain is seen rarely. To the north of New Mexico lies Colorado, and tributaries of the Colorado River flow through the center of New Mexico, serving as an important water source for the state. Additionally, New Mexico has a vast source of underground water, the volume of which has yet to be accurately measured. Therefore, despite the existence of some desert areas in New Mexico, it is not as severe as the deserts of Nevada. While rain may not be frequent, it is certainly not extremely rare. The power of thunder is highly sensitive to water sources. The positive and negative charges dispersed within the dark clouds collide to produce thunder. It can even be used to manipulate the power of the water source through thunder, not to mention Zhou Yang's familiarity with the power of water. Thus, gathering countless water molecules above the desert to form a massive dark cloud and generating swirling thunder within it is an easy task for Zhou Yang, even without using the hammer of the thunder god. The power he has gathered may not seem very strong, making everything appear quite mundane. However, the more refined and delicate control of such subtle powers reflects a person's skill. Especially at this moment, the more intricate and detailed the manipulation of power, the better. The dark clouds completely concealed Zhou Yang's figure, but deep within the clouds, Zhou Yang raised both hands slightly. In his palms, two spheres of golden light flickered. If one observes closely, they would notice two very similar magical runes gradually taking shape. Although Zhou Yang now knows the final appearance of the magical runes, traversing this path is not an easy feat. Ultimately, he must make choices regarding the details, and which parts can ultimately take shape will depend on what the truth reveals itself to be. With a pop, the magical rune in Zhou Yang's left hand suddenly collapsed, followed by a flash of thunder, leaving his palm charred. At the same time, the magical rune in his right hand became increasingly clear. Just as this magical rune finally took shape, Zhou Yang pressed his hands together, and the magical rune instantly vanished from his grasp. At that moment, Thor, on the ground, looked up with some suspicion. In the previous instant, he had vaguely sensed a ripple of spatial power, but it vanished almost immediately. Could it have been a naturally occurring spatial force? Though Thor felt some suspicion in his heart, he focused more on the forming of the rune magic circle, for most of the runes had already been drawn, and only the final two rune symbols needed to be integrated. Under the scorching sun, even the tiniest grains of sand in the desert seemed to fearfully refuse to budge. However, near the rune magic circle that summons the Rainbow Bridge, a group of people had gathered. Thor, the god of thunder, Iron Man Tony Stark, Professor Eric Selvig, Jane Foster, and Hawkeye and Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. In the center of the rune magic circle stood Zhou Yang, fully armed and prepared. At this moment, he looked very grim and said to Thor, "Do we really have to do this, Thor? What if we fail?" "Then we fail. If worse comes to worst, we'll just try again," Thor replied nonchalantly, even though he was the one who most urgently wanted to return to Asgard. In front of everyone, however, he appeared unconcerned about the outcome. He continued, "If it doesn't work this time, don't expect success anytime soon. It's just enough time to redraw the magic circle. But if we succeed this time, well, sometimes you need to push yourself." This guy, he is still intent on returning to Asgard as quickly as possible. Among everyone, he is the most impatient. In fact, before today, Zhou Yang had tried countless times to draw the spatial rune, but had never succeeded even once. Moreover, he had held nothing back during this process. Although he had gained some understanding of spatial power through the rune samples provided by Thor, he could not use that spatial power to draw the spatial rune. He just couldn't do it. Yet, despite this, Thor still urged Zhou Yang to try, even if failure was okay. Is it really okay? In Zhou Yang's eyes, Thor was gambling, betting that he could succeed in drawing the magic circle under immense pressure. After all, failing was no different from waiting. Zhou Yang looked down at the rune magic circle beneath his feet. Aside from the spot he stood on, the entire magic circle was filled with a dense array of almost invisible runes, all interconnected in a special way. To be honest, ensuring that every rune within such a large magic circle is error-free is a significant challenge for Zhou Yang. Even after breaking through to the legendary realm in Jotunheim, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this, let alone now with his power suppressed below the legendary realm due to Earth's environment. Perhaps only now, having grasped the power of thunder, and with Thor and Stark's help, could he barely manage this task? For today's final rune drawing, Zhou Yang had taken 3 consecutive days of rest, aiming to succeed in one go. However, the risks involved are also tremendous. If they succeed, that's fine, but if they fail, not only will the magic circle they drew be completely destroyed, but Zhou Yang himself will also bear the full backlash. Fortunately, Zhou Yang now possessed his own hammer of the Thunder God. Although this version of the hammer is unfinished, it is still a top-tier artifact. While it may not compare to Thor's hammer, having it to absorb the backlash from the magic circle's destruction would significantly lessen the impact on Zhou Yang, though he might still suffer serious injuries. Yet, even so, under Thor's pressure, Zhou Yang had no choice but to give it a try. Deep down, he wanted to push himself, perhaps he could actually succeed. Time was of the essence. At this moment, every day Thor delayed returning to Asgard could lead to greater upheaval there. If Loki accidentally discovered Odin's secret and launched a sneak attack to kill Odin, or if other unforeseen events occurred that caused Odin to lose control of the situation, no one could predict how things might unfold. Odin is undoubtedly the strongest among the 9 realms, but his current condition is hard to say. The only certainty is that he is no longer at his peak. If he were at his peak, he wouldn't have set such a dangerous trap. The current world is already drastically different from what Zhou Yang originally understood. Although the general context remains, he must tread carefully with every step. If things go out of control, he wouldn't even know what might happen. In this situation, Asgard cannot afford any greater upheaval. Otherwise, if Thanos were to attack tomorrow, who could withstand it? Therefore, Thor must be sent back to Asgard as soon as possible. Everyone step back. If it fails, the massive explosion will affect everyone, and not everyone can survive, Zhou Yang warned, and without waiting for Professor Eric Selvig, Jane Foster, Hawkeye, and Phil Coulson to retreat, his white-brown oak wand slipped out of his sleeve. With magic infused, he began to draw the most complex and difficult-to-understand spatial rune beneath his feet, carefully linking it to the other runes. The small circle with a diameter of 30 centimeters beneath Zhou Yang was where he would draw this spatial rune. Unlike previous requirements for the other runes to be drawn to a millimeter size, Zhou Yang aimed to make the spatial rune as large as possible. On one hand, this is a requirement of the magic circle itself, at least, that's how the rune magic circle that Thor presented was designed. On the other hand, a larger space would help ensure Zhou Yang made no mistakes. However, this did not lessen his pressure in the slightest. A hammer of the thunder god flew from behind Zhou Yang, soaring directly above his head. Then, Zhou Yang pushed off the ground, and his body flipped upside down, with his feet firmly planted on the hammer that belonged to him. The ground beneath him could no longer accommodate his standing position, and he had to take this posture to ensure the drawing of the rune magic circle could continue. Meanwhile, a vast amount of magical power surged from the hammer of the thunder god into Zhou Yang's body, replenishing his magical energy. It's worth noting that Zhou Yang is a powerful legendary magician, and even though he had rested for 3 days and was in peak condition, he still needed to rely on the hammer to supplement his magic. This illustrates the immense magical energy required to complete such a special magic circle. In Zhou Yang's own words, this is at least a god-level magic circle, requiring god-level amounts of magical energy. Fortunately, his hammer of the thunder god is powerful enough, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to draw this magic circle at all. Moreover, the key is that this hammer of the thunder god now completely belongs to him, allowing the thunderous power to flow into him without loss and quickly convert into his internal magical energy. Otherwise, Zhou Yang wouldn't be able to hold out until the end. The truly thrilling moment is just beginning. Zhou Yang began drawing relatively smoothly, but as the magical power poured out of him like water, his mental focus did not dare to waver even slightly. Any small mistake could lead to dire consequences. Zhou Yang had never completed the drawing of a spatial rune before. Although he had grasped a hint of spatial power, there was still a long way to go before he could use it successfully. Yet now, he was being compelled by Thor to continue. While, to some extent, this was his own desire, he would still strive to succeed as much as possible. Because even with the hammer of the thunder god to bear the backlash of failure, if he couldn't transfer that backlash to the hammer at the moment of failure, all of it would fall upon him. If that happened, he would likely be fighting for his life. In fact, at this moment, Zhou Yang was not only under the watchful eyes of those present but also being closely monitored by several representatives from the SHIELD World Security Council and the White House. After all, behind Thor is a vast divine civilization. If Zhou Yang successfully draws the rune magic circle, this divine civilization will immediately establish contact with Earth. At that point, whether they would engage in conflict or friendly interactions is uncertain. Even without mentioning the conflict between Thor and Loki, from the standpoint of Thor being an alien, they must be prepared for war with Asgard. After all, the last time Earth made contact with an extraterrestrial civilization, it nearly led to the destruction of the entire planet. Though it is not time to activate the magic circle to summon the Rainbow Bridge yet, all parties are closely monitoring this situation. Once the summoning begins, all manner of superweapons will likely be prepared in an instant. However, initiating the summoning magic circle is not something Thor can decide alone. He must negotiate a designated activation time with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the US government, otherwise, not just Zhou Yang, but even Stark would receive an immediate call from the White House. The spatial rune before him has already been made as large as possible, but that does not mean it is easy to draw. Drawing this spatial rune also requires Zhou Yang to focus all of his attention. Any minuscule detail cannot be wrong, or the consequences will be extremely serious. Others may not feel this, but Thor is keenly aware that Zhou Yang is gambling with his life to help him, so Thor has now flown above the rune magic circle. Although he knows little about spatial runes, at a critical moment, he can still provide assistance to Zhou Yang. The sky quickly darkened, but now, everything was still only halfway through.
Thor was keeping a close watch, just as Loki, his greatest adversary, was also monitoring the situation. Once you sit on the throne of the king of Asgard, you can see everything across the 9 realms. Heimdall had long been relieved of his duty as the watcher of the celestial palace, and at this moment, Asgard's outer gates were completely sealed. Apart from Loki, no one could enter or exit Asgard. Loki finds it hard to believe that an ordinary mortal, despite being a legendary magician, is still just a mortal. For a mortal to create a rune magic circle capable of summoning the Rainbow Bridge from nothing is nothing short of absurd. Unfortunately, he does not know the specifics of Zhou Yang's background. If he were as informed about Zhou Yang as Heimdall, he would never underestimate him like this. However, this does not mean Loki is without other thoughts. In fact, if Thor hadn't flown to Zhou Yang and the magic circle, Loki might have already charged in recklessly to eliminate Zhou Yang. Even so, Loki is already mentally prepared for the worst. The night passed quickly, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhou Yang finally completed his last stroke. In an instant, a golden light surged through every corner of the rune magic circle, emanating in unusual brilliance. It worked! The rune magic circle capable of summoning the Rainbow Bridge has succeeded. This is something Zhou Yang himself did not expect. However, at this moment, despite his immense excitement, he suddenly felt as if he had lost all his strength, and he was about to collapse onto the rune magic circle. At that moment, Thor, wielding Zhou Yang's hammer of the thunder god, carried him away from above the rune magic circle. Meanwhile, in Asgard, in the hall of the king, before Loki, who held the eternal spear, the ultimate weapon of Asgard, began to slowly activate. Zhou Yang lay quietly on the cold desert sands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, shimmering under the morning sun. For him, completing such a rune magic circle was undoubtedly a profound summary of his entire magical career. While this achievement may not propel his magical realm forward at breakneck speed, it allowed him to gain deeper insights into the mistakes he had made during his magical training and the areas he could improve upon. Even if he couldn't immediately enhance his combat power after completing the magic circle, he had already become more formidable compared to before. The key factor was the completion of that spatial rune, which enabled Zhou Yang to finally grasp the power of space. Although he had only just begun to step into this realm, it was enough to make him ecstatic. The completion of this spatial rune held immense significance for him, far exceeding everything else. It meant that even if his true identity were to be exposed, even if Thor himself came to hunt him down, it would likely be difficult for Thor to catch him. Of course, if it were the Ancient One or Loki, the situation would be entirely different. Now Zhou Yang finally realized why Loki had mysteriously vanished at the end of their battle. The real reason was that at the last moment, Loki had instantly teleported away. As the strongest magician in Asgard after Frigga, if Zhou Yang could master the spatial rune, how could Loki possibly be unaware of it? Zhou Yang had to admit that Loki was far more powerful than the Loki he had understood from the dimensional space. He was much more difficult to deal with. The gap between him and Loki was terrifying. If it weren't for the extreme inertness of magical elements on Earth, he might have already been eliminated by Loki. From this perspective, the enhanced inertness of magical elements on Earth serves as a kind of protection for humanity. However, if Loki is already so strong, how powerful must Thor be, who has been suppressed by him for centuries? Despite wielding the hammer of the thunder god now and making everyone obey him, this was under the condition that a portion of his divine power had been stripped away by Odin. Once that power returns, Thor's strength will become even more terrifying. This is exactly why Loki has gone to great lengths to prevent Thor from returning to Asgard. Just like now, while Zhou Yang lay in the desert slowly recovering his strength, the rune magic circle for summoning the Rainbow Bridge suddenly began to spin rapidly, erupting with dazzling brilliance. Not only did the people watching from the office fall into chaos, but even Stark, floating across from Thor, immediately cast a wary glance at him. They had previously agreed that summoning the Rainbow Bridge and activating the magic circle required a unified time. But now, the rune magic circle for summoning the Rainbow Bridge had rapidly activated shortly after its completion. "No, it wasn't me," Thor exclaimed, his face filled with shock. He glanced at the rune magic circle on the ground, then at Stark, and finally at his own hammer of the thunder god, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. He quickly explained to Stark, "I didn't even inject energy into it yet." Upon hearing Thor's explanation, Stark instantly understood that this was indeed not Thor's doing. Because when completing this rune magic circle, despite Zhou Yang only being a novice with such a vast magic circle, and even though it was the complete rune magic circle taught by Thor, they had made some modifications under Stark's strong insistence, more precisely, under the strong request of the Earth government. they could not make decisive changes in critical areas, as it would affect the integrity of the entire rune magic circle. Therefore, the only area they could modify was the energy input rune, as this adjustment was made to accommodate the input of Thor's thunderous power. In fact, this could not be considered a modification, as the energy source of the Rainbow Bridge itself is very complex. It draws from the energy storage of countless powerful treasures in Odin's vault. These powerful artifacts inherently contain strong laws, and even if their energies were forced to merge, they would essentially operate independently. Thus, the Rainbow Bridge did not fully merge them but utilized their energies proportionally, resulting in the 7 colors of the Rainbow Bridge. So, to be precise, this was not a modification but merely an adaptive adjustment that allowed this rune magic circle to absorb the thunderous power drawn from the hammer of the Thunder God while also harnessing the energy from Stark's arc reactor, which mimicked the cosmic cube particles. Thor's eyes were sharp. He could see that the energy from Stark's arc reactor was of very high quality. Although he didn't know the specific source, having Stark involved was definitely a good thing. Stark's fundamental purpose in doing this was to gain partial control of the rune magic circle for summoning the Rainbow Bridge, preventing Thor from catching him off guard. Now, an unexpected situation had arisen. The sudden activation of the rune magic circle for summoning the Rainbow Bridge led Stark to immediately lock his suspicious gaze on Thor. In that instant, he even doubted whether Thor's concession to him was, in fact, a deception. However, after Thor's reminder, Stark suddenly realized that not only had he not injected energy into the summoning magic circle, but Thor had not done so either. This meant that the rune magic circle had activated without any energy input. Zhou Yang. Stark quickly turned to look at Zhou Yang, the true creator of this rune magic circle. If anyone could inject sufficient energy into the magic circle and activate it without either him or Thor noticing, it would undoubtedly be Zhou Yang. But with just a glance, Stark dismissed this notion, as Zhou Yang lay there, utterly exhausted, as if he had drained all his energy. After a full day and night, Zhou Yang had been outputting countless magical and mental energies every minute. Nearly holding on until now was already quite a feat, let alone successfully completing the magic circle. This was nothing short of a lucky break. It was Asgard that made the move. Thor's voice echoed in Stark's ear, and Stark's eyes widened in terror. He then frantically instructed Jarvis to contact all sides and prepare for war, fully realizing the gravity of the situation before him. Even though they did not wish to get involved in the internal conflicts of Asgard, by choosing to stand with Thor and assist him, they had effectively taken sides. Even if they used the power of the Rainbow Bridge to traverse spacetime from Asgard to Earth, across countless light-years, there would still be some time lost, not to mention the time needed to walk into and out of the Rainbow Bridge. That limited amount of time was Earth's only response time. Suddenly, the 7-colored light from the endless depths of the starry sky descended, and a sandstorm erupted in an instant. From a distance, even the clouds high above were tossed about in disarray, and a massive storm swept from the clouds down onto the desert, blurring everything in an instant. In the midst of this rapidly swirling desert, a figure emerged from the 7-colored light. Although the specifics of the newcomer were not yet visible, the heavy pressure instantly enveloped everyone present. Especially for Thor and Stark, the two most powerful and perceptive among them, they felt the might of the approaching enemy first. In almost an instant, both were fully prepared for battle. For Stark, he needed to buy enough time for Earth's defenses. However, just as they were on high alert and ready to engage, an angry roar suddenly came from within the Rainbow Bridge. Sif, Volstagg, how dare you! Immediately after, several figures burst forth from the Rainbow Bridge, and the rainbow light dissipated. Once the rainbow light faded, the storm in the desert lost its momentum and began to calm rapidly. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed. A 3-meter-tall silver giant stepped out from the sandstorm, its body flashing with an intimidating metallic sheen, with countless magical runes hidden among the swirling body patterns. Though it appeared cumbersome, its combat posture was remarkably agile, showcasing formidable combat prowess. However, all attention was drawn to its furnace-like head. As its gaze flickered, a golden light seeped forth. Even from a distance of several dozen meters, one could feel the intention of destruction contained within. In the swirling sandstorm, Thor slowly descended from the sky, standing opposite the silver giant. At the same time, 4 other figures surrounded the silver giant, appearing somewhat disheveled. These 4 figures were none other than the goddess Sif and the 3 warriors of the celestial palace. They were the very reason Loki was infuriated. In fact, while Loki had been watching Thor, others had also been watching him. Though Sif and the 3 warriors could not go to Earth to find Thor, and were even confined after Loki took control of everything in Asgard, that didn't mean they had no means.
While Sif, Fandral, and Hogan were pondering deeply, the drunken Volstagg inadvertently said, "Actually, we don't need to go out of our way to find him. Loki will never let Thor go. If we just keep a close eye on him, we're bound to find Thor, we just need to act quickly." Though Volstagg was often inebriated, his experience was the most extensive among them. In their small group, Volstagg was the eldest. In a sense, Odin had entrusted him with the responsibility of guiding these younger ones and helping them grow. Anyone entrusted with such a heavy task by Odin could not be a simple character. Because of this, when Loki activated the Rainbow Bridge to send the destroyer to Earth, they charged directly out from the control center of the Rainbow Bridge, swiftly entering it and arriving on Earth. Sure enough, as soon as they landed, they saw Thor hovering in midair in that towering destroyer armor. At this moment, there was no time for pleasantries. Thor shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful! This is Asgard's destroyer armor, it possesses world-destroying energy. Stay as far away from here as possible. Once the battle begins." Before Thor could finish his sentence, a blinding beam of destructive energy had already evaporated the air in front of him, ruthlessly aimed at him. Accompanied by an overwhelmingly hot energy, a beam of energy over 1/2 meter in diameter smashed into Thor's hammer of the Thunder God. If comparing speed alone, the hammer of the Thunder God and the destroyer's energy beam were evenly matched, and it completely blocked the destroyer's attack. However, the destroyer did not persist in contesting with Thor's hammer. In an instant, the energy beam swept sideways, shattering the ground beneath, sending countless stones flying, which were quickly turned to glass. The massive energy contained within made people gasp in astonishment. More critically, the sweeping energy beam directly targeted the rune-summoning magic circle, instantly tearing apart the carefully constructed magic circle that Zhou Yang and the others had labored to create. But that was not all. The overwhelming energy beam swept across, and Zhou Yang, who had been resting on the other side of the rune-summoning magic circle, did not have time to react and was instantly torn to shreds by the destroyer's energy beam. That was no mere energy beam, it was nothing less than a terrifying beam of destruction. "Curse you, Loki!" Thor roared in anger, swinging the hammer of the Thunder God like lightning towards the destroyer. At this moment, Loki's intentions were clearer than ever. Currently, on Earth, only Zhou Yang could draw the rune magic circle to summon the Rainbow Bridge. If Zhou Yang were to die, no one would be able to complete this magic circle. Moreover, with Loki controlling the Rainbow Bridge, if he didn't open the passage for Thor to return to Asgard, Thor would be forever trapped on Earth, never able to return to Asgard. The hammer of the Thunder God struck heavily against the arm of the destroyer armor, producing a dull thud, and was easily deflected. It should be noted that in countless battles over 1,000 years ago, the destroyer armor was Odin's battle armor, accompanying Odin through long ages. Although Odin had retreated from the front lines of war in recent years, the armor was still entrusted with a critical role, guarding the most important vault of Asgard. The presence of the destroyer armor was akin to having Odin by one's side. Of course, this was all under the premise of Odin controlling the destroyer armor, allowing it to unleash its full power. But now that it was in Loki's hands, its power had undoubtedly diminished significantly. Even so, it could still easily block Thor's hammer. From a material standpoint, the basic components of the armor utilized a large amount of URU alloy, infused with other magical substances in different directions. For instance, Thor's hammer is fused with the core of a dead star, while what the destroyer armor is fused with remains a mystery. However, without a doubt, even if Thor were at his peak, he might not be able to defeat the destroyer armor. Achieving a stalemate would be a feat in itself, especially now that Thor's divine authority had been stripped away by Odin, limiting his ability to unleash his powers swiftly. If Odin were to control the destroyer armor at this moment, he would have already perished. Even so, Thor faced a grim situation. While he might survive against the destroyer armor, the others would likely face dire consequences, just like Zhou Yang. Just as Thor's hammer held the destroyer armor at bay, he quickly flew to Zhou Yang's side. To his surprise, although Zhou Yang had suffered a full-force attack from the destroyer armor and appeared to be torn to countless pieces, there was not a trace of him to be found, not even a remnant of his body, which was something the destroyer armor could not achieve. Moreover, the most critical factor was that Zhou Yang's unfinished hammer of the Thunder God was also nowhere to be seen. This crafty guy, Thor couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Yang was far smarter than he had imagined. In a state of extreme weakness, he wouldn't recklessly confront the destroyer armor. Doing so would not only be futile but could also become a burden for Thor. Moreover, his death would allow Loki to overlook his existence. After all, even if Loki could see everything on Earth through the throne of Asgard,
he would not necessarily be able to see through the light years to perceive the illusions Zhou Yang had cast. Furthermore, the destroyer armor concealed some of the energy fluctuations from Zhou Yang's illusions, making it harder for Loki to detect. Since Zhou Yang was not dead, Thor could breathe a sigh of relief. Now, he could focus all his power on the destroyer armor. With a powerful thud, Thor's hammer struck the destroyer armor again before he recalled it back to his hand. He stood once more before the destroyer armor, his gaze fixed intently on the wicked god Loki behind the mask, as if he could see through the mask and lock eyes with him from afar. At this moment, Loki could only control the destroyer armor from the throne of the king of Asgard, separated by countless light years. Loki's lips curled into a disdainful smirk at Thor's words. This time, it was not that he could no longer contain himself. If it weren't for Thor attempting to summon the Rainbow Bridge to return to Asgard, he wouldn't have had to preemptively strike and destroy everything, including the relentless Thor. The destroyer armor on Earth took a step forward, its mask opening once again, the flames from its furnace rising, clearly indicating its hostile stance. Loki, I don't know what I did to push you down this path, but I sincerely hope you can turn back. It's not too late, Loki, turn back. Thor spoke earnestly, looking at the destroyer armor before him. Although he knew this might have no effect, he felt compelled to say it. Ha! The surrounding space seemed to resonate with Loki's mocking laughter, and the next moment, a beam of destructive energy surged towards Thor like lightning. At the moment the destructive beam burst forth, Thor swung his hammer of the thunder god with all his might to counter it. The hammer collided fiercely with the destructive beam, and their powers clashed head-on without reservation, sending Thor flying backward. However, just as the destroyer armor prepared to continue attacking Thor, a figure suddenly dropped from mid-air, a 2-meter-long giant sword piercing through the chest of the destroyer armor and pinning it to the ground. The one who struck was the goddess Sif, who had leapt into the air at some point. She was one of the only 2 Asgardians capable of inflicting damage on the destroyer armor. The sword in her hand was a divine artifact bestowed by Odin, crafted to resemble Odin's sword, possessing tremendous power. In terms of personal strength, Sif might not be as strong as any of the 3 warriors of Asgard. However, she had been recognized as the next queen of Asgard from a young age and had been deliberately trained. If relying solely on her own efforts, her power might have remained constrained below the god level. However, because she had been acknowledged early on as a goddess, although she had not grown to her full potential, she had been granted divine authority by Odin, becoming the goddess of the land and harvest in Asgard. The magical sword in her hand contained immense divine power, making it the only weapon capable of harming the destroyer armor, which is why Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral dared not provoke it. A sword fiercely stabbed out, pinning the destroyer armor to the ground, and the flames within its head slowly dissipated, causing everyone present to involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. Up until this moment, Stark had not participated in the battle. He had been assisting Professor Shaggy and Jane Foster with the evacuation. Coulson was initially reluctant to leave, but upon witnessing the immense power of the destroyer armor, he wisely retreated quickly. As for Zhou Yang, in this area, aside from Thor, no one knew where he was hiding. Although Loki was currently commanding the destroyer armor, he was doing so through the God King's throne and the Eternal Spear, and his own spirit was not fully invested in it. After all, with such a distance across countless light years, any unforeseen events could greatly affect this part of his spirit. When the destroyer armor slowly came to a stop, the first to rush out was surprisingly Coulson, who drove his car at high speed from a distance. At this moment, he was extremely interested in the powerful destroyer armor. However, just as Coulson was rapidly approaching in his car and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, flames suddenly flickered in the furnace of the destroyer armor, and in an instant, it blazed fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the massive silver armor twisted its steel armor as if it were liquid. In the moment that the chest and back positions flipped completely, the huge fiery furnace aimed at the goddess Sif standing on its chest. The erupting beam of destruction nearly grazed Sif's ear as it shot into the endless sky. Fortunately, Sif reacted quickly, abandoning her magical longsword at the most critical moment. Even so, a large portion of her flowing black hair was instantly vaporized. One can only imagine the devastating consequences if her head had been directly hit. Sif was forcefully knocked to the ground, but she had no time to cry out in pain before she quickly jumped back up, shouting loudly to Volstagg and the others in the distance, "Retreat, hurry and retreat, increase the distance from it." It should be noted that fighting the destroyer armor up close was the only way to destroy it, but engaging in close combat without finding a way to counter it would undoubtedly be suicide. The seemingly endless beams of destruction, the interwoven bolts of lightning, along with the periodically flashing palm cannons, made the battle on the desert exceptionally fierce and spectacular.
Americans watching this scene closely via satellite were glued to the screens, unwilling to blink.
Meanwhile, Zhou Yang, hiding in the shadows, had no intention of taking action yet. On one hand, his own magical power had not yet recovered to its peak state, and on the other, he felt that this war did not present any opportunity for him to intervene unless something could truly move him or yield him a reward. This war was essentially Odin's test and motivation for Thor, with everything under Odin's control. Although Loki was known as the god of lies and mischief, Odin was the all-father of the gods of Asgard, the king of the gods, presiding over prophecy, royalty, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death.
How could Loki outsmart Odin?
Regardless of how powerful the destroyer armor was, this battle would inevitably end with Thor's victory, and it could only be Thor who defeats it.
This was the true reason Zhou Yang was unwilling to intervene.
Demonstrating insufficient power could lead to a severe beating from the destroyer armor, while demonstrating too much power could draw Odin's attention, resulting in the destroyer armor delivering a severe beating to him as well. The outcome would be no different. However, he could not remain inactive, as many were watching him from various aspects at this time. Now was also the best opportunity for him to demonstrate his strength. Zhou Yang had already been targeted. Ever since he completed the summoning Rainbow Bridge magic circle for Thor, countless individuals had begun to plot behind the scenes. If, after Thor's departure, they could persuade Zhou Yang to redraw a summoning Rainbow Bridge magic circle, it would mean they could invade Asgard through the Rainbow Bridge at any time. Just the thought of this was enough to make many take risks. To be honest, if Zhou Yang were a bit more cunning and complied with their requests, then once the summoning Rainbow Bridge magic circle opened, sending those people into Asgard would not be difficult. However, before they could even reach Asgard, Heimdall would likely eliminate them all on the way. Nevertheless, such troublesome matters should be avoided if possible. Who knows what twists and turns could arise in the process. Thus, Zhou Yang must find an opportunity to strike the destroyer armor hard a couple of times, but after one hit, he must quickly retreat. He needed to showcase enough strength without appearing overly powerful, causing those who wanted to scheme against him to weigh the cost they would have to pay. At the same time, he could not be so strong that it would lead to a coalition against him, or he would truly be facing the entire world as his enemy. While Zhou Yang calculated the hearts of men in the shadows, the formidable power of the destroyer armor was fully displayed. The 1-meter diameter beam of destruction directly evaporated all space on the desert, instantly reaching Thor. Although Mjolnir was timely moved to Thor's chest, he was still blasted away by the majority of the destroyer armor's attacks, hurtling a kilometer away, with even Mjolnir being forced from his grasp due to the overwhelming power. Such an attack from the destroyer armor did not come without cost, as Stark's palm cannon fired on it without reservation at the same time. A high-intensity energy attack lasting 10 seconds struck the destroyer armor, however, it did not move it an inch. After knocking Thor away, the destroyer armor turned directly around and aimed its chest squarely at Stark's palm cannon. In the next moment, a lava-red energy beam crashed directly into Stark, instantly sending him flying horizontally across the ground, and due to the curvature of the earth, he was even propelled up into the air. The strength of the destroyer armor was evident. One could say that there was almost no one on Earth who could match it. At this time, the President of the United States, located in the White House, could no longer hold back and began to inquire about the deployment status of space-based weapons and the preparation procedures for nuclear missiles. If the destroyer armor showed any signs of leaving the desert, nuclear missiles would be deployed immediately, even if it meant destroying half of New Mexico. However, the destroyer armor had little interest in Earth. Its true interest was solely in Thor. The towering 3-meter silver armor moved with great strides and speed, and in an instant, it was already striding toward the fallen Thor. Loki's only objective was to kill Thor. With each step forward, Thor reappeared in the destroyer armor's line of sight, and at the same time, the furnace of the destroyer armor opened again. At this moment, the presence of a destroyer armor had everyone preoccupied. In this crisis, almost no one could rush over in time to save Thor, who was trapped in life and death. Now, even Thor understood that if the destroyer armor activated all its energy attacks, he would undoubtedly die here. Thor extended a hand, and Mjolnir nearby immediately began to stir, attempting to fly back into Thor's grasp, but at that moment, a fiery red beam of destruction surged past, kicking up dust while also forcefully knocking Mjolnir away. The destroyer armor stepped closer to Thor, the flames inside its furnace flickering erratically, mirroring Loki's restless mind behind it. Despite Loki desperately wanting to kill Thor, when that moment truly arrived, his heart was still filled with complex emotions. Did Loki really want to kill Thor?
Of course, this had always been his wish, but could he truly bring himself to do it? Just as Loki hesitated, a flash suddenly appeared in front of the destroyer armor. Loki instantly became alert, and the furnace of the destroyer armor was about to unleash endless beams of destruction, but it was already too late. A white bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of the destroyer armor, and before anyone, including Loki, could react, it jumped into the steel furnace of the destroyer armor like a lightly dancing sprite. With a loud explosion, a blast emanated from the fiery furnace, followed by Loki's frantic voice, "Damn it!" All along, Loki had not spoken to Thor because he didn't know what to say to his brother, whom he was about to kill. It felt as though he could only manipulate the destroyer armor to fight, but couldn't control it to talk. However, upon reflection, even in more complex and arduous battles, he could command it, let alone just speaking. This moment allowed everyone to see a way to defeat the destroyer armor. The armor was indeed incredibly powerful, with energy beams capable of annihilating everything. Even Thor, Mjolnir, and Stark's palm cannon could barely withstand its steel armor, and it could easily extricate itself and recover even when pierced by Sif's magical longsword. This nearly invincible monster left everyone feeling hopeless. But now, this sudden attack immediately provided everyone with a direction to defeat the destroyer armor. If it couldn't be destroyed from the outside, then they must find a way to attack from the inside. As long as they could destroy the internal program of the destroyer armor, they could completely annihilate it. The destruction beam of the destroyer armor was indeed the most powerful, yet it was also its weakest point. No one could withstand its fierce destruction beam to reach the interior of the armor. Zhou Yang's previous attack was effective precisely because it took the destroyer armor by surprise. To be more precise, it was a sneak attack. The destruction beam swept around, clearing all the thunder power in the surrounding space, and at that moment, the destroyer armor turned its gaze toward Thor and Zhou Yang, who was helping Thor escape quickly. Zhou Yang had just stepped back to save Thor, hadn't he? As long as Thor was still alive, there was a possibility of striking the destroyer armor. However, Loki would not easily allow Thor to escape. The destroyer armor did not pause at all, and in an instant, a powerful destruction beam shot toward Zhou Yang and Thor's backs. The 1-meter diameter destruction beam enveloped half of their bodies, leaving them with no chance to escape. Boom! The accumulated destruction beam was only intercepted for half a moment, and the next instant, it had directly pierced through Zhou Yang and Thor's bodies, and their half-bodies were thrown into the desert. Thor did not die. When everyone was incredulous about Thor's corpse, Loki was the first to react, realizing that Thor would not easily perish. As the destroyer armor moved forward again, the residual energy vaporized Thor's body. Only Loki noticed this detail, the others were oblivious. Subsequently, the destroyer armor turned and charged toward Mjolnir, but was intercepted by Thor, who had already picked up the hammer, revealing himself unharmed, with Zhou Yang holding Mjolnir behind him. Initially, everyone was puzzled, but Stark pointed out that it was an illusion. The goddess Sif of Asgard and the 3 warriors from the palace had doubted the authenticity of Thor's death when he was killed. Now, seeing Zhou Yang use illusion to create Thor, everyone understood his methods. Then, the 2 Thors advanced side by side, using Mjolnir to block the beams of destruction aimed at the destroyer armor. They planned to rush into the destruction furnace to detonate it, which was a good strategy, but not an easy task. The destroyer armor moved, its arms reaching out to grab Mjolnir. Zhou Yang sensed this first and instructed both Thors to retreat to avoid losing the hammer. Stark asked Vostag if the destroyer armor could lift Mjolnir, to which Vostag confidently replied yes, leading everyone to realize the correctness of their earlier withdrawal. While Zhou Yang relied on Mjolnir to enhance his strength, his true trump card did not lie in it. Losing Mjolnir could lead to a quick resolution. However, if Thor were to be without Mjolnir for an extended period and unable to regain his divine powers, he might regress into slumber. Numerous illusions of Thor appeared around the destroyer armor, and after the phantoms were swept away, only 2 indistinguishable Thor illusions remained. Loki, however, coldly laughed and directed the destroyer armor to pounce on one of them, and it just so happened that it chose the real Thor. Mjolnir flew like a bolt of lightning, carrying Thor as it sped across the desert. At this moment, what Thor urgently needed was to distance himself from the destroyer armor. He needed to regain his strength before charging at the destroyer armor with full force. This was a reluctant choice, as Thor had not fully restored his powers. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was only able to be present here due to the power of Mjolnir. Although he had regained his physical form, without divine power, he could not fully utilize Mjolnir's strength, and his body was unable to withstand the impact of that power, so he needed a moment to catch his breath.
However, at that moment, whether it was Loki's clever plan or purely luck, the destroyer armor suddenly locked its gaze on Thor, striding quickly behind him, while a powerful beam of destruction shot out directly from behind Thor. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the beam struck Mjolnir with great force, sending the hammer flying, and Thor himself was violently slammed to the ground, rolling continuously in the sand. Before he could get back on his feet, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of sand. Just then, the destroyer armor's beam of destruction followed closely behind, pursuing him. Thor lay on the ground, unable to get up in time, but at the critical moment, Mjolnir flew quickly into his hand, positioning itself in front of him and blocking the fierce beam of destruction. Even so, Thor, along with Mjolnir, was pushed back by the powerful beam, lying on the desert as the destructive energy carved a deep trench behind him. As it appeared Thor was about to give in, all the others who could fight rushed to help. The first to act was surprisingly Stark, who brought his hands together and pushed forward with force. In an instant, an energy beam as thick as a bowl crashed into the side of the destroyer armor's head. The powerful force made the destroyer armor's body tilt slightly. With that blow, the beam of destruction swept across the desert next to Thor, sending sand and debris flying, the acrid scent of burning evoking fear. One could only imagine the tragic outcome if a person's skin were struck by that beam of destruction. Next to act was Zhou Yang. After battling the destroyer armor for so long, he understood that from both magical and physical perspectives, they could not completely destroy it unless Odin himself abandoned the armor. In the original timeline, the ordinary Thor was killed by the destroyer armor, but in that moment of death, he suddenly awakened, gaining strength that matched Mjolnir, ultimately allowing him to destroy the destroyer armor. But was that truly the case? Thor's death was due to being struck down by the destroyer armor. He willingly sacrificed himself to save others. But the question remained, even if he had not died, could he still achieve that? Why choose death at all? Moreover, Mjolnir's rank was not necessarily higher than that of the destroyer armor, yet it was Mjolnir that ultimately destroyed it. If Odin had not intervened, how could Thor easily destroy the destroyer armor? Furthermore, the key point was that the destroyer armor had an incredibly strong recovery ability. On the surface, it seemed that Thor had indeed destroyed the armor, but was that really the truth? Had the destroyer armor been completely destroyed? There could very well be Odin's calculations hidden within this scenario. Perhaps when Thor was on the brink of death, even if he had not yet qualified to wield Mjolnir, Odin, in a moment of desperation, had no choice but to return his divine power to him, as well as Mjolnir. That meant if Thor could awaken his divine power without dying, he would still have the ability to defeat the destroyer armor. As for how Thor's final fate would unfold, Zhou Yang was not concerned at this moment. What mattered to him was whether he could affect the destroyer armor while unleashing all of his powers, which was an excellent test and demonstration of his personal abilities. Unlike Thor and Stark, who directly used energy attacks against the destroyer armor, Zhou Yang focused more on targeting its vital points, exploiting his advantages to attack the opponent's weaknesses, which was the way of a mage. The destroyer armor was indeed incredibly powerful, but aside from the destruction furnace, its most crucial weak point, Zhou Yang saw many other issues on the armor. If Odin were the one controlling the destroyer armor, Zhou Yang would not be able to detect any flaws. However, with Loki at the helm, many weaknesses became apparent. Zhou Yang closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them again, having fully activated his magical vision. In his eyes, aside from countless solid URU alloys, the entire destroyer armor was surrounded by intricate and complex magical runes, forming bands of unique glowing symbols that enveloped the armor. Many of these magical runes were unfamiliar to Zhou Yang. One could say that if he were able to disassemble and analyze the entire destroyer armor, he could even obtain all the runes. But the situation was far from that simple. This destroyer armor was crafted by Odin in collaboration with the Dwarf King, and the magical runes were arranged solely by Odin himself. Even if Zhou Yang could see some of the peculiar runes, they flickered away in the vast sea of runes, making it impossible for him to grasp them clearly. In fact, if Odin were controlling the destroyer armor at this moment, Zhou Yang would only see a swirl of multicolored light, without any visible runes. It was only due to Loki's insufficient strength in manipulating the magical runes that Zhou Yang was given a sliver of an opportunity. At this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused on Thor and the destroyer armor. Even Odin and Heimdall, who were secretly observing everything, subconsciously overlooked Zhou Yang's actions. The Mjolnir in Zhou Yang's hand was not used as a blunt weapon like Thor would. To him, Mjolnir was more like a magical device, an auxiliary tool for casting spells, rather than a direct weapon for attacks.
Mjolnir floated in front of Zhou Yan while his 10 fingers quickly sketched out magical runes, channeling thunderous power into them, ultimately forming a dazzling golden rune array. However, this scene flashed by in an instant. In the next moment, hundreds of thread-like bolts of lightning appeared beside the left leg of the destroyer armor, darting toward it like a school of small fish. All of these attacks seemed relatively simple, but no one could perceive that at the tips of these thin bolts of lightning flickered a hint of blue light. While everyone only saw the destroyer armor relentlessly pursuing Thor, it had only taken a few steps before its entire form suddenly halted, and then, as if a mountain had collapsed, the destroyer armor fell face-first to the ground. What just happened? Everyone's attention had been fixated on Thor and the destroyer armor, and Zhou Yang's actions were so discreet that after executing his strike, Mjolnir swiftly flew back to Thor. On the surface, it seemed as if it had struck him, but in reality, it gently helped him back up. Meanwhile, the destroyer armor stood back up again. However, this time, even a top-tier expert like Stark could notice something was off with the destroyer armor's left foot. It seemed to be supporting its entire weight on just its right foot, as if it had lost all strength in its left leg. There was no need for further thought. Everyone began to relentlessly attack this weakness of the destroyer armor. Not only Tony Stark and the recovering Thor, but no one expected that the one running the fastest would be Vostag from the 3 warriors of the palace. In the blink of an eye, Vostag reached the front of the destroyer armor, nimbly avoiding the intercepting hands of the armor, and with his massive hammer, he struck fiercely at the right leg of the destroyer armor. At this point, the destroyer armor was only standing on its right leg. Although no one knew what had caused the left leg to fail, if they could knock down the right leg now, the destroyer armor would be left helpless to defend itself. Despite the destroyer armor still possessing its formidable beam of destruction, a turret that could only remain stationary had a significant disadvantage compared to a mobile tank. However, just as Vostag excitedly thought he was about to achieve a feat, with a loud bang, he was violently kicked away, the strike coming from the destroyer armor's own right leg. Indeed, to everyone's astonishment, the destroyer armor suddenly floated up, standing weightlessly in midair. The fact that the destroyer armor could fly was truly shocking. The destroyer armor could certainly fly, although it had not demonstrated such ability before. That did not mean it lacked it. Just as Stark had designed his Iron Man armor to enhance its overall capabilities, the powerful All-Father Odin would certainly have considered the comprehensive combat abilities when designing his armor. Moreover, even if he had not taken that into account during its creation, through countless wars afterwards, he would have discovered this weakness and quickly remedied it. Now, the floating destroyer armor had proven that fact. However, Zhou Yang did not feel disheartened by this. His earlier lightning attack had already proven that he could inflict damage on the destroyer armor, which meant he could harm any enemy weaker than it in the world. Using the power of thunder to drive spatial energy was the only method Zhou Yang could think of to utilize spatial powers at this moment. Moreover, it was this spatial energy that had caused issues in the internal structure of the destroyer armor, leading to its left leg becoming incapacitated. Although Zhou Yang had mastered the spatial runes and even drawn a summoning magic circle for the Rainbow Bridge primarily based on spatial runes, that did not mean he had mastered the combat application of spatial power. In fact, he was like a baby just learning to speak. However, this did not mean Zhou Yang was without options. When he initially grasped spatial energy, although he heavily relied on the spatial runes provided by Thor, what truly enabled him to do so was the immensely powerful thunderous power. When the formidable and concentrated thunder power gathered, it could explosively penetrate space in an instant. This was not the lightspeed application of thunder power but rather a direct use of thunder power to break through space, thus damaging the spatial structure. This was, in fact, the most fundamental method of applying spatial energy. If this energy application method were to be expanded, there was a very fitting term to describe this combat style, and that term was Blade of Space. After Zhou Yang successfully executed his strategy, he stopped attacking, and at that moment, Mjolnir fell into Thor's embrace. A subtle force lifted Thor from the ground, and as he steadied himself, the hammer automatically leaped into his hand. Thor instantly held 2 Mjolnirs, the power of thunder surged throughout his body, and his aura became significantly more powerful. He looked at Zhou Yang with a face full of astonishment, realizing that this hammer had previously been given to Zhou Yang, and now it had returned to him. Although it was just a temporary borrowing, it was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Seeing Thor's expression, Zhou Yang gave a slight bow with a calm smile, only to be instantly obliterated into countless fragments by a powerful beam of destruction. The destroyer armor would certainly not spare Zhou Yang, and while the others were puzzled, Loki understood perfectly well.
Though he was unsure how Zhou Yang accomplished this due to the spatial barrier, it did not hinder him from identifying the true culprit. As Zhou Yang's illusion was destroyed, a loud crash echoed through the sky, and raindrops began to fall. In that moment, the Asgardians, including Sif, the three warriors from the palace, and Thor, felt invigorated. They were all too familiar with this battle environment. Although Thor was often referred to as the god of thunder, his divine powers encompassed not just thunder, but also wind, rain, and lightning. Now, in the midst of battle, water vapor gathered in the high altitudes to form dark clouds, while thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and the earth. And Zhou Yang had vanished from sight. At Odin's throne in Asgard, Loki was just about to search for Zhou Yang when he suddenly felt the vision of the destroyer armor become blurred. Although it regained clarity after enhancing its sensing abilities, he felt an unknown force tugging at his strength. Before he could comprehend it, a massive hammer struck down fiercely. The arm raised by the destroyer armor was lifted high, and immediately after, another Mjolnir slammed into its chest, sending it flying several meters away. Loki stood up in surprise, unsure why Thor had regained such formidable power. But he quickly calmed himself, as the cold sensation from the eternal spear in his right hand reassured him. He knew that as long as Thor had not regained his divine powers, he could still control the situation. A blinding beam of destruction cut through the rain toward Thor, but was intercepted by Sif's long sword, striking the armor's chest and causing it to stagger, missing its target. Seizing the opportunity, Thor rushed toward the destroyer armor, relentlessly hammering its chest with both Mjolnirs. He was not targeting the destruction furnace but was actually attacking its core. With each strike, tiny bolts of lightning surged into the interior of the destroyer armor. Although previously the group struggled to inflict any damage, now it seemed Thor had regained all his divine power, and his strength flowed continuously. The head of the destroyer armor was forced upward, unable to lower itself to attack, as Thor's hammers emitted arcs of lightning that surged into its internal furnace. Loki, in the Grand Hall of Asgard, felt it most acutely. Thor's strikes affected his control over the destroyer armor. He could not understand why Thor suddenly possessed such tremendous power, and even Zhou Yang was left perplexed. Thor's strength was as vast as an ocean of thunder, erupting fully in an instant, stronger than ever before, leaving both Zhou Yang and Loki bewildered. But Thor's attacks did not cease. The destroyer armor seemed frozen in time, standing still in midair, creating an eerie situation. Loki felt a chill in his heart. With each of Thor's strikes, his control over the destroyer armor weakened further, and it gradually broke free from his grasp. Despite his attempts to reinforce his control with the eternal spear, it was futile, as Thor shattered all of his ambitions on Earth. With a thunderous explosion, it seemed as if the interior of the destroyer armor had exploded, and then it plummeted directly into the desert, splattering mud everywhere. Following that, Thor, wielding two Mjolnirs, slowly descended, surrounded by endless thunder, resembling a mighty deity with the power to annihilate the world. He looked up at Zhou Yang among the dark clouds above, revealing a smile. In the military base shrouded in night, everyone was still acting with tension and busyness. Although the war that took place during the day had already come to an end, the truly tricky situation was just beginning. Despite the war in the desert being little known, those who were aware of it were high-ranking officials from various governments. They urgently needed a comprehensive and in-depth analysis of the daytime war, especially regarding whether such a war could withstand the current power of the Earth. At the same time, they also had to conduct a detailed study of the only spoils from the war. Their time was extremely pressing, as Thor had clearly stated that by tomorrow morning, he would return to Asgard with the destroyer armor. For a moment, many people felt puzzled. After all, the summoning Rainbow Bridge runic magic circle that Thor, Zhou Yang, and Stark had drawn together had been completely destroyed. According to common sense, if they wanted to redraw it, it would probably take quite a while. Why then did he say he would return to Asgard tomorrow morning? Was there some unknown secret hidden within? Has your power fully recovered? Tony Stark frowned, looking at Thor with confusion and couldn't help but ask, what exactly is going on? I must thank Daniel. When he handed his Mjolnir to me, my divine power began to awaken. Thor turned his head, looking at Zhou Yang standing slightly in the shadows, and sincerely smiled in gratitude. I really appreciate you this time, Daniel. Thor's words made it seem as if all of this was Zhou Yang's achievement, almost as if Zhou Yang's Mjolnir contained the mysterious key to awakening his divine power. However, Zhou Yang knew very well that the actual situation was not like that at all. Standing by were the goddess Sif and the three warriors of the Asgard, quietly smiling without speaking. Although they were equally unaware of the reason for Thor's power awakening, they had followed Thor into battle for hundreds of years and had absolute confidence in him. No matter what desperate situation Thor found himself in, they firmly believed he could successfully turn the tide. Jo Young took a step forward, walked into the bright light, looked at Thor, and said seriously, "There's no need to thank me. I did do some things, but the reason you could awaken your own power is mainly due to yourself. In any case, congratulations. Also, does Asgard need our help? Mr. Stark and I can go to Asgard and help you deal with Loki." Upon hearing Jo Yang's words, Stark's eyes immediately lit up. Going to Asgard would undoubtedly be a wonderful adventure. Even though Thor had introduced the existence of the world composed of 9 kingdoms to everyone on Earth, this special form of existence, whether it was a planetary universe or a mysterious magical realm, could not be accurately understood by those who had not personally experienced it. Unless they could step into another realm, especially one that belonged to the gods, it would surely excite anyone. No need, with the destroyer armor, all problems will be easily solved, including returning to Asgard, Thor said, casting his gaze towards the destroyer armor that was being fiddled with by a dozen researchers. However, no matter how the researchers tried, they couldn't start the destroyer armor, let alone expect to study something valuable from it overnight. Because of this, Thor's temper was relatively good at the moment. After all, Jo Yang and Stark had fought desperately for him during the day's battle, and he remembered that friendship. At this time, Jo Yang's attention also turned to the destroyer armor. After the previous conversation, many questions had received reasonable explanations. This meant that the destroyer armor had the power to summon the Rainbow Bridge, and now that Thor possessed the destroyer armor, he could easily return to Asgard and resolve the trouble brought by Loki. It was not surprising that Thor could manipulate the destroyer armor, even Loki could smoothly control it. As the legitimate heir of Asgard, with even greater strength, Thor certainly had the ability to do so. However, Loki controlled the destroyer armor through the throne of the God King and the Eternal Spear, while how Thor did it was hard to fathom. What truly surprised Jo Yang was that the destroyer armor actually had the power to summon the Rainbow Bridge, something he had never thought of before. Did the destroyer armor really possess the power to summon the Rainbow Bridge? Jo Yang was not very certain, but he also could not completely deny this possibility. As far as he knew, there were many items in this world that could truly summon the Rainbow Bridge, such as the Guardian Sword in Heimdall's hand, Odin's Eternal Spear, and the Stormbreaker axe that Thor forged later. All of these had the power to summon the Rainbow Bridge. Even if Asgard were completely destroyed in Ragnarok, the Rainbow Bridge still existed and could still be summoned through the Guardian Sword and Stormbreaker axe, which sufficiently demonstrated the uniqueness of the Rainbow Bridge and its close connection with Asgard. Since the Guardian Sword, Stormbreaker axe, and Eternal Spear could summon the Rainbow Bridge, why couldn't the destroyer armor have this ability? It should be noted that the destroyer armor was once the battle armor worn by Odin over 1,000 years ago, accompanying him through thousands of battles. Having such a special power was not completely unreasonable. Or to put it bluntly, the Mjolnir in Thor's hand also currently had the power to summon the Rainbow Bridge, but Thor simply could not unleash it yet. However, if the Mjolnir and the destroyer armor were combined, perhaps summoning the Rainbow Bridge would no longer be a problem. How all of this would develop could only be seen when Thor returned to Asgard tomorrow morning. Jo Yang was originally hesitating whether to follow Thor to Asgard, a matter that troubled him greatly. Because if the current situation continued, the Rainbow Bridge might be directly destroyed by Thor, and then, returning to Earth would not be so easy. If it really came to that, he might only have the opportunity to return to Earth when the Chitauri invade, and during that time, he would not know how many important matters would be delayed. However, now that Thor had directly refused his proposal, Jo Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he no longer had to be troubled by this matter. Staying on Earth would give him more time to prepare for the Chitauri invasion. What a pity! If he could go to Asgard and gain more knowledge of the runes, it would greatly benefit his strength enhancement. Jo Yang had originally wanted to ask Thor for more rune knowledge, but he suddenly saw Thor being taken away by Coulson. As for what they were discussing, Jo Yang was not very interested. After all, it was just some private dealings between the US government and Asgard, and these matters absolutely could not be known to the public, otherwise, it would greatly shake their rule. However, this matter could not be absolutely confirmed. After all, this was a great era where superheroes were emerging one after another, and no one could predict whether more gods would appear tomorrow. Therefore, communicating with Thor in advance and making more preparations was always a good thing. Not long after, Jo Young saw Thor approach Jane Foster. At this moment, Thor had already regained the appearance of Donald Blake, while the goddess Sif and the 3 warriors of the Asgard, who were explaining rune knowledge to Jo Yang, did not notice this change. What a chaotic situation!
Zhou Yang had not slept all night. He asked the goddess Sif and the 3 warriors of the Asgard for some rune knowledge, and after they returned to rest, Zhou Yang surrounded the destroyer armor and began to conduct in-depth research on it. He also yearned to have a set of his own iron armor. Stark had one, Thor had one, and even many others like Captain America Rogers and Spider-Man Peter Parker later had their own iron armor. Zhou Yang now hoped to have a set that fully belonged to him and could allow him to unleash his full potential with magic armor. The weather was clear, and even in the desert, there was a rare refreshing atmosphere. On a hillside not far from the base, a group of people were saying their goodbyes. Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard were waiting on one side, while Thor hugged everyone one by one. "Don't worry, Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Once the situation in Alaska stabilizes, I will fulfill my promise as soon as possible," Thor said, firmly patting Coulson's shoulder. Coulson smiled with delight, and it was clear to everyone that they had reached a secret agreement last night. Such matters were common among the countries of Earth, and it was surprising to see Thor so adept in this regard. "I'll find a way to get you some URU metal, but it won't be a lot. I still need to communicate with the dwarves of Nidavellir, as they control those resources," Thor said apologetically, looking at Stark. "No rush, getting a little is better than nothing. I just need it for research," Stark replied with a calm smile. However, Zhou Yang grew secretly wary. What did Stark need the URU metal for? Just for research? Or did he have other plans? In the entire Marvel universe, there were 3 known precious metals: vibranium, URU metal, and adamantium. Vibranium was well known to Earthlings, as Captain America's shield and Wolverine's adamantium alloy contained it. URU metal was essential for forging magical artifacts in Asgard, like Thor's Mjolnir, and it could better store and conduct magical power. Adamantium was the special metal used for Yondu's arrow, Star-Lord's adoptive father. Was Stark seeking URU metal to prepare against superweapons like the destroyer armor, or was it a precaution against Thor himself? This was something to be cautious about. Just like how Batman likes to create special weapons targeting threats, Stark had similar habits. This trait of his was evident in the superhero Civil War. Zhou Yang had displayed numerous abilities during the battle with the destroyer armor. Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark's JRVAS intelligence system would surely conduct a detailed combat research report upon returning, making it possible for them to prepare against Zhou Yang in the future. He needed to be careful. Just like how Sentinel robots nearly exterminated mutants in a certain dimension of Marvel, he had to be wary of Stark. Zhou Yang watched as Thor attempted to hug Jane Foster, only to be avoided, and this awkward scene shifted his attention back. He could understand Jane's feelings. After all, her boyfriend was Donald Blake, not Thor. Now that Donald couldn't return, Thor had to leave as well. He wondered how Thor and Jane would interact in the future. Perhaps they would never reconnect. After Thor bid farewell to Dr. Shaggy and Daisy Louise, he walked towards Zhou Yang, who was wearing a sincere smile. Perhaps Thor would change after becoming the king of Asgard, but before that, he was a friend worth connecting with, less scheming than Stark. "Zhou, the next time we meet, I will gather all the runes I can find for you." "Thank you so much. Without you, things wouldn't have ended so quickly," Thor said, patting Zhou Yang on the back. "Just be careful yourself. I look forward to our next reunion." Zhou Yang took a step back. After Thor nodded encouragingly, he walked toward Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard. Thor understood that Zhou Yang needed to study rune magic to achieve divinity, otherwise, he would remain constrained in the legendary realm. A powerful magician could contend with deities even in the legendary realm, so Zhou Yang needed to achieve success in magic. This time, Thor had helped greatly. The Thunder Rune and Space Rune were sufficient for Zhou Yang to study for a long time. Thor approached the destroyer armor, surrounded by Sif and the 3 warriors, and everyone was surprised to see the armor's chest and abdomen armor slide open to the sides, enveloping Thor. The helmet closed, and 2 Mjolnirs appeared in the armor's hands. Countless bolts of lightning poured in, generating immense pressure that made Coulson and others with lesser power stagger back. At that moment, circles of magical runes emerged from the armor, falling to the ground to form a familiar rune magic circle. Only Zhou Yang could see clearly that this rune magic circle was similar to the summoning Rainbow Bridge rune magic circle Thor had taught him earlier, but there were crucial differences. Zhou Yang broke into a cold sweat as he realized that the summoning Rainbow Bridge rune magic circle Thor had taught him had issues. Thor must have known it might not work or could be incorrect, yet he proceeded to do it to force Loki's hand. But if the rune magic circle had issues, Loki should have been able to sense it. Yet he did not, indicating that both Thor and Loki believed the rune magic circle was correct. They just didn't know if there would be another opportunity to verify it. However, the rune magic circle before him was effective. A golden radiance flickered, and the rainbow bridge descended from the depths of the universe with a thunderous roar. The blinding light made everyone squint, and Thor's booming laughter echoed. Soon, the multicolored red light converged, carrying everyone into the depths of the universe. At that moment, an object was thrown from the rainbow bridge, and Zhou Yang reached out to firmly catch Mjolnir. Thor's voice resonated from the hammer. "Daniel, my friend, this Mjolnir will always belong to you. Don't worry about it being taken away. You can give it a new name, just like my brother Beta Ray Bill, whose Mjolnir is called Stormbreaker, and he is also known as the Thunder God with the horse face." Zhou Yang immediately recalled that he wasn't the only one in the universe with a Mjolnir. There was also Beta Ray Bill, which reassured him that he could use Mjolnir without worry. The entire world had changed. In the early morning, Zhou Yang sat quietly alone on the high slope. Dozens of meters away in the secret base, shield agents and military soldiers were busy packing up the entire facility. Thor had already left with the people of Asgard, and the series of events triggered by that departure had gradually calmed down. The existence of this secret base had become meaningless. After all, whether it was shield agents or military soldiers, as long as they stayed here for a day, it would require additional financial investment. Moreover, they had many other tasks to attend to elsewhere, so it was unnecessary to continue wasting manpower and resources here. In fact, it wasn't just the shield agents and military soldiers. Stark, Professor Eric Selvig, Jane Foster, and Daisy Louise were also packing up all the materials and instruments, preparing to leave that day. Only Zhou Yang was different. He had not packed anything the entire night and simply sat quietly on the high slope. In front of him lay the hammer of the Thunder God that Thor had returned. Although this hammer was missing its core material and did not possess the immense power of Mjolnir, the thunderous power it contained was enough to make a person with sufficient foundation a top-tier powerhouse. And it was this powerful artifact that Thor had unhesitatingly returned to Zhou Yang, which deeply shook his heart and directly undermined some of the values he had always held. In fact, Stark and the others had also speculated that Thor's victory over the destroyer armor yesterday might have been due to luck. Perhaps he had activated the special powers contained in the two hammers of the Thunder God. After all, the nature of these two hammers was the same. Once Mjolnir was formed, Zhou Yang's hammer would not need further forging. They were created simultaneously and were nearly identical in appearance, except for some details, with the only difference being that Zhou Yang's hammer lacked the most crucial element of the Thunder God hammer's core. If the powers of the two hammers were connected, it was not impossible to fully unleash the core power of the Thunder God hammer. Maybe Thor hadn't truly regained the power of the Thunder God, perhaps it was all the hammer at work. However, when Thor returned the unfinished hammer to Zhou Yang, this speculation was immediately disproved. In fact, Zhou Yang had also entertained similar thoughts, but he believed faster than others that Thor had indeed regained his thunderous power. As a magician, especially a rune magician, his understanding of Asgard's divine power far surpassed that of ordinary people. Previously, when Thor wielded the Thunder God hammer, the true core of his power was in the hammer, but once he awakened his own thunderous power, his core strength had fully converged within himself, and at that point, the hammer merely served a supplementary role. However, Zhou Yang had initially thought that to defeat Loki, Thor would need the help of both hammers. Even if one was strong and the other weak, having more power was always better. Therefore, after handing over that hammer, he never considered taking it back. Indeed, as Thor had said, Zhou Yang had always worried that if one day he inadvertently stood against Thor and Asgard, the hammer might be suddenly taken away. If at that time the hammer had become his core weapon and his greatest reliance on his path of cultivation, losing it would cause his power to plummet to the lowest point in a very short time, potentially leaving him in a dire situation. Not to mention, he had always been a pawn in Heimdall and Odin's schemes. They had always been manipulating his fate, so how could he allow Odin to control his strength? Thus, he had never completely relied on the Thunder God hammer, but instead hoped to explore spatial power through his thunderous power, using it as the foundation of his cultivation. Yet, Thor's words had unsettled his heart. He hadn't expected Thor to be so calm. Perhaps it could be said that Thor had already come to terms with Zhou Yang's acknowledgement of receiving this unfinished hammer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned the name of the horse-faced Thunder God. The horse-faced Thunder God was another powerful figure who had obtained the unfinished hammer. In some respects, his role was similar to Zhou Yang's. Although he didn't know what his experiences were, it seemed that he had already broken free from his own fate. If the horse-faced Thunder God could accomplish that, why couldn't Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang tried to convince himself with these thoughts, but in reality, they only added some psychological strength. Their true effect was minimal, as only he knew how powerful his enemies were.
Whether it was the Chitauri, dark elves, or Hela the goddess of death, or even the twilight of the gods from Asgard, none of them posed a real threat to him. The only truly powerful enemy was Thanos. Thanos was not only powerful in strength but also in intelligence. He commanded a vast army, and the Black Order could easily suppress many superheroes on Earth, not to mention the enormous dark cult. If he hadn't been so eager for success, perhaps the entire universe would remain under his control for countless years to come. But he ultimately snapped his fingers, which was an unchangeable fact. Zhou Yang wanted to grow stronger, and collecting the Infinity Stones was an essential process, which meant he would inevitably confront Thanos in the future. This was his fate. From this perspective, what could Odin do? He was confident he could break free from Odin's control, but he feared that Thanos might seize on this weakness. If that happened, he could disappear forever. Therefore, he didn't want to rely too much on the Thunder God Hammer. Once it became his core, when Asgard was destroyed, he would also find it hard to escape unscathed. After all, magicians are quite clever, but it's precisely because they are too clever that they often look before they leap. It wasn't just Zhou Yang himself, even the later Supreme Sorcerer Strange was the same, wasn't he? Upon reflection, what they feared most was actually death. As long as they could conquer death, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. Perhaps Thor had truly realized this, which was why he awakened his thunderous power. This originally required Thor to pay a huge price, but now, Zhou Yang had unhesitatingly given him the Thunder God Hammer. He seemed to have realized something, and while there might be some deviations, it should generally be like this. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh, the laughter echoing in the air, startling the shield agents and military soldiers below who were packing their belongings. They looked up and saw Zhou Yang walking down from the high slope with a big smile, and the Thunder God Hammer had already disappeared without a trace. The weather in New York always carries a damp atmosphere, especially in late autumn when the rain and mist fall softly, not heavily, but enough to make one feel a deep chill. Zhou Yang had been back in New York for over half a month, and his life had returned to normal. He began to invest more energy into his studies, particularly in the cutting-edge field of micro-quantum research in modern technology. Even as a powerful legendary magician, he was in awe of it all. Particularly with the research conducted on particle colliders regarding high-energy particle streams, the results were beyond what even his legendary magical abilities could reach. In Zhou Yang's worldview, whether it was magic or modern technology, the common pursuit was to explore the fundamental questions of the universe. The entire universe is composed of the smallest particles, and understanding the energy that combines these particles and the rules for forming matter could reveal the core origin questions of the universe. If one could achieve this, through the dispersion and reorganization of matter, it would be possible to traverse space and time and even control the forces of the entire universe. From this perspective, whether it be the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind in magic, or the laws of time, space, power, mind, soul, and reality that contain the Infinity Stones, all could be mastered. However, achieving this required an incredibly terrifying amount of energy. The European Organization for Nuclear Research, located on the border between Switzerland and France, had once attempted to collide two proton beams at nearly the speed of light, creating a miniature Big Bang to uncover the secrets of the universe's formation and structure. The energy of a single particle beam could reach 70 trillion electron volts, and the collision would produce immense energy, with temperatures instantaneously soaring 100,000 times hotter than the sun. These research results were among the most deeply guarded secrets in the world and were naturally hard to find on the market. The entire project cost over $5.64 billion, constructing a 26.659-kilometer-long circular tunnel 100 meters underground on the Swiss-French border, which maintained an extremely low temperature of -271 degrees Celsius year-round to achieve superconductivity, allowing particles to experience almost no resistance and approach the speed of light. Over 100,000 scientists from around the world would analyze the vast amounts of data obtained. For Zhou Yang, this was beyond what a small magician like him could achieve. Even if he combined all his funds and powers, it would still be impossible. Many of the materials and equipment were restricted for purchase by countries. Without national-level power involved, even if he had $5.64 billion, doubling it might not yield results. Perhaps he should find a time to visit the Swiss-French border once again and enjoy the beauty of the Alps. Zhou Yang raised his head and looked out at the rain and mist, perhaps mixed with occasional snowflakes. The weather in New York always made him involuntarily think of London. As coastal cities, they had too many similarities. Just then, Zhou Yang's vision darkened as a figure stood before him, bringing a strong sense of pressure. "It's you, Daisy." Zhou Yang looked up and smiled gently at Daisy Louise in front of him, What brings you here? Jane called and asked you to go to the clinic. She has already agreed to your request, Daisy Louise said, looking at Zhou Yang with a bit of gritted teeth. To be honest, if it weren't for occasionally seeing Zhou Yang on campus after returning to Empire University, she would find it hard to imagine that the super powerhouse who had fought head-on with the Asgardian destroyer armor in the New Mexico desert was also a student at Empire University, and her junior at that. It was important to note that during the desert incident, Zhou Yang had hardly paid her any attention, but she had a significant admiration for him, a person with such incredible power, yet who could have guessed he was only 18 years old? Moreover, he was clearly an active duty U.S. Army major, so how did he suddenly become an 18-year-old Dutch exchange student? There were too many inexplicable aspects, but Zhou Yang had no intention of explaining. Since returning to New York, Zhou Yang had rarely communicated with the outside world, spending most of his time studying the most advanced research in biology and physics. Even when Stark and Coulson called, he only responded vaguely. When leaving the New Mexico desert, both Coulson and Stark had invited him to visit the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and Stark Industries headquarters, especially Coulson, who was more eager than Stark in Manhattan. Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D., or Nick Fury wanted something. Zhou Yang knew it well, they just wanted him to help redraw the runic magic circle that could summon the Bifrost. He was aware that some idiot felt guilty about Asgard. Zhou Yang had no interest in dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D., given that over 40% of its members were Hydra operatives. Once Hydra was exposed, the Avengers would round them up, and the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. members wouldn't have a good ending either. There was no need to engage with them. As for Stark, Tony Stark was a smart man who occasionally called but never pressured him. He had his own research direction, and Asgardian matters were merely references, not urgent. Instead, it was Jane Foster who sought him out to ask for his opinion on the handling of the Donald Blake Clinic. Before going to New Mexico, Donald Blake had instructed his lawyer to draft a clinic transfer agreement. Jane Foster had half ownership of the clinic, and Donald was transferring his portion, with the transfer amount being only $1, more of a form of compensation. Jane Foster had fond memories of the clinic, but now it disgusted her, and since they lacked an outstanding psychiatrist to continue operating it, she wasn't interested in putting in any more effort and planned to sell. The clinic had an excellent location. While it wasn't in the most bustling commercial area, it was only a few hundred meters from Central Park and was quite valuable, with all the necessary paperwork in order. Jane Foster had already released transfer information to the public, and since Daisy Louise saw Zhou Yang in New York, she took the opportunity to ask him if he was interested in considering it first. Zhou Yang was somewhat puzzled as to why the Donald Blake Clinic would be related to him. He was just a freshman in the Department of Biological Sciences at Empire University, which had nothing to do with his surface identity. However, once it involved Donald Blake or Thor, he quickly understood the complex relationship between Jane Foster and Thor. Although Thor had transferred the clinic to Jane Foster, she didn't want to run it but didn't want it to fall into the hands of unrelated people, so she sought out Zhou Yang. After some consideration, Zhou Yang ultimately decided to take over the clinic. However, he couldn't provide a large amount of funds and could only lease it, with the property still belonging to Jane Foster. Although Sunil Bakshi had funds, he didn't plan to use them, opting instead to rent it with his own several $100,000. After all, the clinic was not far from Central Street, only 2 blocks away, and everyone knew there would be conflict in Central Street in the future. Buying property there now would be unwise. What he truly valued was the park just across the sidewalk behind the clinic, where the large trees in the park could even extend through the sidewalk to the exterior walls of the building, making it convenient for him to conduct secret magical experiments. Daisy Louise watched Zhou Yang tidy up the books on the table and complete the borrowing procedures as they left the library together. "Do you find any of this useful? You're already so powerful," Daisy Louise couldn't help but say. "Are you really here to study?" In fact, Daisy Louise had a favorable impression of Zhou Yang. During the New Mexico desert incident, Zhou Yang hadn't told her he was a student at Empire University, and their later accidental encounters surprised and excited her. How great it would be to have such a super powerhouse as a friend. But later, after several invitations were rejected, Zhou Yang seemed like a clueless fool to her. She later found out that Zhou Yang had quite a few female friends, which made her feel quite indignant. In truth, she had wrongly judged Zhou Yang. After returning to New York, he had been focused on magical cultivation. His classes were merely references. Using Mjolnir, he regained his legendary magician status. However, fighting in the desert made him realize that this stage of cultivation was different. In Jotunheim, he had entered the legendary realm through the Frost Giant legacy, but upon returning to Earth, due to the strong inertia of Earth's magical elements, he could not fully exert his power, causing his realm to drop. Now, using the power of Mjolnir to re-enter the legendary realm, he could exert power on Earth, but it was not the same as breaking through with frost power. His previous methods of magical cultivation needed to be revised, and the future path of magic required reassessment. Although he could dominate in the legendary realm on Earth, in a few years, the Chitauri would come, along with Thanos. Even Asgardian gods would find it hard to resist, so the path to godhood must be clear. It was his only way forward. What are your plans for the clinic going forward? Even though Jane Foster had transferred the clinic to Joe Young, she was still very concerned about his next steps, as it held too many memories for her. Everything will remain the same, Joe Yang said, giving a gentle nod to Lena and Elaine, who were glancing over at him from a distance. I will hire a psychiatrist to work here, so the clinic's relevant qualifications can be put to use. However, the level of treatment might not be as good as before, and we must start charging normal fees, otherwise, the clinic won't be able to operate. That should have been the case all along, Jane Foster said with a wry smile. Due to Donald Blake's character, the clinic had previously charged low fees and often treated some poor patients for free. While this attracted many patients, it didn't actually generate much income. The nurses working here had changed many times, and it was already a stroke of luck that Lena and Elaine remained. Under the previous management, they probably wouldn't have stayed for long. How did things end up like this? Even Jane Foster herself felt as if everything that had happened recently belonged to another lifetime. She had originally been decisive, but the sudden changes had thrown her into disarray. Forget it, it's as if she had completely severed ties with Donald Blake, and she hadn't heard from him since she didn't even know what was happening. What Joe Young didn't know was that Thor had made a promise to Jane Foster before leaving, saying that he would return from Asgard soon. However, it now seemed like it would be a long time before he would come back to Earth, perhaps nearly a year. The Bifrost was broken, and once it was repaired, Thor would have to face internal turmoil in Asgard, as the opposition had never ceased after ruling the 9 realms for so long. Odin had been deliberately holding back, including the witch Amora and others. All of this had long been foreshadowed. Jane Foster, being decisive, decided that since she had transferred the clinic, she would no longer inquire about it. She had already helped Lena and Elaine find new opportunities, which was enough for her. The rest depended on Joe Young and the 2 nurses. I'm going to London next month, so if you have anything else, try to come find me in advance. With that, Jane Foster decisively left with Daisy Louise, leaving Joe Young to manage what belonged to him. The clinic consisted of equipment and only the 2 nurses, Lena and Elaine. Lena was 23, having just graduated not long ago. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she had a certain charm. With her short hair and athletic build, she added to the clinic's ambience. Elaine was slightly older, a black woman who, though not yet 30, already exuded a motherly aura. However, the motherly figure also had its advantages, as she could handle unruly patients. Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, Joe Young casually said, "Our work will continue as usual, but your salaries will each increase by $500. If everything goes well afterward, there will be another $500 raise. But if issues arise, we might have to let you go." To be honest, when they heard about the raise, Lena and Elaine's expressions tightened. Upon hearing the initial $500 increase and the potential for another raise later, their spirits lifted again. As for Joe Yang's comment about issues leading to dismissal, they pretended not to hear it, thinking, what problems could a small clinic have? However, given Donald Blake's previous mismanagement, the clinic's salaries were generally low, and Joe Yang's $500 increase only barely reached the average level. Of course, if they performed well, were obedient, and kept quiet, perhaps they would see another raise, but if problems arose, they would definitely be let go. Joe Yang was neither a pushover nor a bad person. With a little encouragement, Lena and Elaine felt reassured. Joe Yang gave them the day off since the psychiatrist he planned to hire hadn't arrived yet, and it would take a few days before the clinic could open. Although the clinic was closed for a few days, many people still came by to check it out because such affordable services were rare in Manhattan. The clinic primarily dealt with mental health issues, and due to Donald Blake's unique status, there were also many surgical patients who came for treatment. Joe Young wouldn't stop that line of business, but it would now be chargeable. The clinic didn't need a major overhaul, it could keep its original state, and he just needed to tidy up a small office for himself. Soon, the clinic was closed again. After leaving the clinic, Joe Young walked into Central Park. Even on a workday, it was bustling with people. Strolling through the endless greenery, every cell in his body relaxed, as his roots lay in wood magic.
Zhou Yang had started his magical journey learning wood magic, and with his affinity for wood magic and strong mental power, he progressed smoothly along the path of magical cultivation. However, he never anticipated being suddenly thrown into Jotunheim by Heimdall, ultimately breaking through to the legendary realm through ice magic. In reality, although he could practice other types of magic after breaking through to legendary status, it became challenging to break through again using those magics because he had thought he would be an ice magician for life, only to be thrown back to Earth. After returning to Earth, due to the strong inertia of Earth's magical elements, he couldn't exert his legendary magician powers, causing his realm to gradually decline. He then began to use water magic, which was close to ice magic. His becoming a legendary ice magician was largely due to Odin's deliberate indulgence and his scheming involving Zhou Yang. Thus, falling from the legendary realm was not a problem. Once the ice elemental power within him diminished, he could re-enter the legendary realm through other magical elements. This time, he didn't rely on his most gifted wood magic since his affinity was insufficient to elevate him to legendary wood magician status, and it was even less likely with other elemental magics. So, he set his sights on space magic, especially since there was a space stone on Earth. However, plans often change, and Odin had thrown a hammer of the thunder god on Earth. On the surface, it seemed to relieve Thor's pressure and confuse Loki. From another perspective, it was also a gift from Odin to him. Odin was scheming again, and Zhou Yang was sensitive to these thoughts. He suspected that Odin might want him to shield Thor from disaster, as the hammer's reputation was immense, and only Thor could lift it. Similar practices existed in ancient Chinese mythology. Later, although Thor treated him well, Zhou Yang remained vigilant. Thor noticed this, which was why he mentioned the horse-faced thunder god when returning the unfinished hammer. Zhou Yang then realized that even if Odin was scheming, he would not let himself be manipulated, as he had always resisted. His greatest support was that Odin had already returned to the void before the twilight of the gods. At that time, his chances of breaking free from Odin's schemes were the highest, but it was also the most dangerous, as he would face Thanos, one of the most powerful villains in the Marvel Universe. What did it matter? Even if Thanos gathered all the Infinity Stones, Zhou Yang had a 50% chance of surviving after Thanos snapped his fingers. Furthermore, the stronger he became, the harder it would be for Thanos to eliminate him. Things weren't as terrifying as they seemed. As long as he was strong enough, anyone who wanted to scheme against him would have to pay a great price. Ultimately, it came down to personal strength. Now, Zhou Yang had re-entered the legendary magician realm through the Thunder God Hammer's thunderous power, and the original ice legendary power had been cleansed, with the thunderous power becoming his primary magical force. Although he could still use all elemental magics, their power was beneath the legendary level. While the thunder magic was different, he could even wield power comparable to that of deities using the Thunder God Hammer. However, after some research, he found that it wasn't impossible to exert legendary magic of other elements in his current realm. He had just begun to explore and would need a long time to fully develop these ideas. He first chose wood magic, in which he had excellent talent, and Central Park was a great place for magical cultivation and concealment. That was why he agreed to take over Donald Blake's clinic. You can't imagine how vast Central Park is. It occupies 5,000 acres of land in Manhattan, an astonishing figure in a place where land is so valuable. In this small forest, there are countless trees, flora and fauna, rivers, meadows, bridges, fountains, and various sceneries. If he weren't in New York, he would want to build a mage tower here, but the US government wouldn't allow it, at least not until the Chitauri invaded Earth. After that, it would depend on how many buildings in Manhattan would collapse. That night, Zhou Yang did not return to Empire University but instead stayed directly at the clinic. As night slowly fell, he quietly slipped into Central Park, sitting cross-legged in his strawberry garden filled with various flowers imported from around the world. He closed his eyes and began to communicate with all the plants in Central Park. In the past, he was accustomed to using the trunks, branches, and roots of plants to confront enemies, but at this moment, his mental power and magical energy had deeply permeated into the depths of the earth. In places where people couldn't perceive, he engaged in subtle communication with the countless roots of various plants. In that instant, Zhou Yang felt as if he had become countless plants, filling every corner of Central Park. Even though it was late at night, there were still quite a few people in Central Park, late-night commuters heading home, patrolling police officers, cleaning staff, some homeless individuals, and men and women engaging in various unsavory activities. At that moment, Central Park seemed to transform into a domain completely under Zhou Yang's control. He could gently caress the backs of certain individuals with branches to prevent them from engaging in indecent behavior right beneath his eyes, he could also punish gang members conducting illegal business in the park, even guiding the police to the scene with subtle movements. Perhaps soon, news about ghosts haunting Central Park would spread quickly, making the nights there even quieter. As time passed and the night deepened, the number of people in Central Park gradually decreased until there were almost none left. Joe Young had indeed considered setting something up underground in Central Park during the dead of night, but after careful examination, he dismissed that idea. There were countless secrets hidden beneath Central Park, and any rash actions could easily provoke unnecessary conflicts. The park's value was far more significant than he had imagined, and at least his original plan for a mage tower was now shelved. Moreover, even while practicing magic, he couldn't fully calm his mind. The distant figure of Spider-Man, rushing through the spaces between the tall buildings, caught his attention once again. This poor guy had been having a rough time lately. Although he had dealt with Dr. Spencer's troubles before, now his son, Alistair, with the support of Kingpin, had set his sights on Spider-Man. During Joe Yang's absence from New York, Alistair had built several new Spider Slayers with Kingpin's power, including the new Black Widow, one of many different models of Spider Slayers attacking Spider-Man. These Spider Slayers had undergone significant updates, with the main advantage being enhanced remote attack capabilities. While they hadn't yet installed weaponry, small missiles had already appeared. If it hadn't been for Parker's cleverness last time, many innocent civilians might have been killed by those missiles. Because of this, the FBI and S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken notice. They hoped to capture Spider-Man. If they couldn't, apprehending the mastermind behind it would suffice. Parker wasn't idle either. After the last attack by the Spider Slayers, he had left his tracking device on one of them and was carefully following their trail. This time, he finally found an opportunity. However, when he discovered that the signal from the Spider Slayers was coming from the home of Jonah Jameson, the editor of the Daily Bugle, he couldn't believe it. Was the new Spider Slayer a scheme of Jameson's? But when he arrived, he found that Jameson had already been captured. What did capturing Jameson mean? Did they discover his true identity and plan to use Jameson against him? That was Peter Parker's first reaction, but he quickly dismissed the idea. It was well known that Jameson hated Peter Parker the most. They wouldn't capture Jameson even if they caught someone else, even though Peter Parker was more valuable to them than Jameson. But there was no doubt that capturing Jameson was definitely aimed at Spider-Man. He needed to continue following the situation. At that moment, Joe Young noticed Spider-Man racing toward the industrial area by the port. After a moment's thought, he followed closely behind. Spider-Man's origins seemed clear at first glance, but upon closer examination, many mysteries were hidden within. In reality, regardless of which dimension Spider-Man came from, his powers originated from a spider bite. Some said the spider came from Oscorp's Super Serum Research Lab, others said it was from a special radioactive lab, and some claimed he was injected with super soldier serum left by his parents, or that his parents were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents responsible for researching the super soldier serum. There were even claims that his parents and Dr. Banner's father were former colleagues. In short, the origins were varied. Regardless, tracking down the source of Peter Parker's powers had fundamentally severed the clues. That Spider had likely been lost to time, given that several years had passed. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's care for Peter Parker was genuine. Perhaps his parents really were connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. If that were the case, it would once again link back to the super soldier serum, or from any angle, the root was tied to the super soldier serum. In a few years, or even within a year, the Chitauri would invade Earth. By then, Joe Young hoped his strength would have significantly increased. Although he now possessed a hammer of the Thunder God, he still sought progress in other areas. Currently, he had mastered 24 basic magical runes. By breaking through to the legendary magician realm with thunder power, he had conceived a method to enhance the potency of these magical runes, but this only improved combat capability without significantly aiding fundamental magical breakthroughs. Thus, he was now contemplating discovering more magical runes through broader practice. In the worldview of the Asgardian gods, everything in the universe was composed of rune combinations. Although the combinations were complex, the fundamental runes remained unchanged. Conversely, all things in the world contained countless runes. By discovering everything around him, he could deduce more magical runes and combinations, tackling the depth and breadth of magical research together. Aspiring to break through to become one of the gods was no easy task. He had to find his own path. The path of the Thunder God was not suited for him. Perhaps Joe Yang had already realized he could use the hammer of the Thunder God without reservations, but he was different from Thor. He did not want to become the Thunder God or like Beta Ray Bill, the horse-faced Thunder God. He needed to carve out his own path.
The hammer in his hand might become his most capable assistant, but even the most convenient weapon couldn't dictate his path.
Joe Young followed Spider-Man to the industrial area near the waterfront in Queens.
Not long after he arrived, he saw Spider-Man burst right in. Upon entering, he was surprised to find that Spider-Man had already been captured, bound to a control console deep within the factory, alongside Jonah Jameson, who had also been captured. Spider-Man and Jameson were tied to the console and connected by a timer bomb. The mastermind behind it all was Alistair, the son of Dr. Spencer. There was no doubt that Alistair's actions were aided by Kingpin as he sought revenge. As a man rendered disabled and reliant on his intellect and hands, he had limited resources. Joe Yang had initially planned to intervene and rescue Spider-Man at a critical moment, but he saw that the timer on the bomb was set for 1 hour later.
What was going on? If Alistair wanted revenge, why not act immediately to kill them?
Soon, Alistair explained his plan to Spider-Man and Jameson. He intended to send them, handcuffed and with the bomb, to Flash Thompson, Eddie Brock, and Norman Osborn, and let them die together.
Had Alistair truly gone mad to the point of being foolish?
Watching Alistair excitedly hypnotize Spider-Man and Jameson with gas, Joe Yang felt somewhat puzzled.
Alistair could easily have captured others and killed them all. Why specifically send Spider-Man and Jameson away? Was there another conspiracy at play? This was truly interesting. Did Alistair not understand the saying that long nights bring dreams? Did he not wish to personally kill his enemies? What hidden agenda was there? What was Kingpin plotting in the shadows? Things were getting more intriguing.
The Spider Slayers brought Spider-Man and Jameson to the campus of Empire University. Whether by design or coincidence, Flash Thompson, Felicia Hardy, and Harry Osborn had just exited the university library. At the library entrance, with only a few students left at this late hour, Flash Thompson was trying to get closer to Felicia Hardy to say something, but Felicia maintained her distance, keeping him at bay. At that moment, a massive mechanical spider dropped Spider-Man and Jameson, who were handcuffed and connected to the bomb.
What was this all about? Did they not think the attention they drew was enough? Did they need to commit murder on the campus of Empire University, using a bomb no less? Did they not fear being labeled as terrorists by the university's connections? How interesting, indeed. Joe Yang had roughly grasped their intentions, but he remained unclear about their ultimate goal. However, this was Empire University, and even with threats, they couldn't create too much of a stir. Joe Young waved his hand lightly, and in a place unseen by the panicked crowd, an almost invisible arc of lightning surged into the Spider Slayer's body. The next moment, it was apparent that the movements of the Spider Slayer began to slow down. Peter Parker was an extremely intelligent person, with a mastery of machinery that far surpassed that of ordinary geniuses. So, when he noticed that something was wrong with the mechanical spider, he immediately seized the opportunity and climbed onto the Spider Slayer from behind. As the Spider Slayer attacked Flash Thompson, he utilized the chainsaw of the mechanical killer to cut his handcuffs into 3 pieces, most importantly, discarding the timer bomb. Being a moment too slow meant relinquishing the initiative. Especially against the exceptionally agile Spider-Man, it wasn't long before he completely took control of the mechanical spider. This time, he didn't use the web that could easily be severed by the mechanical spider. Instead, he manipulated a nearby crane intended for construction, lifting the mechanical spider into the air and swinging it repeatedly, smashing it against the walls of various office buildings. After several rounds of tossing, the mechanical spider was finally utterly destroyed. At that moment, besides Joe Young, another person was secretly observing everything, the most capable assassin under Kingpin, Bullseye. The farce at Empire University quickly came to an end. Joe Young didn't need to specifically call Coulson. Nick Fury would swiftly dispatch S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to handle the aftermath. Although he had never met Spider-Man, the mess that had been created was being cleaned up by his people. The incident also caught the attention of other relevant parties. J. Jonah Jameson, having a bit of conscience, sent his reporters to cover the story while also contacting Eddie Brock, as he was also on the threat list. As for Norman Osborn, his son Harry Osborn naturally tipped him off. Such a significant event could not be kept secret, especially since Norman Osborn had been present. His son had arranged for protection all around, and soon enough, the relevant information reached his ears. Oh, the Spider Slayer has appeared again. Alright, I got it.
After hanging up the phone, Norman Osborn pondered for a moment before dialing an internal number. Get me security, I need.
Following Osborn's command, the entire Oscorp facility sprang into action, revealing Norman Osborn's location hidden within one of its factories. Alistair, finally aware of everything, revealed a sinister smile on his face. Among his targets for revenge, Spider-Man appeared to be the most difficult to deal with, but in reality, the truly tricky one was Norman Osborn. Osborn had been hiding deeply during this time. Previously, he had made a wager with Kingpin that if he failed to kill Spider-Man, he would not only have to repay the money he borrowed from Kingpin but would also have to forfeit Oscorp to him. Unfortunately, he had failed in that attempt. However, it wasn't that simple. Although Osborn and Kingpin had reached an agreement, those matters couldn't be brought to light. After all, it wouldn't do for Kingpin to take a verbal agreement to court against Osborn. In that case, the agreement would be null and void, and Kingpin could end up imprisoned for conspiracy to commit murder, becoming a laughingstock in the underworld. So when Norman Osborn played dumb and denied the existence of the agreement, Kingpin was powerless to do anything about it. Moreover, his assassins were unable to locate Osborn. Even if they did, they couldn't penetrate the numerous bodyguards protecting him at Oscorp. This kind of thing relied on strength, so Kingpin had to wait. In Kingpin's view, this was not a big deal, it was just a little extra interest stored with Osborn. But Alistair was now quietly figuring out Osborn's location. The Spider Slayer, mind you, originally belonged to him. Although Spider-Man had destroyed it, its reappearance piqued Norman Osborn's interest, but unfortunately, he had no idea that Alistair was now working for Kingpin. But was Osborn really that easy to deal with? Zhou Yang had yet to hear of the Green Goblin's appearance, so Kingpin was sure to return empty-handed this time. However, he no longer cared about Kingpin and Alistair's plans for revenge. What was truly interesting now was the sudden appearance of Bullseye. Don't ask how Zhou Yang recognized Bullseye, it was simply because the markings on this guy were too obvious. The concentric circles on his forehead made it easy for anyone who saw him to identify him, of course, provided they knew who he was. Bullseye did not participate in the attack on Flash Thompson, nor did he pursue Spider-Man as he left. Instead, he followed Felicia Hardy, who was leaving campus, to her family's estate on the Upper East Side. Zhou Yang decisively abandoned the pursuit of Spider-Man. He knew Spider-Man would be fine, after all, many people were truly keeping an eye on him. On the contrary, if something did happen to Spider-Man, and his fate changed, it would actually be good for Zhou Yang. There was no doubt that Felicia Hardy's mother was very wealthy. Their estate on the Upper East Side was large, perhaps not as grand as the Stark family estate, but definitely top tier among the second tier. In such an estate, the outermost security was often the weakest, serving only a symbolic role. But within, layer upon layer of armed bodyguards, men who looked like they had just stepped off the battlefield, were not easy to deal with. However, with Bullseye's skills, he managed to quietly infiltrate the estate. Once inside the Hardy family mansion, he proceeded with utmost caution, making sure not to make a sound. Moments later, Bullseye slipped into Lydia Hardy's study and quickly concealed himself. Zhou Yang also entered the study, but he used an invisibility spell, making him even harder to detect. He found it strange that Bullseye had headed straight for Lydia Hardy's study. This indicated that things were not simple. This guy was not here to kill. If he had wanted to, he could have done so by now. At that moment, Lydia Hardy was inquiring with concern about the incident at Empire University involving her daughter, Felicia. Don't underestimate these people. The news of the attack had spread through New York's upper crust within half an hour of occurring. The reason was simple: many families had children studying at Empire University, and they were very concerned about safety there. While the number of commoners accepted at Empire University each year was considerable, the offspring of wealthy and powerful families were even more numerous. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was a genius, and it was no surprise that he was admitted to Empire University. His classmate Flash Thompson was also on a sports scholarship, which was normal, but his family was part of the wealthy class. Harry Osborn was even more so. Oscorp had close ties with the military, and although they did not have a market value on par with Stark Industries, they were not too far behind. Of course, market value was one thing, internal operations were another. Adding Felicia Hardy to the mix, Peter Parker's little circle was filled with super-rich second-generation individuals, along with international students like Zhou Yang, all of whom were not short on money. Thus, while this university had nurtured many civilian scientists, it had produced even more entrepreneurs and politicians. The connections between the two were deep. Any disturbance would quickly reach the upper echelons of New York. This was also why General Ross had to tread carefully when taking action at Empire University. However, now that Kingpin had set his sights on the Hardy family, with the strength of Kingpin, the underground king of New York, it would indeed be hard for anyone to stop him if he truly targeted the widowed Lydia and her daughter.
After all, while this family had upper-class connections, they were mainly involved in commercial real estate. They could live leisurely and comfortably, but they were far from capable of opposing someone like Kingpin. Yet, such a family could make Kingpin cautious, indicating there was a more mysterious force behind them. Kingpin was not one to back down simply because the other party was wealthy and powerful. In fact, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. At that moment, Lydia Hardy, having reassured her daughter, ascended to the second floor. After arranging for guards at the door, she entered the study. Unaware of the presence of hidden individuals inside, she sat down behind her reddish-brown wooden desk, resting her chin on her right hand, thoughtfully stroking her lips as she pondered. She was contemplating the events at Empire University today, wondering if someone was secretly targeting Felicia. Recently, it seemed someone had noticed something and was investigating her and her ex-husband's affairs. The family legacy had been hard-won, and in the early 1990s, there had even been people fighting tooth and nail over it. Despite nearly 20 years having passed, and her ex-husband having gone to prison over it, there was no telling if someone would dig up that history and try to find something out, especially since the recent atmosphere felt off. Indeed, it was very off. Lydia Hardy had already noticed that materials containing components of super soldier serum had suddenly become scarce on the market. This wasn't an issue of the original source, someone was intentionally increasing the acquisition of these materials. Through her investigation, she discovered that the situation was even more severe. Several factions were simultaneously strengthening their acquisition efforts for these materials, as if, in an instant, numerous forces around the world had ramped up research into super soldier serum at an intensity even greater than when Tony Stark announced he was Iron Man. Something was definitely happening that she was unaware of, something extremely confidential. Even with her capabilities and network of connections, she could not ascertain the reason. But she was clear that a powerful force was obstructing her from uncovering the truth, and that was S.H.I.E.L.D., led by Nick Fury, an old acquaintance of hers. The one-eyed dragon was ruthless. If he blocked her path, he would show no mercy. Whether there was a deeper scheme behind today's events, she had to treat it with caution. The most crucial thing was that similar incidents could never happen again, otherwise, Felicia's safety would undoubtedly be threatened once more. Thinking this, Lydia Hardy picked up the phone and began dialing numbers from memory, one by one. On the other end were wealthy and powerful individuals from New York's upper class, all of whom had family members studying or teaching at Empire University. Today's events would undoubtedly threaten their family's safety, so they needed to contact each other to pressure the university and the New York Police Department to ensure that similar incidents did not occur again and that there would be an explanation regarding today's events. After doing this, Lydia Hardy put down the slightly heated phone, turned halfway around, and gazed out into the dark night. Her thoughts wandered back to the past, but ultimately, she shook her head, reaching for the phone again, preparing to dial, but then put it back down. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang sensed that Bullseye had suddenly become tense, as if Lydia Hardy's phone call was of great importance to him. He was quite concerned, and when Lydia finally hung up the phone, Bullseye could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Zhou Yang's eyes snapped open. What was Bullseye up to? It seemed he needed to teach him a lesson. A soft bang suddenly sounded from behind a nearby bookshelf. Lydia Hardy reacted quickly, instantly pulling out a handgun from her desk and pointing it at the source of the sound, demanding, "Who's there? Come out now!" Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed. Bullseye stumbled out from the shadows behind the bookshelf. At that moment, instead of fleeing out the door, he lunged at Lydia Hardy, aiming a 5-centimeter dart straight at her throat. This dart was extraordinarily precise, its edges incredibly sharp. Anyone struck by it would bleed out instantly. Logically speaking, if Lydia Hardy were an ordinary person, she would stand no chance against the notorious hitman Bullseye. Even with a handgun in her hand, it would be virtually useless in the face of Bullseye's attack. However, just then, the seemingly ordinary Lydia Hardy suddenly dodged to the right, effortlessly avoiding Bullseye's strike. At the same time, she fired multiple shots at him, several bullets hitting Bullseye's body directly. But with a rush of wind, Bullseye had already jumped out through the window behind Lydia, shattering the reinforced glass and leaping down from the third floor. By the time Lydia ran to the window, Bullseye had completely vanished. At that moment, the study's door was flung open, and the Hardy family's bodyguards rushed in. They had been stationed at the door, and despite the brief time that had passed since the gunshots rang out, everything had already settled. Search. Conduct a full search of the entire estate, leave no corner unchecked. Lydia Hardy said with a cold expression and a fierce demeanor. It's Bullseye, Kingpin's hitman. Everyone, be careful, and send someone to ensure the young lady is protected."
"Yes, ma'am."
With Lydia Hardy's command, the entire Hardy estate was immediately put on high alert, with every corner being meticulously searched. The guards were seasoned veterans from the battlefield, moving decisively and missing no nook.
However, Zhou Yang knew that Bullseye had long since left the premises.
As one of the most powerful assassins in the underground world, Bullseye would not be easily captured, otherwise, he would have died countless times already. Zhou Yang wasn't particularly concerned about Bullseye. What truly piqued his interest was Lydia Hardy. This seemingly ordinary woman, nearing 60 years of age, exhibited remarkable physical capabilities. Her sudden burst of strength and speed surpassed even the finest athletes. No wonder Kingpin had set his sights on her. There were undoubtedly deep secrets hidden within Lydia Hardy. Where did her physical abilities come from? Were they the result of special training, or had she undergone mutations from chemical exposure, or perhaps injected with a super soldier serum-like drug? Or was she a mutant or an inhuman? In this day and age, acquiring great power wasn't particularly difficult. But judging by the power and speed Lydia Hardy displayed, she was certainly not an ordinary individual. Kingpin sending Bullseye here was more for reconnaissance than assassination, clearly aware that Lydia Hardy would be a formidable opponent. Zhou Yang hadn't seen Felicia Hardy come to check on her mother, but based on his previous encounters with Felicia, she was merely an excellent student with no superhuman abilities. She might have received some training, but her physical qualities were far inferior to her mother's. Perhaps she was completely unaware of her mother's situation. But what about her father? New York really was a world full of surprises. The Hardy family undoubtedly possessed valuable family secrets, otherwise, they wouldn't have caught Kingpin's attention or been so cautiously probed. It seemed that everything was about to escalate into a fierce struggle. If Lydia Hardy was unaware that Kingpin had targeted their family, she might suffer losses, and the entire family could even face annihilation. But now, with everything becoming clear, it might turn into a life-or-death battle between two major forces, potentially revealing the power behind the Hardy family. A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhou Yang's mind, but suddenly he wondered, what did all this have to do with him? He originally just wanted to focus on practicing magic. No matter how intense the outside events were, he was disinclined to interfere as long as they didn't involve him. However, he did not expect that the situation at hand would take an interesting turn in such a short time. The family's butler arrived promptly, standing in front of Lydia Hardy, his expression calm but his gaze fierce. "Madam, should we retaliate? If needed, I can mobilize our resources immediately and show Kingpin that he's stirred up the wrong hornet's nest." What a bold tone. Few dared to make threats against Kingpin in New York. Who exactly was behind the Hardy family? No, let's call the police. We'll clean up what needs to be cleaned up and let them handle it. We also need to connect this incident with what happened at Empire University and see how Kingpin plans to deal with it this time, Lydia Hardy said, rummaging through a drawer to pull out a photograph, placing it on the table. She coldly added, "Keep a close watch on this. Whoever speaks for Kingpin will pay the price." Lydia Hardy was smart. She wouldn't easily use her family's power to deal with a crime lord like Kingpin. It was best to leverage the police's strength and involve the upper-class families of New York. She wanted to take this opportunity to dismantle Kingpin's power within the official realm. Whether it involved the National Guard or other forces, she would be able to eliminate Kingpin's influence without obstruction. Moreover, she was preparing to use a trump card, the photograph on the table. A photograph that surprised Zhou Yang greatly, taken during World War II in Italy, featuring a bespectacled journalist alongside Captain America, Rogers. Zhou Yang clearly remembered that the bespectacled journalist had been the embedded reporter for the Howling Commandos. He seemingly hadn't died on the battlefield during the war, and it appeared he had a deep connection with the Hardy family, possibly being one of their ancestors. Many people knew Captain America through the Howling Commandos, but in reality, not many were aware that the extraordinary powers team Captain Rogers participated in during World War II was the Invaders. The Invaders had a complex membership, including Namor, the submariner from Atlantis, Ghost Rider who could turn planes into hellish machines, the British Knight Union Jack from the Knights of the Round Table, the powered individual Quicksilver from France, the first generation of the bioweapon known as the Human Torch created by the US government before Rogers, and Miss America who gained special abilities from the blood of the Human Torch, as well as Captain America and the Human Torches. Associates, Bucky Barnes and Toro. This was an obscure team of extraordinary powers from the Allied nations and Atlantis. After the war ended, for reasons unknown, the existence of the invaders gradually faded from the history books of various countries. But regardless, these individuals possessed immense power and influence. Particularly notable was the U.S. Army field force that coordinated with this team. Even without mentioning their connection to the invaders, the countless senior officers and politicians that emerged from that unit could build an extensive network. The Hardy family was undoubtedly a part of this network, and it was clear that someone was now targeting their family. Kingpin was just the front, and who knew how many other eyes were watching? Therefore, the most important thing now was to showcase the family's power. This photograph with Captain America from World War II was enough to display the family's heritage, pressuring the New York police to act with all their might. Even if they couldn't eliminate Kingpin this time, he would be deterred from acting rashly for a while. Moreover, this photograph served as a test to gauge how many people were aware of that matter. How interesting. Joe Young hadn't expected to see an old photograph from World War II here. He remembered having participated in battles alongside the invaders, where he was not a main character. Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, was the overall commander, and he had dealt a heavy blow to the invaders with energy weapons derived from the Cosmic Cube. Joe Young gently shook his head, bringing his focus back. Since Kingpin dared to target the Hardy family, he must have investigated everything about them thoroughly. In this context, what exactly did he want? Woo. The police arrived in the shortest time possible, and Joe Yang even saw that it was his neighbor, Chief George Stacy, the head of the 67th Precinct in Manhattan, who had personally come. The last time Lydia Hardy held a charity gala, Chief Stacy had attended with his family. Now, with the Hardy family estate under attack, he rushed to assist, demonstrating the family's influence. Lydia Hardy did not go down to greet Chief Stacy, instead waiting in the study for the butler to bring him in. "George, this is the closest I've ever been to danger," Lydia Hardy said, standing by the wall near the shattered window, gazing at the dart lodged there, her back to Chief Stacy as she spoke bluntly. "I expect the police to give me an explanation. I don't want all the donations I've made over the years to the precinct going to waste on a bunch of useless people." Lydia Hardy donated over $1 million each year to the 67th Precinct, and even more to the entire New York headquarters. While she might not be at the very top of the list, her contributions were certainly not to be overlooked. In reality, corporate donations faced fewer restrictions, but personal donations to police properties had invisible rule restrictions to avoid forming bribery relationships. While this was often the case, they couldn't push things too far. Thus, her annual donations, although only a few $1 million, ranked her among the top in personal contributions, garnering significant attention. Therefore, if today's incident was not resolved properly, it would greatly impact future donations to the New York Police Department. "Are you certain it was Bullseye?" Chief George Stacy had to confirm again. He was well aware of the seriousness of the matter. Behind Bullseye was Kingpin, and the attack on the Hardy family was undoubtedly initiated by him. Given the Hardy family's influence in New York, this would not end quietly. One could imagine that before long, numerous unknown places in Manhattan would be filled with corpses. This dart is his signature weapon, and many people saw him break through the glass and escape. Lydia Hardy turned to look at Chief Stacy, who appeared somewhat troubled, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Also, I have a recording." While Bullseye managed to deceive the surveillance cameras when he broke in, the video captured everything clearly. "That's good. With this evidence, I can withstand any other pressures." Chief Stacy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, he noticed the photograph on the desk. "Oh. That's Captain America. Indeed, that's my ancestor, Paul Arthur Hardy, in a photo with Captain America during World War II. They were comrades in arms," Lydia Hardy said meaningfully, looking at Chief Stacy. Joe Young waited until Chief George Stacy and Lydia Hardy had left before quietly departing after thoroughly searching the study. In reality, there wasn't anything particularly valuable in the study. While he had learned that the Hardy family secretly maintained a private armed force, this was not uncommon among many wealthy families in New York, as they certainly had more than enough money. Once a group of mercenaries became embroiled in New York's underground conflicts, even if they couldn't defeat Kingpin, it would be difficult for Kingpin to quell the situation easily. He would lose hundreds of men before he could resolve the matter. However, what kind of secret did the Hardy family harbor that made Kingpin willing to take action? Joe Yang was very intrigued, especially since this matter was related to Captain America, Rogers, which added an extra layer of interest. For an ordinary person, such a photograph might only indicate a glorious past, but in the hands of a prominent family like the Hardys, its significance was entirely different.
When Chief George Stacy saw the photo of Captain America with Paul Arthur Hardy, his brows furrowed, and his expression became somewhat peculiar. The weight of the Hardy family's immense legacy pressed down on him, while at the same time, it served as a source of strength against other pressures, allowing him to focus on dealing with Kingpin. Although the situation was troublesome, if handled properly, it might not be a bad thing for him. But the expression on Stacy's face was neither one of heavy pressure nor of relief from assistance. Instead, it seemed more like anxiety. Oh, right. Chief George Stacy was responsible for the police work in the Manhattan area, and he knew all about incidents happening in Manhattan, especially on Central Street. This meant he was likely aware of Captain America Rogers' current existence. Although Captain America Rogers had been rescued by Nick Fury and imprisoned for a time, he eventually broke free from the illusion and burst onto the streets. While this incident was quickly covered up by S.H.I.E.L.D., it was impossible to keep it a secret from everyone, especially the New York Police Department. This depended on whether the relevant personnel believed the information they received. It seemed that Chief George Stacy might have started connecting the dots. Could this current situation really relate back to everything? Was Kingpin's attack on the Hardy family truly connected to Captain America? Zhou Yang began to have doubts. If Kingpin knew about Captain America Rogers, he might be attempting to force him to reveal himself through his connection to the Hardy family, seeking to acquire whatever Rogers possessed. The most valuable thing about Rogers was his blood, which could be transformed into super soldier serum. Whoever obtained it could create a legion of super soldiers. In reality, Zhou Yang's reasoning process was flawed, but the target was right. Kingpin coveted the super soldier serum formula owned by the Hardy family. Something everyone thought had been destroyed or never existed at all was actually in their possession. No one knew what secrets the original super soldier serum formula contained. At this moment, Zhou Yang had returned to his clinic, planning to spend the night there. Recently, he had either been resting at the clinic or staying in the school dormitory since the apartment he purchased was being renovated and was uninhabitable in the short term. Before resting for the night, Zhou Yang tried to understand the follow-up to Spider-Man Peter Parker's actions that evening. He had to admit that in today's highly developed information society, the media had already pieced together the entirety of the incident shortly after it happened. Alistair was indeed clever, even a bit cunning. Initially, he sent a Spider Slayer to assassinate Flash Thompson to lure Norman Osborn out. Then, he dispatched another Spider Slayer, but both were taken out by Spider-Man. However, just as those two Spider Slayers were incapacitated, a third one appeared and attacked suddenly after Spider-Man rescued Norman Osborn. If Spider-Man hadn't been quick on his feet, he might have been blown to pieces. But that wasn't the most troubling part. No one expected that the three Spider Slayers built by Alistair could combine into a new, more powerful Spider Slayer, tripling the strength of each. Peter Parker found himself in a tough battle, ultimately destroying the new Spider Slayer with the high-energy explosives Alistair had initially intended to use to kill him, bringing that matter to a close. But this was merely a temporary conclusion. A closer examination revealed that Alistair had held back in many ways. Perhaps this was just a test. Regardless, for Kingpin, tonight's events were troublesome. The most important thing was that he had failed to achieve his objectives, especially concerning the Hardy family. The exposure of Bullseye brought him considerable trouble. After Bullseye returned to report on the situation, Kingpin received numerous calls from his subordinates and allies, reporting the immense pressure they were under, particularly after the events at Empire University linked back to him. Many expressed their dissatisfaction. After all, many of them had children studying or teaching at Empire University, and some were even alumni. While they couldn't openly criticize Kingpin for taking action there, they subtly communicated their discontent. The key was the impending retaliation from the Hardy family. The police and city government officials were already mobilizing, holding late-night meetings to prepare to concentrate forces against Kingpin's illegal activities in New York. This matter could not be stopped. Now, Kingpin needed to withdraw his people as quickly as possible, otherwise, being discovered would lead to even more complications. He still couldn't understand why Bullseye, who was known for his stealthy assassinations, had revealed himself at the Hardy family estate. Could it be that an outsider had interfered? Kingpin hesitated for a moment but ultimately picked up the phone. "Get Erica over here." Moments later, Erica walked in, dressed in a black leather outfit, large earrings dangling from her ears, chewing gum, and sporting a nonchalant demeanor with her red hair. She looked at Kingpin, who was slouched in the darkness of the oversized leather chair, and casually asked, "Boss, you called for me? You know about Bullseye's failure, right?" Kingpin did not turn around, still facing away from Erica. Yeah, Bullseye is becoming more useless, Erica said with a hint of disdain.
The entire organization was aware of her grudge against Bullseye. Had it not been for Kingpin's authority, they would have long since been at each other's throats. After a moment of silence, Kingpin spoke. Tonight's events were indeed due to Bullseye's carelessness, and I can't rule out the possibility of outside forces intervening. I've sent Bullseye abroad to lay low for a while. You're taking over the Hardy family's situation from here. Bullseye was leaving so quickly. A hint of surprise flashed in Erica's eyes, but she nodded. All right, boss.
This matter is significant. Many people in New York's upper class are pressuring the police. Our people can't withstand this.
The police will launch a new round of heavy-handed strikes against us, Kingpin continued after a brief pause. We need to start pulling back our personnel, leaving behind a few useless ones to appease the police.
You'll need to adopt different methods moving forward. Erica fell silent. Although Kingpin's organization had many elite gunmen, its true strength lay in its omnipresent intelligence network.
Given the current situation, their intelligence support would inevitably diminish.
I understand, boss. I know what to do.
Erica finally nodded. Unlike Bullseye, she possessed a unique skill that he lacked, being a woman.
Good, as long as you're aware.
Kingpin nodded in satisfaction, then tossed a card from the shadows. Erica reached out to catch it, and Kingpin's voice followed. This is an invitation to a reception at the German embassy the day after tomorrow.
Lydia Hardy should be attending.
According to Kingpin's investigation, Lydia Hardy had lived in Germany for a time and had close ties with many high-ranking figures there. She also held permanent residency in Germany, but later returned to the US without obtaining German citizenship. Given the scale of the incident, it was possible that Lydia Hardy might leverage German influence. At that point, if the embassy officials merely complained about New York's poor security on the diplomatic stage, it would force the New York government to take action, especially regarding security in Manhattan.
Yet for Kingpin, this could also be a good thing. Will Felicia Hardy be going as well? Erica suddenly asked again. She probably will, haha. Kingpin couldn't help but laugh. Erica was truly a clever girl, far superior to Bullseye. Erica's expression remained flat. If there's nothing else, I'll go make arrangements.
As she prepared to leave, Kingpin called out to her again. If you need to take action, try to avoid Empire University.
If necessary, do it quickly, quietly, and cleanly. Understood, I got it. Erica replied before turning to leave.
Standing in the stairwell, Erica let out a cold snicker. It seemed that Kingpin was under considerable pressure this time. The Hardy family was not to be trifled with, especially with their wealth and connections. Now that Bullseye had made a mistake, the backlash had come immediately. Even if Kingpin became the king of New York, he wouldn't find them easy to handle.
After Erica left, another figure entered Kingpin's office, none other than Bullseye, whom he had just ordered to leave.
In the morning, in a classroom at Empire University, the second major lecture was just beginning. Zhou Yang sat by the window, diligently taking notes on his book with one hand while fully focused on listening to Jane Foster's lecture. Jane Foster was an expert in astronomy, and although the content she covered was based on Earth's current explorations of outer space, without delving into matters like Asgard, that did not mean it was of no use to Zhou Yang. On the contrary, this information was extremely valuable to him. Although he had only encountered frost giants and Asgardians so far, he understood that the universe was far vaster than the narrow realm of the 9 realms of Yggdrasil. One could even say that even if all the realms of the world tree were combined, it would only account for a minuscule part of the entire universe. Take the Chitauri, who would soon invade Earth, for example. They were merely wanderers in the universe, a group of low-tier mercenaries. In some respects, they were quite similar to humans. They had a highly developed reproductive capacity but possessed a more advanced technological civilization than humans. However, compared to humans, they were far less restrained. Their home planet had been destroyed countless times, and now they wandered the cosmos like a swarm of locusts. In addition to the Chitauri, there were the Guardians of the Galaxy, the powerful Kree Empire, and the other 2 major cosmic empires, the Skrulls and the Shi'ar, totaling thousands of inhabited planets. Yet even now, the only life forms that Earth could reach, aside from itself, were none. So, it was nearly impossible to find aliens based on Earth's current understanding of interstellar civilizations. Conversely, if one left Earth and used the knowledge they had learned to locate Earth's position, it would be much easier. He ultimately intended to leave Earth, as the magical elements here were so inert that even a god like Thor couldn't change that, let alone Zhou Yang. Perhaps he would be forced to leave Earth in search of a place with abundant magical elements and strong spiritual vitality, even before achieving godhood. Once he left, he would need to find a way to return. As the lecture concluded, Joe Yang had already memorized all the content simply through rote learning, which wasn't difficult for him. After class, the crowd dispersed quickly. By the time Joe Yang finished packing his things, only he, Jane Foster, and Daisy Louise, who was helping to tidy up, remained in the classroom. "Let's have lunch together, Jane." Joe Yang approached Jane Foster and Daisy Louise, saying, "The clinic is reopening next Monday, would you like to come by and meet the new Dr. Horst?" After all, the clinic had been the brainchild of both Jane Foster and Donald Blake, and now that a new doctor was coming in, it was only right for her to meet him. "Sure, you can introduce me to Dr. Horst later," Jane Foster nodded. This was no big deal, just a casual introduction. As long as Dr. Horst didn't have any bad behavior, it would be fine. There were 9 cafeterias on the Empire University campus, distributed around the teaching and residential areas, all operating on a self-service basis, but each restaurant had its own unique specialties and signature dishes. Moreover, the quality of these dishes was no less than that of some high-end restaurants off campus, and the prices were relatively low. Both students and faculty members preferred dining on campus, especially when there were afternoon classes. Joe Yang chose a relatively upscale little restaurant. While it didn't have private booths, the distance between tables was sufficient. As long as they kept their voices down and were a bit mindful, they wouldn't have to worry about their conversations being overheard. With a soft clink, Joe Yang raised his glass to toast with Jane Foster and Daisy Louise, then began eating steak while quietly discussing, "Dr. Horst graduated from Boston University School of Medicine. While he may not be as skilled as, he has more experience in surgery." Although Dr. Horst was also a psychiatrist like Donald Blake, the lower tier of his alma mater led to their very different paths in the hospital. Additionally, Dr. Horst was reserved and did not prioritize social connections, so he had gradually been marginalized as younger doctors emerged. His ability to join Joe Yang's clinic was partly due to the salary being competitive with hospitals and partly because the schedule was more regular, allowing him enough time to care for his pregnant wife. Joe Yang withheld one piece of information: although Dr. Horst was American, he was of German descent. He should stay here for a year or two, but once things settle down at home, he might leave. After all, it's manageable now, the baby hasn't been born yet. "Once the baby comes, the pressure on the family will increase," Joe Yang said, shaking his head slightly and letting out a sigh. Living in Manhattan, where every inch of land was precious, was like this. Even a college professor like Jane Foster, despite a decent salary, had to spend a significant amount of time conducting research and field studies elsewhere. Any research result could yield substantial funding if published. Take the recent experience in the New Mexico desert. It was enough for Jane Foster to publish a highly valuable paper, which even NASA was paying attention to. A slight citation could lead to anywhere from tens of thousands to several $100,000 or even millions of dollars. If Foster were feeling good now, there would be no need to transfer the clinic. "You manage that side of things," Jane Foster said, though she seemed quite concerned about the specifics. Otherwise, she wouldn't have immediately followed Joe Yang when he mentioned introducing the new doctor. Suddenly, Joe Yang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his gaze turning toward the entrance of the restaurant. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his foot, jolting him back to reality. It was Daisy Louise who had kicked him under the table. Is she really that beautiful? Daisy Louise didn't look up, but her knife and fork clinked heavily on the plate. "Where's your mind at? Felicia and the others were attacked a few days ago and haven't come back to school since. It's perfectly normal to check in on them as a friend." Joe Yang shook his head and then looked at Jane Foster. "Jane, I'm going to go say hi." Jane Foster nodded slightly, and Joe Yang stood up, walking over to Felicia Hardy and Harry Osborne, who had just sat down in the restaurant. "Hey, why are you two at school today? Is everything all right?" "Hi, Felicia. Hi, Harry." "Hey, Joe." Felicia Hardy and Harry Osborne greeted him simultaneously, and Harry Osborne spoke up, "Things have calmed down for now. Dragging it out won't help. The finals are coming up soon. If I don't come back now, I'll definitely fail this semester." Both Felicia Hardy and Harry Osborne had excellent grades. Especially Harry Osborne. It was hard to believe that this mild-mannered rich kid was the son of the arrogant and volatile Norman Osborne. Studying is one thing, but there are also social engagements you can't avoid. Felicia Hardy said helplessly as she placed her order. In just these 2 days, I have 2 sisterhood meetings I can't refuse, 3 high-level galas, and a reception at the German consulate where I have to represent my mother. I can't just stay at home forever. Look, it's not even been 3 days and I'm already forced to go out. You guys have the privilege of being troubled by such things. Look at me, I don't have any opportunities to attend galas. Jo Young chuckled softly before turning to ask, how come it's just the 2 of you today? Where's Flash Thompson? What about Peter Parker? Parker went to be with his girlfriend, and as for Flash Thompson, Harry Osborn trailed off, glancing at Felicia. Don't mind me, that coward is too scared to come out after what happened with Spider-Man. If he hadn't been bold enough to impersonate Spider-Man, we wouldn't be in this situation now. If I run into that guy again, I'll definitely give him a good beating. Felicia Hardy stabbed her fork into the freshly delivered steak. Flash Thompson had been pursuing Felicia Hardy, but she had been stringing him along without accepting his advances. That was why Flash Thompson, out of jealousy, had impersonated Spider-Man to trouble Peter Parker, but ended up bringing trouble upon himself. By the way, Joe, are you free tomorrow night? If you have nothing on, come with me to the reception at the German consulate. I could use a male companion. Felicia Hardy casually brought it up. Joe Yang was slightly taken aback and turned to Harry Osborn. Harry, aren't you going? I'm not going. Harry Osborn quickly waved his hands. I rarely participate in these kinds of things. Hearing Harry Osborn say that, Joe Young pondered for a moment. The German consulate, alright, since I have nothing else to do, I'll accompany you. I haven't used my German for so long, let's see how much I can still remember. You can speak German? Felicia Hardy looked at Joe Yang in surprise. Did you forget? I'm Dutch, and the Netherlands is right next to Germany. Over the years, I picked up a bit. Joe Young smiled lightly. To be honest, the last time he spoke German was when he confirmed his identity with Sunil Bakshi. As for earlier, it might date back to the end of World War II. When he heard Felicia mention the German consulate, he had become intrigued, and now he had the chance to check it out. Alright, I won't bother you with your meal. I have friends to meet over there. Joe Young stood up, nodding at Felicia. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After Joe Young finished speaking, he walked back toward Jane Foster and Daisy Louise. After he left, Harry Osborn couldn't help but ask quietly, you're pulling him into this? Aren't you afraid of any trouble? Although things seem to have been brought under control, with the police intensifying their crackdown on Kingpin's gang forces and imprisoning a large number of thugs, that was about it. The police hadn't pressed down on the mid to high-level members of Kingpin's crew. Everything was merely for show, for the public's eyes, but they weren't fools and understood this. Felicia Hardy, while not particularly clear on the specifics of her family's situation, was far from stupid. Having received elite education since childhood, her perspective exceeded that of ordinary people. Just like how Flash Thompson was played around by her. In fact, Felicia Hardy had originally intended to invite Peter Parker to go with her, as she had a special intuition about who she felt more at ease with. It had been Peter Parker before, and now it was Joe Yang. In response to Harry Osborn's inquiry, Felicia Hardy replied nonchalantly, nothing will happen tomorrow night. My family has already made arrangements. If they really dare to take action. Under the cover of night, Joe Yang was dressed in a sharp black tuxedo, sitting next to Felicia Hardy, who wore a light blue patterned gown. They were in the back seat of a stretched Lincoln, heading toward the German consulate. Felicia Hardy's figure was particularly striking. Normally, she skillfully concealed herself in loose clothing, as there was no need to flaunt her figure at school. However, not everyone was blind. Flash Thompson had unintentionally noticed Felicia's graceful silhouette, leading him to pursue her relentlessly. Now, as Felicia sat beside Joe Yang, the neckline of her evening gown, though not particularly low, still revealed a generous expanse of fair skin. Even with Joe Yang's composure, sitting next to such a young and vibrant Felicia made his heart race. Is this car bulletproof? Joe Yang suddenly asked. Felicia Hardy sensed Joe Yang's inner excitement and felt a bit pleased, especially since he didn't lose his mind like Flash Thompson. This vehicle can withstand standard armor-piercing bullets at close range. Even against specialized sniper rounds or weapons like rocket launchers, even if they penetrate the door, they might not harm the occupants inside, she explained. Joe Young couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He knew that a specialized sniper bullet could pierce through him without a second thought, even if he were a legendary magician. In other words, such high-caliber sniper bullets could, to some extent, pose a lethal threat to a legendary magician. That said, legendary magicians weren't so easily killed.
Even faced with such powerful bullets, if they were approaching him from dozens of meters away, a powerful legendary magician could react swiftly within less than 0.1 seconds, casting layers of protective spells in an instant. Given just a little more time, they would likely be untraceable. Unless it was a sudden high-energy shockwave attack that left no opportunity for reaction, even someone like Zhou Yang could be instantly incapacitated. But this didn't include Stark. The biggest weakness of Stark's Iron Man suit lay in the moment he raised his hand. That brief moment was enough for any legendary magician to cover a distance of 100 kilometers. Thus, even as a legendary magician, Zhou Yang was not invincible. On Earth, the situations capable of killing them were few and far between, and once he ventured into the cosmic expanses, the dangers would only increase. The bulletproof car arranged by the Hardy family would likely be difficult for an ordinary person to penetrate. If something happened, it would certainly be significant. They drove through the bustling areas of New York, whether along Central Avenue or past the New York Supreme Court. Any hint of trouble would immediately alert countless people. If Kingpin truly caused a scene, he would likely face the National Guard's crackdown. It seemed that the Hardy family was well prepared for tonight's events. It looks like I need to be more careful when I go back, Zhou Yang turned to Felicia Hardy and said, keeping his gaze fixed on her eyes. From his words, it was clear he had sensed the unusualness of the situation. After all, who would drive an upgraded bulletproof vehicle without any particular reason? There was likely a great danger lurking behind it. Even after the reception ended and he parted ways with Felicia, someone would probably be watching him. At that point, if someone was determined to take him out, he would find it hard to escape. However, perhaps this could also be a good thing, couldn't it? It might cause Kingpin some trouble. Kingpin hadn't provoked Zhou Yang, so he didn't intend to directly eliminate him. He wasn't the police, and even if the police or other superheroes were involved, they wouldn't easily kill Kingpin. On one hand, they needed to respect the law, on the other, they understood that once Kingpin was dead, the situation could become even more chaotic. Zhou Yang was never a good person, but the underground forces in New York were rooted in the slums. Unless the authorities intentionally invested a significant amount of money to transform the slums, the underground forces could never be eradicated. Moreover, there were people who desperately needed the existence of the slums. With that thought, Zhou Yang dismissed the idea of taking action. Even if he resolved the issue temporarily by acting recklessly, new troubles would undoubtedly arise in the future, and he had already offended quite a few enemies in the shadows, including those who could threaten his life. Why don't you come over to my place for the night? Felicia Hardy seemed completely unconcerned about the ambiguous undertones in her words, wearing a charming smile. This woman made Zhou Yang's heart race even more. When Felicia said this, she turned to look at him, her body instinctively leaning forward, her alluring figure momentarily leaving him mesmerized. However, Zhou Yang merely glanced at her, and Felicia straightened up instantly, her smile disappearing. We've arrived. Arrived? They had really arrived. The car had stopped at the entrance of the German consulate. Felicia was the first to open the car door and step out. Zhou Yang opened his door from the other side, and in that instant, he regained his clarity. Felicia was not simple, she clearly possessed remarkable charm, which explained why so many pursued her and why they were all left spinning in her web. Then, Zhou Yang smiled again, walked up to Felicia, and linked his arm with hers as they entered the opulent consulate together. Although this was the German consulate, English was the most commonly spoken language. Most of the staff in the consulate communicated in English, only using German in private. Tonight's business reception appeared straightforward, but many high-profile figures were attending, including some individuals from the New York State and city government. Zhou Yang mingled among the crowd and met many people. Daniel, this is Uncle Malik, Felicia warmly introduced Zhou Yang to Gideon Malik, saying to him, Uncle Malik, this is Daniel. He has great talent in biology and physics, many of the teachers at school think highly of him. A standard fake smile appeared on Gideon Malik's face. Hello, Daniel. If there's a chance, we should exchange ideas. You flatter me. What I've learned so far is still quite superficial. If the opportunity arises, I'll definitely ask you for advice, Zhou Yang replied politely, as he recognized the man in front of him. Gideon Malik, son of Freddie Malik and an important high-ranking member of Hydra, held all the secrets passed down through Hydra from ancient times. Some things were even unknown to Johann Schmidt back in the day. Zhou Yang and Gideon Malik weren't old friends, they had met only 3 or 4 times with little interaction. Tonight, Zhou Yang and Gideon Malik exchanged a few casual words, showcasing his not-so-fluent German,
before excusing himself, leaving Felicia Hardy still engaged in a low conversation with Gideon Malik.
Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of unease.
He hadn't expected the Hardy family to have connections with Hydra, or that they might be part of Hydra themselves. He was compelled to make such a guess because Felicia Hardy's earlier conversation with Gideon Malik suggested a deep relationship between them, one that had likely existed for decades. It was exceedingly rare for someone to have known Gideon Malik for so long without becoming entangled with Hydra.
Regardless, the Hardy family's suspicions of being linked to Hydra were substantial.
Malik's roots lay in Germany, and even with Hydra being globally hunted, no one could touch Gideon Malik.
Their family had deep connections in both political and business spheres.
Oh, and he almost forgot Gideon Malik was still a member of the World Security Council. This demonstrated the weight of his power. No wonder Felicia Hardy would come here under such circumstances. Kingpin was in for significant trouble. Being targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D., being monitored by Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., and being watched by those ruthless individuals. Even for Kingpin, there would surely be a cost to pay.
Zhou Yang was no nameless figure.
Although he had only attended 3 receptions so far, his companions were all extraordinary individuals. Whether it was General Ross's daughter Betty Ross, or the daughter of George Stacy, the chief of the 67th Precinct in New York, Gwen Stacy, and now the daughter of the wealthy philanthropist Lydia Hardy, Felicia. These were all beautiful young women, and it was inevitable that some would quietly admire his adeptness and enviable fortune. At these receptions, there were always a few individuals who recognized Zhou Yang. Before he even realized it, news about him had spread in the shadows. Although this was a reception held at the German consulate, there would inevitably be some intoxicated or foolish individuals looking to cause trouble for him. Perhaps the situation would develop towards a confrontation, but everything abruptly came to a halt when a stunningly beautiful woman unexpectedly appeared at the hotel. She was a tall beauty dressed in a wine-red gown, the solid-colored long dress revealing her fair shoulders. The gown had a high slit, teasing glimpses of her pure white legs, nearly stealing the attention of everyone in the room. At the same time, she moved gracefully through the crowd, her charming smile captivating all. Men and women alike were drawn to her allure. Unbeknownst to them, this striking woman had approached Gideon Malik and Felicia Hardy, smiling warmly as she said, "Hello, Mr. Malik. It's been a few years since we last met.
It's Erica. You've become even more outstanding over the years."
"What a pity your father isn't here to see this," Gideon Malik said, a rare look of sadness crossing his face. He quickly waved it away and turned to introduce Felicia Hardy.
"Felicia, this is Erica Nachis.
Her father was a good friend of mine. He passed away in a car accident last year. She's only a few years older than you, so you young people should get to know each other."
Hearing this, Zhou Yang didn't want to hear more.
Erica Nachis, that name already revealed her identity. As the night enveloped them, Zhou Yang was dressed in a sharp black tuxedo, seated beside Felicia Hardy, who wore a light blue patterned gown. They were in the back seat of a stretched Lincoln heading towards the German consulate. Felicia's figure was particularly striking. She usually concealed her appearance with loose clothing, as she didn't need to flaunt her body at school. However, not everyone was blind. Flash Thompson had previously noticed Felicia's graceful figure and pursued her relentlessly. Now, sitting beside Zhou Yang, the neckline of Felicia's evening gown, though not particularly low, still revealed a generous expanse of her fair skin. Even with Zhou Yang's composed demeanor, his heart raced sitting next to such a vibrant young woman.
"Is this car bulletproof?"
Zhou Yang suddenly asked. Felicia sensed Zhou Yang's excitement and felt a bit proud, especially since he didn't lose his mind like Flash Thompson. This vehicle can withstand standard armor-piercing bullets at close range. Even against specialized sniper rounds or weapons like rocket launchers, even if they penetrate the door, they might not harm the occupants inside, she explained.
Zhou Yang took a sharp breath.
He knew that a specialized sniper bullet could easily pierce through him, even if he stood there motionless. In other words, such high-caliber sniper bullets could, to some extent, pose a lethal threat to a legendary magician.
That said, legendary magicians weren't easily killed.
Even faced with such powerful bullets, a legendary magician could react swiftly within mere fractions of a second, casting layers of protective spells in an instant.
Given just a little more time, they would likely be untraceable. Unless it was a sudden high-energy shockwave attack that left no opportunity for reaction, even someone like Zhou Yang could be instantly incapacitated.
But this didn't include Stark. The biggest weakness of Stark's Iron Man suit lay in the moment he raised his hand.
That brief moment was enough for any legendary magician to cover a distance of 100 kilometers. Thus, even as a legendary magician, Zhou Yang was not invincible.
On Earth, the situations capable of killing them were few and far between, and once he ventured into the cosmic expanses, the dangers would only increase.
The bulletproof car arranged by the Hardy family would likely be difficult for an ordinary person to penetrate. If something happened, it would certainly be significant.
They drove through the bustling areas of New York, whether along Central Avenue or past the New York Supreme Court.
Any hint of trouble would immediately alert countless people.
If Kingpin truly caused a scene, he would likely face the National Guard's crackdown.
It seemed that the Hardy family was well prepared for tonight's events. It looks like I need to be more careful when I go back, Zhou Yang turned to Felicia Hardy and said, keeping his gaze fixed on her eyes.
From his words, it was clear he had sensed the unusualness of the situation.
After all, who would drive an upgraded bulletproof vehicle without any particular reason? There was likely a great danger lurking behind it.
Even after the reception ended and he parted ways with Felicia, someone would probably be watching him. At that point, if someone was determined to take him out, he would find it hard to escape.
However, perhaps this could also be a good thing, couldn't it?
It might cause Kingpin some trouble.
Kingpin hadn't provoked Zhou Yang, so he didn't intend to directly eliminate him. He wasn't the police, and even if the police or other superheroes were involved, they wouldn't easily kill Kingpin.
On one hand, they needed to respect the law, on the other, they understood that once Kingpin was dead, the situation could become even more chaotic. Zhou Yang was never a good person, but the underground forces in New York were rooted in the slums. Unless the authorities intentionally invested a significant amount of money to transform the slums, the underground forces could never be eradicated. Moreover, there were people who desperately needed the existence of the slums.
With that thought, Zhou Yang dismissed the idea of taking action.
Even if he resolved the issue temporarily by acting recklessly, new troubles would undoubtedly arise in the future, and he had already offended quite a few enemies in the shadows, including those who could threaten his life.
Why don't you come over to my place for the night?
Felicia Hardy seemed completely unconcerned about the ambiguous undertones in her words, wearing a charming smile.
This woman made Zhou Yang's heart race even more.
When Felicia said this, she turned to look at him, her body instinctively leaning forward, her alluring figure momentarily leaving him mesmerized.
However, Zhou Yang merely glanced at her, and Felicia straightened up instantly, her smile disappearing. We've arrived.
Arrived? They had really arrived. The car had stopped at the entrance of the German consulate. Felicia was the first to open the car door and step out. Zhou Yang opened his door from the other side, and in that instant, he regained his clarity. Felicia was not simple, she clearly possessed remarkable charm, which explained why so many pursued her and why they were all left spinning in her web. Then, Zhou Yang smiled again, walked up to Felicia, and linked his arm with hers as they entered the opulent consulate together. Although this was the German consulate, English was the most commonly spoken language. Most of the staff in the consulate communicated in English, only using German in private. Tonight's business reception appeared straightforward, but many high-profile figures were attending, including some individuals from the New York State and city government.
Zhou Yang mingled among the crowd and met many people. Daniel, this is Uncle Malik. Felicia warmly introduced Zhou Yang to Gideon Malik, saying to him, Uncle Malik, this is Daniel. He has great talent in biology and physics, many of the teachers at school think highly of him. A standard fake smile appeared on Gideon Malik's face. Hello, Daniel.
If there's a chance, we should exchange ideas.
You flatter me.
What I've learned so far is still quite superficial. If the opportunity arises, I'll definitely ask you for advice, Zhou Yang replied politely, as he recognized the man in front of him. Gideon Malik, son of Freddie Malik and an important high-ranking member of Hydra, held all the secrets passed down through Hydra from ancient times.
Some things were even unknown to Johann Schmidt back in the day.
Zhou Yang and Gideon Malik weren't old friends, they had met only 3 or 4 times with little interaction. Tonight, Zhou Yang and Gideon Malik exchanged a few casual words, showcasing his not-so-fluent German, before excusing himself, leaving Felicia Hardy still engaged in a low conversation with Gideon Malik.
Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of unease.
He hadn't expected the Hardy family to have connections with Hydra, or that they might be part of Hydra themselves. He was compelled to make such a guess because Felicia Hardy's earlier conversation with Gideon Malik suggested a deep relationship between them, one that had likely existed for decades. It was exceedingly rare for someone to have known Gideon Malik for so long without becoming entangled with Hydra.
Regardless, the Hardy family's suspicions of being linked to Hydra were substantial.
Malik's roots lay in Germany, and even with Hydra being globally hunted, no one could touch Gideon Malik. Their family had deep connections in both political and business spheres. Oh, and he almost forgot Gideon Malik was still a member of the World Security Council. This demonstrated the weight of his power. No wonder Felicia Hardy would come here under such circumstances. Kingpin was in for significant trouble. Being targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D., being monitored by Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., and being watched by those ruthless individuals. Even for Kingpin, there would surely be a cost to pay. Zhou Yang was no nameless figure. Although he had only attended 3 receptions so far, his companions were all extraordinary individuals. Whether it was General Ross's daughter Betty Ross, or the daughter of George Stacy, the chief of the 67th Precinct in New York, Gwen Stacy, and now the daughter of the wealthy philanthropist Lydia Hardy, Felicia. These were all beautiful young women, and it was inevitable that some would quietly admire his adeptness and enviable fortune. At these receptions, there were always a few individuals who recognized Zhou Yang. Before he even realized it, news about him had spread in the shadows. Although this was a reception held at the German consulate, there would inevitably be some intoxicated or foolish individuals looking to cause trouble for him. Perhaps the situation would develop towards a confrontation, but everything abruptly came to a halt when a stunningly beautiful woman unexpectedly appeared at the hotel. She was a tall beauty dressed in a wine-red gown, the solid-colored long dress revealing her fair shoulders. The gown had a high slit, teasing glimpses of her pure white legs, nearly stealing the attention of everyone in the room. At the same time, she moved gracefully through the crowd, her charming smile captivating all. Men and women alike were drawn to her allure. Unbeknownst to them, this striking woman had approached Gideon Malik and Felicia Hardy, smiling warmly as she said, "Hello, Mr. Malik. It's been a few years since we last met. It's Erica. You've become even more outstanding over the years. What a pity your father isn't here to see this," Gideon Malik said, a rare look of sadness crossing his face. He quickly waved it away and turned to introduce Felicia Hardy. "Felicia, this is Erica Nachis. Her father was a good friend of mine. He passed away in a car accident last year. She's only a few years older than you, so you young people should get to know each other." Hearing this, Zhou Yang didn't want to hear more. Erica Nachis, that name already revealed her identity. Puff puff puff, after the bullets entered the water, 90% of the sound was dissipated, yet they continued to plunge downwards at high speed. At such depths, anyone struck by a bullet would die instantly. But for Zhou Yang and Felicia Hardy, this did not pose a lethal threat, nor even a direct threat. Because they were currently trapped in the trunk of a Lincoln car, plummeting to the riverbed along with the vehicle. Zhou Yang quickly ejected the magazine from his handgun, a bullet instantly jumping out. He forcefully pressed it against the bullet hole he had created in the partition. The sound of rushing water flooding into the driver's seat immediately diminished significantly, and the trunk fell silent. Despite the countless bullets hammering against the car's body, producing a bang-bang sound, Felicia Hardy felt much calmer. Although her heart was still racing, her attention had fully shifted to Zhou Yang, even ignoring her surroundings, all her senses focused on him. "Daniel, what do we do next?" "Wait, we have 10 minutes, the air in the trunk can still sustain us for that long." Zhou Yang glanced at the car door that was starting to leak water and shook his head. This car had been modified, compromising its original integrity and significantly reducing its waterproof capabilities, otherwise, they could last longer. Zhou Yang turned to look at the rear window, which was being pelted by bullets, and had to admit that the car's bulletproof performance was indeed impressive. Despite being struck by countless bullets, the glass showed no signs of impact thanks to the cushioning from the water flow. "Let's wait a bit longer. If we go out now, we probably won't survive." Zhou Yang turned to Felicia, who was forcing herself to remain calm. This blonde girl had received elite education, but this was her first experience of such a life-threatening pursuit. Seeing Zhou Yang look over, Felicia managed to force a smile, "But if this continues, we will sink to the bottom of the river." The Hudson River is a vast waterway capable of accommodating large cruise ships, with its narrowest point spanning hundreds of meters, and its widest section reaching up to 4 kilometers. The shallowest depth is over 30 meters, while the deepest point exceeds 500 meters, some even say it can hold a skyscraper. Zhou Yang shook his head, "We don't need to wait that long. At the current rate of the car sinking, we can burst out in 5 minutes, it will be relatively safe, but your swimming ability. As long as you can do it, I can too." Felicia Hardy gritted her teeth, her voice firm. Despite being in a crisis, Felicia still tried to maintain her composure, reaching under Zhou Yang's seat to pull out another handgun.
Your place is like an armory, how come there are so many weapons?
Joe Young hadn't expected Felicia Hardy to hide so many handguns in the car, and he sensed that there was even a micro-submachine gun under the front cockpit seat. Felicia Hardy imitated Joe Yang's previous actions, carefully inspecting the firearms. You're easily surprised. In such a special place like the consulate tonight, if we were somewhere else, the trunk would at least have a rocket launcher.
You guys aren't coming from the battlefield in the Middle East, are you? Joe Young looked at the trunk in disbelief. His powerful mental force instantly penetrated every corner of the trunk. Although there were no weapons, there was no shortage of bulletproof vests. The marks on the bottom of the trunk also indicated that long weapons had likely been stored there, possibly even a rocket launcher. Alright, enough talk.
Get ready, in 3 minutes, we'll burst out of the car.
Joe Yang sat there, silent, and slightly closed his eyes.
But Felicia was not as calm as he was. Her hand couldn't help but reach for the car door handle, but the door was locked tightly and wouldn't budge. At this moment, the car was locked down like a fortress, protecting them on one hand, but on the other, it became a cage obstructing their escape.
If they couldn't open the trunk, they would be trapped, becoming doomed lovers.
However, Joe Young remained unusually calm, as if the locked trunk would not be an obstacle to their escape. Opening it would be easy for him. He had previously shot through a bulletproof partition that ordinarily could not be penetrated, so unlocking the trunk might indeed not be difficult for him. He just needed to wait.
Felicia was well aware that she could only rely on Joe Young now. She couldn't open the trunk in a short time and felt powerless, waiting for Joe Young to break the cage and lead her to safety. Everything seemed to pass both slowly and quickly. The car sank to the riverbed at a steady pace, and bullets from above rarely hit the car anymore. Even when they did, the damage was minimal. Time's up, come over to my side. Joe Young grabbed Felicia Hardy, pulling her into his arms, back to chest, sitting together.
Immediately after, with a bang, a bullet was fired, accurately hitting the glass of the opposite door, which instantly developed countless cracks, as if another shot would shatter it. But suddenly, Joe Yang shifted, sitting on the other side, right next to the window that was about to shatter. He turned and fired 2 shots at the window he had just been sitting by. Felicia clearly saw the 2 bullets strike one after the other. The first caused countless cracks, and the next hit the first bullet, instantly shattering the window. The rushing water burst in like an arrow, quickly filling most of the interior space, and the window was in such bad shape it seemed it would explode at any moment, completely submerging the car. At that moment, Joe Yang's right elbow smashed against the seemingly intact glass behind him, and the window shattered instantly. However, the expected powerful impact did not occur. Simultaneously, the window on the other side shattered as well, and countless river waters surged into the car, the strong force propelling Joe Young and Felicia directly out of the trunk. In the blink of an eye, they escaped from the trunk that seemed like a fortress, using the force of the water to swiftly swim away. The whirlpool created by the sinking vehicle did not affect them. Joe Young swam diagonally upstream, trying to avoid possible bullets aimed at them. Felicia Hardy was held by him as they swam upstream. Her earlier reaction had already proven her poor swimming skills. In fact, it was true. After Joe Young initially swam 10 meters with her, Felicia could no longer hold on, and he had to completely hold her in his arms, embracing her from behind. This was the correct way to rescue someone in the water. After struggling a few times, Felicia stopped resisting, realizing that the more she struggled, the faster her oxygen consumption increased. She could only be firmly held by Joe Young, quickly swimming towards the surface. Joe Yang's swimming skills were astonishing, moving underwater as swiftly as a fish. She noticed his swimming technique. After all, there were still assassins above them, and this was a safer approach. When she saw light breaking through above, she knew they were not far from the surface and should be able to last. The light above was either from building lights or starlight, which helped to relax her a bit. But Joe Yang did not slow down, quickly approaching the water surface. Just as they were about to break through, Joe Young suddenly paused, swiftly swimming in another direction like a fish. Then, the sound of submachine gun fire rang in their ears. That group hadn't left, they were still watching them, and their movements as they swam up from the water hadn't escaped notice. They were waiting for them to surface and then shoot them. If Joe Young hadn't sensed something was off beforehand, they might have already been hit by bullets. A flicker of luck flashed through Felicia's heart, but then her whole body couldn't help but twitch slightly. She was running out of oxygen. Not surfacing directly for air had resulted in a severe oxygen deficit, and soon she began to struggle painfully. If it weren't for Joe Yang's back supporting her, she would truly be in a life-or-death predicament. Felicia's struggles grew weaker, and she gradually lost consciousness.
Zhou Yang was fully aware of Felicia Hardy's condition. Noticing she had passed out, he raised his head to look at the water's surface, a cruel cold smile appearing in his eyes. Since they didn't want to leave, then let them all stay here. A white-brown oak wand silently appeared in Zhou Yang's hand, followed by one golden magic thread after another appearing around him, quickly spreading within a 10-meter radius, ultimately forming a complex and mysterious rune magic circle. The rune magic circle vanished instantly, and a rapid vortex abruptly appeared on the water's surface, swallowing countless bullets in an instant. Before the gunman on the shore could sense anything unusual, in the next moment, countless bullets rebounded from the vortex, shooting towards some of the gunmen on the shore at an even faster speed. Meanwhile, underwater, Zhou Yang swam directly towards Felicia, preventing her from truly suffocating to death. Under the dark, ink-like night sky, the surroundings seemed exceptionally quiet. Far from the bustling Central Avenue, this area by the Hudson River was desolate and barren, as if it represented everything in the world. Target Eye leaned against a thick tree trunk, while his men were conducting a comprehensive search operation, fearing that Zhou Yang and Felicia Hardy might escape from the river. In the distance, several speedboats were patrolling back and forth, trying their best to prevent any possible unforeseen circumstances. Tonight, no matter what, Felicia Hardy had to be eliminated here. As for Jean Bing's orders, Target Eye hardly cared. Jean Bing had commanded him to capture Felicia Hardy alive in order to leverage Lydia Hardy, thus obtaining what he desperately desired. But what did that have to do with Target Eye? Even if the Hardy family was rich and powerful, the whole family only consisted of 2 women. Now that one was dead, the other would surely go mad upon hearing the bad news, leading to all kinds of irrational actions. By then, Target Eye would only need to seize an opportunity to kill Lydia Hardy, completely resolving all his troubles. Perhaps Jean Bing had other plans in mind, but since he dared to send Target Eye to take action, he should be ready for any situation. Moreover, even if Felicia Hardy were to die, her mother Lydia Hardy was still alive, and Jean Bing would still have opportunities to get what he wanted. As long as tonight's events were carried out cleanly and discreetly, no one would know the truth about Felicia Hardy's death. At that time, creating the illusion that she was still alive and captured would be sufficient. This tactic had been used by many kidnappers and had proven effective in most cases. Over here, the shouts of his men rang out from the riverbank, as they had discovered the whereabouts of Lydia Hardy and Zhou Yang, preparing to continue their ambush. Target Eye remained standing quietly, motionless. He had little interest in what was happening over there. In his view, those 2 were already like fish in a barrel, completely unable to escape. Instead, it was Erica who was the subject he needed to ponder over. Erica had come with ulterior motives this time. This was something both he and Jean Bing were well aware of. If it were up to him, Erica would have already been tortured to death. But Jean Bing was different. As the underground king of New York, he needed to manage various types of personnel. Even if someone hated him to the core, wishing to tear him apart, as long as that person was still useful, he would keep them around. Because Jean Bing firmly believed he had enough ability to manipulate others, just as he was doing with tonight's events. He had arranged for Erica to covertly approach Felicia Hardy, but just as they made contact, Target Eye had launched a lethal attack on Felicia Hardy. Had it not been for a slight miscalculation, Felicia Hardy would likely have already met her end. By tomorrow, once the police discovered that Felicia Hardy was missing, everyone who had been in contact with her the previous night would be placed on the suspect list, including Erica. Of course, all of this was merely Target Eye's speculation. He couldn't say for certain what the actual situation would be. He always felt that Jean Bing had other arrangements, and he could never fully see through Jean Bing, which was why he never had the opportunity to kill him. There was no animosity between Target Eye and Jean Bing. In fact, Jean Bing had helped him many times. Yet, Target Eye could never suppress the urge to assassinate Jean Bing. Perhaps he was just that kind of person. Bloodshed and killing seemed deeply ingrained in his veins. Just like at this moment, the sudden sharp sounds of gunfire ringing in his mind made his heart race uncontrollably. Ugh! A series of dull groans erupted as Target Eye sensed something was off. The moment he turned around, he saw his men suddenly collapsing one by one. At the same time, countless bullets shot out from below the surface of the river like venomous snakes, and his men had no time to react before they were all wiped out. Run! In that moment, Target Eye didn't frantically pursue his men, nor did he even consider figuring out what was happening. Having been in the underground world for many years, he knew all too well the darkness and terror within it. In the shadowy corners of the world lurked countless unknown terrifying powers, and many of these entities could not be killed unless nuclear weapons were used. Anyone capable of annihilating his dozen elite killers armed with submachine guns in an instant was certainly not someone he could contend with. If the opponent's strength merely exceeded his own a little, Target Eye might have taken the risk to enjoy the thrill of dancing on the edge of life and death while killing the enemy. But if it meant he would die meaningless, that was a different matter. Over the years, Target Eye had survived countless dangers by maintaining a sufficient level of caution. He had encountered battles between the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men multiple times, but had managed to escape safely every time, with hardly anyone noticing his presence there. This was personal ability, this was Target Eye's way of survival. "Where do you think you're going?" A light voice rang in Target Eye's ear. Though he had quietly retreated dozens of meters, someone had still pursued him. Instinctively, Target Eye turned around to see a sharply pointed dart flying towards him. "Are you looking for me?" The voice came again from behind him, and at the same time, a cold gun barrel pressed against his back. Target Eye cautiously turned around, raising his hand slightly, afraid to make any sudden movements, lest the other party accidentally pull the trigger and shoot him dead. It was Zhou Yang. Target Eye recognized Zhou Yang at a glance, who was holding Felicia Hardy in his arms. This person, who had seemed insignificant in his eyes, had overturned all his careful arrangements at this critical moment. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable figure would turn out to be a top-tier powerhouse with extraordinary abilities? Even his men, who would not miss a chance to ambush top mutant experts, had been effortlessly annihilated by Zhou Yang. There might have been an element of overconfidence on their part, but Zhou Yang, who had always appeared so ordinary, was the true key to changing everything. Target Eye spoke cautiously, trying to catch Zhou Yang's attention. "You don't need to say anything. I know who you are. I originally didn't want to act tonight, but there was no choice. You wanted to kill me." Zhou Yang shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his face, but the gun in his hand was firmly pressed against Target Eye's forehead. Some people, when they make mistakes, must accept punishment. "This is a warning to Jean Bing. Don't kill me. I surrender." Suddenly, Target Eye let out a heart-wrenching cry. Just then, with a bang, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet grazed past Target Eye's ear, leaving a long line of blood. "What did you just say?" Zhou Yang's face showed an expression of disbelief. After all, the person before him was Target Eye, a notorious figure even in the Marvel Universe. How could he suddenly beg for mercy? Wasn't he supposed to rather die than submit and threaten Jean Bing to take revenge on Zhou Yang? Target Eye's stiff face managed to force a smile, but he gritted his teeth and said, "You heard correctly, I'm begging for mercy." Zhou Yang took a step back, carefully examining Target Eye from head to toe, then suddenly asked, "What about that thing in your right hand? You clearly had the chance just now, why didn't you use it?" As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, Target Eye couldn't help but shudder, and a dart fell from his hand, its tip faintly glowing blue. There was no doubt that the dart was coated with poison. "I did indeed have the thought to make a move just now, but I had no confidence, none at all." Target Eye wore a bitter smile on his face as he extended his hands. With a clattering sound, a pile of throwing knives, darts, arrows, and various lethal gadgets fell to the ground. A small portion of these items had been coated with deadly poison, and most were mineral toxins. Just a slight brush against them would cause instant death within half a second. Someone like Target Eye would never easily surrender or admit defeat. Even at the final moment, he was still contemplating how to strike back and kill the enemy in front of him. Whatever he said or did was merely a facade, concealing his true intentions. Previously, whether Zhou Yang was standing before him ready to shoot, or begging for mercy after firing, Target Eye paid no mind. His only concern was whether he could kill the enemy and ensure his own survival, with the latter being far more important. Target Eye was indeed a bit deranged, but he wasn't reckless enough to pursue death at any cost. The only reason he chose to remain motionless was, as he stated, that he had no confidence, none at all. "Your abilities are indeed quite unique," Zhou Yang said, slightly furrowing his brow. If an ordinary person had been in that situation, they would either be too scared to move or would grit their teeth and take a desperate gamble. Only someone with exceptional abilities, like Target Eye, could think of moving but ultimately remain unable to do so. The bitter smile on Target Eye's face deepened. Zhou Yang was right, his abilities were indeed special. In many records, including official ones, his capability was described as precise projection, with a level of accuracy that was unimaginable to ordinary people. For instance, he could use playing cards to slice open a person's throat, shoot teeth through an enemy's skull, throw a paper airplane onto a distant rooftop, or even use a toothpick to pierce the wing of a fly from 100 yards, 91 meters, away and kill someone. But that was just the surface. The ability he possessed could be described in trendier terms as vector targeting or precise locking. This ability allowed him to accurately strike a fly's wing from 100 meters away, but all of it hinged on the necessity of locking onto a target. Zhou Yang stood there, yet Target Eye's precision locking or vector targeting abilities could not take effect. With neither targeting nor locking possible, no matter how many weapons he had, how could he attack the enemy? Especially against a powerful foe, surrendering decisively was the most correct choice. Zhou Yang appeared to be holding a gun, but Target Eye understood that it was merely a means of concealment. The person capable of instantly killing his dozen elite gunmen and appearing before him before he could react, there was no doubt that only a high-level powerhouse like Storm could achieve that. Target Eye considered himself formidable. If he had the chance in a chaotic battlefield, he could potentially take out Storm. But in the face of Zhou Yang, he had no opportunity whatsoever. Just the feeling of wanting to move but being unable to do so was enough to prove Zhou Yang's strength. Perhaps out of habit, there remained an impulse to act when Target Eye looked at Zhou Yang. Although he had discarded everything in his hands, he still had many hidden weapons on him. What do you plan to do next? Zhou Yang's calm voice reached Target Eye's ears. What to do? What should he do next? That was not something he could decide. Target Eye's skin twitched involuntarily. His life was in the other's hands, so how could he negotiate? He let his hands drop and said, "I'll do as you say. Whatever you instruct, I will comply." Now he could only let the other party dictate his actions. As long as they had some understanding of him, they would never feel secure keeping him by their side, so he would eventually be released. As long as he paid a certain price, he could still escape from their grasp. After all, this was a transaction, albeit one where the price he had to pay was rather steep. Sure enough, just as Target Eye thought, Zhou Yang had no good plan for dealing with him. He was barely able to hide his identity, let alone keep such a big troublemaker around. Alright, first, help me with 3 things. First, tonight's assassination of Felicia, find a way to let Erica know. At this point, Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Erica shouldn't have any idea about tonight's events, right? Target Eye clenched his fists tightly, then reluctantly released them, saying in defeat, "Yes, she was completely in the dark about tonight's events, you guessed it right. Don't put on that pitiful look. The second thing I need is the name of Jean Bing's financial supervisor." As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, Target Eye couldn't help but shiver. What was Zhou Yang planning? Did he want to go against Jean Bing entirely? In an underground organization, what was most important was never the scattered minions, or even the mid-level cadres. The true core, which other organizations wanted to know, and even the police were interested in, was the identity of the person who ultimately controlled the money within an underground organization. This did not refer to an accountant. An accountant was merely someone who handled the transactions. The real issue involved the flows of dirty money and how to launder illicit funds into clean, legal money. Such individuals were the true core of an organization, and if this core encountered problems, it could directly cause the organization to collapse. The larger the organization, the more likely it was to collapse suddenly. Zhou Yang was aiming to completely destroy Jean Bing. Of course, Jean Bing wasn't without the ability to fight back, and even though Zhou Yang possessed immense powers, it wouldn't be so easy to take down Jean Bing. But regardless, Zhou Yang, who was hidden in the shadows and possessed great power, clearly had a higher chance of success. Not to mention that there was also Target Eye's betrayal. Perhaps Jean Bing had never truly trusted him, but he had never expected Target Eye to betray him so quickly, and a brutal storm of bloodshed was about to unfold. Don't think too much, I have no plans to deal with Jean Bing for now. Zhou Yang's words left Target Eye in shock. He then added, "This involves the third thing I need your help with. Keep a close eye on the Hand organization, closely monitor Jean Bing and the Hand's cooperation. I need accurate information about the Hand's key figures and their residences. I believe you can do this without alerting anyone." For some reason, as Zhou Yang spoke, Target Eye felt a chill run down his spine. How did this person know so much? To be honest, even Target Eye himself didn't fully understand the cooperation between Jean Bing and the Hand. He could say that if he hadn't stumbled upon it by accident once, he would never have known that Jean Bing was closely collaborating with an organization called the Hand. He had never even heard the name Hand before. But there was no doubt that it was an extremely large and powerful organization. That seemingly frail old woman could send a 200-pound man flying dozens of meters with just a light slap. Was that even human? The Hand was rooted in Japan, and based on the information Target Eye had gathered, this organization was not just powerful, they had completely secured the support of the Japanese government. In this context, The organization's power in Japan was terrifyingly immense.
Of course, this was America, this was New York. If you were a dragon, you had to coil; if you were a tiger, you had to lie low. Even such a powerful organization as the Han had to cooperate with someone like Jean Bing to establish a foothold in this city.
I will collect the information and get it to you in the shortest time possible. Target. I knew the difficulty and danger of this task but ultimately chose to agree.
Because if he were to handle this matter, at least he would have some room for maneuver. But if he directly refused Zhou Yang to his face, then the next moment, he would surely meet his end. It was indeed difficult for him to target others, but for someone to kill him, it was as simple as a finger lift. There's no need for you to get too anxious, you don't have to take action against the hand. Although you may seem like a little sheep in front of them, getting too close will have them treating you like dessert. So take your time and be careful while gathering intelligence.
Zhou Yang calmly smiled at Target Eye, but Target Eye could see the disdain for him in his eyes. However, since it wasn't urgent, there was no need to be anxious in arranging things. If there was ample time, he could do it better, more discreetly, without alerting anyone, thus ensuring his own safety. I know what to do. At that moment, Target Eye felt completely at ease. Though the tasks Zhou Yang had set for him were dangerous, he had survived. Tonight, he had made it through. Good, I trust you have enough means to contact me. Well then, goodbye. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, he turned with Felicia Hardy in his arms and vanished quietly like a cannon shot. He had no idea when the other party had left. In an instant, Target Eye felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, making him shiver involuntarily. Finally, he was gone. No matter what, he had made it through tonight's crisis. As for the future, Zhou Yang was indeed powerful, but if one day Jean Bing discovered his schemes, Target Eye would not hesitate to stand against Zhou Yang. In the end, the most important thing for a person was to survive. Oh, and one more thing. Zhou Yang suddenly turned back, causing all those present to change their expressions in shock. They didn't know if Zhou Yang had just returned or had never left. Wear this, it can help you negate some fatal attacks at critical moments. Zhou Yang tossed a wooden carving into Target Eye's hands, then casually added, "This thing is quite useful, and most importantly, it will make you obedient." As soon as Zhou Yang's words fell, the wooden carving suddenly exploded, and then a massive golden magic circle spread out around Target Eye in an instant, quickly contracting inward and transforming into a golden beam of light that pierced directly into Target Eye's heart. Before Target Eye could comprehend what was happening, he had already lost consciousness. Target Eye suddenly sat up, the cold air causing him to shiver involuntarily. He opened his eyes to be greeted by a familiar environment, plain white walls that had only been lightly painted, aluminum alloy cabinets, cupboards, dishes, and a dining table, along with small decorative items and a toppled ceiling light. It was an extremely minimalist room, combining a kitchen, living room, and bedroom. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that almost everything in the room was detachable, capable of being taken apart into small strips, pieces, or blocks. Even large items like the cabinets, cupboards, and dining table were no exception. There was not a single chair or stool in the room. The windows were not the large, floor-to-ceiling ones that people favored. Instead, they were divided into 16 equal parts, each a small grid-like window. If one observed closely, they would see that the thickness and color of these windows varied, easily creating a polarizing effect. Target Eye had never liked opening the windows for fresh air, but at this moment, they were completely wide open, letting in the cold wind. After a night of exposure, he felt somewhat unwell, as if he were coming down with a cold. He sat up directly from the floor. Yes, the floor. There were no beds or sofas in the entire room. Target Eye had always preferred to sleep on the ground, allowing him to awaken immediately to any sounds around him. This habit was learned from the Japanese, who sleep on the ground to prepare for frequent earthquakes. Target Eye slept on the ground to guard against potential retaliations and assassinations from enemies. As Jean Bing's subordinate, he had done countless heinous acts over the years and had offended countless people. For both Jean Bing and himself, there were innumerable individuals looking for opportunities to kill him. But Target Eye was a top-tier assassin, his residence was a meticulously arranged trap, and moreover, how could he easily let others know where he lived? Wait, hold on, if no one knew his address, how had he returned last night? Target Eye froze momentarily as the memories of everything that had happened the previous night flooded into his mind: Erica, Felicia Hardy, and that mysterious, immensely powerful Zhou Yang. With a rip, Target Eye forcefully tore at his shirt, revealing a black magic circle resembling a devil's eye embedded deep in his chest. He stared at that devil's eye, and it gazed back at him. There was no doubt that Zhou Yang had brought him back last night. But the question remained, how did Zhou Yang know his address? How did he silently return him to his room without alarming the many people stationed around? After all, Target Eye's address was not something he had arranged himself, he had only made some modifications to the interior decoration, and the house actually belonged to Jin Bing. It was located within the headquarters building under Jin Bing's control. The purpose of this arrangement was to facilitate Jin Bing summoning him for tasks, while also providing protection and surveillance. Surveillance. Looking at the devil's eye on his chest, Target Eye's expression turned grim. Everything that happened last night was real. He had not only failed to ambush Felicia Hardy but had also been captured by Zhou Yang, who had left a terrifying means of control over him. To be honest, even Target Eye hadn't expected that when truly faced with life and death, he would choose to surrender. He had always believed himself fearless, that he could unleash all his power in the face of death and die together with his opponent because he thought that was his only chance of survival. But when all struggles became futile before death, all he could choose was to beg for mercy. Deep down, he was fragile and afraid of dying, that was why he acted so recklessly most of the time. Yet, although he had survived last night, he had been left with a means of control that could help negate some fatal attacks at critical moments. That was pure nonsense, it was merely a way for the other party to easily take him down whenever they wanted. He had to find a way to remove this cursed thing from his body, he had to break free from that person's control. Once this thought emerged, it could not be suppressed. Target Eye walked directly to the kitchen and poured a glass of water down his throat. Another question loomed, how had he returned last night? He must have passed out, there was no way he could have come back on his own. Therefore, it could only mean one thing, Zhou Yang had brought him back. Zhou Yang had crossed through numerous guards and entered Jin Bing's headquarters building, accurately delivering him to his room without anyone noticing. If anyone had indeed noticed, the environment he found himself in would not be so quiet. Ring, the jarring sound of a telephone interrupted his thoughts, and Target Eye immediately walked over to answer it. Okay, I understand. I'll be there right away. Target Eye hung up the phone, his brow furrowing tightly. It was his boss, Jin Bing. Jin Bing wanted him to come over immediately. The call hadn't elaborated, but he certainly wanted a detailed report on last night's events. He checked the time. 8 hours had passed since the events of last night, dawn had just arrived. Target Eye took the elevator to Jin Bing's office. The male secretary who usually stood at the door was nowhere to be seen, so he had to knock on the door himself. It was only when he heard it come in from inside that he pushed the door open. Tell everyone to be careful, tonight we're moving to the backup location. Jin Bing hung up the phone. Though the situation had become serious enough to give him a headache, he remained calm in arranging everything. Boss. Target Eye couldn't help but ask cautiously, what's happened? Jin Bing glanced at Target Eye with suspicion, studying him for a moment before speaking. There's been a problem in Mexico. One of our yachts was seized by the Coast Guard, and it was carrying several tons of goods. Additionally, the New York police held a meeting this morning to decide on a comprehensive crackdown on the entire New York area, focusing especially on Hell's Kitchen and our vicinity. That's not necessarily a bad thing, boss. It could relieve some pressure on Hell's Kitchen. Target Eye didn't understand why Jin Bing's brow was furrowed. The New York police had limited manpower, they had to manage the security and criminal issues throughout the city while also dealing with other political tasks and cooperating with federal agencies like the FBI and DEA. Their resources for dealing with underground forces were limited. Even if they could temporarily pull some personnel from other departments, it wouldn't last long. So even if there were some problems, they were not major issues. They had weathered many storms. What was one large-scale crackdown by the New York police? Jin Bing stared deeply at Target Eye, seemingly confirming something, but ultimately shifted the topic. Alright, let's talk about your actions last night. I heard you returned home in quite a state, barely able to walk. What happened? What led to the failure of the operation? Upon hearing Jin Bing say this, Target Eye's eyes widened in disbelief. I came back on my own? Of course you came back on your own. Was there someone else who brought you? Why don't you check the surveillance? Jin Bing waved his hand impatiently and continued to ask, now tell me, what exactly happened last night? Jin Bing's voice snapped Target Eye back to reality. He forced a bitter smile and continued, Boss, we encountered an opponent last night, a very powerful superhuman. To be precise, they were likely a psychic. I don't know if they're a mutant, but all my men were killed, and I passed out. I woke up in my own room. Despite Target Eye's efforts to conceal it, his face showed a heavy bitterness. I thought you sent someone to rescue me, But it seems that wasn't the case. Another powerful superhuman had emerged in New York, causing Jean Bing to feel a surge of irritation. Spider-Man was one thing, he was an old adversary who targeted a broad range of criminal activities without specifically focusing on Jean Bing's operations. While he posed a threat, it was not urgent. The newly emerged Daredevil, on the other hand, was more targeted and had interfered with several of Jean Bing's dock operations. As for the so-called superheroes, some he had dealt with, others he had managed to hide away, and overall, he had kept things under control. But now another inexplicable superhuman had suddenly appeared. Do you know who that guy is? What's his identity? Jean Bing initially thought it would be another masked superhero like Spider-Man or Daredevil, but Target Eye's words surprised him. His name is Daniel Zhou, he's Felicia Hardy's companion from last night. We pushed Felicia Hardy into the Hudson River, but this Daniel Zhou suddenly emerged from the river holding her. My men were taken down in an instant, and while I was trying to escape, someone hit me hard on the back of the head, and I passed out. After that, Target Eye recounted the events of the previous night as best he could. After a moment of silence, Jean Bing snorted with a sneer, so it was our own fault. Boss, do you need me to investigate him in detail? His identity has been exposed. If so, Target Eye took a step forward, making a gesture as if to kill, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Let's investigate first, this isn't the time for action. Jean Bing shook his head, rejecting Target Eye's plan. He continued, you don't need to worry about this matter for now, I'll assign it to Erica. You need to head to Mexico right away and sort things out there. That is our top priority. Understood, boss. Target Eye didn't say anything more, his attitude was quite clear. Jean Bing waved his hand for Target Eye to leave. Once the door closed, Jean Bing glanced into the darkness by the window. What do you think? He's hiding a lot of things, likely out of fear. A petite, cane-wielding elderly Chinese woman stepped out from the shadows. She looked up, smiling warmly at Jean Bing. Old friend, you have big troubles ahead. Not necessarily trouble, it could be an opportunity. Jean Bing's expression remained calm. That's your business. I need you to ensure our operations in Hell's Kitchen go smoothly. Madame Gao's expression turned extremely serious. Rest assured, Madame Gao, there won't be any issues. I promise. Jean Bing stood up, his expression likewise serious as he looked at Madame Gao. She was one of the leaders of the Hand organization. Felicia suddenly felt a rush of fresh air fill her mouth, and she woke up with a jolt, sitting up quickly. As she opened her eyes, blinding light pierced through, momentarily disorienting her. Mom! Felicia exclaimed, incredulously gazing at her mother and the familiar surroundings. Just moments ago, she had been in the waters of the Hudson River, and now she was back home. I'm just glad you're awake, Lydia Hardy sighed with relief, looking at Felicia. It was your classmate who brought you home last night. She said you were unconscious after being rescued from the river. If she hadn't confirmed that you were still breathing and had a heartbeat, she would have taken you to the hospital. Hearing her mother's words, Felicia realized that her memories of the previous night were fragmented. She quickly said, but last night, we were. I know. The scene has been taken care of by the relevant parties, you don't need to worry about that. Lydia Hardy had already arranged everything and said with concern, Jean Bing clearly doesn't intend to let you off easily. Just rest at home until things settle down, and I've already arranged for you to take a leave from school. Felicia, who had always complied with her mother's decisions, nodded silently. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, what about my classmate? He went home after safely bringing you here last night. Lydia raised an eyebrow and looked at her daughter seriously. Felicia, what do you think of your classmate's abilities? When it came to the events of last night, the best person to inquire about was actually Felicia Hardy, or rather, Zhou Yang. However, while Felicia was unconscious when Zhou Yang brought her home, Lydia was anxious to understand her daughter's condition. After the doctor confirmed that Felicia was merely asleep, she thought to contact Zhou Yang, but by that time, he had already left. With her daughter still unconscious and Zhou Yang gone, Lydia could only reach out to him while also dispatching people to search the scene. Fortunately, their vehicle was equipped with a tracking system, and they quickly located the area of the incident and a pile of bodies on the shore. With such a significant situation occurring, it was not easy to cover it up completely, but it was not impossible, they just needed to make the bodies disappear. However, Lydia Hardy chose not to do that. She didn't want to assist Jean Bing and did not report to the police directly. Instead, she contacted her old friend Gideon Malik, and soon, SHIELD personnel arrived.
Reconstructing the scene of the incident was not difficult, as Zhou Yang had left the bullets at the scene untouched.
S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly investigated Zhou Yang, and when they did, problems arose.
In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records, only level 8 agents had the authority to know about Zhou Yang. The investigation triggered an alert, and Maria Hill's phone call came in shortly.
If Nick Fury was in America, it would be her making the call.
Lydia Hardy had seen the salvaged vehicle, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had explained the details to her, so she was interested in Zhou Yang.
As for the attack last night, the matter would not conclude easily.
S.H.I.E.L.D. had joined forces with the New York police to handle it, and Jean Bing's actions had angered some people. If he had just laid low and waited for the storm to pass, he would have been fine. But by attempting to attack Felicia and even trying to destroy the entire Hardy family, especially after the police had issued clear warnings, he was provoking the New York police and the upper class of New York. Of course, those upper-class families may not necessarily use their power, but it was simple to pressure the police chief, and they could also extend favors to the Hardy family.
Not to mention that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement was the most troublesome. Regardless, Jean Bing would definitely have a rough time.
Gideon Malik, wanting to account for his old friend, had mobilized S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, and the relevant procedures were initiated. This matter wouldn't conclude without results. When it came to Zhou Yang, after a brief moment of contemplation, Felicia Hardy carefully chose her words. His ability should be quite strong. No matter how dire the situation was, he seemed to have the capacity to control everything. His marksmanship is precise. He could pierce through bulletproof steel plates with just about any gun. I suspect that his use of a gun is merely a cover. His true abilities go beyond that. It seems this person has potential for recruitment. Lydia Hardy nodded after a moment of thought. She had already learned about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation last night. She understood S.H.I.E.L.D. well. Possessing high-level access in their files was enough to prove Zhou Yang's mystery and strength. Moreover, since S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't acted against him, his position was already established.
I'll handle this matter.
After all, he is my classmate and he saved me, Felicia said, looking at her mother.
Mom, can you tell me about the details after I passed out last night? I need to assess his abilities.
To be honest, Zhou Yang didn't want Felicia and Lydia to focus on him so soon, but he hadn't completely concealed his identity this time. Whether from Jean Bing's side or S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, as long as there was an investigation, they could uncover some of his background. However, the investigation would hit a wall when it reached the White House. Thus, he didn't mind his identity being exposed. What he truly cared about was the potential conflict between S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Jean Bing's forces, which might even involve the Hand organization.
That would be interesting.
What Zhou Yang truly cared about was only one place, Kunlun. The Hand's members came from Kunlun, a mysterious place with very few outsiders ever entering in the entire Marvel universe. It was a place that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Asgardians and the Greek pantheon, but upon closer examination, one would find that their true strength was lacking. They had no powerful figures comparable to Odin or Zeus. Perhaps there had been in the past, but they had since fallen.
Thus, the legacy of Kunlun was crucial for Zhou Yang's path to godhood.
Although he seemed to have left, he had always been monitoring the developments. When the Hand's members suddenly appeared, he acted swiftly to take complete control over them. At the same time, another person was keeping an eye on the situation, Captain Rogers. At this moment, Rogers had just finished his morning run, returned to his apartment for breakfast, and was now arriving at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Washington, D.C. headquarters via the agency's commuter vehicle. He was adapting to modern life while reviewing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files from recent years to quickly become the modern-day Captain Rogers.
What's this?
As Rogers returned to the office and greeted Agent Blake, he noticed a newly delivered file sitting on his desk.
Although this was an office, it was rather cramped.
Aside from the dozen LCD screens on the walls monitoring various locations across America, there were 2 long tables, leaving just enough space for 2 chairs.
Rogers and Agent Blake sat back to back, unable to turn around.
However, the room was several meters long, allowing them to work in a staggered manner. Otherwise, the space would be even smaller.
But despite the small office, one shouldn't underestimate this department. It was actually a very important section of S.H.I.E.L.D., the archives.
This place stored all the case files S.H.I.E.L.D. had dealt with over the years. In today's society, all files needed to be digitized, but some materials were strictly confidential and could not be uploaded to computers. Even the uploaded materials were largely redacted, with only a small portion of the content visible. To see the complete unredacted original files, one had to come here. This place was crucial to S.H.I.E.L.D., but for ambitious agents, it was not a favored location.
Many preferred technical or fieldwork roles, and few enjoyed guarding files.
Agent Blake was in his 40s and had stepped back from the front lines after a previous case went awry, leading to significant losses for S.H.I.E.L.D. Even though his responsibility was minimal, he couldn't overcome his own conscience, so he was now tasked with guarding the archives. Despite merely guarding files, Agent Blake was still a top-level Level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. His authority was substantial, and he had few subordinates. He rarely spoke during meetings, but his ability, experience, and prestige were equal to that of Coulson. This was precisely why Nick Fury had entrusted Captain Rogers to him. Rogers had been in New York, managing to escape after realizing he was imprisoned and reappearing on the streets. Although this matter was quickly resolved by Nick Fury, a few people still knew or suspected the truth. Thus, after warning certain individuals, Nick Fury brought Rogers back to Washington, placing him near S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters so that he could work there, occasionally execute missions to earn some income, and quickly adapt to modern society. Even so, Nick Fury was not entirely at ease. In addition to arranging personnel to monitor around Rogers' residence, he had also assigned Agent Blake for close surveillance and guidance at the headquarters. That's a case from last night in New York, which seems to have some relation to you. If you're interested, you should take a trip to New York. Agent Blake, accustomed to Nick Fury assigning missions to Rogers from time to time, said the same this time. At 10 a.m., brilliant sunlight poured down unabated onto the plaza in front of the Stark Industries headquarters. The crowd surged like a tide, with people weaving in and out, each seemingly burdened with a multitude of urgent matters, their steps never pausing for even a moment. At that moment, by the side of the road, a hot dog vendor had only one customer, who was voraciously devouring a freshly purchased hot dog. This person was Joe Young, whose gaze was scanning the faces of everyone entering and exiting the Stark Industries building like a scanner. Surprisingly, Joe Yang was dressed in a light gray checkered suit, with a pair of black-framed glasses perched on his nose, and he held a black briefcase in hand, presenting a typical corporate worker appearance as he stood in front of the Stark Industries headquarters. Prior to arriving, Joe Young had already communicated with Stark Industries. The busy Tony Stark had specifically arranged to meet with him at 10:30 a.m. today, setting aside half an hour for their discussion. Although he understood that this was merely a procedural arrangement without any malice, he couldn't help but feel a surge of annoyance deep inside. To be honest, if he had come here with ulterior motives, he wouldn't have embarked on this journey at all. Perhaps Tony Stark didn't intend to target him specifically, but it was clear that he did not give him special attention. However, upon reflection, that was just Tony's character. He might have been busy until late last night, or perhaps he was engrossed in researching new armor, or even socializing with other beautiful women. These things were evidently far more important to him than Joe Yang. Regardless of whether he understood it or not, since Joe Yang already felt somewhat displeased, there was no need to forcibly suppress his frustration. Thus, he presented himself in a businesslike manner in front of the Stark Industries building. After finishing his hot dog, all negative emotions vanished, and he regained his calm demeanor as he walked confidently into Stark Industries. Talking with Stark was akin to a fierce confrontation, and he needed to maintain absolute composure. After completing the registration process at the front desk, Joe Yang was led by a long-haired receptionist to a private elevator. The elevator doors slowly opened, and she stepped inside with him, pressing the button for the top floor. It was quite telling that Tony Stark wanted to meet him in his own residence, indicating that he did not completely disregard Joe Yang. However, at that moment, no emotions could affect Joe Yang's pace. He needed to meet Stark systematically, managing the various questions and demands Stark might present while also striving to achieve his own objectives. Tony Stark was an exceedingly intelligent person, and behind him, there was Pepper Potts leading an entire support team. This meeting was not going to be a simple matter. As the elevator doors opened to the top floor, Joe Yang was the only one to step out. The elevator doors closed behind him, and the receptionist returned to the first floor. In front of him stood a blonde woman of shorter stature, wearing red-framed glasses. However, this blonde secretary did not have a particularly outstanding figure, she was even somewhat flat. While she was quite attractive, it was clear that she was not Natasha Romanoff. After all, Natasha Romanoff's identity had been fully exposed to Stark and Pepper Potts during the Whiplash incident. There was no longer any point in her remaining there, especially since S.H.I.E.L.D. had other important tasks waiting for her. Moreover, with Stark now associated with S.H.I.E.L.D. as a weapons expert, he could communicate directly with S.H.I.E.L.D. without needing her to mediate. Since her existence had lost its significance, leaving was the inevitable choice. However, from the current situation, it was evident that Pepper had learned a profound lesson. The newly hired secretary, while pleasing to the eyes, lacked exceptional looks and stood out, and her personality was somewhat stiff. She was almost entirely incongruent with Tony Stark's preferences. Pushing the door open, a high-tech hall spanning 300 square meters immediately presented itself to Zhou Yang's view, and this was merely part of the hall. The beautiful secretary led Zhou Yang inside and offered him a cup of coffee before taking her leave. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, then sat down on the sofa, scanning the entire living room. The decor of the living room was primarily silver and black, occasionally accented with round red decorations, reminiscent of Stark's Iron Man armor. Beyond the large floor-to-ceiling windows was an expansive landing pad, where Stark's Iron Man suits were parked. Stark was nowhere to be seen in the living room, and Zhou Yang glanced at his watch. There were still a few minutes left until the time he had arranged to meet Stark, so it was understandable that no one was present at the moment. The top 3 floors of the entire building had been transformed into Stark's personal area, featuring not only a place for him to receive guests and relax but also an essential research workshop for the Iron Man suits. Although Stark typically conducted his Iron Man suit research at his mansion in the outskirts of Los Angeles, the research here was equally important, as only in this location could JARVIS's capabilities be fully realized. The floor beneath the living room was Stark's complete research center, with an entire production line inside. Stark often spent nights there to work. Though Stark was a superhero, he rarely patrolled the streets. He either refrained from action altogether or, when he did intervene, it was bound to cause a significant event. Thus, it was rare to see Stark making the front page of the newspaper due to a superhero incident. When he did appear on the front page, it was usually due to legal disputes or scandals. Even though Stark now had Pepper Potts as his girlfriend, whenever he stood next to any attractive woman, it would immediately make the front page, and those unscrupulous reporters would concoct a host of rumors. This was Tony Stark. He loved machinery and beautiful women, even though he had found his true soulmate. Zhou Yang had no idea how Stark's ultimate fate would unfold in the current cosmic dimension. However, he was aware that in most dimensions of the Marvel Universe, Stark's eventual destiny was often tragic. With a loud boom, akin to thunder, Zhou Yang was startled awake, realizing he had unknowingly walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows. When he looked toward the source of the sound, he was taken aback to see a gold-red Iron Man suit streaking toward him like a shooting star, finally coming to a stop on the landing pad. If it had been someone else, they might have only seen a brilliant flash of light. Is this guy flying in from Los Angeles? Zhou Yang's mind involuntarily conjured that thought. One couldn't blame him for having such an idea. After all, Stark's Iron Man suits, aside from the first prototype made in the Afghan desert, were all incredibly fast, having even surpassed the speed of sound long ago. With each subsequent improvement and upgrade, their performance had significantly enhanced, with the fastest models achieving speeds of up to Mach 5. At Mach 5, it would take only about half an hour to fly from Los Angeles to New York. He could leisurely wake up in Los Angeles, enjoy the beach and scenery in the morning, arrive at work in New York by noon, and then return to Los Angeles in the evening to revel in nightlife and the company of beautiful women. No wonder Stark had him come at 10:30 a.m., if one calculated the time, it perfectly aligned with the travel time from Los Angeles to New York. Wow, this was truly the life of a winner. This was the rhythm of life that a winner should have. The gold-red Iron Man suit slowly descended onto the landing pad outside, layers of steel components shedding away like petals, revealing Stark in a sharply tailored suit beneath. Hey, Tony, seriously, you didn't just fly in from Los Angeles, did you? Zhou Yang's sudden voice made Stark look up sharply toward the railing. It's you, Daniel, Stark waved as he walked toward Zhou Yang, saying, don't be ridiculous, I just came over from my estate in Long Island. So, I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? Came from the estate in Long Island? Zhou Yang paused for a moment, realizing he had forgotten that Stark had a large estate in Long Island. If he rarely went there, people would naturally overlook its existence. Not long at all, I just arrived recently. Zhou Yang's gaze moved away from Stark and surveyed the broader area of Manhattan. This was one of the few places in all of Manhattan where one could appreciate the magnificent scenery. But who would have thought that within just a year or two, this place would become a battleground for an alien invasion of Earth, and Stark Industries would directly become the center of that battlefield. Back in the living room, Stark walked straight to a side cabinet while casually asking, Daniel, would you like a drink? What do you like to drink? No thanks, Tony, I don't drink alcohol. Zhou Yang glanced at the coffee sitting on the coffee table and said, for people like us, we need to stay sufficiently alert at all times. Alcohol can easily make one lose themselves, and it severely impacts the dexterity of one's hands. When casting spells, precise gestures are essential. Not only do the gestures need to be entirely accurate, but the speed must also not falter.
So, I understand.
You're not much different from those top-tier surgeons, having very high standards for yourselves. Stark shrugged indifferently before turning serious. Let's get down to business.
The reason I brought you here is mainly because of Nick Fury. He wants to know if you can redraw a rune magic array. If you can, he will provide all the materials you need and meet all your requirements.
All my requirements? That's quite a statement from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Nick Fury's words were clear enough.
Even if Zhou Yang made some outrageous requests, he would still agree.
After all, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the resources Nick Fury had at his disposal were extremely formidable. To put it bluntly, if handled properly, he could even hand over a small country in the Middle East or Africa to Zhou Yang.
Of course, all the consequences that followed would be Zhou Yang's responsibility, but this alone was enough to demonstrate Nick Fury's determination.
Tony, to be honest, I can indeed redraw a rune magic array like the one in the New Mexico desert, given some time. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, a hint of joy appeared on Stark's face. It was clear that interest in that rune magic array was not limited to Nick Fury. Stark was equally eager about it. Thus, Zhou Yang continued, but I must emphasize that I cannot guarantee that the drawn rune magic array will function. After all, while we managed to draw that magic array back then, it was destroyed before we could test its effects. Under Thor's guidance, Zhou Yang had successfully drawn the rune magic array, but Loki had quickly intervened and destroyed it.
There are many complex issues involving energy and time-space transformation. If any errors occur, the consequences could be severe.
Zhou Yang looked at Stark with a serious expression and said solemnly, I can help you draw this magic array, but I cannot guarantee that it will work, and I will not be involved in any subsequent operations. Anything that happens afterward has nothing to do with me. I hope you understand what I mean.
Stark could understand Zhou Yang's perspective.
If he fully complied with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrangements, once this matter began, it would never end unless they managed to send people to Asgard.
Even if they reached Asgard, it might only be the beginning, as they would likely covet more territories.
The 9 realms, including Asgard, would all become targets for Earth's humanity to attempt to invade.
Thus, once this endeavor showed results, they would never let Zhou Yang off easily.
Therefore, Zhou Yang decided to only be responsible for the initial steps, without getting involved in anything else.
However, was this matter really that simple?
Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not someone who could be easily fooled, so Zhou Yang had to either not get involved at all or fully commit. I will convey your words to Nick Fury. Regardless, this matter will ultimately require the two of you to discuss face-to-face. Stark easily distanced himself from this issue, but as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s weapons expert, it would be very simple for him to get involved.
Ambition is always endless, and you and I both know this, Tony.
Zhou Yang looked up at the endless sky and continued, when we were in New Mexico, we got along pretty well with Thor. But if we secretly attempt to invade Asgard, it would likely provoke fierce retaliation from Asgard, even sparking a war between the two realms, and it would only happen on Earth, only in America.
Who would easily allow others to invade their home without invitation?
There was no room for compromise on this matter between the two sides. Stark fully understood the risks involved, but he shook his head and said dismissively, these are not things we should be concerned about.
The decision-maker is not Nick Fury, but the one in the White House. No, Tony, it has to be Nick Fury.
The one in the White House is just an easily influenced sheep. All he needs to do is provide funding, and the rest is Fury's ambition.
Zhou Yang was not swayed by Stark's dismissal.
The US president indeed held significant power, but he had too many matters to deal with daily, even thousands of issues that were as important as the creation of the rune magic array. As long as Nick Fury could come up with the right words, he could easily deceive him. That's how politics worked, and it wasn't just Nick Fury who was doing so. Many in the intelligence community were involved in similar tactics. Stark was well aware of this. Just like when the Senate and House of Representatives wanted to seize the technology for the Iron Man suits, with his connections to the White House, this should have been an easy matter to resolve. But the representatives from both chambers represented various interests, and even the president could not afford to offend them.
Everything Fury does is for the safety of the Earth. Stark instinctively defended Nick Fury. Do you believe that yourself, Tony? Zhou Yang looked at Stark with a half-smile and then waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough of that. Just talking about the magic array, even if my magic array doesn't fail, it's not so easy to activate it on Earth. It requires absolutely precise coordinates and an immense amount of energy support. Just imagine the infinite energy that two Mjolnirs can gather, plus your arc reactor. Even with all that energy concentrated, you can't guarantee to open a passage to Asgard. And now, without the help of Mjolnir, think about what a tremendous cost it would take to attempt an uncertain probe. There was no doubt that this entire matter involved too many risks and possibilities of failure. No matter who ultimately handled it, Zhou Yang absolutely did not want to bear any responsibility. He would rather not start anything at all. That was the attitude Zhou Yang expressed on the surface, but who knew what he truly thought deep down? Stark knew that solving the energy issue wasn't as difficult as Zhou Yang imagined. Aside from his own arc reactor, the nuclear power plants scattered across America could provide a substantial amount of energy. The problem was that these resources were widely distributed and difficult to concentrate. However, within S.H.I.E.L.D., there was a very mysterious item capable of providing a vast amount of energy. As long as the rune magic array was drawn correctly, opening a path to Asgard would not be a difficult task. Stark could sense an inexplicable urgency from Nick Fury, but Fury was forcibly suppressing his need to act, and he hadn't been in America recently. What was he so busy with? Those are considerations for Nick Fury. If you are willing to help him with this magic array, that would be enough for me to report back to Fury, Stark shrugged nonchalantly. His ambitions were not as grand as Nick Fury's, he just wanted to conduct some research on magic. It's just a transaction. If Nick Fury can't present me with satisfactory conditions, I won't waste my time, Zhou Yang shook his head. In reality, by saying all of this, he was merely setting some terms for the transaction, ensuring mutual responsibilities and obligations. As for what happened next, it would have to be discussed face-to-face with Nick Fury. Zhou Yang would never guarantee that the rune magic array would successfully summon the Bifrost. After all, in this matter, there was always one person he couldn't avoid, Heimdall. Heimdall was the guardian of Asgard and the true controller of the Bifrost. If he didn't agree, even if the rune magic array worked, communication with the Bifrost would be impossible. Earthlings were not like Thor, they had no qualifications to seek Heimdall's approval. Furthermore, the Bifrost of Asgard had long been shattered, making it impossible to activate in the short term. Thus, this endeavor was destined to be futile. Not to mention that Zhou Yang's own version of the Bifrost had its own issues. Thor had returned to Asgard using the destroyer armor, but Zhou Yang had observed closely. Although the final form of the rune magic array was correct, it had undergone several transformations and replacements before that, which Thor had never mentioned. Perhaps he didn't know, or perhaps it was intentional. The rune magic array that Thor had taught Zhou Yang could indeed be used, but it required reverse adjustments to the positions of the runes when casting it. Even Zhou Yang couldn't see those details clearly, so the magic array he created was ineffective. But Nick Fury and Stark were unaware of this, which was why Zhou Yang had cleared his responsibilities in advance. The reason Zhou Yang wanted to engage in such a transaction with Nick Fury was actually for another purpose, the Tesseract. He had dragged this out for so long and was being so calculating precisely to lower Nick Fury's guard, making it easier for him to covet the Tesseract. Times had changed. A century ago, even if Zhou Yang knew the location of the Tesseract, he wouldn't easily approach it. The superficial reason was that he didn't want Heimdall to constantly monitor him because of the Tesseract, but the real reason was that he feared the powerful Allfather Odin would uncover his greatest secret. However, even with such caution, after World War II, he was still manipulated by Odin and thrown directly into Jotunheim. But now, the situation was different. Odin was no longer the formidable Allfather to fear. Although Loki's rebellion had been part of Odin's calculations, the shattering of the Bifrost had brought enormous war risks to Asgard. Not to mention the damage caused to Asgard as a whole due to Loki's betrayal, especially the pain inflicted on Odin himself, given that Loki had been raised as his son for over 1,000 years. Although Odin's plans had succeeded, they had also laid bare his weaknesses. Thanos still had his reservations and wouldn't act immediately, but it wouldn't be long before Loki, leading a powerful Chitauri army, would arrive on Earth. If not for the timely appearance of the Avengers, the Tesseract would have already been stolen from Earth. So, even if Zhou Yang found a way to obtain the Tesseract further, it would be difficult for Odin to take any direct action against him now. But to discover the Tesseract's true location, he would likely need to ask Nick Fury. What truly compelled Zhou Yang to act this time was the disappearance of Professor Eric Selvig. Zhou Yang hadn't initially recalled Selvig's role in the Tesseract incident, as his attention had been focused on prominent figures like Coulson and superheroes like Hawkeye, giving Selvig little consideration.
However, when Jane Foster attempted to contact Selvig without success and S.H.I.E.L.D. called to explain that Selvig was assisting them with a secret experiment and was temporarily unreachable, Jo Young soon realized that during the Tesseract incident, Hawkeye and Selvig were among the first to be controlled by Loki. Selvig had already been compromised back at S.H.I.E.L.D's secret base. This meant that the research S.H.I.E.L.D. needed Selvig for was essentially about the Tesseract. Jo Young didn't expect to obtain the hiding place of the Tesseract directly from Selvig. It was too late for him to take action now. Selvig was already completely under S.H.I.E.L.D's control. Even if he managed to extract a few words from him, they would have gone through strict checks by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and no relevant location information would leak. Thus, the only one who could truly maneuver would be Nick Fury. What Jo Young had to attract Nick Fury with, and connect to the Tesseract, was only the rune magic array in his possession. Although he knew the rune magic array was ineffective, Nick Fury and Stark were unaware of this. Nick Fury had hidden the Tesseract for an unknown number of years, and the first time it was drawn out for research again was likely due to the threat from Asgard. He didn't genuinely want to open a passage to Asgard and lead an invasion, he only wanted an escape route. Once Earth was invaded by the Kree, he hoped to gain support from Asgard while also desiring a secret route for humanity to flee to Asgard in times of crisis. But he never expected that the threat he faced wasn't the Kree, but the even more powerful Thanos. "I heard you got involved with Hammer Industries?" Stark suddenly brought up this topic, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Jo Young. While leisurely sipping a juice, Jo Young was taken aback and gazed at Stark in surprise. "You don't seem to mind my involvement in this?" "I don't really care. Justin Hammer is just an unfortunate guy." As for Hammer Industries, it would be a miracle if they could rise again. Stark shook his head helplessly, speaking dismissively. First, they have to survive the wolves at their heels. Hammer Industries had collapsed almost overnight. Just a short time ago, they had ambitious plans, borrowing large sums of money from banks and various sources, stockpiling materials and resources. But in the blink of an eye, everything had crumbled. Stocks plummeted like a cliff, employees and executives fled in droves, vast amounts of materials mysteriously vanished, and suppliers protested outside the company every day, demanding payment. The company was unable to operate. Had it not been for Justin Hammer not being fully convicted yet, and for Justine Hammer quickly taking over the company's finances and other core assets, the entire company might have already collapsed without any hope of recovery. At least for now, an influx of additional funds had allowed Hammer Industries to barely manage payroll. Otherwise, even if there was hope, all the personnel would have fled. Yet, under the atmosphere of anxiety, many were secretly engaging in questionable activities, and the company's assets were being stolen significantly. Moreover, countless eyes were secretly coveting Hammer Industries. Because the collapse of this company was sudden, its factory assembly lines, real estate, and relevant technical patents remained intact. Many were eyeing it, wanting to carve it up and absorb it directly. To be blunt, Jo Young was among those people, but he had acted a bit earlier. "You're right, it's indeed difficult for this company to rise again, which is why I've already advised them to file for bankruptcy. After all, only through bankruptcy liquidation can they keep what should be kept." Jo Young turned to Stark and said calmly, "I don't intend to help them rise again, I just want to utilize some of Hammer Industries' equipment to create something. What happens to them afterward is their own fate." In the United States, the industrial system was the most robust, and while Justin Hammer's Hammer Industries had not performed well in high-tech, it thrived in low-end industries due to its cheap prices. As long as they could manage the sales system, rising again might be difficult, but maintaining operations was still feasible, provided they had a good manager. However, Justine's capabilities seemed insufficient. As for those outside eyeing Hammer Industries, Jo Young was temporarily helping defend them off. Stark immediately understood Jo Young's intentions. After all, Hammer Industries had purchased a large amount of materials and equipment to create Iron Man suits. If utilized well, Jo Young could create whatever he desired. "Are you talking about magical equipment? Would you be interested in cooperating with Stark Industries?" Tony Stark's eyes lit up instantly. Ever since he witnessed Thor's power, he had been contemplating creating a magical suit of armor, but he had never found the right angle to approach it. Stark had extensive connections, from witches in the Boston area to mutant academies in suburban New York, and even to the sorcerers of Camartage. However, getting these individuals to collaborate on creating a magical Iron Man suit was nothing short of a fantasy. It was easy to deduce that Stark aimed to create such a magical suit to combat sorcerers, and they would certainly refuse. These individuals didn't lack money or power, and Stark had almost nothing to entice them with. Of course, this was a matter of almost, and even if he had some leverage, Stark wouldn't bring it to the table. Joe Young had sensed Stark's similar intentions back in the New Mexico desert, and with a half-smile, he said, "Let's skip the cooperation part. However, if my transaction with Nick Fury succeeds, you're welcome to join in on the discussion." Sure, Stark's words had just left his mouth when he immediately caught Joe Yang's glance. Yet, he showed no embarrassment at being read, instead responding candidly, "You know, in this world, there are not only mutants, cyborgs, and high-tech criminals, but even mythological figures like Loki emerge constantly. We have to be prepared for more." Loki? Upon hearing Loki's name, Joe Young didn't mind Stark's thoughts any further. After all, during the later Chitauri invasion, Stark had nearly been directly controlled by Loki. If it hadn't been for the arc reactor in his chest activating at a crucial moment, the situation might have fallen entirely under Loki's control. Joe Yang shook his head, slightly exasperated, and said, "Loki is too powerful. I suggest that if you're not wearing your Iron Man suit, it's better to keep your distance from him. To seek a magical solution against Loki is unrealistic. Loki is the prince of Asgard, and what I've learned is merely fragments of the magic passed down from the Norse gods. How could it possibly withstand Loki? Not being controlled by him through magic is already a good outcome." The thought of being controlled by magic made Stark's eyelids twitch. If such a situation occurred, even if he developed the most advanced magical suit, it could end up becoming a cage that imprisoned him when facing Loki, and that was something he had to consider. "In that case, I'd rather see you and Fury collaborate." Stark shrugged and took a sip from his champagne, momentarily casting all thoughts aside. "It's not collaboration, it's a transaction. I can guarantee that I can completely redraw the rune magic array that was created in the New Mexico desert. As for anything that happens afterward, it has nothing to do with me. Whether or not the rune magic array works, you have no connection to me." Joe Young emphasized this point again, trying to distance himself from the entire matter. "So you really don't have much faith in that magic array working?" Stark was beginning to understand. In the Norse mythological system, the Bifrost has a guardian, and that person is Heimdall, the guardian god of Asgard. Joe Young thought to give a precautionary warning, and he continued, "It's like if hackers suddenly tried to invade your computer system while you were using it, and you were a top-level hacker with a computer full of protective programs. What do you think the chances of success would be?" Although Joe Yang's analogy was somewhat inappropriate, Stark grasped his meaning with remarkable clarity. Joe Yang was correct. Stark was indeed the top hacker in the world, and it was not easy for others to breach his computer. The same principle applied to the Bifrost, guarded by Heimdall. It was not something others could easily communicate with. The reason Thor could summon the Bifrost was that he was the thunder god of Asgard, but what were Joe Yang and Stark in comparison? Even if they held the key, it didn't guarantee they could unlock that lock. They might not even be able to reach that lock. There's still some hope. Stark finished his champagne in one go and unhesitatingly poured himself another glass. He shifted the topic and said, "I've heard you've encountered some troubles recently." "Not really troubles," Joe Yang waved his hand, his expression calm as he said, "it's just that there are so many people watching in New York right now. I have to follow the rules here. If I were in a secluded mountain forest, I would have already infiltrated Jean Bing's home. He's no threat to me." Stark nodded silently. Even if Jean Bing was indeed the underground king of New York, entangled with countless forces, for superpowered individuals like Stark and Joe Yang, discreetly eliminating him was not a difficult task. However, the aftermath of such actions could be challenging to manage. The current official stance was very clear: they would rather leave some super criminals, scum, and undesirable elements in society than see certain anonymous superheroes intervene to eliminate them. These individuals were easily disposable by the authorities and posed no fundamental threat to them. While those superheroes were different each time they acted, they shook the official control over the entire world. So, over the years, although Stark had publicly revealed his identity as Iron Man, he had become even more generous in his charitable efforts. "By the way, there's something I want to ask you." Stark and Joe Young stood by the railing, looking down at Manhattan, and Stark spoke in a deliberately lowered voice, "Do you think the issues I have can be completely resolved?" As Stark said this, he couldn't help but point to his chest, specifically where the arc reactor was located. Hearing Stark's words, Joe Young couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Are you feeling something off?" It wasn't that Joe Young was overly cautious. Stark's heart issues had been troubling him for a long time. Years ago, the palladium arc reactor had saved him from a life-and-death crisis, but it was highly toxic. Each time he used it, the toxins invaded his body a little more, bringing him closer to death. This threat had once plunged him into despair, leading him to relinquish one of his Iron Man suits and create the war machine for Colonel James Rhodes. After all, it was tailored for him. However, later, the successful research on the new Tesseract-based arc reactor had resolved all his problems, providing a temporary reprieve. But now, it seemed that something else was amiss. Had Stark begun to sense the threat of Thanos? There was no doubt that Tony Stark was one of the key figures in the Marvel Universe. He had sensed the threat of Thanos' invasion of Earth long ago, but if Joe Young remembered correctly, the origin of all this should date back to the Chitauri invasion of Earth. After Stark detonated a nuclear bomb in the Chitauri mothership, he had been left with a profound impression, ultimately triggered by the Mind Stone, leading to a series of nightmares. And it was this very threat that became the catalyst for the civil war among superheroes. But now, while the Chitauri invasion was not far away, the event had not yet unfolded. Stark shouldn't be sensing anything just yet. No, I've already proposed to Pepper, we plan to get married next year, so I want to completely eliminate this hidden danger and see if you can assist with magic. Stark smiled, revealing his true intention. Marriage, followed by having children. Although the arc reactor in Stark's chest didn't affect his life, he didn't want to pass on that risk to the next generation, so he wanted to eliminate it in advance. Joe Yang was genuinely surprised, his eyes widening. Marriage? What was going on? Why was Stark suddenly getting married? However, this wasn't entirely incomprehensible. At the conclusion of the Ivan Vanko incident, Stark had already proposed to Pepper Potts, and finding a time to get married within a year was perfectly normal. Yet in the original timeline, no one had ever mentioned this matter. Perhaps it was precisely because of the Chitauri invasion that this matter had been completely disrupted, causing an indefinite delay. Magic is definitely unlikely to play a key role, but in some supportive aspects, such as alleviating pain and accelerating recovery, it can still be effective, Joe Yang said cautiously, not making any sweeping promises. Regarding these matters, it's best for you to consult top neurosurgeons for the surgery. As long as the surgery is successful, everything else will be manageable. Stark nodded slightly. If Joe Yang had claimed that magic could solve all problems, it would have been hard to believe. Instead, his cautious attitude made him more convincing. Furthermore, the most important thing was that for such significant matters, Stark would only consult those he trusted the most. Joe Yang had known him for just a few weeks, although they had gone through a storm together. To claim absolute trust would be nonsense. Moreover, Stark had used his connections to investigate Joe Yang's background. Not only from Imperial University, but he had even sent people to the Netherlands to dig deeper. However, previously, when Joe Yang had just returned to this world and started setting everything up, it was possible to uncover some issues with a thorough investigation. But now that time had passed, it was no exaggeration to say that every day that went by enriched the information regarding Joe Yang's past identity and resume. Furthermore, conducting an in-depth investigation without Joe Yang noticing was nearly impossible. However, Jarvis was not easily fooled. While he couldn't find any flaws in Joe Yang's offline situation, some traces online were quite easy to uncover. The information about Joe Yang on the internet seemed to have suddenly emerged at the same time, as if he had either never existed before or had disappeared for a long time before reappearing. Stark had also seen the relevant reports and noticed the fraudulent aspects of Joe Yang's personal resume. But to uncover the secrets within, he would have to confront Joe Yang face-to-face, which would inevitably strain their relatively amicable relationship. If he wanted to thoroughly investigate Joe Yang's background, he would have to dig deeper, which would also be more likely to anger him. If Joe Yang were a kind-hearted person, their investigation might not provoke him, but it was clear that he was not that type. Stark had interacted with Joe Yang neither too much nor too little. Facing this billionaire, Joe Yang hadn't shown any particular signs of closeness, unlike others who were always looking to gain benefits from him. However, Joe Yang also intended to keep his distance from Stark. Although their relationship was not as close as it was now, Joe Yang's actions against Hammer Industries had already proven his intent to establish his own faction. So even though many were now eyeing Hammer Industries, Stark believed that in the end, it would definitely fall into Joe Yang's hands. The visible difficulties had been alleviated significantly by Joe Yang through various means, and as for the darker aspects, if anyone were to target Hammer Industries, Joe Yang would not hold back. If Stark or others conducted a deep investigation and found something, that would be one thing. But if they found nothing and deeply offended Joe Yang, then both sides could expect no good outcomes in the future. Thus, Stark ultimately chose to pull back, but that did not mean he stopped investigating Joe Yang.
he simply handed over the matters to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury. For him, S.H.I.E.L.D. had more manpower and resources, as well as more time and patience. However, what Stark did not know was that Zhou Yang was not worried at all about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation because, for well-known reasons, if S.H.I.E.L.D. truly uncovered anything, Nick Fury would end up knowing nothing. After discussing business, Stark and Zhou Yang began to chat casually, and Zhou Yang also shared some of his insights on quantum physics, engaging in a discussion with Stark. Don't think that Stark only had amazing achievements in mechanics and artificial intelligence, his research in other fields was also impressive. Stark entered the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at the age of 15, holding multiple PhD titles in areas such as electronics and physics. The Iron Man armor was a culmination of all his knowledge. In quantum physics, Stark currently had the arc reactor in the chest that mimicked the Tesseract and the subsequent development of the nanosuit, but the most effective achievement was his collaboration with Dr. Banner and others to open the quantum world and successfully traverse time and space, retrieving other Infinity Stones from other universes to ultimately save humanity. Therefore, Stark had achieved great heights in quantum physics. A single moment of inspiration from him was worth more than a lifetime of research for an ordinary person, with the extremis virus being the most obvious example. Zhou Yang did not have a particularly high talent in quantum physics research. What he truly possessed was an outstanding worldview and perspective. Standing from the perspective of a legendary mage, using Thor's hammer for in-depth particle research in the microscopic realm, he started from a much higher point than other scientists. Moreover, with the entire magical worldview serving as a guiding theoretical framework, it would be unusual if he didn't achieve results. Stark and Zhou Yang were able to engage deeply on this topic, but just as they were chatting, a secretary who had been waiting outside suddenly knocked and walked in. "Mr. Stark, Hank McCoy is here. He insists on seeing you." "Hank?" Stark looked at the secretary in confusion and asked, "Annabelle, if I remember correctly, I don't have any other appointments this morning, do I?" "Yes, that's right. McCoy doesn't have an appointment, but he is currently blocking the lobby downstairs, shouting that if he isn't seen, he'll come up himself." The guards, Annabelle's expression was not good. "Yeah, the guards downstairs can't stop him." Stark couldn't help but laugh, then waved his hand. "Let him come up." "Okay, Mr. Stark." Annabelle sighed in relief. Clearly, this situation was not something they ordinary people could handle, and it had to be dealt with by Stark himself, or else a bloody conflict could break out at any moment. After the secretary left, Zhou Yang asked curiously, "Is that the mutant known as Beast Hank McCoy?" "Yes, that's him." Stark wasn't surprised that Zhou Yang accurately mentioned Hank McCoy's mutant identity. In today's world, as long as one has some ability and status, obtaining information about mutants was not difficult. Many wealthy and influential families and organizations hunted mutants, treating them not only as tools for amusement but also as subjects for various inhumane experiments. Despite Charles Xavier and Magneto being powerful, mutants did not hold a dominant position in their world. Even though Magneto always emphasized that mutants were a higher level of humanity, in today's world, the true dominant group was still ordinary humans, more specifically, the nuclear weapons in the hands of ordinary people. Stark downed his champagne in one gulp and said with some annoyance, with Hank showing up, "It's definitely about Magneto, but I still haven't figured out a way to restrain Magneto." Although Stark was powerful, it depended on the opponent. Magneto was someone he currently could not contend with. He hadn't developed an anti-Magneto armor yet. Facing Magneto now would simply turn him into Magneto's plaything. Zhou Yang nodded silently. This top boss of the Marvel Universe still possessed abilities that were at the legendary level. With his current strength, he could barely cope. Once he broke through to the demigod level, possessing the power to annihilate all of humanity on Earth, even if he and Wolverine charged at Magneto, it would be no different from becoming his toy. During these years of silence in the US government's special prison, Magneto had not become despondent. Instead, he delved deeper into the study of magnetic field mechanics. After all, his ability was not merely magnetism but the control of various magnetic fields. If he mastered it to the extreme, it could even extend to the unified field theory. Once he truly grasped the power of the unified field, he would be close to becoming one of the gods. "I should leave now, and you can talk?" Zhou Yang suddenly seemed to think of something and prepared to get up to take his leave. "Don't rush to go." Stark quickly reached out to grab Zhou Yang, his speed so quick that Zhou Yang didn't have time to dodge. This guy had been prepared all along. Zhou Yang now understood why Stark had contacted him suddenly. He had his own little plans, but it seemed he had fallen into Stark's scheme. With a light ding sound, the elevator door outside wouldn't open, and Zhou Yang could only smile bitterly. He got here really quickly. Stark let go of Zhou Yang and walked towards Hank McCoy, who had entered, sporting deep blue fur. Hank, old friend, long time no see.
Come, let me introduce you. This is Daniel Zhou, the famous magician from New York not long ago.
Previously, when Zhou Yang fought fiercely with Hulk and Abomination on the streets of Manhattan, he had used water-based abilities. The media initially dubbed him the Waterman, but somehow his title was corrected to Magician. While this title wasn't incorrect, it also exposed his abilities, which could be troublesome if someone truly targeted him.
Magician? Hearing Stark's introduction, Hank McCoy's eyes lit up.
They currently needed a perfect ally to counter Magneto, as magic would not be controlled by magnetic forces.
Hello, Mr. McCoy, just call me Daniel.
I am a student at Imperial University. My current research fields include enhancing human serum transportation capabilities and targeted mutations in human DNA. We can exchange ideas in related areas, Zhou Yang replied with a very eager demeanor, looking at Hank McCoy as if he were admiring a priceless treasure.
Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Hank McCoy's expression immediately became serious.
It's important to note that Henry Philip Hank McCoy possessed a super high IQ, mastering various fields such as human evolutionary biology, genetics, and biochemistry.
He certainly understood what Zhou Yang meant.
People are more accustomed to referring to research that enhances human serum transportation capabilities as super soldier serum, as this terminology is more colloquial. When it comes to targeted mutations in human DNA, it superficially appears to be studying gene mutations. However, on Earth, from a scientific perspective, mutants are all products of human gene mutations.
Now, what exactly is Zhou Yang trying to accomplish by researching super soldier serum or studying targeted mutations in human DNA?
In this world, behind the scenes of the unknown capture of mutants, there is actually a group of biologists conducting research on mutant gene mutations. Hank McCoy himself is a top biological expert, and he despises the clandestine and cruel experiments conducted on mutants because that means the mutants who fall into their hands will suffer a dreadful fate. This implies that Zhou Yang will inevitably walk the path of researching mutant gene mutations in the future, a situation that is not good, whether at the government level or in private. From the government's standpoint, the suppression and extermination of mutants have never ceased. In private, they are conducting cruel experiments that cannot be seen. Zhou Yang was clearly saying this on purpose, which instantly made Hank McCoy feel a wave of nausea rise in his heart.
Don't listen to his nonsense, Hank.
Daniel is just a freshman at Imperial University, still learning the basics. He's far from being involved in experiments. Stark felt the need to step in and explain, or else Hank McCoy might truly suspect ulterior motives.
Daniel, really now, if you don't want to help deal with Magneto, why say such things?
Stark looked at Zhou Yang helplessly, wanting to extricate himself from this situation but finding it more troublesome instead.
I wouldn't mind dealing with Magneto. I'm quite interested in his magnetic powers, Zhou Yang replied, turning to look at Hank McCoy with a beaming smile, but Hank McCoy felt an inexplicable chill run down his back.
Zhou Yang had showcased water-based abilities during the battle in New York, and coupled with his nickname as a magician, it made Hank McCoy even more uneasy. Historically, all those magicians were experimental maniacs.
Alright, if there's news about Magneto, I'll contact you.
Hank McCoy forced a stiff smile, then turned to Stark. Tony, I need your help to locate Magneto.
Locating Magneto?
Stark's expression changed slightly.
What about Professor Charles? Can't he handle this himself? Professor Charles could locate every human and mutant on Earth using his brainwave amplifier, and he could even destroy them if necessary.
His abilities are formidable, on par with the Ancient One and legendary mage Merlin, having surpassed the legendary realm. However, the real limitation preventing Professor Charles from breaking through the legendary level is his own frail body. A single bullet could take his life, which is also why Washington feels at ease with him.
Stark's suspicion was warranted.
Under normal circumstances, even with Magneto wearing a helmet, Professor Charles could generally pinpoint his location. Moreover, he could indirectly locate Magneto through those close to him, like Mystique and Red Hulk. While they might not always be with Magneto, they wouldn't be too far away. Yet now, the Mutant Academy needed Stark to locate Magneto, which indicated there was definitely something off, or perhaps something had happened to Professor Charles. Hank McCoy's face, covered in blue fur, made it hard to discern what he was thinking, but his tone had calmed considerably. The professor is busy with other matters and cannot focus on Magneto right now. Clearly, something else was happening, otherwise, Professor Charles wouldn't neglect Magneto, who was his greatest concern in the world.
Stark had a deep understanding of the mutant world. After Magneto escaped from prison, not only did Professor Charles not lock onto his position right away, but he also busied himself with other matters. If one were to delve deeper into this, it could lead to troubling implications. Alright, I'll help, Stark finally nodded, but the options were indeed limited since Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants rarely left traces in the online world. Their hideouts even lacked internet access, and they rarely stayed overnight in cities, mostly camping in the wilderness. Thus, to accurately pinpoint Magneto's location, it was crucial to investigate unusual events. In the intelligence networks across different areas, there were certain things that needed constant attention, namely, various anomalies triggered by mutant abilities. This was also why different factions on Earth could quickly locate new mutants. New mutants often caused anomalies due to their uncontrollable powers. This method was very effective for finding new mutants, akin to a net lying in wait for rabbits. With patience, one could catch the rabbit. Now it was just a matter of when Magneto would make a move, and as soon as he did, Stark would capture him. I will also contact the CIA to keep them prepared to track via satellite. Once we pinpoint Magneto's location, Logan and I will head over, Hank McCoy concluded the discussion and decisively left. Watching the elevator doors close again, Joe Yang stood at the entrance and turned to Stark, puzzled, don't you think? Something's off, right? Stark understood Zhou Yang's implication and frowned. That's right, there is indeed something amiss. In our previous conversation, Hank deliberately avoided mentioning 4 individuals. 4 individuals? Zhou Yang's face was filled with astonishment. First, there's Professor Charles. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he as actively focused on Magneto's whereabouts? Is there another reason, or does he simply not want to get involved? If it's the former, that's one thing. If it's the latter, then the situation is dire. Stark didn't explain in detail to Zhou Yang, but he believed he could figure it out. If Professor Charles had other matters, it might just temporarily distract him. If it was the latter, that would be a big problem, implying the government had to deal not only with Magneto's threat but also be wary of Professor Charles potentially going rogue. The other 3 individuals are Jean Grey, Ororo, and Scott Summers. Stark's expression grew heavier as he paced back and forth. Even if Professor Charles is preoccupied with other matters, Jean Grey could still use the brainwave amplifier to track Magneto's whereabouts, yet Hank didn't mention Jean Grey even once today, let alone Ororo and Scott Summers. They're not even participating in the hunt for Magneto, which indicates something is definitely wrong. Jean Grey is Professor Charles's carefully cultivated successor with immense psychic abilities. Although she differs from Professor Charles in her mental capabilities, she is still a top-tier mutant. Storm, Ororo, and Cyclops, Scott Summers, have powers comparable to Jean Grey, even rivaling Wolverine. They are among the top figures in the world aside from Magneto and Professor Charles. Yet now, only Beast and Wolverine can be deployed from the mutant side. What on earth has happened? No, it's impossible for all 3 to have encountered issues. At most, 2 of them could be in trouble. Since Hank and Logan are mobilized, they would need one person to stay back at the Mutant Academy. The remaining 2 must either be in trouble, leading Professor Charles to seek them out, or Professor Charles himself is in trouble, prompting them to look for him. Stark began to clarify his thoughts. Something had gone wrong within the mutants, and he had to be alert. Now that Magneto has escaped from prison, if Professor Charles is also in trouble, millions of mutants worldwide could potentially riot at any moment, leading to unimaginable consequences. Perhaps the situation is worse than you think. Not only has something happened to Professor Charles, but also one of Phoenix and Cyclops may be in trouble, which means the mutants can only send one person to search for them, and that person is likely in extreme danger. Zhou Yang was unclear about the current state of the mutant world, but based on Stark's analysis and his understanding of the future of mutants, he speculated that it was likely Jean Grey who was in trouble. Only if Jean Grey were in trouble would the entire Mutant Academy become passive. She is a student of Professor Charles, Cyclops' girlfriend, and has a complicated relationship with Wolverine. Only if something happened to her would the entire Mutant Academy become so secretive, and only if something happened to her would Professor Charles be incapacitated, unable to focus on the matters concerning Magneto. Logan may be a top-tier mutant, but the true core of development in the mutant world lies with one person, Phoenix. Even Professor Charles and Magneto are merely attention-grabbing targets. Though Stark couldn't guess what had happened, the thought that the worst-case scenario might have already occurred weighed heavily on him. Because once mutants face a crisis, the impact wouldn't just be limited to their internal affairs. Outside of the mutants, Colonel Stryker has always been watching them, eager to take a bite out of them. Daniel, Stark looked at Zhou Yang with a hint of pleading.
Zhou Yang was the only top-tier force he could immediately mobilize by his side. Don't even think about it, I won't get involved with mutant affairs. Zhou Yang waved his hand firmly in rejection, explaining, there are certain things you don't understand. I have military ties. If I leave New York to meddle in mutant affairs, even if it's for a short time, I'll have to report to the White House if it goes on for too long. You wouldn't want news of a crisis within the mutants to reach certain ears, would you? Zhou Yang's words made sense, but Stark knew it was just an excuse for his refusal. If he left quietly and returned in time, how would the White House know? Moreover, if Zhou Yang agreed, he could easily provide cover, and the White House wouldn't catch on at all. Stark wanted to say something more, but Zhou Yang pressed the elevator button. Alright, Tony, it's getting late, I have to head back. Also, if you really want to help the mutants, don't meddle in their internal affairs, just keep an eye on those who want to act against them. Zhou Yang was referring to Colonel Stryker. He hoped Stark would confront Colonel Stryker rather than interfere in mutant internal affairs. Because if this were indeed a problem within the mutants, it could very likely involve Phoenix and the power of the Phoenix within her, something even Zhou Yang would prefer to avoid facing. However, reality often does not meet expectations. Zhou Yang strolled leisurely down the streets of Manhattan, repeatedly reflecting on every word exchanged with Stark and meticulously analyzing every detail following the appearance of Beast, Hank McCoy. At this moment, he finally realized why, on the original timeline, the powerful mutants had not come to help during the Chitauri invasion of Earth. It turned out that they themselves were already in dire straits and unable to assist. Zhou Yang had no direct ties to the mutants and was not well informed about the true situation, so he could only deduce based on his own guesses. Phoenix, Jean Grey, was the most powerful psychic among the mutants, second only to Professor Charles. This meant that in Charles's absence, Jean could utilize the brainwave amplifier to detect and monitor all mutants on Earth, thereby maintaining the influence of the Mutant Academy in both the mutant and human worlds. However, with Professor Charles gone, perhaps due to Jean Grey, perhaps because of Magneto, or possibly Colonel Stryker, whatever the reason, he was missing, and there seemed to be no alternative plan to replace him. This could only imply that Jean Grey was also in trouble. Currently, in dealing with someone like Magneto, they could rely on Beast and Wolverine, suggesting that Storm must have remained at the Mutant Academy. With both Professor Charles and Jean Grey unavailable, Cyclops would undoubtedly be responsible for locating them. Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. All the clues pointed to a significant issue at the Mutant Academy due to Jean Grey, seemingly related to the eruption of her Phoenix powers. Yet at this moment, Colonel Stryker was still around, and the mutant cure had not yet been developed. He could not make an accurate judgment about the specific developments of the events, so all he could do was watch quietly from the sidelines. He did not wish to get involved in the mutants' affairs, as that felt like entering a completely unfamiliar world to him. Although he had had dealings with many mutants, it was precisely because of this that he understood their terrifying nature, especially the Phoenix Force. If the Phoenix Force truly erupted, Professor Charles would have long since met his demise, and even Magneto would ultimately be unable to escape the fate of being stripped of his powers. If Zhou Yang were to approach the Phoenix now, no one could predict what consequences might arise. However, not intervening didn't mean he would completely ignore the situation. He at least needed to understand what was happening. Before today, Zhou Yang's influence had not reached the mutant world, as even with his current strength, he had not yet established a foothold in New York, and many affairs were still in progress, leaving him little energy to investigate mutant matters. In fact, there hadn't been much to investigate before this. The Mutant Academy had been established, the X-Men were famous, and Magneto was imprisoned. The only exception was Magneto's recent escape from prison. Zhou Yang originally thought this would follow the events involving Colonel Stryker and Wolverine, but now with the emergence of the Phoenix situation, the developments had clearly exceeded his expectations, and he found it challenging to find a suitable entry point. However, there was still a way